Robinson Crusoe is a novel published by Daniel Defoe in 1719. This book is a didactic narrative presented in an epistolary format, chronicling the fictional autobiographical tale of its titular character. The narrative unfolds the story of Robinson, a shipwreck survivor who spends 28 years on the desolate and remote tropical island of Trinidad. His companion is a captive indigenous man whom Robinson rescues from cannibals, whom he names Friday due to their fateful encounter occurring on that day. After enduring the trials of wild men and captivity, Robinson assumes the role of governor, establishing himself as the sovereign of the deserted isle. Eventually, he assists British sailors in quelling a mutiny before departing the island and returning to England. Upon re-entering civilized society, Robinson amasses wealth through the income from a Brazilian plantation and marries, leading a life of stability and contentment. Chapter 1. Preface. The young Englishman Robinson harbored a passion for sailing from a tender age, embarking on 3 voyages to various locales in South America. One day, with lofty aspirations of traversing the globe, he bids farewell to his family, crossing the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Amidst the exhilarating yet perilous adventures at sea, disaster strikes, and the vessel is tragically wrecked in the Pacific, with all aboard perishing beneath the waves, save for him alone, who miraculously survives and washes ashore on an uninhabited island. From the bleak chasm of despair, he derives profound insights into life. The resilient Robinson endures in solitary existence on the island for 28 years, toiling diligently, cultivating the barren land, raising livestock, and producing rice and wheat year after year, grappling with solitude and overcoming challenges that would daunt the average person. The Bible became his spiritual pillar, and with astonishing perseverance and unyielding labor, he constructed a dwelling, harvested grains, tamed goats, and fashioned garments from animal hides. He engaged in cunning battles with wild beasts and displayed valor against cannibals. Later, he rescued a native whom he named Friday, taking him as a servant. Through extraordinary determination and courage, he surmounted unimaginable hardships, crafting a sanctuary for himself through diligent toil. In this work, the author fervently extols Robinson's indomitable spirit and resolute pragmatism in the face of adversity. He embodies both a relentless adventurer, undeterred by obstacles, and a dedicated laborer who cherishes life. Robinson's tale celebrates the value of hard work and the spirit of human struggle against nature, imparting the message that with ambition, perseverance, and the courage to innovate, one can achieve remarkable feats. Upon its publication, Robinson Crusoe garnered immense affection and acclaim from a vast readership, soon becoming a literary sensation across the globe. Chapter 2, Volume 1. I was born in the year 1632 into a family of high social standing in the city of York. My father hailed from Bremen, Germany. After relocating to England, he initially settled in Hull, where he prospered in business and eventually established himself in York, where he married. My mother came from a prominent local family with the surname Robinson, hence I was named Robinson Crusoe. However, as the English mispronounced the German surname Crusoe, it was eventually simplified to Cruz, a name that we embraced and adopted as our own. Thus, Cruz became my identity. That I have 2 elder brothers. The eldest served as a lieutenant colonel in an English infantry regiment stationed in Flanders, famously led by Colonel Lockhart. He met his demise while fighting the Spanish near Dunkirk. As for my second brother, I remain largely unaware of his fate, much like my parents were oblivious to my future circumstances. In my family, I was the youngest, and my parents did not instruct me in any trade, leaving me to indulge in fanciful dreams of venturing abroad at that time. My father, though advancing in age, ensured that I received a commendable education. He sent me to a boarding school and enrolled me in a free school to receive rural education, all with the hope that I would eventually pursue a career in law. Yet, my interests lay elsewhere. Fixated solely on the allure of the sea, I disregarded my father's wishes, defied his commands, and paid no heed to my mother's pleas or the counsel of friends. This inherent disposition of mine seemed to foreshadow the unfortunate destiny that awaited me. My father, a man of keen intellect and prudence, foresaw that my intentions could lead to misfortune. He frequently offered me serious counsel and imparted invaluable advice. One morning, he summoned me to his bedroom, as he was then afflicted by gout and unable to move freely. With earnestness, He implored me to reconsider my aspirations. He inquired, aside from indulging my desire to wander the world, what reason could justify abandoning my parents or sacking my homeland? In my hometown, I had the opportunity to establish myself socially through the guidance of others. If I were diligent and industrious, I could achieve prosperity and lead a life of comfort and joy in the future. He expressed that those who venture abroad in search of adventure are often either destitute or driven by fanciful dreams of wealth. They are ambitious, yearning to make a name for themselves through extraordinary endeavors. Yet, for me, such pursuits were neither worthwhile nor necessary. In terms of social standing, I occupied a position that was aptly described as intermediate. From his extensive experience, he concluded that this was the most favorable class in the world, as it afforded the greatest happiness. Individuals in this middle class do not endure the hardships of laborious toil faced by the lower classes, nor are they burdened by the excesses, ambitions, and rivalries that plague the upper echelons of society. He urged me to recognize from observable facts that the life of the middle class is indeed immensely joyful. It is a position envied by many, and even emperors lament the misfortune that their noble births have conferred upon them, wishing they had been born between poverty and nobility. Wise individuals have also attested that true happiness is attainable by those of the middle class. The sages of the Bible once prayed, "Give me neither poverty nor riches." He reminded me that, upon careful observation, one would discover that both the upper and lower classes are beset by calamities, while the middle class experiences the least misfortune. The life of the middle class does not fluctuate as dramatically as that of the upper or lower classes. It remains relatively stable. Furthermore, middle-class individuals do not suffer the physical and mental maladies that often arise from excessive indulgence or moral decay, nor do they bear the toll of constant labor and deprivation that leaves the poor frail and exhausted. Only those in the middle class can fully savor the pleasures and tranquility of life. They lead stable and prosperous lives year-round. Moderation, temperance, health, peace, friendship, recreation, and a myriad joys of existence are the blessings of the middle class. This lifestyle fosters serenity and contentment, allowing one to live a fulfilling life unburdened by the struggles of overexertion. They are free from the daily grind of survival or the pressures of dire circumstances that could lead to physical and mental distress. Neither do they succumb to the anxieties of jealousy or greed. Those of the middle class can traverse their lives with composure, relishing the sweetness of existence without encountering significant hardships. They feel happiness, and as time passes, they find their appreciation for this happiness deepening. Subsequently, he earnestly and affectionately urged me to abandon my childish whims and refrain from hastily courting adversity. He emphasized that, both from a human perspective and considering my familial background, I should not endure suffering. He assured me that I need not toil for my daily sustenance. He would meticulously arrange everything for me and strive to provide the middle-class existence he had previously described. Should I fail to lead a life of comfort and happiness in this world, the blame would rest solely on fate or my own shortcomings, as he had fulfilled his responsibilities. Recognizing that my intended actions would inevitably bring me hardship, he offered his counsel. In summary, he promised that if I heeded his words and remained at home in peace, he would do his utmost to make suitable arrangements for me. He was firmly opposed to my plans of venturing far from home. If misfortune were to befall me in the future, he insisted that I should not hold him accountable. At the conclusion of our conversation, he reminded me to take my elder brother's fate as a cautionary tale. He had once implored my brother with equal fervor to refrain from going to Flanders to fight, yet my brother disregarded his advice. In his youthful fervor and impetuosity, he resolved to enlist. Ultimately meeting his demise on the battlefield, he assured me that he would forever pray for my well-being. Yet if I persisted in pursuing such foolish actions, he dared say that divine protection would elude me. In times of future distress, I would surely regret not having heeded his wise counsel. Upon reflection, my father's final words became a prophecy for the tribulations I would later encounter undoubtedly. My father himself may not have been cognizant of such foresight. At the time, I observed that as he uttered these sentiments, tears streamed down his face, particularly when he recounted the tale of my elder brother's lifeless body on the battlefield, and when he spoke of my future regrets, calling for aid in vain. His sorrow was so profound that he had to pause his discourse. Ultimately, he expressed his profound concern, finding himself at a loss for words. This conversation left a deep impression on me truly. Who could remain unmoved by such words? I resolved to abandon any thoughts of venturing abroad and instead heed my father's wishes, finding solace in remaining at home. However, mere days later, I cast aside my determination as if it had never existed to avoid further entanglement with my father. I kept my distance from him for several weeks following that conversation. Yet, I did not act hastily unlike in the past when I might have acted impulsively. I chose to approach my mother when she was in a more favorable mood. I confided in her my longing to explore the world beyond, expressing that I wished to engage in nothing else. It would be best if she could persuade my father to acquiesce to my desire, lest I be compelled to leave clandestinely. I declared that I was already 18, and it would be too late for me to become an apprentice or a legal assistant. Furthermore, I firmly believed that even if I were to embark on an apprenticeship or assist a lawyer, I would inevitably escape before completing my training to pursue a life at sea. If she could advocate on my behalf to my father, securing his permission for my maritime journey, I vowed that upon my return home, should I find myself disenchanted with seafaring, I would exert twice the effort to compensate for any time wasted. My mother, upon hearing my words, erupted in anger. She expressed her belief that discussing such matters with my father would be utterly futile. He was acutely aware of the implications these issues held for me and would never consent to anything that could lead to my self-harm. She further articulated her confusion at my desire to venture far from home, particularly after the earnest and heartfelt conversation she had with my father. In her view, if I insisted on pursuing a self-destructive path, no one would come to my aid. She urged me to understand that neither she nor my father would approve of my overseas journey, and should I choose to bring about my own ruin, it would bear no relation to her IW. Would not be able to later claim that my father opposed it while my mother endorsed it. Despite my mother's outright refusal to convey my request to my father, I later learned that she had indeed relayed our conversation to him in its entirety. My father, upon hearing this, was deeply troubled. He sighed and remarked to my mother that if only the child could remain at home, he might find happiness, however, should he choose to go abroad. He would become the most unfortunate person in the world. Thus, he resolutely could not agree to my departure. But a year has passed, and I finally ventured from home. Throughout this time, despite my family's repeated entreaties for me to engage in meaningful pursuits, I remained obstinate and resolute in my defiance, often entangling myself in disputes with my parents, urging them to cease their opposition to my aspirations. One fateful day, I chanced upon the city of Hull. At that moment, I had no intention of embarking on a solitary journey. However, I encountered a friend who informed me of his plan to sail to London aboard his father's vessel and encouraged me to join them. He tantalized me with the sailor's alluring promise of not having to pay for passage. Without consulting my parents or even sending them a word, I convinced myself that they would eventually learn of my departure. In my reckless enthusiasm, I neither prayed to God nor sought my father's blessing, nor did I contemplate the circumstances of the present or the repercussions that lay ahead, as I boarded a ship bound for London. The date was September 1st, 1651. Little did I know that this would mark the onset of my misfortunes. I believe no adventurous youth has ever faced such ill fate upon setting forth, nor has anyone endured such prolonged adversity. As our ship sailed out of the Humber River, a ferocious gale arose, with winds swelling the waves to alarming heights. Being a novice to the sea, I was overwhelmed with nausea and fear. In that moment, I began to regret my actions. This unfilial son, who had forsaken his parents and neglected his duties, was swiftly punished by fate truly. The heavens are that moment. The counsel of my parents, my father's tears, and my mother's pleas surged through my mind. My conscience, though not entirely extinguished, compelled me to rebuke myself. I ought not to have disregarded the wisdom of others and betrayed my sacred duty to both God and myf. The tempest intensified, the sea roared with fury, and the waves towered ominously. I had never before witnessed such a scene. Yet in comparison to the subsequent tumultuous oceans I would encounter, this was but a mere prelude. Even the tempest I would face a few days hence paled in comparison. Nevertheless, for me, a young novice at sea, It was sufficiently terrifying as my ignorance of maritime affairs left me in a state of trepidation. I perceived the Humber River, originating in central England and flowing into the North Sea. The waves threatened to engulf us at any moment. Each time our vessel plunged into the whirlpool, I feared we would capsize and sink to the abyss, never to resurface. In this state of anxiety, I repeatedly vowed and resolved that if God spared my life on this voyage, the moment my feet touched land, I would return to my father and never again set sail upon the ocean in this lifetime. I would heed my father's advice and refrain from courting unnecessary troubles. Moreover, I came to a profound realization. My father's perspective on the life of the middle class was indeed sagacious. Take my father. For instance, he lived a life of peace and comfort, never having encountered the tempests of the sea or the tribulations of the land, that I resolved to return home like a true prodigal son, to be reunited with my father. These wise and lucid thoughts lingered in my mind during the tempestuous storm and for a brief period thereafter, by the following day. The storm had passed, and the sea had calmed significantly. I began to acclimatize to life upon the waves. Yet, I remained morose throughout the day, compounded by a touch of seasickness that dampened my spirits further. As evening approached, the weather cleared entirely, the wind subsided, and a beautiful, enchanting twilight ensued. That night and the subsequent morning were marked by clear skies, with the sunset and sunrise appearing exceptionally resplendent. I could see that moment. The sunlight danced upon the tranquil sea, evoking a sense of serene delight. It was a sight I had never before encountered. That night, I slept soundly, and, consequently, the following day I was no longer afflicted by seasickness, my spirits lifting as a result. Gazing at the once turbulent ocean, now so placid and gentle, was indeed astonishing. The friend who had coaxed me aboard, fearing I might truly resolve to abandon the sea, came to check on me. "Hello, Bob," he said, patting my shoulder. "How do you feel now? I imagine that gentle breeze last night must have terrified you." "You called it a gentle breeze?" I replied. "That was a dreadful storm." "A storm? You foolish fellow," he retorted. "You consider that a storm? What does that even amount to? As long as the ship is sturdy and the sea expansive, such a breeze is hardly worth our notice. Of course, it is understandable for you, being a novice at sea. Come now, let us enjoy a cup of sweet wine and forget all about those matters. Just look at the splendid weather." I prefer not to elaborate on this sorrowful episode. In a simple phrase, we indulged in the typical sailor's lifestyle, concocting sweet wine, and I became thoroughly intoxicated. That evening, I reveled in merriment, casting aside all remorse and reflection regarding my past actions, as well as my resolutions for the future. In essence, once the storm passed and the sea lay tranquil as a mirror, the chaotic thoughts in my mind were similarly swept away, and my fear of being engulfed by the ocean dissipated, allowing my fervent desire for sailing to resurface. I resolutely discarded the commitments and oaths I had made in times of peril. Occasionally, I noticed that those confessions and resolutions would return to my consciousness, yet I endeavored to shake them off and uplift my spirits, as if striving to emerge from a state of despair. Thus, I continued to drink and revel with the sailors. Before long, I managed to suppress my impulses, preventing those serious thoughts from reigniting. In less than 5 or 6 days, I, much like the young souls eager to escape the pangs of conscience, completely triumphed over my moral scruples. For this, I was destined to encounter new calamities. God, witnessing my unrepentant heart, resolved to punish me without mercy, an outcome entirely of my own making, for which I company old not evade responsibility. Having failed to perceive my safe passage through the initial disaster as divine salvation, I was fated to face an even greater misfortune next at such time. Even the most ruthless and audacious sailors aboard would be seized by fear and plead for mercy that on the 6th day of our voyage, we arrived at the anchorage of Yarmouth. Following a fierce storm, our vessel had made little progress despite the clear skies. We were beset by persistent headwinds, compelling us to anchor in these waters. The contrary winds had persisted for 7 or 8 days, blowing from the southwest. During this time, numerous ships from Newcastle also sought refuge in this open anchorage, as it serves as a vital port for maritime passage, with vessels waiting for favorable wind. As to navigate into the River Yare, we had intended to remain here for only a brief period, seizing the tide to enter the river's mouth. However, the winds proved too fierce, and after 4 or 5 days, the gales intensified. This anchorage has long been regarded as a safe harbor, and our anchor was particularly secure. The ship's anchoring equipment, including the anchor chain, capstan, and cables, was all robust, instilling a sense of confidence among the sailors, who remained unfazed by the temp. They continued to indulge in their customary pastimes and rest. That be why the 8th morning, the wind had suddenly escalated. Consequently, all crew members rallied together to lower the mainsail and secure all items aboard to ensure the ship could stand the raging winds and remain safely anchored. By noon, the sea erupted in tumultuous waves. Our vessel's bow submerged multiple times, taking on considerable amounts of water. On 1 or 2 occasions, we feared we had lost our anchor. Thus, the captain ordered the deployment of the spare anchor. In this manner, we set 2 anchors at the bow and extended the anchor chains to their utmost length. Chapter 3, Volume 1. At this moment, the storm raged with a terrifying ferocity, and I could see the fear etched upon the faces of the sailors. Despite the captain's utmost caution and his relentless efforts to secure the vessel, several times as he passed by my cabin, I overheard him murmuring to himself, "O God, have mercy on us. We shall not survive this. We are doomed." He uttered numerous such lamentations. In the initial chaos, I was at a loss. Lying motionless in my cabin, situated at the bow of the ship, unable to articulate the tumult within my heart. Initially, unlike my previous experience, I did not succumb to remorse. Instead, I became numbed. I had believed that the anguish of death had passed, and that this tempest, like the last, would eventually subside. However, as I previously mentioned, when the captain passed by my cabin and declared our impending doom, I was thoroughly terrified. I emerged from my cabin to gaze outside, and what I beheld was a scene of utter desolation. Such a ghastly sight I had never witnessed before. Monstrous waves surged upon us every 3 to 4 minutes. A glance in all directions revealed a more tragic plight. We discovered that 2 ships moored nearby had lost their masts, felled by the weight of their cargo. Suddenly, cries of alarm erupted among the crew. A ship, approximately a mile ahead of us, had succumbed to the depths. 2 other vessels had been dislodged from their anchors by the ferocious winds, daringly venturing into the open sea, leaving not a single mast intact. The plight of the small boats was relatively better, as their diminutive size afforded them greater maneuverability upon the tumultuous waters. Yet, there were 2 or 3 small boats that were swept past our vessel by the fierce winds, their sails reduced to mere remnants as they drifted towards the open sea. As evening approached, the first mate and the boatswain earnestly implored the captain to sever the foremast. Naturally, the captain was most reluctant to comply. However, the boatswain protested that without the removal of the foremast, the ship would surely sink. Thus, the captain had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, once the foremast was hewn away, the main mast began to sway uncontrollably in the wind, causing the ship to tremble violently, compelling them to also sever the main mast. Consequently, we were left with nothing but a desolate deck. One can only imagine the turmoil within me at that moment. As a novice sailor, I had been utterly terrified by a previous minor squall, and now, confronted with a veritable tempest, my fear was compounded. At this juncture, pen in hand, as I recount my emotional state, I realized that while I was indeed frightened for my life, an even greater terror gripped me, the realization that I had strayed from the sincere contrition I had expressed not long before, and once again found myself resolutely making various pledges as I had during my previous ordeal. This sense of dread eclipsed my fear of death. Given the intensity of my feelings, coupled with the terror of the storm, I find myself at a loss to articulate my psychological state even now. Yet, the situation at that time was not the worst of it. The storm intensified with each passing moment, and even the sailors acknowledged that they had never encountered such a ferocious tempest in their lives. Our sturdy vessel, though robust, was heavily laden and riding low in the water, bucking violently amidst the tumultuous waves. The sailors could be heard intermittently exclaiming that the ship was doomed to sink. At that moment, I was still unaware of the true meaning of sinking, which, in a way, was a blessing for me. Later, after inquiring with others, I grasped the gravity of the situation. The tempest grew increasingly fierce, revealing an unusual sight. The captain, the first mate, and several other astute individuals were fervently praying, acutely aware that the vessel was in imminent peril of sinking. By midnight, calamity compounded. Among those who descended to inspect the hold, one suddenly ascended. exclaiming that the hull was leaking. Shortly thereafter, another sailor rushed up to declare that the bilge was already 4 feet deep with water. Consequently, everyone aboard was summoned to pump out the water. Upon hearing of the leak, my heart felt as though it had abruptly ceased to beat. I had been seated at the edge of my cabin's bed and, overwhelmed, collapsed onto the floor. At that moment, someone roused me, suggesting that although I had previously been of little use, I could at least assist in the pumping efforts. Bolstered by this encouragement, I rallied my spirit and promptly joined the others at the pump, exerting myself with great fervor. Just as we were laboring earnestly, the captain noted several small coal barges being swept away by the tempest. As they passed nearby, he ordered a shot to be fired as a distress signal. In my ignorance, I was startled by the gunfire, fearing the ship had been breached or some horrific event had transpired. In short, I was so frightened that I fainted beside the pump. In such dire moments, everyone was solely concerned with their own survival. No one had the capacity to tend to my plight or even glance to see what had befallen me. Another individual promptly took my place at the pump. Upon his arrival, he kicked me aside, leaving me to lie there, presumably believing I was already dead. After a considerable while, I regained consciousness. We continued to pump water incessantly, yet the bilge was flooding increasingly. It was evident that our vessel would soon succumb to the depths. At that moment, although the wind had slightly abated, it was unequivocally impossible for the ship to navigate into the harbor. The captain was compelled to fire distress signals repeatedly. A lightweight vessel, carried by the wind, drifted past us and daringly lowered a small boat to rescue us. The individuals in the small boat braved immense peril as they rowed towards our large ship. However, we were unable to descend into their craft, nor could they approach our vessel. Ultimately, the crew of the small boat exerted themselves mightily, risking their lives to save us. Meanwhile, we cast a line with a buoy from the stern of our ship, endeavoring to extend it as much as possible. After considerable effort, the small boat's occupants finally grasped the line. We gradually pulled the small boat closer to the stern, allowing the entire crew to board it. At that moment, we realized we could no longer return to their vessel, and unanimously agreed to let the small boat drift with the waves, while we strived to paddle towards the shore. Our captain pledged that should the small boat run aground, he would compensate its captain accordingly. Thus, the small boat navigated half-heartedly, partly propelled by oars and partly swayed by the currents, gradually drifting towards the northern shore, eventually nearing Cape Winterton. Within moments of leaving the large ship, we witnessed its descent into the abyss. It was then that I comprehended, for the first time in my life, the harrowing reality of maritime disasters. To be honest, when the sailors informed me that the grand ship was sinking, I could scarcely muster the courage to lift my gaze. At that moment, rather than saying I descended into the small boat, it would be more accurate to claim that the sailors unceremoniously tossed me into it. From the moment we disembarked from the small boat, my heart was shrouded in despair. This was partly due to the fright instilled by the storm, and partly because the uncertain fate of our journey filled me with profound trepidation. Despite the dire circumstances, the sailors exerted themselves vigorously to row towards the shore. As the small craft was lifted upon the crest of the waves, we could already glimpse the coastline, where numerous individuals rushed back and forth, eager to assist us upon our arrival. Yet, our progress was agonizingly slow, and we found ourselves unable to reach the land. Ultimately, we passed the Winterton lighthouse. The coastline then receded westward, extending towards Cromer, providing a slight respite from the winds, and after an arduous struggle, we finally managed to reach the shore. Once all of us were safely ashore, we proceeded on foot to Yarmouth. The local officials, wealthy merchants, and shipowners extended their warm hospitality to us, ensuring we were comfortably accommodated and providing us with sufficient funds for our journey. We could choose to head to London or return to Hull. At that moment, had I possessed even a modicum of sense, I would have returned to Hull and home, a decision that would have undoubtedly brought me immense joy. My father would have welcomed me like the father in the parable spoken by Jesus, celebrating the return of his wayward son with a feast. The family had heard of the ship I boarded meeting its tragic fate in the Yarmouth anchorage, and it was a considerable time before they learned that I had not perished in the depths. Yet, my misfortune was not yet at an end. It relentlessly compelled me to remain obstinate in my course. On several occasions, during moments of clarity, reason implored me vehemently to return home, but I lacked the courage to heed its call. I am uncertain, and I do not wish to comprehend how to label this relentless force that compels one to stubbornly persist. Yet, it is a mysterious and inescapable fate. It often drives us towards self-destructive paths, wherein we, fully aware of impending calamity, willingly plunge into the snare. Clearly, it is this very fate that renders me irrevocably bound to misfortune. It is under the influence of this destiny that I have defied the call of reason, unwilling to learn from the two calamities I encountered during my inaugural voyage. My companion, the son of the captain, is the very one who steeled my resolve to board his father's ship. Now, paradoxically, he displays greater trepidation than I. At that juncture, we were accommodated in various lodgings throughout the town of Yarmouth, thus it was not until 2 or 3 days later that he chanced upon me. As I mentioned, this was our first encounter since we disembarked. Upon our discourse, I discerned a change in his demeanor. He appeared disheartened, frequently shaking his head. He inquired about my well-being and introduced me to his father. To his father, he remarked that this was my first venture at sea, merely an experiment, with aspirations of embarking on grander voyages in the future. Upon hearing this, his father addressed me with a tone of grave concern, saying, "Young man, you ought not to sail again. This disaster serves as an ominous portent, indicating that you are ill-suited to the life of a sailor." "What do you mean, sir?" I queried. "Have you also ceased to navigate the seas?" "That is an entirely different matter," he replied. "Sailing is my profession, and thus, my duty. Your recent foray, though merely an attempt, has already granted you a taste of the divine's wrath. Should you persist in your obstinacy, the outcome shall undoubtedly be dire. Perhaps our imminent disaster is indeed a consequence of your presence aboard our vessel, akin to Jonah embarking on the ship bound for Tarshish." The captain then inquired, "Who are you? What compels you to set sail with us?" I briefly recounted my lineage to him. Upon hearing my tale, he was suddenly consumed with an inexplicable fury. He exclaimed, "What sin have I committed to deserve such a calamity on board?" He declared vehemently, "I shall never again share a vessel with you, not even for £1,000. I sensed that his irritation stemmed from the distress caused by the shipwreck, and he sought to vent his frustrations upon me. In truth, he had no right to unleash his wrath upon me. However, he later approached me with a solemn demeanor, urging me to return to my father and to refrain from further provoking fate to bring about my own ruin. He warned me that I must recognize that destiny would not spare me. "Young man," he said, "believe me, if you do not return home, no matter where you go, you shall only encounter suffering and disappointment. In that moment, your father's words will come to fruition." I neither affirmed nor denied his counsel, and soon parted ways with him, never to encounter him again, remaining entirely ignorant of his fate. As for myself, with a modest sum in my pocket, I resolved to travel to London by land. Throughout my journey and upon my arrival in London, I was engulfed in a profound internal struggle, uncertain of which path to pursue. Should I return home or embrace a life at sea? The mere thought of returning home filled me with shame, extinguishing any desire to do so. I was immediately haunted by the notion of how my neighbors would mock me. I felt not only embarrassed to face my parents, but also to confront others. This matter often lingers in my thoughts, revealing the absurdity and folly of the human heart, particularly that of the youth, who, in such moments, ought to heed the counsel of reason. Yet, they find no shame in their transgressions, but rather in their repentance. They do not consider foolish actions disgraceful, but rather the desire to amend them. If only they could awaken to this truth, they would be regarded as wise by others. Thus, I spent several days in a state of inner turmoil, uncertain of my path and what would be for the best. However, the mere thought of returning home would evoke an overwhelming sense of aversion that was difficult to suppress. As time passed, the memories of calamity began to fade, and the once wavering desire to return home diminished to a mere whisper, eventually relegated to the farthest recesses of my mind. In this manner, I found myself yearning once more for the seafaring life. Not long ago, that malevolent force had compelled me to flee my home. In my youthful ignorance, I was lost in dreams of fortune. This notion, deeply entrenched, rendered me deaf to all counsel, dismissing my father's pleas and stern commands as if they were of no consequence. I assert that it is once again this same malevolent force, whatever it may be, that has propelled me into a most unfortunate venture. I boarded a vessel bound for the shores of Africa, as sailors would say, to Guinea. In my previous escapades, I had never served as a sailor aboard a ship, which was indeed my misfortune. Had I been more diligent, I could have endured greater hardships and learned the tasks of ordinary sailors. In due course, even if I could not become a captain, it is conceivable that I might have risen to the rank of first mate or captain's assistant. Yet, it seems fated that I consistently make the most unfortunate choices, and this occasion is no exception. With a few coins in my pocket and dressed in respectable attire, I boarded the vessel as I usually do, embodying the role of a gentleman. I never engage in the affairs aboard the ship, nor do I endeavor to learn about them. In London, I forged a meaningful friendship, as was destined for me. Such fortuitous events rarely befall a wayward and reckless youth like myself. The devil often lays traps for those of my ilk early on. However, my experience was different. From the outset, I encountered a captain who had journeyed to the shores of Guinea, where he conducted a lucrative trade, prompting him to embark on another voyage. He found my conversation intriguing, perhaps because my manner of speaking was not entirely disagreeable at the time. Upon hearing my desire to explore the world, he offered me passage on his ship at no cost, inviting me to be his companion and dine with him, if I wished to bring along some goods. He would advise me on what items would yield the highest profit, thus allowing me to make some money. Grateful for the captain's generous offer, I quickly became a close friend of his. The captain, being genuinely sincere, welcomed me aboard, and I brought along a few goods. Thanks to my captain friend's integrity and selflessness, I earned a considerable sum of money. Having heeded his advice to bring a collection of toys and other trinkets worth approximately £40, which I managed to acquire with the assistance of some relatives, I wrote to them, believing that they would inform my father, or at the very least, my mother, who would then provide the funds, which a relative would send to me as the capital for my inaugural venture. It can be said that this was the sole successful expedition amidst all my life's ventures, entirely attributable to the integrity and selflessness of my captain friend. Under his guidance, I acquired some mathematical knowledge and methods related to navigation, learned to maintain a nautical log, and to observe celestial bodies. In essence, I grasped some fundamental knowledge essential for seafarers. He was eager to teach me, and I was equally enthusiastic to learn from him. In summary, this voyage transformed me into both a sailor and a merchant. From this journey, I returned with 5 pounds and 9 ounces of gold dust. Upon my return to London, I exchanged it for approximately £300, thus earning a considerable profit. This further fueled my ambition, ultimately leading to my downfall. Unfortunately, this expedition was also marked by misfortune, particularly as our trade was concentrated along the west coast of Africa. Extending from 15 degrees north latitude down to the vicinity of the equator, the weather was exceedingly hot, and I contracted the fevers commonly afflicting sailors in tropical waters, suffering from high fevers and delirium every few days. Chapter 4, Volume 1. Now, I had unmistakably become a merchant engaged in the Guinea trade. Regrettably, my captain friend passed away shortly after our return to London. Nevertheless, I resolved to embark on another journey to Guinea, reboarding the same ship, where the former first mate had assumed the role of captain. This voyage turned out to be the most unfortunate of all. Despite having earned a modest sum during my previous venture, I had brought aboard goods worth less than £100, while the remaining £200 lay securely in the custody of the captain's widow. She treated me with the same fairness and impartiality as the captain himself. However, during this particular voyage, I was beset by a series of misfortunes. The first stroke of ill fate occurred as our ship sailed towards the Canary Islands, or more precisely, navigated the waters between these islands and the western coast of Africa. One dawn, a Turkish pirate ship, its sails billowing with the wind and having set out from Surrey, suddenly emerged behind us, rapidly closing the distance. Our ship, too, unfurled its sails in a desperate attempt to flee, but the pirate vessel was swifter, steadily gaining ground. It was evident that within a matter of hours, they would surely overtake us. We promptly began to prepare for combat. Our vessel was armed with 12 cannons, yet the pirate ship boasted 18. By approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they had caught up with us. Their initial intent was to strike at our stern, but they collided violently with our starboard side. We swiftly repositioned 8 of our cannons to that side and opened fire in unison. The pirate ship began to retreat while returning fire. Their crew of around 200 men unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon us. Fortunately, our men were well concealed, resulting in no injuries on our side. As the pirates prepared for a second assault, we braced ourselves for the impending confrontation. This time, they approached from the opposite side of our stern, and over 60 of them leapt onto our deck. The marauders, upon boarding, unleashed chaos, indiscriminately slashing and severing our rigging and other equipment. We valiantly resisted with a variety of weapons, including firearms, pikes, and explosives, managing to repel them twice. I find it unnecessary to delve further into the details of this unfortunate incident. In summary, by the end, our vessel had lost its combat capabilities, resulting in the tragic demise of 3 individuals and injuries to 8 others, compelling us to surrender. We were all taken captive and escorted to Sale, a port of the Moors. Contrary to my initial apprehensions, the treatment I received there was not as dreadful as I had feared. While the others were dispatched to the emperor's palace, far from the coast, I was retained by the pirate captain as his personal prize and became his slave. This was due to my youth and agility, which rendered me useful to him. My circumstances underwent a drastic transformation, as I was abruptly cast from a merchant into the depths of a wretched slave, an alteration that filled me with profound despair. In this moment, I could not help but recall my father's prophecy. He had foretold that I would endure great suffering and find myself without recourse. Now, I realized that his words had indeed come to fruition. My current plight could not be more dire. I was subjected to divine retribution, with no salvation in sight. Alas, my suffering had only just begun. I shall elaborate further. My master took me back to his home. I had hoped that he would take me with him when he set sail. I thought that eventually he would be captured by a Spanish or Portuguese warship, and at that moment I could regain my freedom. However, this hope was soon dashed. Each time he ventured out to sea, he would leave me on shore to tend to his small garden and perform various arduous tasks customary for a slave within the household. Upon his return from his maritime endeavors, he would have me sleep in the cabin to keep watch over the ship. Throughout this period, my mind was consumed with thoughts of escape. Yet I could devise no plan that bore even the slightest glimmer of hope. Given the circumstances, I found myself entirely devoid of the means to flee. I had no one to confer with, nor any companion to join me in my escape. I found myself utterly alone, surrounded by neither fellow slaves nor any English, Irish, or Scottish individuals. Thus, 2 entire years passed in solitude. During this time, my plans for escape existed solely within the realm of my imagination, serving only as a source of self-soothing, yet they remained unfeasible in reality. Approximately 2 years later, a peculiar circumstance arose that rekindled my hopes for freedom. On this occasion, my master lingered at home longer than usual, reportedly due to financial constraints that prevented him from equipping his vessel with the necessary provisions for departure. During this period, he frequently ventured out in a small dinghy to fish in the open anchorage, at least once or twice a week, and often more, weather permitting. This dinghy was a small boat from his larger ship. Each time he set out to fish, he invariably summoned me and a young Moorish boy to row for him. Both of us, being youthful, managed to endear ourselves to him, and I indeed possessed a certain skill in fishing. Thus, on occasion, he would only ask me to accompany one of his Moorish relatives and the Moorish boy, named Molisco, to procure fish for our meals. One fine morning, we once again set out to sea for fishing. The weather was clear, and the waters were calm. Suddenly, a thick fog descended upon the sea. We had scarcely rowed a little over a nautical mile when the coastline vanished from our sight. In that moment, we could no longer discern the cardinal directions. We simply rowed desperately. We continued this way for a day and a night, and by the following morning, we discovered that not only had we not approached the shore, but rather we had drifted further out to sea, at least 6 nautical miles away from land. At last, after considerable effort and facing significant peril, we safely reached the shore. That morning, the winds were fierce and our hunger was acute. This unforeseen incident served as a stark warning to our master, who resolved to exercise greater caution in the future, ensuring to bring along a compass and provisions when venturing out to fish. Conveniently, aboard the British vessel he had captured, there lay a longboat. He commanded the carpenter on his ship, also one of his English slaves, to construct a small cabin in the center of the longboat, akin to those found on barges. Sufficient space was left at the rear for a person to stand and steer, as well as to manage the sails. Similarly, there was an area at the front accommodating 1 or 2 individuals for raising or lowering the sails. The sail employed on this longboat was a triangular sail, with the mast extending horizontally across the cabin's roof. The cabin was designed to be low yet exceedingly comfortable, accommodating him and a couple of slaves for rest, while also allowing for a table to be set for dining. The table contained several drawers stocked with various favored beverages, along with provisions such as bread, rice, and coffee. Henceforth, we frequently embarked upon fishing expeditions in this longboat. Due to my adept fishing skills, I was invariably included in these outings. On one occasion, he arranged for a few esteemed Moors from the local area to join us for a leisurely excursion or fishing trip in our longboat. To entertain our guests, he prepared a plethora of food and wine, which was loaded onto the boat the previous evening. He also instructed me to retrieve 3 short guns from his larger ship and to prepare the powder and ammunition. It seemed they intended not only to fish but also to hunt birds. I diligently followed my master's instructions and ensured that everything was in readiness. On the following morning, the boat was meticulously cleaned, and the flag was hoisted. With all arrangements completed, I awaited the arrival of the esteemed guest aboard the skiff. However, after a while, my master came aboard alone. He informed me that the guests had encountered unforeseen circumstances and would not be attending this time, but would dine at their home in the future. Consequently, he instructed me, along with the Moor and the child, to procure fish as we usually did, to prepare for the evening's hospitality. He specifically commanded us to return immediately with the cash to his residence. Naturally, I was prepared to comply with these instructions. At that moment, the old yearning for freedom surged within me once more, as I felt capable of commanding a small vessel. As soon as my master departed, I set about preparing not to fish, but for a voyage. As for the destination, I was uncertain and had not contemplated it. I merely wished to leave this place. My initial plan involved feigning to the Moor that we ought not to eat the master's provisions without contributing ourselves, and thus we should prepare our own supplies for the journey. He agreed wholeheartedly and promptly brought forth a large basket of local sweet biscuits and 3 jars of fresh water, which we loaded onto the skiff. I was aware of the location of the master's wine chest, which appeared to be a trophy seized from the English. Seizing the opportunity while the Moor disembarked, I discreetly transported the wine chest onto the skiff, placing it in a suitable spot, as if it had always belonged there. Simultaneously, I transported over 60 pounds of beeswax onto the vessel, along with a small bundle of coarse twine, an axe, a saw, and a hammer. These items later proved to be exceedingly useful, particularly the beeswax, which could be utilized for candle making. Subsequently, I conceived a novel scheme, and he, in his naivety, unwittingly fell into the trap. This Moor's name was Isma, though he was commonly referred to as Molly or Moly, and thus, I too addressed him as such. Moly, I said, our master's gun is aboard the ship. Go fetch some gunpowder and shotgun cartridges, and perhaps we might procure a few waterfowl for ourselves. I was aware that the master's gunpowder was stored on the large vessel. Indeed, he replied, I shall retrieve some. True to his word, he returned with a substantial leather bag of gunpowder, weighing at least 1.5 pounds, perhaps even more. Additionally, he brought back a large bag of shotgun cartridges and some bullets, which collectively weighed 5 or 6 pounds. He placed all of these items onto the skiff. In the meantime, I discovered some of the master's gunpowder in the main cabin. I extracted a large wine bottle, which contained a mere remnant of wine. I poured the scant wine into another bottle and filled the empty one with gunpowder. With everything prepared, we commenced our departure from the port to engage in fishing. The soldiers stationed at the port fortress recognized us, hence they paid us no heed. We had scarcely sailed a mile from the harbor when we lowered the sails to begin our fishing endeavors. At that moment, the wind was blowing from the northeast, contrary to my desires. For had the wind been from the south, I would have been confident in navigating the vessel toward the Spanish coast, or at the very least, to the Gulf of Cadiz in southwestern Spain. However, my resolve was unwavering, regardless of the tempest. All I desired was to escape the dreadful place where I currently resided. The rest, I would leave to fate. We fished for a while, yet caught not a single fish. Even if one were to bite, I refrained from reeling it in, lest the Moor catch sight of it. I then expressed my concern to him, stating that this could not continue. How could we possibly entertain our host? We needed to venture farther away. He considered this proposition and found it acceptable, thus agreeing. He took his position at the bow and raised the sail, while I steered from the stern. In this manner, we navigated the vessel for approximately 3 nautical miles before coming to a halt, as if preparing to fish once more. I entrusted the helm to the Moorish boy and made my way toward the spot where the Moor stood at the bow. I bent down, pretending to search for something behind him. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity, I thrust my arm forcefully against him, propelling him into the sea. This Moor was an adept swimmer. Quickly surfacing to the top, he cried out for my assistance, pleading for me to allow him back aboard. Professing his willingness to accompany me to the ends of the earth, he glided through the water like a fish, swimming with remarkable speed, while the wind was gentle, and our little boat progressed slowly. It was evident he would soon catch up to us. I entered the cabin and retrieved a shotgun, aiming the weapon at the Moor. I assured him that I meant him no harm, provided he refrained from any foolishness. I remarked, "You swim exceedingly well. You are entirely capable of returning to shore. The sea is calm now, so hasten back. I shall not harm you. However, should you draw near my vessel, I will not hesitate to shoot you." My resolve to escape and seek freedom had been firmly established. He immediately turned and swam back toward the shore. I harbor no doubt that he will undoubtedly reach the shore, for his swimming abilities are indeed commendable. In truth, I could have drowned the child and taken that Moor with me. However, I could not bring myself to trust him. As previously mentioned, the Moorish boy is named Molisco, though everyone calls him Zoli. After the Moor departed, I addressed him, saying, Zoli, if you remain loyal to me, I shall make you an exceptional individual. Yet, if you do not strike your own cheek and swear allegiance to me by the name of Muhammad, I shall cast you into the sea. The child smiled at me and pledged his loyalty, expressing a desire to accompany me to the ends of the earth. His innocent demeanor rendered me incapable of mistrusting him. The Moor was swimming in the ocean, and our ship remained within his line of sight. At that moment, I deliberately steered the vessel directly against the wind, heading straight into the open sea. This maneuver would lead them to believe I was heading towards the Strait of Gibraltar. Indeed, any sensible person would assume as much. No one would contemplate that we were sailing towards the shores inhabited by southern savages. There, before we could even disembark, we would be encircled by the canoes of various African tribes, meeting our demise, even if we managed to reach land. We would either fall prey to wild beasts or be consumed by the more merciless savages. However, by evening, I altered our course. Our ship veered southeastward, allowing us to navigate along the coastline. The winds were favorable, and the sea was calm, prompting me to unfurl the sails and propel the ship forward. Given our speed at that time, I estimated we would make landfall by 3 o'clock the following afternoon. At that time, I had already ventured 150 miles south of Sail, far removed from the territories of the Moroccan emperor and outside the dominion of any king, as we could see no signs of human presence there. Nevertheless, I was utterly terrified of the Moors, fearing I might once again fall into their clutches. Thus, with the wind at my back, I neither approached the shore nor dropped anchor, and we sailed continuously for 5 days. Gradually, the wind shifted to a southerly direction, and I surmised that even if they dispatched a vessel in pursuit, they would likely cease their efforts at this juncture. Therefore, I boldly steered towards the coastline and anchored at the mouth of a small river. I was unaware of my location, the latitude, the country, the people, or the river. All around me, there was no sign of humanity, nor did I wish to encounter any. All I required at that moment was fresh water. As evening fell, we entered the river's mouth, resolving to wait until darkness descended to venture ashore and assess the situation. However, once night enveloped us, we were met with the terrifying cacophony of various wild beasts howling and roaring, the nature of which was utterly unknown to us. This frightful din sent the poor child into a state of sheer panic, pleading that we wait until dawn to disembark. I acquiesced, saying, "Very well, Zoli. I shall refrain from going ashore." Yet, I pondered that we might encounter some people during the day who could be as ferocious as lions. Zoli chuckled and suggested, "Then we shall shoot them away." Zoli was able to converse in English among our slaves, albeit with an imperfect accent. Seeing Zoli in such high spirits brought me joy as well. Thus, I retrieved a bottle of wine from my master's cellar and poured a little for him to drink, to bolster his courage. Regardless, Zoli's proposal held merit, and I embraced his counsel. Thus, we dropped anchor and lay quietly on the boat throughout the entire night. We merely lay there, for we indeed did not close our eyes even for a moment. After 2 or 3 hours, a multitude of various colossal beasts arrived at the shoreline, frolicking in the water, bathing, or cooling their massive bodies. I could not name these creatures, and their furious roars were unlike anything I had ever encountered, truly terrifying. Zoli was petrified, and I was equally frightened. However, what truly sent shivers down our spines was the sound of a giant beast swimming towards our vessel, though we could not see it. The sound of its breathing indicated it was an immensely formidable creature. Zoli suggested it was a lion, and I thought it quite possible. Poor Zoli called out loudly for me to raise the anchor and row away. "No," I replied, "Zoli. We can release the anchor line along with the buoy and move the boat further into the sea. Those beasts cannot swim far. They will not be able to follow." No sooner had I spoken than the giant creature was less than 2 oars' lengths from the boat. I immediately retreated into the cabin, seized my gun, and fired at the beast. It promptly turned and swam back towards the shore. The moment the gunshot echoed, the creatures on the land and in the mountains erupted into a cacophony of roars, a truly hair-raising sight. I surmised that these beasts had likely never heard a gunshot before, which accounted for their sheer terror. This further convinced me that not only was it unwise to venture ashore at night, but even during the day, it posed a considerable risk. Falling into the hands of savages would be akin to being ensnared by lions or tigers. At the very least, we both fear these two dangers. Chapter 5, Volume 1. Nevertheless, we must somehow reach the shore to procure some fresh water, as the remaining supply on the vessel has dwindled to less than a pint. The pressing questions are, when shall we land? Where can we find water? Zoli suggested that if I permitted him to take a container ashore, he would seek out water and bring it back if he found any. I inquired why he should go instead of me, allowing him to remain on the boat. His earnest and heartfelt response endeared him to me from that moment on. He said, "If the savages come, they will eat me, and you can escape." I replied, "Very well, Zoli, if the savages do come, we shall both shoot them down together. Neither of us shall be consumed by them." I offered Zoli a piece of dry bread and poured him a bit of wine from the original owner's cask, the origin of which I had mentioned earlier. We maneuvered the boat closer to the shore, and together we waded ashore. Aside from firearms, ammunition, and 2 water containers, we carried nothing else. I was hesitant to stray too far from the boat, fearing that a savage canoe might drift downstream from above. However, the boy, upon spotting a low-lying area a mile away, ambled towards it. Before long, I saw him sprinting back towards me. I feared he was being pursued by savages or frightened by some wild beast, and rushed to assist him. As he drew near, I noticed he was carrying a creature resembling a rabbit. Though its coloration differed and its legs were longer, it turned out to be the game he had hunted. The flesh of this creature must be delectable, and for that, we were all greatly pleased. However, more delightful was the news from Zoli, who informed me that he had discovered fresh water and had not encountered any wild men. Yet, we later realized that we need not exert ourselves so much to procure water. By moving slightly upstream along the small river where we were situated, we could easily gather fresh water when the tide receded, as the sea had not encroached far into the river. We filled all our containers with water and feasted on the wild rabbit we had slain, preparing ourselves for the journey ahead. Throughout that region, we persistently found no trace of human presence. I had previously visited this coastline and was aware that the Canary Islands and Cape Verde Islands were not far from the mainland. However, our vessel lacked instruments to measure our latitude, and I had forgotten the precise coordinates of these islands, rendering us unable to locate them or determine when to leave the coast for the islands. Otherwise, I would have easily found them. My sole hope now was to sail along the coast until reaching a place frequented by British merchants, where we would surely encounter passing merchant ships that could rescue us. I estimated that the area I currently occupied lay precisely between the Kingdom of Morocco and the regions inhabited by black tribes. Here, only wild beasts roamed, and it was utterly desolate. The black tribes had abandoned this area, fleeing from the Moors' harassment, while the Moors shunned the savage land, preferring not to dwell in a place teeming with ferocious beasts such as tigers, lions, leopards, and other wild creatures. Thus, both Moors and blacks had forsaken this territory. However, the Moors occasionally come here to hunt. Each time they arrive, there are at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them, akin to the march of an army. In truth, we traversed approximately 100 miles along the coastline, encountering desolation and solitude by day. At night, the only sounds were the roars of wild beasts, echoing in succession. On 1 or 2 occasions during the day, I fancied I glimpsed the peaks of the Canary Islands, specifically the summit of Mount Tide. At that moment, I was tempted to take the risk of sailing closer. However, after 2 attempts, I was thwarted by contrary winds. Moreover, the seas were tumultuous, and our vessel was too small to venture into the open waters. Consequently, I resolved to adhere to our original plan and continue navigating along the coast. After departing from that location, we were compelled to land several times to procure fresh water. Particularly, on one early morning, we anchored at a small promontory. The tide was rising, and we intended to wait for the waters to swell before proceeding further in. Zoli, with sharper eyes than mine, whispered for me to move the boat further away from the shore. He pointed and exclaimed that a terrifying creature was sleeping beneath the small hill. I glanced in the direction he indicated and indeed beheld a fearsome beast. It was a giant lion, peacefully slumbering in the shadow of the hill. I suggested to Zoli, "Why don't you go ashore and slay it?" Zoli, taken aback, replied, "Me? Go and kill it? It would devour me in one bite." I ceased further conversation with the boy, instructing him to remain there quietly. I seized the largest firearm, loaded it with ample gunpowder, and placed 2 substantial bullets beside it. Subsequently, I took up a second gun, inserting 2 bullets, and then a third firearm, which I loaded with 5 smaller rounds. With the first large gun in hand, I aimed as best as I could at the lion's head and fired. However, as the lion lay there, it slightly raised its foreleg, obscuring its nose, and the bullet struck its knee instead, shattering the bone. Startled, the lion roared and sprang up, only to realize one leg was broken and tumbled back to the ground, then rose on 3 legs, emitting a piercing roar. I was taken aback, realizing I had not struck its head. At that moment, the lion seemed intent on retreating, prompting me to hastily grasp the second gun, aiming once more at its head and firing. It collapsed, letting out a faint roar before struggling desperately. At this juncture, Zoli, emboldened, requested permission to venture ashore. "Very well, go ahead," I replied. He leapt into the water, one hand brandishing a short gun while the other propelled him forward. Approaching the beast, he positioned the muzzle against the lion's ear and fired again, ultimately ending the life of the ferocious creature. This endeavor was merely a diversion for us, as the lion's flesh was hardly edible. To expend 3 portions of gunpowder and ammunition for such a futile quarry seemed utterly unworthy, and I felt a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, Zoli insisted on retrieving something from the lion. He then asked me for an axe. "For what purpose, Zoli?" I inquired. "I intend to sever its head," he declared. As a result, Zoli was unable to sever the lion's head but managed to bring back one of its feet. The foot was indeed terrifyingly large. I contemplated that the lion's hide might prove beneficial to us, and thus resolved to attempt to skin it. So, Zoli and I set out to remove the hide. In this endeavor, Zoli displayed far greater skill than I, while I was utterly uncertain of where to begin. We toiled tirelessly for an entire day before finally stripping the hide away. We laid the hide upon the deck of the ship, and 2 days later, it had dried. Subsequently, I utilized it as a blanket for sleep. Following this halt, we sailed southward for 11 or 12 consecutive days, during which our provisions dwindled, compelling us to ration our food. Aside from the necessity of disembarking to procure fresh water, we rarely approached the shore. My aim in this was to navigate the vessel to the Gambian or Senegalese coasts of Africa, in other words, to reach the vicinity of Cape Verde, hoping to encounter European merchant ships there. Should fortune not favor me with such an encounter, I would be at a loss as to my next course of action. I would then have to seek out those islands or succumb to the hands of the natives. I understood that merchant vessels traveling from Europe to the Guinea coast or to Brazil and the East Indies would inevitably pass by this cape or these islands. In essence, I had staked my entire fate on this singular opportunity. Encountering a merchant ship would mean salvation, whereas failing to do so would lead to certain demise. Resolute in my decision, I continued to sail for approximately 10 more days, eventually sighting signs of habitation in 2 or 3 locations as our ship passed. I observed individuals standing on the shore gazing at us. Notably, they were entirely unclothed and possessed skin of a deep ebony hue. Once, I felt a strong urge to approach the shore and engage with them, but Zorik urged me not to go. Nevertheless, I steered closer to the coastline to converse with them. I noticed they had followed my vessel along the shore for quite a distance. Observing them closely, I saw that none bore weapons, save for one individual who wielded a slender stick. Zorik informed me that it was a type of spear gun, capable of being thrown both far and accurately. I dared not approach too closely, opting instead to communicate through gestures as best I could. I made a particular effort to signal for food. They, in turn, waved for me to halt the boat, promising to return with some meat for us. Accordingly, I lowered the triangular sail and brought the vessel to a stop. 2 of them dashed back towards their village. In less than half an hour, they returned, bearing 2 pieces of jerky and some grains. These were likely their local products, though neither Zorik nor I could identify them. While we were indeed eager for the food, the challenge lay in how to procure it. We were too apprehensive to approach the shore, and they felt the same trepidation towards us. Ultimately, they devised a solution that ensured safety for both parties. They placed the items on the shore and then retreated, allowing us to retrieve the goods before they approached again. We gestured our gratitude, despite being unable to offer anything in return. As fortune would have it, at that very moment, an excellent opportunity arose, allowing us to significantly repay their kindness. At that moment, 2 colossal beasts suddenly charged down from the mountains towards the shoreline. It appeared as though the latter was pursuing the former. Whether they were engaged in a mating chase, playful antics, or a fierce struggle remained a mystery to us. Simultaneously, we were uncertain if such occurrences were commonplace or mere happenstance. However, judging by the circumstances at that time, the latter seemed more plausible. Firstly, these ferocious creatures typically do not venture out during daylight hours, and secondly, we observed the profound terror etched on the faces of the black inhabitants, particularly the women, who were gripped by fear. They all fled, leaving only the man armed with a dart gun. Yet, the 2 behemoths, upon reaching the shore, did not attack the frightened populace. Instead, they leaped into the sea, swimming about as if engaged in a game. To my astonishment, one of the creatures approached our vessel. Thankfully, I had anticipated such an event. I swiftly loaded my weapon with ammunition and instructed Zoli to prepare the other 2 guns as well. As soon as the monstrous creature entered my line of fire, I immediately fired, striking it in the head. The beast promptly sank beneath the waves, only to resurface, thrashing violently in a desperate struggle for survival. It hastily attempted to swim towards the shore, but due to the fatal wound and the suffocating embrace of the seawater, it perished before reaching land. The unfortunate black individuals, upon hearing the gunshot and witnessing the flash of fire from the weapon, displayed a terror that words could scarcely encapsulate. A few were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Eventually, upon seeing the monstrous creature lifeless and submerged, and as I gestured for them to approach the shore, they mustered the courage to come forth and search for the deceased beast. I tracked down the colossal beast by the bloodstains in the water and ensnared it with a rope, which I then handed to the local men, instructing them to drag it ashore. Upon their efforts, we discovered that it was an extraordinarily unique leopard, adorned with striking black spots, exuding an exquisite beauty. The men raised their hands in unison, expressing their astonishment, utterly perplexed as to the means by which I had brought the leopard down. The gunfire and flashes had already frightened another immense creature into the water, which swiftly retreated into the mountains. The distance was too great for me to discern its identity. Shortly thereafter, I noticed the men's desire to feast on the leopard's flesh, and I was more than willing to oblige them. Their gratitude was palpable as they promptly set to work skinning the animal. Despite lacking knives, they utilized a thinly shaved piece of wood, and astonishingly, they removed the skin with greater speed than we could have with blades. They offered me some of the leopard's meat, which I declined, gesturing for them to keep it all. However, I did express my desire for the leopard's pelt. Without hesitation, they handed it over nonchalantly. They also presented me with a generous supply of food, the contents of which were unknown to me, yet I graciously accepted. Next, I gestured for water, holding a jar upside down to indicate that it was empty, hoping to have it filled. They quickly communicated my request to their companions, and soon 2 women arrived carrying a large clay jar of water. I surmised that the jar had been sunbaked. They placed the jar on the ground and retreated to a distance, just as they had done previously. I instructed Zoli to take 3 jars ashore to fetch water. The women, like the men, were entirely nude, without a stitch of clothing. At that moment, I had gathered a considerable amount of grains and water, and thus bid farewell to the amiable Africans. I sailed for approximately 11 days without once setting foot on land. Eventually, I beheld a stretch of land protruding from the sea, situated about 13 or 14 nautical miles from our vessel. The sea was calm, and as I passed this cape from a distance, I rounded it at a distance of about 6 nautical miles offshore, only to discover that there was indeed land on the opposite side of the cape as well. By this point, I was thoroughly convinced that I had arrived at Cape Verde, and that the islands across from me were the Cape Verde archipelago. However, both the cape and the islands remained distant, leaving me uncertain about my next course of action. A strong wind could prevent me from reaching anywhere at all. In this moment of indecision, I gloomily retreated to my cabin and allowed my companion to take the helm. Suddenly, the boy exclaimed, "Master, master, a large sailing ship." This naive child believed that his original master had sent a ship in pursuit, nearly fainting from fright. Yet, I was well aware that we had sailed far beyond their reach. I leapt from the cabin and not only spotted the ship immediately but also discerned that it was a Portuguese vessel. I surmised it was headed towards the Guinea coast to engage in the slave trade. However, upon observing its course, I realized that it was bound for another direction entirely, showing no intention of coming ashore. Therefore, I exerted every effort to steer my ship further into the sea, determined to establish contact with them as best I could. Despite my earnest efforts to sail forth, it soon became apparent that I could not possibly intercept their course. Before I could signal them, their vessels would have already passed. I pursued them under full sail at maximum speed for a while, but despair began to envelop me. At that moment, however, it seemed they had spotted us through their telescope. Upon observing that my craft was a European skiff, they must have assumed it was a lifeboat launched from a larger ship in distress, prompting them to lower their sails and wait for us. This act filled me with great hope. I had on board the flag of our original owner, which I then waved as a distress signal, simultaneously firing a gun to attract their attention. They witnessed both signals. Although they later informed me that they did not hear the gunfire, they did see the smoke. Recognizing my signals, they halted their ship to await our arrival. Such kindness was truly remarkable. After approximately 3 hours, I finally drew alongside their grand vessel. They inquired about my identity in Portuguese, Spanish, and French, but I could not comprehend their words. Eventually, a Scottish sailor came aboard, and I conveyed to him that I was an Englishman who had escaped from the Moors of Sale. Consequently, they graciously allowed me on board and assisted in bringing all my belongings onto the larger ship. Chapter 6. Volume 1. It is difficult to express the sheer joy that enveloped me, as everyone believed that I had miraculously found a way to survive. I immediately offered all my possessions to the captain in gratitude for his life-saving generosity, but he was exceedingly magnanimous. He spoke to me, stating that he desired nothing in return. Upon my arrival in Brazil, he would restore all my belongings to me. He remarked, "Today, I have saved your life. And I hope that one day, someone else will save mine, for who knows when I might encounter a similar fate. Moreover, I have brought you to Brazil. Far from your homeland, should I take your possessions, you would suffer in this foreign land, which would render my act of saving your life paradoxically a means of delivering you to death. No, dear sir from England. My bringing you to Brazil is purely an act of benevolence." His intentions were indeed generous, and he diligently upheld his promise. He commanded his crew not to touch any of my belongings. Subsequently, he decided to take all my items into his custody, providing me with a detailed inventory for future reference. Even my 3 water jars were meticulously noted. He also observed that my small boat was quite commendable. He expressed his desire to purchase the boat for use aboard the larger vessel and asked me to propose a price. I replied that his kindness rendered me hesitant to name a figure, informing him that he could offer whatever he deemed appropriate. He stated that he could initially provide me with 80 Spanish silver coins, the type marked with an 8, which could be exchanged for cash in Brazil. Upon arrival, if anyone was willing to pay a higher price, he would gladly make up the difference. He also expressed his willingness to pay 60 Spanish silver coins for the boat. This sum, I found, was simply unacceptable. It is not that I am unwilling to surrender Zoli to the captain. Rather, I am loath to compromise the freedom of this unfortunate child. Throughout my arduous journey towards liberation, he has demonstrated unwavering loyalty to me. I conveyed my reluctance to sell Zoli's freedom to the captain, who, acknowledging the validity of my concerns, proposed a compromise. Should the child embrace Christianity, his freedom would be restored after 10 years, and he would enter into a contract as a servant. Based on this condition, I ultimately acquiesced, especially since Zoli himself expressed a desire to accompany the captain. The voyage to Brazil proved remarkably auspicious, culminating in our arrival at the Bay of Santos approximately 22 days later. Now liberated from my predicament, I contemplated my next steps. The captain's generous and selfless acts are truly beyond measure. Not only did he waive my fare, but he also purchased my leopard skin for 20 circulating European coins and my lion skin for 40 coins. He promptly returned all my belongings from the small boat. Additionally, he acquired everything I was willing to sell, including a cask of wine, 2 guns, and a substantial piece of beeswax, the remainder of which I had crafted into candles during the journey. In summary, I garnered a total of 220 Spanish silver coins from the sale of my possessions. With this sum, I set foot on the Brazilian coast. Shortly after my arrival in Brazil, the captain introduced me to a plantation owner, a man of integrity and selflessness akin to the captain himself. He owned a sugarcane plantation and a sugar mill. I resided with him for a time, gaining insight into the cultivation of sugarcane and the sugar-making process. I observed that the plantation owners in Brazil led prosperous lives, amassing wealth in a remarkably short span of time. Thus, I pondered that if I could obtain a residence permit in Brazil, I too would aspire to become a plantation owner. Concurrently, I resolved to devise a means to transfer the funds I had deposited in London to Brazil. In pursuit of the immigration certificate, I invested generously in some uncultivated land and formulated a plan for operating a plantation and establishing a settlement based on the capital I anticipated receiving from London. I had a neighbor, a Portuguese gentleman born in Lisbon, though his parents hailed from England. His name was Wells. At that time, his circumstances mirrored my own. I referred to him as my neighbor because our plantations were closely adjacent and we frequently interacted. Both of us possessed limited capital. In the initial 2 years, we subsisted solely on the cultivation of staple crops. However, it was not long before we began to flourish, and our plantations started to find their footing. Consequently, in the 3rd year, we planted tobacco. Simultaneously, we each acquired a substantial tract of land, preparing to cultivate sugarcane in the forthcoming year. Nevertheless, we both felt the acute need for labor. At that moment, I lamented my decision to relinquish Zoli to others, a choice I now regretted profoundly. Alas, I have consistently managed to misstep in my endeavors, never having accomplished anything to satisfaction. Such a pattern of conduct is hardly surprising for me. Now, I find myself with no alternative but to struggle to persevere. My current livelihood is utterly incongruous with my nature and abilities, starkly contrasting the life I yearned for. In pursuit of the life I desired, I defied my father's wishes and left my homeland. I am now managing a plantation and am on the verge of leading the middle-class existence my father had long urged me to embrace. However, if I truly yearn for a middle-class existence, I could easily remain at home. Why must I wander the world and toil so relentlessly? To embrace a life of middle-class comfort, I could simply stay in England, surrounded by friends and family, rather than journeying to this desolate, remote land, mingling with savages. Here, I am distanced from the world, and no one knows of my whereabouts. Whenever I reflect upon my current predicament, I am filled with regret. Aside from occasional interactions with my neighbor, there is scarcely anyone with whom I can converse. I am devoid of work, compelled to labor with my own hands. I often tell myself that I feel as though I have been cast away on a deserted island, solitary and forlorn. Yet, when individuals compare their circumstances to those in a more dire situation, fate often compels them to swap positions, allowing them to appreciate the joys of their past lives through personal experience. This divine justice is indeed fair. We all ought to engage in deep self-reflection regarding this matter. I liken my current existence to that of solitary life on an island. And it seems I am destined to endure such a fate precisely because I have failed to find contentment in my present circumstances. The heavens have dealt with me in a manner that is just. Had I persisted in my former life, perhaps I could have transformed into a wealthy individual. When my plans for cultivating a plantation began to take shape, my friend, the captain who rescued me at sea, returned. This time, his ship is docked here to load cargo. And after the cargo is loaded, it will set sail again, embarking on a voyage lasting approximately 3 months. I informed him of my modest capital remaining in London, to which he offered a friendly and sincere piece of advice. Mr. British, as he consistently referred to me, suggested that I write a letter and provide a formal power of attorney to the individual safeguarding my deposit in London, instructing them to transfer the funds to Lisbon, to be handed over to my designated representative. With that money, he advised procuring some useful goods here. Should fortune smile upon me, I could return with these items. However, as fate is often unpredictable, I propose that you risk half of your capital, amounting to £100. If all goes well, you can withdraw the remaining half in the same manner. Thus, even in the event of an unfortunate outcome, you would still have the other half to sustain yourself. The captain's recommendation was indeed a sound strategy, born out of genuine friendship, and I firmly believed it to be a fail-safe plan. Consequently, I complied with the captain's request, penning a letter to the lady managing my deposit, alongside a power of attorney, which I entrusted to the Portuguese captain. In my correspondence to the widow of the British captain, I meticulously recounted my perilous journey, how I became a slave, my escape, and my encounter with this generous and kind-hearted Portuguese captain, as well as my current predicament. Furthermore, I provided an itemized list of the goods I required. Upon arriving in Lisbon, the honorable Portuguese captain managed to deliver my letter, along with the details of my perilous adventures, to a merchant in London through a certain English trader in Lisbon. This London merchant, in turn, meticulously conveyed my circumstances to the widow. Upon receiving the letter and learning of my plight, the lady not only returned the full sum of money but also graciously offered a portion of her personal savings as a token of gratitude to the Portuguese captain for his kindness towards me. With this sum of £100, the London merchant procured all the goods listed by the captain and shipped them directly to Lisbon for the captain. The captain then safely transported all the goods to Brazil. Among these items were an array of tools, ironware, and implements, all of which proved immensely beneficial for managing a plantation. The captain had demonstrated remarkable thoughtfulness, as I had not even considered bringing such essentials myself, being a novice in plantation management at the time. When the shipment arrived in Brazil, I felt as though I had struck a fortune, overwhelmed with joy. Simultaneously, my capable steward, who happened to be the captain, utilized the £5 the widow had gifted him to acquire a servant for me under a 6-year contract, during which he would not receive any wages, provided I offered him a small amount of our homegrown tobacco. This tobacco was something I insisted he accept. Moreover, my goods, including fabric, velvet, and coarse wool, were all authentic British products, while other items were particularly valuable and in high demand in this region. I successfully sold my produce at a high price, reaping a 4-fold profit. As it stands, my plantation's progress has significantly surpassed that of my unfortunate neighbor. The first step I took was to acquire a black slave and a European servant. Moreover, as previously mentioned, the Portuguese captain brought me a servant from Lisbon. It is often said that with rapid wealth comes trouble, and my situation exemplifies this adage perfectly. The following year, my plantation flourished remarkably. I harvested 50 bundles of tobacco, which not only met local demand but also left me with a substantial surplus. Each of these 50 bundles weighed over 100 pounds. I carefully dried and stored them, awaiting the return of merchant ships from Lisbon. At this juncture, my business thrived and my finances flourished, leading my mind to be filled with a plethora of impractical plans and dreams. Such delusions often lead to the downfall of even the most astute merchants. Had I been able to maintain a peaceful and prosperous existence, my life would undoubtedly have been exceedingly joyful. It was precisely for the sake of attaining such happiness that my father earnestly urged me to lead a life of moderation and tranquility, asserting that only a life of balance could yield true contentment. His perspective was indeed sensible and pragmatic. Yet, unbeknownst to me, another fate awaited. I was the architect of my own misfortune, compounding my errors, which I would later reflect upon with profound regret. The calamities I subsequently faced were the result of my obstinate obsession with the foolish desire to explore the world, a wish I stubbornly endeavored to fulfill. Consequently, I transgressed against the will of nature and the Creator, as well as my own calling, forsaking the pursuit of a fulfilling life through conventional and legitimate means, thereby inflicting upon myself immeasurable harm. Just as I had previously fled from my parents, I once again found myself discontent with my circumstances. I had the opportunity to amass wealth through the management of a plantation, yet I callously cast aside this promising vision of happiness in favor of an impractical fantasy. I entertained the whimsical notion of becoming a sudden magnate, rather than accumulating riches through the diligent efforts typical of most individuals. Thus, I plunged myself into the depths of profound misfortune. Had I not harbored such illusory aspirations, my life would undoubtedly have been filled with comfort and tranquility. Now, allow me to gradually unfold to the readers all that transpired thereafter. You may imagine that by this time, I had spent 4 years in Brazil, and my plantation was gradually flourishing. I not only mastered the local language but also established numerous acquaintances and friendships among the plantation owners and merchants in the city. The city I refer to as Salvador, the port city where I first landed in Brazil. In my conversations with them, I often recounted my 2 voyages along the coast of Guinea, sharing insights about conducting business with the African populace. I expressed to them how remarkably easy it was to trade with Africans. With merely a collection of assorted goods, such as imitation pearls, toys, knives, axes, and glassware, one could procure gold dust, spices from Guinea, ivory, and even enslaved individuals. At that time in Brazil, there was an acute demand for a substantial labor force of enslaved individuals. Whenever I broach these topics, the audience listens intently. Particularly, the matter of the slave trade captivates their interest. At that time, the trafficking of enslaved individuals was just beginning to gain momentum. Merchants engaged in this trade were required to enter into contracts, pledging to supply enslaved individuals to the Spanish and Portuguese colonies, and they had to secure the approval of the Spanish or Portuguese monarchs. The trade in enslaved individuals was a monopoly, resulting in a limited importation of enslaved individuals to Brazil, with prices exceedingly high. On one occasion, I engaged in a spirited discussion on this subject with several plantation owners and merchants I was acquainted with. The following morning, 3 individuals sought me out. They expressed that they had reflected seriously on our conversation from the previous night and had come to propose a suggestion, which they insisted must remain confidential. Consequently, they implored me to maintain the utmost secrecy. They then conveyed their desire to outfit a ship bound for Guinea. They mentioned that, like myself, they owned plantations. Yet they were in dire need of labor. They could not afford to engage openly in the slave trade, as they would not be able to publicly sell enslaved individuals upon their return to Brazil. Thus, they planned to make a singular trip to Guinea, covertly landing the enslaved individuals back in Brazil to be subsequently distributed among their respective plantations. In essence, the crux of the matter was whether I would be willing to oversee the cargo on their vessel and manage the transactions along the Guinea coast. They proposed that I would not need to invest any capital, but upon our return, the enslaved individuals would be shared equally among us. It must be acknowledged that if this proposal were presented to someone who neither resides here nor operates their own plantation, it would indeed be exceedingly alluring. The prospect of amassing a considerable fortune is enticing, especially given the substantial capital they have invested, while I would not be required to expend a single penny. However, my circumstances are entirely different. I have established my foothold in Brazil, and by managing my plantation for another 2 or 3 years, coupled with the transfer of £100 stored in England, I am confident that, along with my modest savings, I could effortlessly accumulate a fortune of £3,000 to £4,000, with the potential for continuous growth. For someone in my current position to contemplate embarking on this voyage would be utterly absurd. Yet, I find myself, as if fated to self-destruction, unable to resist the allure of such a proposal, reminiscent of my earlier determination to circumnavigate the globe despite my father's sage counsel. In a word, I conveyed to them that as long as they agreed to oversee my plantation in my absence and manage it according to my wishes in the event of my misfortune, I would be most willing to journey to Guinea with them. They all readily assented, and formal agreements were drawn. I also prepared a legally binding will, outlining the disposition of my plantation and assets. I appointed my savior, the captain, as the sole heir to my plantation and possessions, with the stipulation that he would administer my estate in accordance with my directives, half for himself and half to be sent to England. In sum, I undertook every conceivable measure to safeguard my property and maintain the operation of my plantation. However, had I devoted even half the thought to my own interests, weighing the merits of my actions, I would never have forsaken my flourishing career, casting aside the prospects of prosperity to embark upon this voyage. It is crucial to acknowledge that maritime journeys are invariably fraught with peril, and I am acutely aware of my propensity for misfortune. Chapter 7, Volume 1. Yet, I found myself compelled by fate, heedlessly succumbing to my own illusions, casting reason aside. Consequently, I equipped the vessel and loaded the cargo. My companions diligently arranged the matters I entrusted to them as per our agreement. On September 1st, 1659, I boarded the ship, a date imbued with ill omen. 8 years prior, I had defied my parents' stern commands, disregarding my own welfare, to leave home from Hull, also on the 1st of September. Our ship, with a capacity of 120 tons, was armed with 6 cannons, and in addition to the captain, his young servant, and myself, there were 14 others aboard. The cargo consisted of no substantial goods, merely trifles suitable for trading with the locals, such as imitation beads, glassware, shells, and various other novelties like telescopes, knives, scissors, and axes. On the very day I embarked, the ship set sail. We navigated northward along the coast, intending to cross the ocean between latitudes 10 and 12 degrees north, heading directly towards Africa. This was a route commonly taken from South America to Africa at that time, as we proceeded along the Brazilian coastline. The weather was favorable throughout our journey, albeit rather sweltering. At last, we arrived at Cape St. Augustine, a promontory that juts into the sea on the eastern coast of Brazil. Beyond Cape St. Augustine, we departed from the shore and ventured into the open waters, steering northeast by north, seemingly bound for the island of Fernando de Noronha, and then onward across those islands toward the west. Following this course, we navigated for approximately 12 days before crossing the equator. Based on our last observations, we found ourselves at a latitude of 7 degrees and 22 minutes north. Unexpectedly, we were beset by a fierce hurricane, which initially blew in from the southeast, then shifted to the northwest, eventually unleashing a powerful northeast wind. The violent gales persisted for 12 days, leaving us utterly at a loss, compelled to let the vessel drift with the tempest, subject to the whims of fate and the raging winds. It goes without saying that during these 12 days, I lived in constant dread of being engulfed by the towering waves, and none aboard the ship harbored any hope of survival. In this dire predicament, the storm had instilled a profound terror in us, and at that moment, one crew member succumbed to a tropical illness, while another and a small servant were swept overboard by the surging waves. On the 22nd day, the winds and waves began to abate. The captain did his utmost to assess our situation and discovered that our vessel had drifted to approximately 11 degrees north latitude. It's still 20 degrees west of Cape St. Augustine. The captain noted that our current position was near the northern coast of Brazil or the coast of Guyana. We had passed the mouth of the Amazon River and were approaching the Orinoco River, renowned as the Great River. Consequently, the captain and I conferred on our navigation route. He advocated for returning the ship to the Brazilian coast, as the vessel had sustained considerable leakage and damage. I vehemently opposed the notion of returning to Brazil. Together with him, I examined the nautical charts of the Americas, ultimately concluding that unless we ventured to the Caribbean islands, we would find no inhabited land to seek assistance. Consequently, we resolved to set sail towards the Barbados Islands. We estimated that, provided we could evade the Gulf of Mexico's countercurrent and navigate the open sea. We could arrive within a fortnight. There, if we could not effect repairs on the vessel and replenish our provisions and crew, reaching the African coast would be beyond our grasp. With our plans firmly established, we altered our course, steering northwest in hopes of reaching a British isle, where I anticipated finding aid. However, our navigational fate was not ours to dictate. At a latitude of 12 degrees and 18 minutes north, we encountered a second tempest. The winds as fierce as the last, driving our ship westward, ultimately dislodging us from the usual trade routes and away from the realms of civilization. In such dire circumstances, even if we were fortunate enough to escape the depths of the ocean, we would surely fall prey to savages. As for returning home, that was a notion beyond consideration. The gale raged relentlessly, and the situation grew increasingly perilous. One morning, a crew member suddenly cried out, "Land!" Just as we intended to rush out of the cabin to ascertain our location, the ship abruptly ran aground on a sandy shore, immovable. Towering waves surged into the vessel, and we felt death looming ever closer. We all retreated into the cabin to evade the onslaught of the sea. It is impossible to convey or comprehend the sheer terror we experienced in that moment without having been there. We were oblivious to our precise location and unaware of where the storm had swept us, whether it had cast us upon an island or the mainland, into populated regions or desolate wilderness. Although the winds had slightly abated compared to before, they remained ferociously intense. We realized that our vessel could withstand only a few more minutes, at any moment threatening to be shattered into splinters, unless a miracle occurred to abruptly quell the tempest. In that moment, we sat together, exchanging anxious glances, perpetually awaiting the arrival of death, prepared to transition to another realm, for we had exhausted all means in this one. Yet, contrary to our fears, the ship did not meet a catastrophic demise, and the winds gradually began to subside, offering us a modicum of solace. Despite the slight reduction in ferocity, the ship had run aground, immobilized in the sand, thus rendering our predicament exceedingly perilous. Our only recourse was to attempt a self-rescue. Prior to the storm's onset, the stern of the ship had been dragging a small boat. However, the fierce winds had hurled the small craft against the helm of the larger vessel, causing it to shatter, after which it was swept into the sea. Its fate unknown, whether it sank or drifted away. Consequently, we abandoned any hope regarding that vessel. There remained another small boat aboard, yet we were uncertain how to lower it into the water. Time was no longer on our side, as we felt the larger ship could be obliterated at any moment. Some even suggested that the ship was already compromised. In this critical juncture, the first mate seized the small boat, and together, we exerted all our strength to position it alongside the larger ship. Subsequently, all 11 of us boarded the small boat, untied its mooring lines, and surrendered ourselves to the whims of God and the raging sea. Although the winds had considerably diminished by that time, the sea remained tumultuous, crashing relentlessly against the shore. It is no wonder that the Dutch refer to the raging ocean in a storm as the mad sea. The imagery is strikingly vivid. Our predicament was utterly dire. We understood that in such monstrous waves, our small boat had little chance of survival, and we were inevitably destined to drown, lacking a sail. And even if we had one, we would be unable to employ it. We could only paddle towards the shore, akin to condemned prisoners trudging to their execution. Our hearts heavy with despair, we knew that as soon as our little vessel neared the coast, it would be shattered by the crashing waves. Yet, we had no choice but to surrender to fate, desperately rowing towards the land with the wind at our backs. This endeavor was undoubtedly hastening our demise. What awaited us upon reaching the coast remained a mystery. Would it be rocky cliffs or sandy beaches, steep shores or shallow banks? We were utterly unaware. Our only glimmer of hope was to find a bay or estuary to fortuitously steer our craft into, or to approach a sheltered cliff and discover a tranquil expanse of water. However, we could neither discern a bay or estuary nor spot a steep shore. Moreover, the closer we drew to land, the more we found the terrestrial realm to be even more terrifying than the sea. We paddled half-heartedly, propelled by the wind, covering approximately 4 nautical miles. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged from behind us, undoubtedly poised to deliver a fatal blow to our fragile vessel. In an instant, the wave capsized our boat, tossing us into the tumultuous waters, scattered in every direction. Before we could utter a cry of despair, "Oh God!" we were all engulfed by the merciless waves. As I plunged into the water, my heart was in turmoil, rendering me almost speechless, although I am usually adept at swimming. Amidst such tumultuous waves, even the simplest act of surfacing to breathe became exceedingly arduous. Ultimately, the The relentless surf cast me ashore, leaving me on the damp sand as the waves receded. Despite being nearly drowned by the sea, my mind remained lucid upon realizing my proximity to land. I hastily rose and sprinted towards the shore, desperate to evade the next wave that might drag me back into the abyss. However, I soon discovered that escape was futile, for towering waves surged towards me, unstoppable and overwhelming. In that moment, I could only exert every ounce of my strength to keep my head above water, striving desperately to swim towards the land. My sole hope was that the waves would bring me closer to the shore without dragging me back into the depths. The colossal waves crashed down, submerging me beneath the surface, plunging me 2 or 3 dozen feet deep. I sensed the powerful current propelling me towards the shore while I held my breath, swimming fervently. I felt as though my lungs were on the verge of bursting. Just then, I realized my head and hands had broken the surface, though it lasted a mere 2 seconds. It afforded me a breath of air that significantly bolstered my courage and alleviated my suffering. Soon, I was submerged again, but this time, the duration was not as prolonged, and I managed to endure. When I sensed the waves beginning to wane, I fought against the retreating surf with all my might. My feet finally grazed the sandy beach once more. I paused for a moment to catch my breath, and as the water receded entirely, I immediately dashed towards the shore with all my strength. Yet, I was still unable to escape the onslaught of the towering waves. The colossal waves surged once more from behind me, sweeping me up twice in succession, just as before, propelling me towards the flat shore. The impact of these waves, particularly the latter, nearly claimed my life. As the water thrust me forward, I collided violently with a rock, rendering me unconscious and immobile. This brutal strike landed squarely on my chest, leaving me gasping for breath. Had another wave crashed upon me at that moment, I would surely have drowned beneath the water's surface. Fortunately, I regained consciousness before the second wave arrived. Recognizing the perilous situation, I resolved to cling desperately to the rock, waiting for the water to recede before I would sprint forward once more, closing the distance to the shore. When the final wave approached, it merely passed over my head, lacking the strength to engulf or carry me away. I continued my dash forward, ultimately reaching the edge of the land, where I climbed onto the rocks and seated myself upon the grass. At that moment, I had finally escaped danger. The waves could no longer assail me, and a profound sense of relief washed over me. Now that I had set foot on solid ground, safe at last, I raised my face to the heavens, offering gratitude to the Almighty for granting me a miraculous escape, especially considering that mere minutes prior, I had harbored little hope of survival. I now comprehend the overwhelming emotions that accompany such a narrow escape from death. The exhilaration and joy are truly ineffable. I also fully grasp a peculiar custom in England, wherein, at the moment a condemned man is about to be hanged, a pardon may arrive just in time. In such instances, a surgeon often appears alongside the pardon to draw blood from the prisoner, lest the overwhelming joy cause him to faint from a surge of ecstasy or despair, both of which can send one's soul spiraling. I dashed frantically along the shore, raising my arms and striking countless peculiar poses. At that moment, my entire being was consumed by memories of my harrowing escape from death, pondering the tragic fate of my companions who perished in the depths of the sea, leaving me as the sole survivor, truly astonishing. All I had seen later were a few hats and a cap, along with 2 mismatched shoes drifting in the current. I gazed at the stranded ship, its outline barely discernible amidst the hazy expanse of the ocean, far removed from the shore. I could not help but exclaim, "Oh God! How is it that I made it to land?" After offering myself some solace, I felt grateful for my miraculous survival. Then, I began to survey my surroundings, trying to ascertain my whereabouts and contemplate my next steps. However, this examination only served to darken my spirits. Though I had been rescued, I found myself ensnared in another dire predicament. Soaked to the skin, I had no change of clothes, famished and parched. I possessed nothing to satiate my hunger or quench my thirst. I perceived no apparent escape from my plight, save for the grim fates of starvation or becoming prey to wild beasts. Apart from a small knife, a pipe, and a tiny box of tobacco, I had nothing else. This realization filled me with dread, and for a considerable time, I ran about the shore in a frenzy, like a madman. As night fell, the thought of beasts prowling for food intensified my anxiety. I wondered if ferocious creatures truly roamed these parts, what would become of me? Nearby stood a large tree, its dense foliage resembling that of a climbing vine, yet it bore thorns. The only plan I could devise was to ascend its branches and remain perched there throughout the night, deferring thoughts of death until the morrow. As I could discern no other path to life, I walked several dozen meters inland from the coast, seeking fresh water to quench my thirst, and to my astonishment, I found some, which filled me with immense joy. After drinking, I took some tobacco leaves to stave off hunger, then climbed a tree, trying to lie as securely as possible to avoid falling asleep and tumbling down. Prior to this, I had cut a branch from the tree to fashion a short stick for self-defense. Exhausted beyond measure, I swiftly fell into a deep and restful slumber. I mused that anyone in my current predicament would be hard-pressed to sleep as soundly as I did. Upon awakening, I found the day had brightened considerably. The storm had passed, the weather was clear, and the sea no longer roiled with tumultuous waves. However, what astonished me most was that the stranded ship had been lifted by the tide during the night and was now washed near the rock where I had previously sustained my injury. The vessel was now anchored about a mile offshore, remaining steadfast in its position. I thought that if I could board the ship, I might procure some essential items for daily living. Descending from my perch in the tree, I surveyed my surroundings and noticed that the lifeboat had been pushed ashore by the wind and waves, resting about 2 miles to my right. I began to walk towards the lifeboat along the coast, but soon realized that it lay across a small bay about half a mile wide. Thus, I retraced my steps. For my immediate priority was to find a way onto the ship, hoping to discover some practical necessities aboard. Shortly after noon, the sea was calm, and the tide had receded significantly. All I needed to do was walk down to the shore and swim a few dozen meters to reach the grand vessel. At that moment, a wave of melancholy washed over me once again. As I pondered, I realized that had we, the entire crew, refrained from abandoning the ship yesterday and remained aboard, we would assuredly have emerged unscathed. In that case, we would have safely reached land, and I would not now find myself in this state of desolation and solitude. At present, I am devoid of joy and companionship. This thought brings forth tears that I cannot suppress. Yet, lamenting my fate serves no purpose. I resolved to ascend the ship as soon as possible. The weather was sweltering, prompting me to shed my garments and plunge into the water. However, upon reaching the vessel, I found it impossible to board, for it had run aground. Leaving its hull elevated far above the water's surface, there was nothing within reach to grasp. I circumnavigated the ship twice when, to my astonishment, I spotted a short rope. I marveled at my prior oversight of its presence. The rope dangled from the bow, its end near the water's surface. Effortlessly, I seized it and climbed upwards, entering the fore cabin of the ship. Upon my arrival, I discovered that the vessel had begun to leak, the hold filled with water. As the ship had grounded upon a firm sandy beach, its stern was elevated while the bow was nearly submerged, preventing further inundation of the aft section. I was eager to inspect what had sustained damage and what remained intact. First, I noted that the provisions aboard were still dry and unspoiled. Naturally, I sought sustenance, making my way to the pantry to fill my pockets with biscuits, all the while consuming them and attending to other tasks, aware that time was of the essence. In the main cabin, I also discovered a stash of cane spirit, which I eagerly drank in a generous gulp. At that moment, I felt an urgent need for a fortifying drink. At this moment, I yearned for a small boat to transport everything I deemed necessary for the future to the shore. Idly daydreaming about acquiring non-existent items proves futile. This contemplation ignited within me the desire to take matters into my own hands. The boat contained several spare sail spars, a few wooden planks, and 1 or 2 surplus second masts. I resolved to commence my endeavor by discarding everything I could manage to lift from the vessel. Before casting these timbers into the water, I meticulously tied them with rope to prevent them from being swept away by the waves. Subsequently, I drew each piece closer to the side of the boat, binding 4 wooden logs together, securing both ends as tightly as possible to fashion a rudimentary raft. I then placed 2 or 3 shorter planks across the top, and upon stepping onto it, I found it surprisingly stable, albeit the wood was too lightweight to support substantial weight. Thus, I took the initiative to saw one of the second masts into 3 segments to augment the raft. This task was exceptionally laborious and arduous, yet my urgency to transport the essential items ashore propelled me onward. Under ordinary circumstances, I would have deemed such a formidable undertaking impossible. The raft was constructed quite sturdily and could accommodate a considerable amount of weight. I then contemplated what items to load onto it, while also considering how to shield them from the encroaching waves. Before long, I devised a solution. I laid down all the wooden planks I could find from the boat onto the raft, and then I deliberated on the necessary items. I opened 3 crew chests, emptied their contents, and systematically hoisted them onto the raft. In the first chest, I primarily stored provisions, grains, bread, rice, 3 blocks of Dutch cheese, 5 pieces of mutton jerky, and some leftover European wheat, originally intended for the ship's poultry, which had since perished. There had been a small quantity of barley and wheat aboard, but I was greatly disappointed to discover that rodents had either consumed or tainted it all. As for spirits, I did come across several crates belonging to the captain, containing a few bottles of potent sweet wine and 5 or 6 gallons of coconut liquor. I set the alcohol aside, deeming it unnecessary to fill the chest with it, especially since it was already brimming with other items. While I was thus occupied, I noticed the tide beginning to rise. Despite the calm winds, it swept away my jacket, shirt, and vest left on the shore, which caused me considerable vexation, as I had only donned knee-length linen shorts and a pair of socks when swimming to the ship. This predicament compelled me to seek out some attire. The ship boasted an abundance of clothing, yet I selected only a few essential pieces, prioritizing what I deemed more crucial, particularly carpentry tools. After a prolonged search, I finally located the carpenter's chest. At that moment, the tools were of paramount importance to me. Indeed, they held more value than a whole ship's worth of gold. I placed the chest upon a wooden raft, unwilling to squander time opening it, as I had a fair idea of the tools contained within. Furthermore, I needed to acquire firearms and ammunition. The main cabin had originally housed 2 fine shotguns and 2 pistols, all of which I retrieved, along with several powder horns, a small pouch of bullets, and 2 rusted old knives. I was aware that there were 3 barrels of gunpowder aboard, though I was uncertain of their location among the artillerymen. After a prolonged search, I finally located them. 2 barrels remained dry and usable, while the third had been compromised by water. I carefully placed the 2 dry barrels of gunpowder alongside the firearms onto the wooden raft. At that moment, I noticed that the raft was already laden with various items, prompting me to contemplate how to transport it ashore. Lacking a sail, oars, or a rudder, the slightest breeze could capsize the raft into the sea. However, 3 factors provided encouragement. First, the sea was as calm as a mirror. Second, it was high tide, with the water surging towards the shore. And third, although there was a gentle breeze, it was also blowing towards the land. I discovered 3 broken oars that had once belonged to a small boat. In addition to the tools from the toolbox, I retrieved 2 saws, an axe, and a hatchet. Once the cargo was secured, I set the raft on its course towards the shore. Initially, as I ventured into the sea, the raft sailed quite steadily, albeit slightly deviating from the spot where I had landed the previous day. I then realized that the current in this area flowed directly towards the shore. This led me to surmise that there might be a brook or small river nearby. If this were indeed the case, I could navigate the raft into the harbor to unload. As anticipated, I soon spotted a small cove, with the tide rushing in. I maneuvered the raft as close as possible to the center of the current. At this juncture, I was nearly faced with the calamity of capsizing once more. Had that occurred, my heart would have been utterly shattered. Unfamiliar with the terrain, one end of the raft suddenly ran aground on the sand, while the other end remained adrift in the water, with only a narrow margin. The cargo on the wooden raft teetered on the brink of sliding towards the water and ultimately plunging into the depths. In such dire circumstances, I exerted every ounce of strength to brace against the boxes, preventing their descent. Yet, no matter how forcefully I pressed, I could not stabilize the raft, confined as I was to this solitary task. Thus, I persisted for a full half-hour. Eventually, as the tide continued to rise, the raft attained a semblance of balance. After some time, the tide surged higher, lifting the raft once more. I maneuvered the paddle, steering the raft towards the estuary of the small river, finally reaching its mouth. Here, the banks flanked either side, and the tide flowed vigorously inward. I surveyed the terrain along the riverbanks, seeking a suitable spot to dock. I aimed to remain close to the shoreline, desiring to catch sight of vessels traversing the sea. At last, I discovered a small cove on the right bank of the river. After considerable effort, I managed to guide the raft to the shallowest area. I pressed the paddle against the riverbed, straining to push the raft ashore. However, I once again found myself perilously close to capsizing the entire load into the water. The riverbanks here were steep and sheer, offering no viable landing spots. Should one end of the raft become stranded on the shore, the other would inevitably tilt downward, risking another disaster of cargo sliding into the depths. In that moment, I resorted to using the paddle as an anchor, securing one side of the raft to a flat expanse of sandy beach near the riverbank, awaiting the tide to rise high enough to envelop the sand before proceeding. Eventually, the tide did indeed continue to swell, covering the beach, and when the water reached a sufficient height, I maneuvered the raft forward, as its draft exceeded a foot. Upon my arrival, I inserted 2 broken paddles into the sand, one in front and one behind, securing the raft in place. I awaited the receding tide, which would allow me to safely leave the raft and its cargo on the shore. Next, I needed to survey the surrounding terrain to find a suitable location for my dwelling and storage in case of unforeseen circumstances. As of now, I remained oblivious to my exact location, whether I was on the mainland or a small island, in a populated area or a desolate one, amidst wildlife or devoid of it. Less than a mile away, a small mountain rose majestically above the northern hills, suggesting the presence of a mountain range. Armed with a bird gun, a pistol, and a corner of gunpowder, I made my way toward the summit of that mountain. After considerable effort, I finally reached the peak. The view that met my eyes filled me with profound sorrow. I had ascended a deserted island, surrounded by the sea on all sides, with no land in sight, save for a few distant solitary rocks. To the west, I observed 2 islands even smaller than mine, approximately 15 nautical miles away. I also noted the island's desolation, seemingly uninhabited except for the occasional wildlife. However, I had yet to encounter any beasts, though countless birds fluttered about, their species unknown to me, leaving me uncertain of their edibility. On my return journey, I spotted a large bird perched on a tree beside the dense forest and took aim, firing a shot. I believed that since the dawn of creation, I was the first person to discharge a firearm on this island. The gunfire echoed through the woods, sending flocks of birds into the air, their cacophony of calls creating a tumultuous symphony, yet I could not identify a single one. The bird I killed, judging by its plumage and beak, resembled a type of eagle. However, it lacked talons, and its flesh was putrid and inedible, proving utterly worthless. By this point, I felt I had acquired a sufficient understanding of the island's environment, so I returned to the wooden raft and began the laborious task of transporting my belongings ashore. The remainder of that day was consumed by the arduous process of moving items. As for what to do at night and where to find rest, those thoughts remained a source of uncertainty in my mind. Naturally, I dared not sleep on the ground, fearing that wild beasts might come to devour me. In retrospect, I realized that such concerns were unwarranted. Nevertheless, I endeavored to construct a shelter resembling a wooden house from the boxes and planks I had brought to the shore, encircling myself for protection, allowing me to sleep within at night. As for sustenance, I had yet to devise a means to procure food for myself. In the vicinity where I had shot the bird, I had previously observed a few creatures resembling wild rabbits darting from the woods. At that moment, I recalled the numerous useful items aboard the ship, particularly the ropes, canvas, and various other goods that could be salvaged. I resolved to make another trip to the vessel, as long as it was feasible. I understood that if a fierce storm were to arise again, the ship would be irrevocably destroyed. Thus, I decided to prioritize retrieving whatever could be salvaged from the ship before attending to other matters. With this thought in mind, I contemplated a method for boarding the vessel once more. It appeared impossible to propel the large raft back, so I would have to wait for the tide to recede and swim over, as I had done previously. With determination, I set my plan into motion. However, before stepping out of the wooden shelter, I removed my clothing, donning only a shirt, a pair of shorts, and thin-soled shoes. I boarded the ship as I had done before and constructed another wooden raft. Having learned from my previous experiences, I no longer constructed the wooden raft as ponderously as the first one, nor did I overload it with cargo. Nevertheless, I successfully transported a plethora of useful items. Firstly, I discovered 3 bags of nails and screws, a large pair of pliers, around 20 small axes, and particularly valuable was a sharpening stone in the carpenter's cabin. I gathered these items together and then procured several items intended for gunners, notably 2 or 3 iron hooks for lifting cargo, 2 barrels of ammunition, 7 short guns, a fowling piece, a small pile of gunpowder, a large bag of small bullets, and an extensive roll of lead sheeting. However, the lead sheeting was too cumbersome for me to hoist from the ship onto the raft. Additionally, I collected all the clothing I could find for men and a spare sail, a foresail for the main mast, a hammock, and some bedding. I loaded these treasures onto my second raft and safely transported them ashore, which brought me immense relief. During my absence, I had harbored concerns that the provisions on the shore might be consumed by some wild creature. Yet upon my return, I found no signs of unwelcome visitors. Only a wildcat-like animal perched atop a box. As I approached, it scampered a few paces away, then stood still once more. This little creature appeared remarkably composed, gazing intently at my face without a trace of fear, as if it were inclined to befriend me. I nudged it with my gun, But the little beast showed no concern and had no intention of fleeing, as it was oblivious to the nature of the weapon. Thus, I tossed it a small morsel of biscuit. Admittedly, my resources were limited and my provisions were scant, yet I still chose to share a small piece with it. The fellow approached, inhaled the scent, and consumed it with evident delight, even requesting more from me. However, I regrettably had little left to offer and had to decline his request. Thus, he wandered away. When the next shipment arrived, I longed to open the 2 barrels of gunpowder, dividing the contents into smaller packages for concealment. The sheer weight of the 2 large barrels posed a challenge, but first, I needed to construct a tent using the canvas from the ship and the cut timber. I moved all items susceptible to rain and sun into this makeshift shelter, surrounding it with empty boxes and barrels to guard against sudden attacks from either man or beast. With the tent erected and defenses secured, I used several wooden planks to barricade the entrance from within, placing an empty box outside for additional protection. I then fashioned a bed on the ground, positioning 2 pistols at my head side and a long gun beside the bed. At last, I could retire to my makeshift bed for the night. I slept soundly, having had little rest the previous night and exhausting myself throughout the day retrieving and transporting items from the ship. I was utterly fatigued. I believed that the array of weapons and ammunition I now possessed was unprecedented for a solitary individual. Yet, I did not rest on my laurels. I aimed to extract as many movable items from the stranded ship as possible. Therefore, each day, I took advantage of the low tide to board the vessel, returning with various items each time. Especially during my 3rd expedition, I gathered every rope of varying thickness from the ship, along with a piece of spare canvas, originally intended for sail repairs. I even retrieved a barrel of damp gunpowder. In essence, I stripped the sails from the vessel, cutting them into manageable pieces. For my immediate need was not sails, but canvas. To my great delight, after making 5 or 6 trips, believing I had scavenged all that was valuable aboard, I stumbled upon a large barrel of bread, 3 barrels of cane liquor, a box of sugar, and a barrel of fine flour. This was indeed a fortuitous discovery, as I had assumed that aside from the soaked provisions, no other food remained. I promptly emptied the barrel of bread, wrapping the contents in the neatly cut pieces of canvas and safely transported them to shore. The following day, I ventured back to the ship, only to find that I had already stripped it bare of anything I could easily carry. Thus, I set about retrieving the anchor cables. I cut the cables into smaller segments for easier transport. I removed 2 anchor cables, an iron chain, and all movable iron implements from the ship, along with the fore and aft sail spars, as well as any other timber I could find, fashioning them into a large wooden raft. However, fortune was not on my side this time. The raft, being overly cumbersome and laden with cargo, lost control as it entered the small bay designated for unloading. Consequently, it capsized, and both cargo and I were plunged into the water, although I was unharmed as the wooden raft had drifted quite close to shore. The majority of my cargo was regrettably lost. This was particularly disheartening for the iron goods, which I had hoped would prove useful in the future. However, after the tide receded, I managed to retrieve most of the anchor cables and iron items from the water. This task was, of course, exceedingly laborious. I had to plunge into the depths to salvage them one by one. Subsequently, I continued to visit the ship daily, bringing down whatever I could carry. It has now been 13 days since I set foot on land, and I have ventured to the ship 11 times. Throughout this period, I have successfully retrieved all that my hands could manage. Yet, I remain confident that, should the weather remain favorable, I could dismantle the entire vessel into planks and transport them ashore. As I prepared for my 12th expedition to the ship, a fierce wind began to blow. Nevertheless, I boarded the vessel during low tide, despite believing I had thoroughly searched every nook and cranny for anything of value. To my surprise, I stumbled upon a cabinet with drawers. Within one drawer, I discovered 2 or 3 razors, a large pair of scissors, and a dozen sets of cutlery. In another drawer, I unearthed a plethora of coins, some gold from Europe, others from Brazil, and several Spanish silver pieces. I couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, you worthless trinkets," I exclaimed. "What purpose do you serve now? To me, your worth is less than refuse. Those knives alone far exceed your collective value. I have no need for you. So remain where you are and sink to the ocean floor. Your lives are not worth saving." However, upon further reflection, I ultimately decided to take the coins with me. As I wrapped my money in a piece of canvas, I contemplated the construction of another raft. While I was engaged in this task, I noticed dark clouds gathering in the sky and the wind beginning to pick up. In less than a quarter of an hour, a fierce gale swept in from the shore. I quickly realized that with the wind blowing from the land, my efforts to build a raft would be futile. It would be wiser to leave before the tide rose, lest I find myself unable to return to the shore at all. Thus, I immediately plunged into the water and swam across the narrow bay between the boat and the beach. This time, burdened by the weight of my belongings and the increasingly strong winds, I found swimming to be quite arduous. Shortly after the tide began to rise, a storm erupted upon the sea. I returned to my humble tent, which had become my home. Lying down to sleep, surrounded by all my possessions, I felt a profound sense of security and stability. The fierce wind howled throughout the night. When morning arrived, I gazed outside only to find that the boat had vanished without a trace. This revelation surprised me momentarily, but upon reflection, I found peace in the situation. I had not squandered time, nor had I been idle. I had salvaged everything of value from the boat. Had I lingered even a little longer, there would have been little of worth left to retrieve. I no longer fixated on the lost vessel or its contents. My only hope was that, after the shipwreck, some items might wash ashore. Indeed, some fragments did float towards me later, yet they proved to be of little utility. At that time, my thoughts were entirely consumed with the need to protect myself against possible attacks from savages or beasts, should there be any on the island. I contemplated various methods and considered the type of dwelling I should construct. Should I dig a hole in the ground or erect a tent? Ultimately, I resolved to incorporate both. As for the design and construction process, it merits a detailed discussion here. Firstly, I find my current abode rather unsuitable. The proximity to the sea renders the area low-lying and damp, compromising hygiene. Furthermore, there is a lack of fresh water nearby. I must seek a location that is more sanitary and convenient for the establishment of my dwelling. Based on my circumstances, I have outlined several criteria for selecting a suitable site. First, as previously mentioned, it must be hygienic and possess a source of fresh water. Second, it should provide shade. Third, it must be capable of deterring sudden assaults from wild beasts or humans. And fourth, it ought to afford a view of the sea, so that if divine providence allows a vessel to pass, I would not miss the opportunity for escape. I maintain a glimmer of hope that I will eventually extricate myself from my current predicament. In pursuit of a fitting location adhering to these criteria, I discovered a flat area adjacent to a small hillside. The hill rises steeply and abruptly on one side, resembling a wall, making it impervious to attacks from either man or beast. Within the rock face, there exists a concave indentation that appears to be the entrance to a cave, though in reality it is devoid of such a feature. In front of this rock formation lies a flat expanse of grassland, where I have resolved to pitch my tent. This level area measures no more than 100 yards in width and less than 200 yards in length. Once the dwelling is established, this grassy expanse will undulate gently from my doorstep, extending towards the low-lying land by the sea. This location lies in the north-northwest of a small hill, where the hill perfectly shields the sunlight during the day. As the sun shifts towards the southwest, its rays begin to reach this spot just before it descends. Prior to erecting my tent, I first traced a semicircular arc in front of the stone wall, with a radius of approximately 10 yards and a diameter of 20 yards. Along this semicircle, I drove in 2 rows of robust wooden stakes. These stakes, embedded in the earth like wooden posts with their broad ends facing down, stood about 5.5 feet tall, with their tops sharpened to a point. The distance between the 2 rows of stakes was less than 6 inches. Next, I employed the cables I had salvaged from the ship, layering them along the semicircle between the 2 rows of stakes until they reached the top. Then inserted some 2.5-foot high stakes to support the cables, resembling crossbeams atop pillars. This fence was exceedingly sturdy, impervious to both man and beast, preventing any from breaching or climbing over it. This endeavor consumed a considerable amount of my time and labor, particularly as I had to fell thick branches from the forest to create the stakes, transport them to the meadow, and drive each one into the ground, which was especially laborious and time-consuming. As for the entrance and exit to my dwelling, I did not fashion a door in the fence. Instead, I utilized a short ladder to climb over the top of the fence, retrieving it once I had entered. In this manner, I was entirely protected on all sides, completely isolated from the outside world, allowing for peaceful slumber at night. However, I later discovered that my fears regarding potential adversaries did not necessitate such stringent precautions. I exerted considerable effort to relocate all of my possessions, food supplies, ammunition, weapons, and provisions into the fenced area, or rather, into this fortress I had constructed. I constructed a large tent for myself to shield against the rain, as there is a season here characterized by relentless downpours. I fashioned the tent in a double-layered manner. That is to say, a smaller one inside and a larger one enveloping it, topped with a substantial piece of tarpaulin. This tarpaulin, of course, was among the canvas I salvaged from the ship. No longer did I rest upon the bed I had brought ashore. Instead, I now slumber in a hammock, originally belonging to the ship's first mate, crafted from fine materials. I relocated my provisions and all items susceptible to moisture into the tent. Upon completing this task, I sealed the entrance of the fence. Henceforth, as previously mentioned, I scaled the fence with a short ladder to come and go. After accomplishing these tasks, I resumed my work on the cliff, boring holes and transporting the excavated earth and stones from the tent to the exterior, where I stacked them along the fence to create a platform approximately 1 foot high. In this manner, the tent became my dwelling, while the cave behind it transformed into my cellar. These endeavors were both time-consuming and laborious, yet I managed to see them through to completion. Now, I shall reflect on a few other matters that caused me considerable distress. As I was planning to erect the tent and excavate the cave, suddenly dark clouds gathered, and a torrential storm ensued, accompanied by thunder and lightning. In a flash of lightning, a thought struck me like a bolt, more startling than the lightning itself: my gunpowder. The realization that a single thunderclap could obliterate my entire supply of gunpowder plunged me into near despair, for I relied not only on it for self-defense, but also for procuring sustenance. At that moment, my mind fixated solely on the gunpowder, oblivious to the fact that if it were to explode, my own existence would be at stake. Should an explosive incident truly occur, I would remain oblivious to whose hands would claim my life. The tempest has left me in a state of trepidation. Thus, I have set aside all other tasks, including erecting a tent and constructing a fence. The moment the rain ceases, I shall promptly commence the creation of numerous small pouches and boxes to divide the gunpowder into many diminutive packages. In this manner, should an unforeseen event arise, the entirety would not be obliterated. I have carefully segregated the packages of gunpowder for storage to prevent one igniting and endangering another. This endeavor consumed a full fortnight of my time. The quantity of gunpowder amounted to approximately 240 pounds, which I partitioned into over 100 packages. As for the damp barrel of gunpowder, I harbor no concerns regarding potential hazards. Hence, I placed it in a newly discovered cave, which I whimsically dubbed my kitchen. The remaining gunpowder I concealed within the crevices of the rocks to shield it from moisture, meticulously marking the storage locations. During the fortnight spent packaging and storing the gunpowder, I ventured outdoors with my firearm at least once each day. This served 3 purposes: to alleviate my mind, to procure sustenance, and to familiarize myself with the island's resources. On my inaugural expedition, I was pleased to discover a considerable number of goats on the island. However, I soon realized that this was not entirely advantageous. The goats, being timid and cunning, possess remarkable speed, making them exceedingly difficult to approach. Yet, I remained undeterred, confident that I would eventually devise a means to secure one. Before long, I indeed succeeded in hunting one down. I first identified the areas frequented by the goats and employed an ambush strategy to capture my quarry. I have observed that if I find myself in the valley, even if the sheep are on the rocky precipices, they will inevitably flee in terror. However, if they are grazing in the valley while I stand atop the rocks, they remain oblivious to my presence. I surmise this is due to the position of the lamb's eyes, which allows them to gaze only downward, making it difficult for them to perceive anything above. Therefore, I would first ascend the mountain and strike from above, often achieving great accuracy. On my maiden shot, I tragically killed a ewe that was nursing her lamb, which filled my heart with sorrow. After the ewe fell, the lamb stood vacantly beside her. When I slung the ewe over my shoulder to return, the lamb followed me all the way to the outer wall. I then set down the ewe, lifted the lamb, and entered the wooden enclosure, intent on nurturing it to maturity. Yet the little goat refused to eat, leaving me no choice but to slaughter it for sustenance. The meat of the 2 goats, one large and one small, sustained me for an extended period, as I was frugal with my rations, particularly the bread. Once my dwelling was constructed, I realized the necessity of establishing a fire pit and gathering firewood. As for how I accomplished these tasks, expanded the cave, and created other living conditions, I believe it prudent to elaborate on these matters at a more appropriate time. For now, I wish to reflect briefly on myself and my perspective on life. In this regard, one can imagine there are indeed numerous sentiments worth discussing. I feel a sense of bleakness regarding my future, having been cast away by a fierce storm to this desolate island. I am hundreds of nautical miles adrift from my intended course and far removed from the normal trade routes of humanity. I believe this is entirely a matter of fate, leaving me in solitude to conclude my existence in desolation. As I ponder these thoughts, tears involuntarily stream down my cheeks. At times, I cannot help but question why the heavens would demean their own creations, subjecting them to such misfortune, isolation, and profound melancholy. In such an environment, what justification do we have to regard life as a gift? Yet, whenever such thoughts arise, another perspective swiftly emerges in my mind, chastising me for harboring such sentiments. Particularly, on one occasion, while I strolled along the shore with a firearm in hand, I contemplated my current predicament. At that moment, reason offered me solace from another angle. Indeed, you are presently all alone, isolated, and that is a fact. However, have you considered the fate of your companions? Where have they gone? Were there not 11 of you when you boarded the vessel? So, what has become of the other 10? Why did they perish while you alone remain alive? Is it better to be on this solitary island, or to have joined them? When I consider the latter, I gesture towards the sea. They have all found their resting place beneath the waves. Truly, why did I not reflect upon the interconnectedness of fortune and misfortune? In that moment, I also recalled that what I presently possess is ample and sufficient to sustain my needs. Had that great ship not risen from the reef and drifted closer to the shore, allowing me the opportunity to salvage all that was useful, what might my situation be now? It is essential to recognize that such an opportunity as mine is indeed rare and extraordinary. Had I found myself in a state of utter destitution, akin to my initial arrival on this desolate shore, bereft of life's essentials, devoid of any tools to procure such necessities, what might my circumstances be now? Particularly, I ponder aloud, should I lack firearms, ammunition, the means to create, clothing to wear, a bed to rest upon, a tent for shelter, or even anything to shield my modesty, what recourse would I have? Yet here I stand, in possession of all these items, and in considerable abundance. Even if my ammunition were to dwindle, I could survive without the use of firearms. I am confident that I shall never endure the pangs of hunger or the chill of cold, for I have long anticipated various eventualities and contemplated the days that lie ahead. I have not only considered the aftermath of depleted ammunition, but also the inevitable decline of my own strength in the future. I must confess that, in reflecting upon these matters, I had not foreseen the peril of gunpowder being ignited by a lightning strike. Thus, when the tempestuous storm raged, the sudden realization of this danger filled me with profound trepidation. I have previously recounted this event. Chapter 10, Volume 1. Now, I shall embark upon a solitary and melancholic existence, a life perhaps unprecedented in this world. Consequently, I have resolved to chronicle the entirety of my circumstances in chronological order. I estimate that I set foot upon this dreadful island on the 30th of September. The autumnal equinox had just commenced, with the sun nearly overhead. Thus, based on my observations, I find myself at a latitude of 9 degrees and 22 minutes north. Upon my arrival on the island, approximately 11 or 12 days later, a sudden realization struck me. I had no books, pens, or ink, and I would undoubtedly lose track of the days, forgetting even the distinction between the Sabbath and weekdays. To avert such a predicament, I took a knife and inscribed the following words in capital letters upon a large post. I landed here on September 30th, 1659. I fashioned the post into a grand cross, erecting it at the very spot where I first set foot on the land. Each day, I carved a notch into the post, and every 7th day, I etched a notch twice the length of the previous one. Each month, I marked a notch yet again twice the size of the last. Thus, I created a rudimentary calendar to measure the passage of time. Furthermore, it is worth noting that I had salvaged numerous items from the ship, some of which were of little value, yet proved to be quite useful. Although I had previously neglected to mention them, I must specifically highlight the paper, pens, and ink, items belonging to the captain, the first mate, the gunner, and the carpenter, along with 3 or 4 compasses, various instruments for observation and calculation, a sundial, a telescope, maps, and navigational texts. At that time, I collected everything without discerning its utility, bringing it all ashore. Additionally, I discovered 3 fine Bibles that had been transported alongside my British cargo. I had packed these books within my luggage when boarding the ship. Moreover, there were several books in Portuguese, including 2 or 3 Catholic prayer books and a few others. Thus, I took great care to preserve these volumes. I must not forget to inform the reader that aboard the ship were also a dog and 2 cats. I shall recount their extraordinary adventures at an appropriate juncture in the future. I brought both cats ashore. As for the dog, it swam alongside me during my initial venture to transport goods onto the boat, and for many subsequent years, it remained my faithful companion. I lacked for nothing. Nor did I require it to assist in hunting or to serve as my aid in various tasks. I merely yearned for the ability to converse with it. Yet even this simple desire was unfulfilled. I previously mentioned that I discovered a pen, ink, and paper, yet I utilized these resources with great frugality. You shall see that as long as I possessed ink, I could faithfully document everything. But once the ink was exhausted, I found myself unable to continue, as I could conceive of no means to produce more. This realization struck me. Despite having collected numerous items, I was still in one of many others, ink being among them. I lacked essential tools such as shovels for digging or moving earth, picks, spades, and needles and thread. Regarding undergarments, although I was deficient, I soon grew accustomed to the absence. The lack of adequate tools rendered every task particularly arduous. It took me nearly an entire year to construct my small wooden fence. Take, for instance, the task of cutting stakes. The stakes were heavy, and I could only select those I could manage to lift. I spent a considerable amount of time in the forest felling trees and preparing them, and the transportation back to my dwelling proved even more time-consuming. At times, I would expend 2 days to fell, prepare, and transport a single stake, only to spend a third day driving it into the ground. As a tool for driving stakes, I initially sought a hefty piece of wood. It was only later that I considered a metal rod used for loading goods. Yet, even with the iron rod, the task of driving stakes proved to be remarkably arduous and bothersome. In truth, I possess ample time, so why should I mind the laboriousness of the task? Moreover, once the wall is completed, what other endeavors remain? At least, I have yet to conceive of any alternative pursuits, aside from wandering the island in search of sustenance, which is a daily necessity. I began to earnestly reflect upon my circumstances and surroundings, meticulously documenting my daily experiences in writing. My intention was not to leave a legacy for future generations, for I believe that few, if any, will venture to this desolate island after me. Rather, I wrote to express the turmoil within my heart, allowing myself a means of solace through perusal. Now, I have begun to regain my spirits, abandoning despair, and thus I strive to encourage myself. I weigh the current advantages and disadvantages, comparing them to cultivate a sense of contentment with my fate. In the style of commercial ledgers, I delineate my fortunes and misfortunes, my benefits and detriments. Misfortunes, I am marooned on this deserted isle, with no hope of escape from my plight. I exist in solitude, forlorn and beset by hardships. Cut off from the world, I resemble a hermit or an exile. I lack clothing to protect me, and I am defenseless against the assaults of either man or beast. There is no one with whom I can converse, nor anyone who might come to my rescue. Fortunes, I am the sole survivor, while my companions aboard the vessel have perished beneath the waves. Among all the crew members, I alone have been spared from death. Since God, in his divine power, has saved my life, he shall undoubtedly deliver me from my current predicament. Although the island is desolate, I still possess provisions enough to stave off starvation. I find myself in the tropics, and even if I had clothing, it would be inadequate on this forsaken isle, devoid of the ferocious beasts I encountered in Africa. What if I had foundered off the African coast? Yet, by a miraculous act, God guided the ship close to the shore, allowing me to salvage numerous useful items that will serve me for a lifetime. In summary, considering the aforementioned circumstances, my present plight is undoubtedly unique in the world. However, even in such dire straits, there exists a blend of fortune and misfortune, presenting aspects for which I can be grateful. I hope that people may glean wisdom and lessons from my unfortunate experiences. This is to say that amidst overwhelming adversity, one can compare the calamities and blessings, discerning matters that may provide solace, which can then be credited to the account of life. Now, feeling somewhat reassured about my situation, I no longer gaze longingly at the sea, hoping for the passage of a ship. I declare that I have set these thoughts aside and begun to devise a plan for survival, striving to enhance my living conditions as much as possible. I have previously described my dwelling, a tent erected beneath a rocky outcrop, encircled by a sturdy wooden palisade made of stakes and cables. At present, I have come to regard the wooden fence as a wall, having constructed a 2-foot-thick barrier of turf outside it. Over the course of approximately a year and a half, I have erected some rafters between the wall and the rocky outcrop, adorned with branches and other materials available to shield against the rain. I have observed that throughout the year, there are periods when torrential downpours occur. Previously, I mentioned that I had moved everything into this enclosure, into the cave I excavated behind my tent. Now, I must add that those items were initially haphazardly piled, encroaching upon my living space to the extent that I had little room to turn around. Consequently, I commenced the task of expanding and deepening the cave. Fortunately, The rock was composed of a loose sandstone, making it relatively easy to excavate. Once I deemed the wall sufficiently fortified to withstand the assault of wild beasts, I began to dig to the right of the rock face, subsequently turning further right until I breached the rock, creating a passageway leading outside the enclosure, a doorway, if you will. Thus, I not only acquired an entrance, which served as a back door to my tent and storeroom, but I also gained additional space to store my possessions. Now, I turned my attention to crafting essential furniture for daily living, such as chairs and tables. Without these items, I found it impossible to relish even the most basic pleasures of life. Without a table, I lacked a surface for writing and dining, rendering numerous tasks unfeasible and life devoid of joy. Hence, I set about my work. In this regard, I must clarify that reasoning is the essence and principle of mathematics. Thus, if we can analyze and compare all things with discernment and insight, anyone can master any craft. Throughout my life, I have never utilized any tools, yet over time, through my labor, diligence, and inventive design skills, I have ultimately discovered that I can create anything, provided I have the appropriate tools. However, despite my lack of tools, I have fashioned numerous items, some of which were crafted using merely a hand axe and a hatchet. I believe no one would employ my methods for creation, nor would anyone exert themselves as tirelessly as I have. For instance, to produce a wooden plank, I first felled a tree, laid it horizontally before me, and then used the hatchet to smooth both sides, shaping it into a board, before finally refining it with the hand axe. Indeed, using this method, a single tree yields but one plank, yet it is the only feasible approach I possess. It is only through patience that I can accomplish this, requiring a considerable investment of time and labor to create a single board. Nonetheless, since my time and labor have little worth, it matters not how I utilize them. As mentioned earlier, I first constructed a table and a chair for myself, utilizing several short planks I had salvaged from the ship. Subsequently, employing the aforementioned method, I crafted additional planks, erecting several layers of large wooden racks, each a foot and a half wide, along the cave's walls, categorically organizing tools, nails, and ironware for easy access. I also affixed numerous small wooden pegs to the walls for hanging firearms and other items. Should anyone stumble upon my cave, they would undoubtedly mistake it for an armory, replete with an arsenal of firearms and ammunition. Every item is meticulously arranged, facilitating ease of access. Observing the orderly arrangement and the abundance of my possessions fills me with an overwhelming sense of solace. Now, I have begun to keep a journal, chronicling my daily endeavors. Prior to this, my life was a whirlwind of haste and toil, fraught with restlessness. Even the act of journaling seemed devoid of interest. For instance, my entries would read, "On September 30th, I was not drowned. I escaped to the shore, expelling the copious seawater that filled my stomach, gradually regaining consciousness. At that moment, instead of expressing gratitude for divine deliverance, I found myself frantically dashing along the shore, wringing my hands, striking my head and face, lamenting my misfortune, repeatedly exclaiming, 'I am finished, I am finished.' It was not until exhaustion overtook me that I collapsed to the ground, too fearful to succumb to slumber, lest I become prey to wild beasts. Days later, even after I had transported all movable items from the boat to the shore, I continued to ascend the small hill each day, staring blankly at the sea, yearning to catch a glimpse of passing ships. My delusions ran rampant, and at times, I fancied I spotted a distant sail, leading to euphoric hope. However, when the vision vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, I would plop down upon the ground, weeping like a child. Such foolish behavior only served to exacerbate my distress. Fortunately, that tumultuous phase has subsided, and I have successfully settled my dwelling and arranged all my belongings. Subsequently, I crafted a table and chairs, arranging everything in meticulous order, which prompted me to commence my diary. Now, I shall transcribe the entirety of my journal below, although some previously mentioned events may inevitably be reiterated. However, once the ink ran out, I was compelled to cease my writings. Chapter 11. Volume 2. There exists a British proverb stating that nature is difficult to change, and this sentiment could not be more apt in relation to my own circumstances. After enduring 35 years of hardship and experiencing a multitude of adversities previously unknown to me, I have since enjoyed nearly 7 years of untroubled and serene existence. Now, at my advanced age, if this state of affairs continues, I may journey through the various stages of the middle class, ultimately discovering in which phase one finds the greatest happiness. After such significant upheaval, one would expect that my adventurous spirit would have tempered. Yet, at 61 years of age, I find myself still tempted to gamble with my life and fortunes, though perhaps it is time to cultivate a more settled disposition and remain at home. Moreover, the motivation for me to embark on overseas adventures has long since dissipated, as I am neither driven by the pursuit of wealth nor by any other ambition. Even if I were to amass an additional £10,000, I would not find myself any wealthier than I am now. For both myself and those who may inherit my estate in the future, my current fortune is already ample, and it continues to grow. Given the simplicity of my household, I cannot possibly expend the income generated by my fortune unless I were to indulge extravagantly, transforming my way of life by hiring a multitude of attendants, acquiring a retinue of carriages, and indulging in revelries and pleasures. However, I possess no interest in such endeavors. The very thought does not captivate me. Hence, I find myself with little to occupy my time, content to revel in the fruits of my labor while I watch my wealth flourish in my hands. Yet, all of this has no bearing on me, at least not enough to quell my intense longing to set sail once more, a longing akin to a chronic affliction. My thoughts are perpetually consumed by that little island, yearning to behold my new estate, the colony I left behind. This island occupies my mind day and night, tethering my soul in a restless reverie. I think of it incessantly, to the extent that it invades my dreams. Even in conversation, I find myself inadvertently mentioning it, rendering my discourse rather dull, as I am unable to engage in discussions about anything else. Time and again, I return to this topic, even to the point of absurdity, a realization that has not escaped my own awareness. I frequently hear discerning individuals assert that people often overreact to matters such as ghosts. In reality, there is no apparition or wandering spirit. Instead, it is merely the reminiscences of departed loved ones that, under certain peculiar circumstances, ignite their imagination and lead to hallucinations. In truth, such occurrences are but shadows of fanciful thoughts, conjured from nothingness, unbeknownst to those affected. As for myself, I remain uncertain whether ghosts, phantoms, or animated corpses truly exist, or if the tales recounted to me are merely flights of fancy. However, one thing is abundantly clear: my state of disquietude has reached a considerable level. I often find myself envisioning a return to the island, standing between my old village and the woods, where I encounter my Spanish friend, the father of Friday, and the 3 unscrupulous sailors I left behind. Furthermore, even in moments of complete lucidity, I perceive myself engaging in conversation with them, fixating upon their presence as though they were standing right before me. Yet, during these episodes, I often succumb to a profound panic induced by the vivid illusions before me. One night, as I was drifting into slumber, my Spanish friend and the father of Friday appeared before me, vividly recounting the heinous deeds committed by the 3 treacherous sailors. Their accounts astonished me. They described how these individuals possessed no humanity and sought to annihilate all Spaniards on the island, even setting fire to their provisions in a bid to starve them to death. Such tales were entirely foreign to me, and I found it implausible that they could all be true. Yet, my mind was aflame with these narratives, and they felt so real that when I finally laid eyes upon the culprits, I struggled to believe the evidence before me, constantly suspecting that the phantoms of my dreams held more truth than the reality I confronted. Furthermore, the grievances my Spanish friend divulged stirred a deep ire within me, compelling me to confront those 3 men with accusations, and after a trial, I ordered their execution by hanging. The truth of the matter shall be revealed in due course within this narrative, although these impressions were born from my dreams, and the conversations therein were hardly rooted in reality. Many elements surprisingly mirrored actual events. My intention is not to assert that dreamt occurrences are infallible, but rather to emphasize that, on the whole, it is exceedingly difficult to articulate the sheer depravity of those unrepentant scoundrels. In this respect, the visions I beheld in my dreams bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. Consequently, when I later resolved to impose severe punishment upon them, I deemed it justifiable to have hanged them from the very beginning, in accordance with both divine and human laws. Such an action was entirely warranted. Yet, I shall return to the main narrative. For several years, I have lived with such sentiments. Yet life has offered no joy, no moments of delight, and no comforting diversions, only the aforementioned circumstances interspersed throughout. My wife disowned that my entire heart was set on that island, and one night, earnestly, she expressed to me her belief that a powerful cosmic force was guiding my fate, destined for me to return there. She further articulated that aside from our children and herself, there was nothing that could hinder my journey. She confided that she could hardly envision a life apart from me. However, She was certain that the first thing I would do upon her passing would be to embark on that very journey. In her eyes, this was an unintentional decision, and she did not wish to be my sole obstacle, for if I were resolute in my desire to leave, at this point, she noticed my rapt attention and focused gaze upon her. She felt a pang of sorrow, causing her words to falter. I inquired why she had ceased speaking, yet I could see her profound sadness, her eyes brimming with tears. "Do tell me, my dear, would you wish for me to go?" I asked. "I would not," she replied, her voice thick with emotion, "and I am most unwilling. However, if you are determined to leave, I would rather accompany you than impede your path. For while I believe that, for someone of your age and station, this is akin to forsaking the essential for the trivial, should it be unavoidable, I too shall follow you. If this is indeed the will of the heavens, then it must be so, and the heavens would not permit me to hinder your journey, lest they find another means of addressing my presence. My wife's profound display of affection has somewhat grounded me. I began to ponder my current actions and reined in my wanderlust, entering a state of calm self-reproach. Now that half of my life has elapsed, having endured countless tribulations throughout my existence, I find it remarkable that I have arrived at such a fulfilling conclusion. Why then should I seek new adventures? Reflecting on these questions, I considered the obligations I currently bear. I have married, sired children, and my wife is now expecting another. Furthermore, I possess all that life has to offer, rendering any pursuit of risk unnecessary. Moreover, as I approach my twilight years, my focus ought to shift from acquiring wealth to preserving it. As for my wife's notion of destiny compelling me to venture forth, I do not share that sentiment. Thus, after much contemplation, I wrestled with my impractical desires and ultimately reasoned with myself to relinquish such intentions. I devised a particularly effective strategy, diverting my attention to other matters, thereby anchoring my thoughts elsewhere, which effectively stifled any notions of embarking on distant journeys. I discovered that these thoughts predominantly resurfaced during periods of idleness, when I found myself unoccupied and devoid of pressing concerns. To this end, I purchased a small farm in Bedfordshire with the intention of relocating there. In this pastoral estate, there exists a charming little abode that resonates deeply with my heart. To my mind, the land here possesses ample potential for enhancement. This farm aligns with my desires in numerous respects, as I find great joy in cultivation, management, and planting, alongside a passion for soil improvement. Of particular significance is the fact that this county is situated inland. Once I arrive, I am distanced from seafarers and the tales of far-off places. In short, I settled into my farm, establishing my home, acquiring plows, carts, horses, and livestock, and I diligently commenced my endeavors. After half a year of dedicated labor, I transformed into a genuine country gentleman, with my thoughts entirely devoted to managing labor, tending to the land, enclosing the estate, and cultivating crops. I felt that I was living a life unencumbered by societal expectations, one that could be best described as a retreat most suited for someone accustomed to enduring hardships. I cultivated my own land, free from rent and unbound by any contractual obligations. I could uproot or harvest as I pleased. We planted according to our needs, and I made various improvements for my family. Thus, I abandoned any notions of wandering afar, finding contentment in every aspect of my life. Now, I genuinely feel that I am savoring a middle-class existence, a life that can be deemed utterly exquisite, reminiscent of the verses penned by a poet extolling the virtues of rural living, far removed from malevolence, devoid of worries, in old age, free from sorrow, and in youth, untrapped by snares. In the midst of this profoundly blissful existence, a blow from the divine has struck me, causing my life to spiral into chaos. This not only inflicted an unavoidable and indelible wound upon me, but it also rekindled the long-buried desire to wander aimlessly, a thought that had become deeply entrenched within my psyche. It was akin to a severe relapse of an old ailment, rendering me powerless to resist. This blow was the sorrow of losing my beloved wife. Here, I do not wish to pen a eulogy for her, enumerating her unique virtues. In essence, she was the pillar of my endeavors, the very heart of my pursuits. She provided me with solace, allowing me to thrive in a realm of happiness and abandon perilous fantasies of reckless adventures. Her gentle persuasion regarding my restless spirit surpassed the tears of my mother, the admonitions of my father, the counsel of friends, and even the capabilities of my own reason and will. I delighted in heeding her words, easily swayed by her entreaties. Now, in her absence, I find myself plunged into the depths of solitude and desolation. Since her passing, the world around me appears to have transformed. as if I have become an alien in my own life, reminiscent of my initial arrival in Brazil. Were it not for the presence of a few servants to assist me, my isolation would mirror the desolation I felt on that island. I am left in a state of confusion, uncertain of my thoughts, and at a loss for what to do. People around me are engrossed in their daily toils. Some labor tirelessly for mere subsistence, while others squander their resources in frivolous pursuits. Yet, their plight is akin. The goals they chase remain perpetually out of reach. Those who revel in indulgence wallow in sin each day, accumulating regrets that weigh heavily upon them. Meanwhile, the laborers grapple daily to exchange their toil for bread, merely to sustain their existence, thus perpetuating a cycle of labor. Their lives are an endless loop of suffering, living solely to work and working merely to live. In this monotonous existence, the only goal seems to be the bread necessary for survival, with the sole motivation being the maintenance of this tiresome life. This reflection leads me to recall my own existence in that island kingdom. There, I refrained from allowing food to proliferate, for excess served no purpose. In that realm, currency lay neglected in drawers, moldy and rusted, having been forsaken for 2 decades, as I rarely cast a glance upon it. All these circumstances should have been utilized, guided by a religious perspective, to elevate my consciousness. Had I done so, my pursuits would transcend earthly pleasures, aspiring instead towards an ideal form of happiness. Moreover, I would have come to realize that life, in fact, possesses higher purposes and meanings beyond these trivialities, which is what individuals ought to embrace. However, the one who offered me counsel has departed. I am akin to a ship without a helmsman, drifting aimlessly with the winds. My thoughts swiftly gravitated towards that old matter, a whirlwind of fantastical notions regarding adventures abroad, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. My farm, my orchard, my livestock, and my family once occupied the entirety of my spirit, bestowing upon me a myriad of innocent and rustic joys. Yet now, these concerns have become utterly insignificant to me, evoking no interest whatsoever. In short, I resolved to abandon domestic responsibilities, to lease out the farm, and subsequently return to London. A few months later, I executed this decision. Upon my arrival in London, I found myself feeling as disconcerted as before. My interest in this place was non-existent. Here, I found myself devoid of purpose, aimlessly wandering like any ne'er-do-well. It could be said that among all of creation, such individuals are the most futile, their existence bearing no impact on their fellow beings, whether alive or dead. Furthermore, my life has always been one of vigorous action. Hence, of all lifestyles, I detest idleness the most. I felt a sense of accomplishment in having spent 26 days crafting a pine board. Now, it was early in the year of 1693, and my nephew had returned from sea. As I previously mentioned, he was a sailor I had trained and had risen to the rank of captain with my assistance. This time, he had sailed to Bilbao, a short voyage, yet it marked his inaugural journey as a captain. When he came to visit me, he informed me that certain merchants he was acquainted with had been encouraging him to undertake a voyage to the East Indies and China for direct trade. "Uncle," he said, "if you are willing to join me on this voyage, I assure you that the ship will take you to the island where you once resided, as we plan to make a stop in Brazil." Within our minds, we often cultivate thoughts that remain entirely unspoken and have never been divulged to anyone. When such thoughts align with certain objective circumstances, they distinctly indicate a forthcoming situation and reveal the existence of an unseen world. That morning, my nephew was oblivious to my recurring ailment, his thoughts solely fixated on the prospect of sailing. I, too, was unaware of what he wished to convey. However, as he approached me, I had already contemplated and resolved to consult with the old captain in Lisbon. Should my intentions prove reasonable and feasible, I would embark on a journey to revisit my little island and assess its condition. At that moment, I entertained the notion of immigrating there, bringing along some residents from here, and seeking some form of license to claim ownership of the island. Just as I was lost in these thoughts, my nephew arrived, proposing to take me to the island. Upon hearing his words, I paused in contemplation, scrutinizing him, and then inquired, "Have you lost your senses to propose such a folly?" Initially startled, my nephew soon discerned that I bore no ill will towards his suggestion, and he regained his composure. I found no fault in his proposal. He remarked that perhaps I would indeed relish the opportunity to revisit my domain. In those early days, your governance over that territory was far more commendable than that of most monarchs. In any case, this proposal resonated deeply with me, prompting me to respond candidly, indicating that I would proceed only if those merchants were agreeable. However, I also informed him that I would only venture to that island and would not go any further. "What?" he exclaimed. "Surely you do not expect me to leave you there?" To which I replied, "Could you possibly take me back with you upon your return?" He informed me that such a possibility was utterly infeasible. He explained that by that time, the ship would be laden with valuable cargo, and the merchants would not consent to traverse that route, as it would require an additional month, perhaps even 3 or 4 months. Furthermore, he cautioned that should anything happen to me, rendering me unable to return, I would be left in a predicament reminiscent of my previous plight. Chapter 12. Volume 2. His reasoning was sound, yet we devised a solution: to dismantle a sloop and stow it aboard the larger vessel, alongside a few carpenters. Upon reaching the island, they would require but a short span to reassemble the ship, rendering it seaworthy. I quickly reached a decision, as my nephew's suggestion resonated perfectly with my inclinations, leaving no room for alternative opinions. Moreover, with the passing of my wife, what was there left to tether me? Nonetheless, that venerable widow friend of mine earnestly endeavored to persuade me to contemplate my age, my comfort, and the inherent dangers of such an extensive voyage, particularly considering my children were still quite young. However, these words proved utterly futile. I found myself unable to resist my intense longing. It seemed to me that harboring such thoughts was akin to defying fate itself. Upon expressing this sentiment, she ceased her attempts to dissuade me and instead devoted her efforts to assist me. Not only did she help me prepare for the voyage, but she also arranged for the household duties and the education of the children during my absence. In order to ensure the smooth execution of these matters, I meticulously drafted my will, transferring my assets to my children with a profound sense of tranquility, for the entrusted individual was remarkably reliable. Consequently, regardless of what fate awaited me, I felt entirely at ease, free from any lingering concerns. As for the education of my children, I entrusted it to that widow, providing her with ample means to fulfill her responsibilities wholeheartedly. She rightfully deserved such support, as no other mother could care for my children's education more than she did. Upon my return, I found her still alive, and I expressed my gratitude for her efforts. My nephew was set to embark on his journey in early January of 1695. On the 8th, I boarded the vessel at Dover Straits, accompanied by Friday. In addition to bringing a plethora of essential supplies for my estate, I also carried a small boat. I resolved that should I find the situation there precarious, I would depart with my belongings. Initially, I brought along several servants, intending to settle them there as residents. At the very least, during my sojourn, I required their assistance, and subsequently, I would either take them with me or allow them to remain, according to their own desires. I specifically brought 2 carpenters, a blacksmith, and a particularly dexterous individual. His primary trade was cooperage, yet he excelled in various crafts. He adeptly fashioned round wheels and operated a hand mill for grinding grain, and was also a skilled lathe operator and potter. In essence, anything that could be crafted from clay and wood, he was proficient in creating. Thus, we referred to him as a jack of all trades. In addition to these, I also brought a tailor, who initially expressed a desire to embark with us to the East Indies, but later agreed to remain at our new plantation. It turned out that, apart from his primary vocation, he was an immensely resourceful individual, exhibiting great skill in many areas. As I previously mentioned, the objective necessity compelled us to be capable of undertaking various tasks. I did not maintain a detailed inventory of the items I brought. However, I recall that they included a sufficient quantity of linen and some lightweight fabrics produced in England. I anticipated encountering those Spaniards, and thus prepared clothing for them, ensuring I had supplies that would last at least 7 years. The materials for clothing, along with shoes, hats, socks, gloves, and other garments, cost me over £200. This amount also encompassed some beds, bedding, and particularly kitchenware, including pots and pans. Additionally, I expended nearly £100 on iron goods, nails, assorted tools, and fasteners, hooks, chains. In any case, I procured everything that was available to me. In addition to a few handguns, I also brought along hundreds of spare weapons, including muskets and smoothbore pistols, a considerable quantity of ammunition, 3 to 4 tons of lead, and 2 bronze cannons. Given my uncertainty regarding the duration of my expedition and the perils I might encounter, I also packed iron components for swords and spears. In short, I assembled a formidable arsenal. I instructed my nephew to bring, in addition to the artillery required for his ship, 2 small cannons for the aft deck, so that they could be dismounted if necessary. Once we arrived, we might construct a fortress and station guards to fend off various foes. I initially reasoned that if we were to maintain our hold on the island, such provisions would be essential, perhaps even more than this. This will be evident in the subsequent narrative. Compared to my past experiences, my fortune during this voyage was not particularly dire. I encountered only a few isolated mishaps, facing headwinds and adverse weather conditions that extended the duration of my journey beyond my expectations. Previously, I had only ventured to Guinea once. That was my inaugural maritime expedition, and I could say it returned as planned. However, with these circumstances unfolding, I began to believe I was once again beset by misfortune. I felt as though I was destined never to find solace on land, and that fortune consistently eluded me at sea. Initially, the headwind propelled us northward, compelling us to dock at Galway Harbour in Ireland, where we remained for 22 days due to unfavorable winds. Yet amidst this misfortune, we found some solace in the remarkably low prices of local provisions, which were abundantly available. Consequently, our stay did not deplete our ship's supplies. Rather, we even augmented them. During this time, I procured several live pigs and 2 pregnant cows, intending to transport them to the island. However, circumstances later changed, prompting me to dispose of them differently. On February 5th, we departed from Ireland, and for several consecutive days, we enjoyed strong tailwinds. I recall around February 20th, during the evening watch of the first mate, he suddenly rushed into the aft deck cabin, reporting that he had seen flashes of fire and subsequently heard the sound of cannon fire. As he was recounting this, an apprentice rushed in, stating that the boatswain had also heard another cannon blast. This prompted us all to hasten to the aft deck, where we listened intently for a while, yet heard nothing. However, moments later, we beheld a substantial glow in the distance. Quickly realizing that a fierce blaze was consuming a vessel, we immediately calculated our position and discerned that no land could be present in the direction of the fire. Coupled with the cannon sounds, we deduced that a ship was ablaze at sea. Thus, we steered directly towards that ominous glow. The more distance we covered, the more intense the fire appeared, leading us to believe we would soon locate the vessel. Nevertheless, due to the thick fog enveloping the sky, there was a period when we could only perceive the flames, with everything else obscured from view. After sailing for about half an hour, although the wind was not particularly strong, it was consistently favorable, and the clouds in the sky had dissipated somewhat. Thus, we were able to discern a large vessel ablaze upon the sea. Witnessing such a calamity profoundly shook my heart, despite the fact that I had no acquaintance with those aboard the ship. Instantly, I recalled my own past experiences, particularly the scene when the Portuguese captain rescued me. Now, that burning vessel was devoid of any accompanying ships, and I could only imagine the dire plight of those unfortunate souls aboard. Consequently, I commanded the firing of 5 cannon shots, one after another, in hopes that they might realize a savior was not far away, thus urging them to hasten to the lifeboats to escape. In the dark of night, although we could see them, they were entirely unaware of our presence. For a considerable time, we kept a vigilant watch on the burning ship, trailing closely behind, awaiting the arrival of dawn. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the vessel. Flames leaping skyward. Though such an event was to be expected, it startled us nonetheless. In mere minutes, the flames had completely extinguished, signifying that the ship had entirely sunk. This sight was truly heartbreaking. I thought of those unfortunate souls, who either perished alongside the ship or anxiously remained in the lifeboats, at the mercy of the tumultuous sea. However, the inky darkness obscured our view entirely. Despite this, I resolved to do my utmost to guide them, instructing that the ship's lanterns be lit and hung in every possible location aboard, while also firing the cannons repeatedly throughout the night to signal our presence nearby. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, we spotted 2 lifeboats through our telescope, both crowded with people, heavily laden. We observed them rowing against the wind. Realizing they had seen us and were striving to attract our attention, we promptly hoisted our ship's flag to signal that we had noticed them, and simultaneously raised a signal flag indicating our willingness to rescue them. I then set the sails and steered directly towards them. Half an hour later, we approached their vicinity. To cut a long story short, there were no fewer than 64 individuals on board, a mix of men, women, and children, all of whom we successfully rescued. Upon inquiry, we learned that the sunken vessel was a 300-ton French merchant ship, which had departed from the port of Quebec in Canada, en route back to France. The captain recounted the details of the disaster. He explained that due to the helmsman's negligence, a fire ignited at the stern of the ship. After a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames, everyone believed they had been completely eradicated. However, It was soon discovered that embers had landed in an inaccessible area, making it impossible to fully extinguish the fire. Consequently, the flames spread between the ship's ribs and within the cargo hold, rendering their firefighting efforts futile. At that juncture, they had no alternative but to board the lifeboats. Fortunately, these boats were quite sizable. One was a large dinghy, another a substantial skiff, and a smaller boat which proved of little use, merely serving to carry some water and provisions once they had escaped the inferno. In truth, although they managed to escape onto the lifeboats, the distance from land diminished their hopes of survival. Nevertheless, they reasoned that this course of action would at least spare them from perishing in the flames, and there remained the possibility of encountering a passing vessel on the open sea, offering a chance of rescue. Equipped with sails, oars, and a compass, they found themselves at the mercy of a fierce gale blowing from the southeast, which they could harness to propel themselves towards Newfoundland. If they were to ration their provisions of food and water to the utmost, maintaining a state of neither hunger nor satiety, they could sustain themselves for 12 days. During this span, provided they were spared from inclement weather and headwinds, the captain asserted that they might reach the banks of Newfoundland, or perhaps catch some fish along the way to aid their sustenance until they could make landfall. However, they faced numerous adversities: storms, rain, snow, frigid temperatures, and contrary winds. Should they manage to survive, it would indeed be a miracle. The captain recounted that, in such dire circumstances, despair had begun to settle over them, and they were on the verge of relinquishing all hope when suddenly they heard the resounding boom of cannon fire, followed by an echo that filled them with astonishment. These were the 5 cannon shots I had ordered. This news invigorated their spirits, and, as I had hoped, they realized that a vessel was nearby, coming to their aid. In response to the cannon fire, they lowered their mast and furled their sails, deciding to wait in that location until dawn, as the sound had emanated from an upwind direction. Subsequently, having heard no further cannon fire, they discharged 3 shots in return. However, positioned downwind, we were unable to hear them at all. After a while, they caught sight of the lights we had hung and heard the thunder of our cannon fire. I had ordered the cannons to be fired throughout the night, which filled them with even greater astonishment. They began to row their boats towards us. Ultimately, upon realizing that we had seen them, an indescribable joy enveloped them. These unfortunate souls, once rescued, were overwhelmed with ecstasy. Their gestures and movements were a spectacle I found challenging to articulate. In contrast, sorrow and anxiety are more easily conveyed, manifesting as sighs, tears, groans, or certain movements of the head and hands. Yet, the exuberance of joy unfolds in countless extravagant expressions. Some wept, while others appeared to be in excruciating pain, wailing and beating their chests. A few rambled incoherently, as if driven to madness. Some dashed about the boat, while others danced exuberantly and sang at the top of their lungs. There were those who laughed heartily, yet a greater number cried out loudly, and many remained silent, rendered speechless. A handful felt dizzy, on the brink of fainting. Only a select few crossed themselves, offering gratitude to God. I cannot blame them. Perhaps, with time, many will cultivate feelings of gratitude. However, initially, the emotional upheaval was so intense that they could not contain their feelings, plunging into ecstatic joy. Only a scant few retained their composure amidst the surprise, exhibiting a dignified calmness. On another note, this may also relate to the national characteristics of these individuals. Generally speaking, the temperament of the French is comparatively more impulsive than that of others, with their emotions subject to rapid fluctuations and considerable swings. Take, for instance, the unfortunate Friday. When I, his devoted servant, discovered his father aboard the small vessel, his astonishment was akin to that of the captain and his 2 companions, who, after being abducted by villains and brought to the island, were rescued by my intervention. Their surprise mirrored that of Friday. Yet none could compare to this moment, neither Friday's reaction nor any other instances I have encountered throughout my life. It is noteworthy to mention that the aforementioned extraordinary behaviors are not merely exhibited by various individuals, but even within the same person, such actions can manifest in rapid succession. For instance, one moment an individual may remain silent and stunned, almost like a statue, yet in the blink of an eye, he might erupt into exuberant antics, dancing and shouting like a jester. Shortly thereafter, he may appear akin to a madman, tugging at his hair or clothing, only to dissolve into tears. Followed by waves of nausea and fainting, without immediate assistance, he would surely succumb within mere minutes. Such phenomena are not isolated to 1 or 2 individuals. Rather, they are prevalent among the majority. If my memory serves me right, our ship's physician was compelled to administer bloodletting to approximately 30 individuals. Among them were 2 clergymen, one an elderly man and the other a youth, with the most peculiar aspect being that the elder's condition was the direst. Upon stepping onto our vessel, he collapsed, appearing utterly lifeless, devoid of any signs of vitality, save for the physician's belief that he was not, in fact, dead. At last, the ship's doctor began to knead and rub the man's arm, striving to warm the affected area as much as possible before proceeding to draw blood from the arm. Initially, the blood trickled down drop by drop, but soon began to flow more rapidly. 3 minutes later, the man opened his eyes, and after a quarter of an hour, he began to speak. His condition improved significantly, and shortly thereafter, he appeared to be quite normal. Once the bleeding was halted, he started to walk around, proclaiming that he had fully recovered. The doctor offered him a small amount of alcohol, which he consumed, and subsequently, he seemed remarkably lucid. After another quarter of an hour, the doctor was engaged in drawing blood from a fainted French woman when a commotion erupted as people rushed in to inform the doctor that the elderly priest had completely lost his sanity. It appeared that he had been ruminating on the miraculous turn of events, becoming overly agitated, which his body could not accommodate, leading to a congestion of bodily humors that resulted in a feverish state, rendering him almost mad. Upon witnessing this, the doctor declined to bleed him again. Instead, he administered a sedative to induce sleep. After some time, the effects of the medication took hold, and he slept soundly until dawn, awakening with both his emotions and physical state restored to normalcy. The young priest exhibited remarkable emotional control, serving as a paragon of tranquility. Upon boarding our vessel, he prostrated himself on the ground, fervently expressing gratitude for his salvation. However, I, in my confusion, mistakenly believed he had fainted and, inappropriately, interrupted his prayers. Nevertheless, he remained composed as he thanked me, explaining that he was offering thanks to God for his deliverance and requested a moment to continue his prayers. Chapter 13. Volume 2. I felt sincerely remorseful for having disturbed him and resolved not to intrude any further, nor to allow others to do so. After I departed from him, he crawled for 3 minutes before approaching me. His eyes brimming with tears, he earnestly and passionately expressed his gratitude, attributing his salvation and that of many others to my guidance under divine providence. I replied that rather than thanking me, he should express his gratitude to God. This act was nothing extraordinary, as any rational and humane individual would have done the same. Furthermore, we ought to thank God for choosing us to manifest his mercy upon his multitude of children. Subsequently, this young cleric began to labor among his compatriots, striving to instill a sense of calm within them. His efforts encompassed persuasion, entreaty, debate, and reasoning, all aimed at maintaining their rationality. His endeavors proved fruitful. Yet some individuals succumbed to a loss of self-control. This circumstance is one I must document, for it may serve as a reference for others in times of intense emotional upheaval. One must understand that should excessive joy lead to such a lapse in reason, it is indeed perilous. Herein lies a necessity to remain vigilant regarding our myriad of fervent emotions. Whether in joy and solace or in sorrow and anger, vigilance is paramount. The previous day, the unexpected actions of these new passengers left us somewhat flustered. Nevertheless, we endeavored to accommodate them as best we could, allowing them a restorative slumber, after which they appeared transformed. In gratitude for the assistance we extended, they expressed their thanks with remarkable courtesy. As is well known, the French excel in such matters. The following day, their captain and a cleric sought me out to converse with my nephew and me. The captain came to discuss how to handle their situation. He first expressed his gratitude, stating that we had saved their lives and that their appreciation was immense, yet what they could offer in return was far from sufficient. The captain mentioned that in their haste amidst the flames, they salvaged some valuables and money to bring aboard their lifeboat. If we were willing to accept it, they would bestow these items upon us. Their sole desire was for us to assist them in finding a place to disembark along our journey, from where they could devise a means to return to France. My nephew intended to accept their money and then ponder how to arrange their passage. However, I opposed his notion, for it is untenable to land in an unfamiliar place without a single coin to one's name. Had my Portuguese minister, who rescued me at sea, acted similarly by taking everything from me in gratitude for my salvation, I would have faced starvation. Or, as I experienced in Barbary, I might have become a slave in Brazil, not to a Muslim master, but nonetheless enslaved. Thus, I conveyed to the captain that while we indeed rescued them from peril, it was entirely our obligation Conversely, if we found ourselves in a similar plight, we would wish for assistance from others. We firmly believe that were the roles reversed, they would treat us with equal compassion. To take even a fraction of what we saved them from the flames, and then abandon them after delivering them to shore, would be akin to robbery. It would be as if we spared them from death only to let them perish from hunger. Therefore, I resolutely declined to accept any form of recompense from them. As for their disembarkation midway, I candidly conveyed to them that it posed an insurmountable challenge for us, given that our vessel was bound for the East Indies. Moreover, despite the winds having diverted us from our intended course, my nephew, as the captain, had entered into a contract with the merchants stipulating that our ship would navigate via Brazil. Any alteration to our route would render it impossible to account to the merchants. In my estimation, our only recourse was to continue sailing, endeavoring to encounter vessels returning from the West Indies, allowing them to board for passage to England or France. The initial part of my discourse was delivered with great generosity, which elicited their profound gratitude. Yet, upon learning that they were to be taken to the East Indies, they were taken aback, particularly the other passengers. They implored that since we had already deviated from our course before encountering them, we might at least adhere to the original trajectory, thus transporting them to Newfoundland, where they might encounter vessels of varying sizes and beseech one to carry them back to their point of departure in Canada. I deemed this request to be entirely reasonable and prepared to acquiesce. Indeed, to ferry this unfortunate group to the East Indies would be exceedingly detrimental for them, and our ship's provisions would be entirely depleted. Therefore, I felt that steering towards Newfoundland did not contravene our contract, but rather constituted an action necessitated by unforeseen circumstances, for which we should not be reproached. Thus, I consented to take them to Newfoundland, provided the winds and weather were favorable. Otherwise, I would direct our course towards Martinique in the West Indies. A vigorous easterly wind continued to blow, and the weather was splendid. For an extended period, the wind direction oscillated between the northeast and southeast, causing us to miss several opportunities to send them to France. We encountered a few vessels bound for Europe, two of which were French ships departing from St. Christopher. However, having sailed against the wind for many days, they were reluctant to take on more passengers, fearing a shortage of provisions that would lead to widespread hunger. Consequently, we were compelled to continue our voyage. A week later, we arrived at the banks of Newfoundland, where we disembarked them, with the understanding that if they could procure sufficient supplies, the ship would return them to France. There was, however, one exception: the young clergyman. Upon learning of our journey to the East Indies, he expressed a desire to accompany us, requesting to be set ashore on the Coromandel coast. I readily acquiesced to this request, as I held a deep fondness for him, an affection that would later prove to be well-founded. Additionally, 4 sailors volunteered to remain aboard our ship, all of whom ultimately proved to be invaluable. From that point onward, we set sail for the West Indies, charting a course due south and slightly eastward. Over the course of 21 days, we encountered periods of minimal wind and even complete calm. It was during this time that I encountered another distressing situation that stirred my compassion. On March 19, 1695, we spotted a sailing vessel while situated at a latitude of 27 degrees and 5 minutes, heading southeast by south. We discovered a sizable vessel approaching us, yet initially, we could not ascertain the nature of the ship. As it drew nearer, we realized that it had lost its main mast in the first topsail. Then it fired a cannon to signal its need for assistance. The weather was clear, with a strong wind blowing from the northwest. Shortly thereafter, we closed the distance and were able to communicate with those aboard. We learned that this was a Bristol ship, returning home from Barbados. However, it had encountered a dreadful hurricane that had blown it off course while still several days away from its planned departure. Compounded by the fact that both the captain and first mate were ashore, even disregarding the hurricane, their situation was dire, requiring a remarkable individual to navigate the vessel back. They had been at sea for 9 weeks, and following the hurricane, they were beset by another fierce storm that disoriented them further west, resulting in the loss of several masts. They expressed their belief that they had reached the Bahamas, but just then, a powerful wind from the northwest drove them southeast. With only a lower course sail from the main mast remaining, they erected an emergency foremast and rigged a makeshift square sail. Under these circumstances, they could barely sail towards the Canary Islands, yet the most distressing aspect was their utter exhaustion after such tribulation. Moreover, there was a dire shortage of food, almost to the point of starvation. Their only solace lay in the fact that their freshwater supply remained intact, in addition to half a barrel of flour. Although there was an abundance of sugar, The initial supply of preserved fruits had been completely depleted. Additionally, there were 7 barrels of rum. Among the passengers was a young man who had boarded the ship with his mother and a maid. They had hastily embarked during the night as their vessel was about to set sail, only to be beset by a hurricane shortly thereafter. Unprepared for such an ordeal, their predicament worsened. The sailors themselves were suffering from hunger and could offer no assistance to the unfortunate passengers. Consequently, the condition of the 3 of them was truly pitiable beyond description. Had it not been for my curiosity that led me to their ship, I would have remained oblivious to their plight. The second mate, who was in charge of their vessel, came to our ship and reported that 3 passengers in their main cabin were in a dire state. Not merely in a precarious situation, he asserted, but I fear they have succumbed, for I have not heard any news regarding their condition for at least 2 days. However, I dared not inquire further, he lamented. As we lacked the means to save them, we immediately sprang into action, allocating some provisions to assist them. In truth, I disregarded my nephew's counsel entirely, almost as if I intended to stock their ship with ample supplies, even if it meant venturing to Virginia or elsewhere to replenish our provisions, although such measures seemed unnecessary. Nevertheless, they now found themselves in a new peril, as they could not afford to consume too much. The second mate, accompanied by 6 individuals, rowed the boat over. But the unfortunate castaway appeared exceedingly frail, nearly starved to the brink of death. Having left no provisions for himself, he consumed whatever was available to everyone else. I placed meat before him and cautioned him against overeating. After taking 2 or 3 bites, he began to feel nauseous and uncomfortable, thus pausing his consumption. Our physician added some medicine to the meat, claiming it would alleviate both hunger and illness. After ingesting it, his condition indeed showed signs of improvement. Meanwhile, I instructed that provisions be sent to the remaining 6 individuals. Yet these unfortunate souls seemed to be more engaged in swallowing than eating, driven by their ravenous hunger, rendering them unable to exercise restraint. 2 of them overindulged, nearly succumbing to their own gluttony the following day. Witnessing the harrowing plight of these individuals deeply unsettled me. It evoked reflections on my own arrival on that island, contemplating the dreadful scenario I would have faced had I encountered a similar lack of sustenance, all the while living in constant trepidation of becoming someone else's meal. Although the second mate recounted the tragic circumstances of those aboard the vessel, I could not shake the earlier revelation he had shared regarding a mother and child along with a maid confined within the ship's hold. He mentioned he had not heard any news of them for 2 or 3 days. The pervasive fear aboard the ship precluded any concern for their well-being. Thus, I realized that the second mate and his companions had, in fact, provided them with nothing to eat, likely resulting in their slow starvation, perhaps even having perished on the cabin floor. Thus, I left the 2 officers, whom we now refer to as the captain, and the few individuals he had brought aboard the ship, allowing them to partake in some sustenance. Simultaneously, I instructed the first mate to take 12 men in my private dinghy to deliver a bag of bread and 4 or 5 cuts of raw beef to those on board. Our ship's doctor cautioned these 12 individuals to remain there and ensure the meat was thoroughly cooked, assigning someone to guard the kitchen to prevent anyone from consuming the raw meat or retrieving it before it was adequately prepared. He further advised them to distribute the food sparingly, offering only a small portion to each person at a time. His prudent guidance ultimately safeguarded the lives of those who were in desperate need of nourishment. Had he not provided such counsel, they would have unwittingly walked into their own demise by consuming the food we had brought. Meanwhile, I dispatched the first mate to the main cabin to assess the condition of the 3 unfortunate passengers, should they still be alive. I urged him to offer them comfort and appropriate sustenance. The doctor entrusted him with a large tin of soup, the very kind intended for the second officer, believing wholeheartedly that it would aid in their gradual recovery. Yet, I found this not sufficient. As previously mentioned, I was eager to witness firsthand the grim reality aboard the ship. I understood that once I arrived there, the scene would be vividly etched in my memory, far more impactful than any report relayed by others. Thus, shortly thereafter, I took the second officer, now referred to as the captain, and we made our way across in the dinghy. Upon arriving on the vessel, I discovered the unfortunate souls in a state of utter chaos, for the contents of the pot had yet to be properly cooked. Yet they were anxiously clamoring to retrieve them. The first mate, however, instructed the guards to diligently oversee the kitchen's entrance. Initially, the guards earnestly implored the crowd to exercise patience, but as the situation escalated, they were compelled to physically restrain the eager individuals from entering. Despite these efforts, the first mate directed the chef to place a few biscuits into the pot, allowing them to soften in the broth. thus creating a makeshift bread soup. Each person was then allocated a modest portion to alleviate their hunger, with the assurance that this was a measure taken to preserve their lives, hence the limited rations. Nonetheless, all efforts seemed futile. Fortunately, I arrived on their ship accompanied by their captain and several senior crew members, who spoke soothingly to them and even resorted to threats, asserting that further disobedience would result in the complete cessation of provisions. This, at last, resolved the crisis. Otherwise, I firmly believe they would have stormed the kitchen and retrieved the meat simmering on the stove, for when it comes to the gnawing pangs of hunger, words bear little persuasive power. Eventually, we managed to calm them, cautiously permitting them to consume a small amount at first and gradually increasing their portions during subsequent distributions, allowing them to satiate their appetites without incident. However, the plight of the 3 unfortunate passengers in the cabin was markedly different. Their condition was far graver than that of the others. Initially, the ship's supplies were scant, resulting in minimal rations for them, and as time progressed, they were entirely neglected, effectively enduring 6 or 7 days without sustenance, with their previous provisions being equally meager. It is said that the unfortunate mother, deeply devoted to her son, endeavored to conserve as much food as possible for him, ultimately leading to her own demise from starvation. When the first officer entered the cabin, he found her seated on the floor, her back against the wall, with 2 chairs tied together, effectively trapping her in between. Her head hung low upon her chest, and she appeared to be on the brink of death, resembling a lifeless body. The first officer spoke words of encouragement, striving to rouse her from her stupor, and offered her some broth. She moved her lips, yet could not articulate a sound. Instead, she gestured to indicate her own hopelessness, while pointing to her child, as if imploring him to be cared for. Witnessing this poignant scene, the first officer was profoundly moved and endeavored to feed her the soup, but alas, it was too late. She passed away that very night. The son, however, was not in such dire straits, a fact that came at the cost of his mother's life. He lay on the cabin's bed, resembling a lifeless figure sprawled there. He clutched a remnant of an old glove in his mouth, having consumed the rest. Yet, being young and possessing greater vitality than his mother, after receiving some broth, he began to show signs of revival. After a short while, he was given another 2 or 3 spoonfuls of soup, but he became nauseous and expelled the contents. The focus then shifted to the unfortunate maid, who lay sprawled on the floor, resembling someone struck by a stroke, having once struggled for her life. Her limbs appeared grotesque. One hand clutched the chair with a vice-like grip, and we struggled to pry it loose. The other hand rested upon her head, while her feet were tightly together, directed towards the cabin's table. In essence, her visage resembled that of a soul enduring the agony of impending death, yet still clinging to life. This unfortunate individual was not merely famished nor solely terrified by death. She was also heartbroken for her master, whom she loved dearly, and yet 2 or 3 days prior, she had been on the brink of demise. We were at a loss as to how to assist this pitiable young woman. Although our physician managed to revive her, she remained somewhat unhinged for a considerable time thereafter, thus we entrusted her care to the doctor. Chapter 14. Volume 2. Sailing upon the sea is not akin to traveling on land, where one may linger in a single location for a week or 2. However, our immediate task was to aid those in distress, and we did not remain idle. Although they were willing to navigate alongside us for a while, we could not set sail with a vessel devoid of masts. We assisted them in erecting a mainmast and a mizzenmast, and subsequently transformed their emergency foremast into a middle mast. Thereafter, we provided them with 5 barrels of beef, 1 barrel of pork, 2 barrels of biscuits, a multitude of beans and flour, offering all we could spare. Simultaneously, to ensure their peace of mind, we accepted 3 barrels of sugar, some rum, and pesos from them. Additionally, at the behest of the young man and the maid, we took them aboard our ship before departing from theirs. The young man appeared to be around 17 years of age, possessing a striking handsomeness and a refined demeanor. He was humble, cautious, and remarkably understanding. The loss of his mother weighed heavily upon him, compounded by the recent passing of his father just a few months prior in Barbados. He expressed a desire for us to take him away from the ship, claiming that the individuals aboard were quite cruel and responsible for his mother's demise. This assertion held truth, for had they shown even a modicum of compassion by offering a morsel of sustenance to that lost soul, she might have clung to life, even if only for a fleeting moment. Alas, hunger knows no mercy and is devoid of pity. The doctor informed him that our destination lay far ahead, and should he accompany us, he would be distanced from his friends and family, potentially plunging into an even more dire situation where food might be scarce. He replied that as long as he could escape the company of those around him, he was indifferent to where we would go. Unbeknownst to him, he mistook me for the captain, believing that the captain, having saved his life, would surely assist him further. As for the maid, he was certain that if she remained in her right mind, she would be grateful for our intervention. The doctor conveyed this request to me with palpable emotion, and I found myself compelled to acquiesce to their wishes. However, within his cargo, there were 11 large barrels of sugar that could neither be retrieved nor moved. Fortunately, the young man possessed a receipt indicating that these goods were indeed aboard that vessel. Consequently, I requested the ship's captain to sign a document, promising to seek out a Mr. Rogers in Bristol upon arrival, this merchant being a relative of his, to deliver my letter and the goods belonging to the deceased merchant. It now appears that this endeavor was in vain, as I have never heard of the ship reaching Bristol. It may have met with misfortune at sea. After all, the ship was in such poor condition and far from land. I surmise that it may have succumbed to a storm, likely sinking beneath the waves. For when we encountered it, it was already taking on water, with its hold compromised. On April 10th, we reached the island where I had previously resided. It took considerable effort to locate the place. My prior arrivals and departures had been from the eastern and southern parts of the island. At that time, I had come from Brazil, whereas now I approached from the mainland, with no nautical charts for this region and the terrain devoid of any distinguishing markers. Thus, upon sighting the island, I was unaware that I had arrived. We had been navigating in this vicinity for quite some time, landing on several islands at the mouth of the Orinoco River, yet none were the ones I sought. Through this coastal expedition, I gleaned one crucial revelation. I had previously made a significant error. The land I had glimpsed from the island was, in fact, merely a slender isle, more precisely, a series of islands stretching from one side of the vast river mouth to the other. The indigenous individuals who visited my island were not the natives we refer to as Caribs, but rather the inhabitants of those islands and other similar savages. They resided closer to us than other tribes. In summary, I searched several islands, but none were the ones I was looking for. I discovered that some islands were inhabited while others were barren. On one island, I encountered a group of Spaniards, initially believing they were the permanent residents. However, upon conversing with them, I learned they had a ship anchored in a nearby creek, and they were there to harvest salt, hoping also to procure some pearls. It was then that I realized they had come from Trinidad, located to the north at approximately 10 to 11 degrees north latitude. Thus, we sailed from one island to another, sometimes aboard a large vessel, at other times on a French brigantine. Eventually, we reached the southern shore of that island. Immediately recognizing it by its topography, I instructed the large ship to approach the mouth of the creek and safely drop anchor, for my former residence lay beside this very creek. Upon sighting this place, I called Friday and inquired if he knew where we were. He glanced around briefly and soon exclaimed, "Yes, that's it." As he called out, he pointed excitedly at our former dwelling, dancing about in a frenzy. I exerted considerable effort to restrain him, preventing him from leaping into the sea to swim towards that island. "Nana," he said, "do you think we can find anyone here on Friday? Will we be able to see your father?" This fellow stood there, as stiff as a statue, for quite a while without uttering a word. However, upon hearing me mention his father, this unfortunate son appeared dejected, and upon closer inspection, I noticed tears streaming down his face. "What troubles you?" I inquired. "Is it the thought of possibly seeing your father that has unsettled you?" "No, no." He shook his head. "I shall never see him again." "Why do you say that?" I asked. "How can you be so certain about Friday?" He replied, "He may have long since passed away. He is of advanced age." I remarked, Well, Friday is uncertain in that regard, but will we encounter others there?" It seemed this fellow had sharper eyesight than I did, for despite being 2 nautical miles from my old home, he pointed at a small hill behind it and exclaimed, I see. Indeed, I see many people there. Yet I could not discern a single soul, even with my telescope. But I presumed it was due to my misalignment. The following day, upon inquiring, I discovered he was indeed correct. There were indeed 5 or 6 individuals standing there, all gazing at our vessel, unaware of whether we were friend or foe. Upon hearing that Friday had spotted people, I promptly commanded the raising of the Union Jack and ordered 3 cannon shots to signify our amicable intentions. After a span of approximately 7 or 8 minutes, a plume of smoke arose by the riverbank. Thus, I immediately instructed a small boat to set forth, displaying a white flag symbolizing peace. Accompanied by Friday and the clergyman, I boarded the vessel. The clergyman, having heard of my residence on the island and my current circumstances, expressed a fervent desire to accompany me. Additionally, we brought along around 16 armed men, as we were apprehensive of encountering unfamiliar visitors. In truth, the presence of weapons was quite unnecessary. As we took advantage of the rising tide to approach the shore, we rowed directly into the river. The first figure I discerned was that of the Spaniard. Having saved his life, his visage was particularly familiar to me. Initially, I disembarked without instructing the others to follow. However, Friday could not contain himself aboard the vessel, for he had spotted his father from a distance. Being somewhat separated from the Spaniards, I had not noticed him. He leapt ashore like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards his father with astonishing speed. The sight of this poor fellow rushing to his parent, filled with ecstatic joy, would bring tears to anyone's eyes. He embraced his father, kissed him, caressed his face, lifted him, and then set him down beneath a tree. Afterward, he gazed intently at him, as if admiring a rare masterpiece. It was truly a sight that suggested he was bewitched. However, the following day, a different expression of his fervent emotions would manifest. Such a scene would elicit laughter even from a passing dog. In the morning, he strolled along the riverbank, later walking alongside his father for several hours, always linking arms as though he were a lady or a young miss. He frequently dashed to the boat to fetch something for his father, be it a morsel of sugar, a sip of wine, or a sweet delicacy. Essentially, anything edible. By the afternoon, he displayed a different spectacle. He urged the old man to sit on the ground while he frolicked around him, performing a myriad of whimsical gestures, all the while engaging him in conversation, recounting tales from his travels, and sharing experiences from abroad that captivated his father's attention. In our corner of the world, one could not help but remark that if Christians exhibited such filial devotion towards their parents, the fifth commandment could be deemed unnecessary. However, I digress. Let me return to the situation on the bank. Regarding the hospitality of those Spaniards, it was nothing short of impeccable and exceedingly courteous. A detailed account would be interminable. The first Spaniard I encountered was well known to me, as I had saved his life previously. Accompanied by another, he approached our boat, waving a white flag. Initially, he did not recognize me, nor could he fathom that I was the one he encountered, a realization that only dawned upon him when I initiated conversation. "Sir," I addressed him in Portuguese, "do you not recognize me?" He listened in silence, yet handed his weapon to his companion, relinquishing all other armaments. As he approached me, speaking in a Spanish dialect I could not comprehend, he embraced me, declaring it an unforgivable transgression not to recognize me. In his eyes, I had once appeared as an angel, descending from the heavens to save his life. He uttered numerous courteous expressions and then gestured to his companion to summon the others. He inquired whether I would accompany him back to my former abode, promising to return my dwelling, assuring me that everything would remain unchanged. Thus, I followed him, however. To my astonishment, I could hardly recognize the place, as if I had never set foot there. They had planted an abundance of trees with remarkable artistry, each one closely nestled against another, rendering passage impossible for a decade, save for those who had sown the seeds and could discern the meandering paths. I questioned them on the thoroughness of their defenses. He responded that once he had escorted them to the island and revealed to me the disheartening reality of my absence, I would deem such precautions essential. He expressed that upon learning I had embarked on a fine vessel and departed contentedly, he could not help but feel elated for my fortune, often contemplating that I would inevitably reunite with them. As for the 3 savage individuals I had left on the island, he remarked that their tale was lengthy. Yet all Spaniards believed it far better to remain united with fellow countrymen, fortunate that their numbers were scant. Had they been more numerous, he asserted, we would have long since been dispatched to the underworld to atone for our sins. As he spoke, he made a cross over his chest. "Sir," he continued, "I hope that after I tell you this, you will not take offense. At that time, out of a necessity for self-preservation, I was compelled to disarm them and make them submit to us, for even if they became our masters, they would not be satisfied until they had taken our lives." I replied that I had harbored such concerns when I left them behind. During my departure from the island, my only anxiety was that they might not return, which prevented me from entrusting everything to them beforehand. These individuals were indeed notorious for their misdeeds, and I was pleased with their actions. I felt no discontent whatsoever. At that moment, the messenger he had dispatched returned, accompanied by 11 individuals. Their attire rendered it impossible to discern their nationality. However, he made clear introductions for both parties. First, he faced me, gesturing toward them, and said, "Sir, these are honorable individuals, to whom you owe your life." Then, he turned to them, pointing at me, and made the introductions. One by one, they approached, and their demeanor suggested they were not mere sailors or common folk, but rather ambassadors and nobility. While I seemed to be a sovereign or a great king, their behavior was exceedingly courteous and respectful, yet imbued with solemnity and dignity, appearing remarkably fitting. In summary, their attentiveness and decorum left me somewhat bewildered, utterly unsure of how to accept their homage, let alone reciprocate it with equal grace. They arrived on the island after my departure, and their journey, as well as their subsequent activities on the island, were quite complex and filled with remarkable feats. My earlier narrative may aid the reader in understanding these events, as many details of their experiences are causally linked to situations I have previously described. Therefore, I am inclined to share some occurrences that transpired after my departure. To maintain clarity and conciseness, I shall first recount certain circumstances surrounding my exit from the island. It is essential to reiterate that I instructed Friday's father and the Spaniard to navigate a large canoe to the so-called mainland to retrieve the Spaniard's companions, ensuring they would not meet a fate similar to his. Moreover, once everyone was gathered, we might have a chance to devise a plan for future escape. When I dispatched them, much like the preceding 20 years, I held little hope for my own salvation. Thus, if they returned to find I had departed and that 3 strangers had taken possession of all I had left behind, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. I inquired of the Spaniard about the situation at that time. He informed me that the journey was remarkably smooth, with calm seas and no incidents. As for his compatriots, he mentioned that they were exceedingly pleased to see him, as he appeared to be a significant figure among them, especially given that the captain of their ill-fated vessel had already perished. They were not only filled with joy, but also astonished, for they were aware that he had fallen into the hands of the savages, and they firmly believed these savages would consume him, as they invariably treated captives. When he recounted his miraculous escape to them, explaining that he had come fully prepared to lead them away, he remarked that it felt like a dream to them. Their astonishment mirrored that of Joseph from the biblical narrative, whose brothers, consumed by jealousy over their father's favoritism towards him, sold him into slavery in Egypt. However, through misfortune, he rose to prominence, and his brothers were taken aback upon hearing Joseph's self-introduction, after he displayed the weapons, ammunition, and provisions he had brought for the journey. They regained their senses and naturally felt elated at the prospect of their impending salvation. They promptly commenced preparations to depart with him. Their first task was to procure some canoes. Reluctantly, they had to rely on the very savages who had treated them kindly, feigning a desire to venture out to fish, and borrowed 2 large dugout canoes from them. The following morning, they boarded the vessels and set sail. As they had nothing to carry with them, no clothing, no food, only the garments they wore and a meager supply of plant roots, their usual sustenance, they departed for a total of 3 weeks. Unfortunately for them, during this period, I found an opportunity to escape. However, I left 3 unruly and domineering rascals on the island, whom anyone would instinctively shun. Thus, we can only imagine the extent of misfortune and disappointment experienced by the unfortunate Spaniards. In Chapter 15, after the Spaniards arrived on the island, the 3 rogues performed but one commendable deed. They dutifully delivered the letters I had penned and distributed provisions and other essentials. Furthermore, they conveyed to the Spaniards a lengthy explanation I had composed, detailing my various means of sustenance. For a time, these scoundrels adhered to their promises, allowing the Spaniards some conveniences, granting them access to my lair, where they began to coexist in relative harmony. The leader among the Spaniards became quite familiar with my ways of life, and with the assistance of Friday's father, the 2 managed the affairs of all. As for the Englishmen, they idled about the island, either chasing sea turtles or capturing parrots, returning in the evening to find that the Spaniards had already prepared their dinner. As long as they refrained from overstepping their bounds and causing trouble, the Spaniards were content with the arrangement. Yet, the malicious nature of the Englishmen was not destined for prolonged tranquility. They resembled the dog in Aesop's fables, which, while refusing to partake of the fodder in the trough, would not allow others to enjoy it either. What began as a trivial disagreement escalated into open conflict, and once the turmoil erupted, it became irreconcilable, utterly devoid of reason and contrary to all sense. Indeed, although it was the Spaniards who initially broached the subject, when I probed those scoundrels, they offered no denial whatsoever. Before delving into the particulars of this situation, I must confess that my previous account contained a flaw, as I had forgotten to mention another significant event. Specifically, when we weighed anchor and set sail, a minor altercation erupted aboard our vessel. At that moment, I feared it might escalate into a more serious disturbance. However, The commotion eventually subsided, thanks to the captain's fortitude, as he rallied us to his side and forcibly separated the belligerents, apprehending the two most unruly individuals. He shackled them, and they had been particularly vocal during the previous unrest, now issuing a plethora of vile threats. The captain ominously declared that upon our arrival in England, he would charge them with mutiny and piracy, threatening them with execution by hanging. It seemed that the captain did not genuinely intend to follow through with such threats. Yet his words instilled a sense of trepidation among some crew members. They perceived a facade of kindness from the captain, believing that once we reached the English port, he would cast them into prison to answer for their transgressions. Upon learning of this unsettling situation, the crew approached me, given my esteemed position as governor among them. They hoped I would collaborate with the first mate to assuage their fears, assuring them that as long as they conducted themselves properly during the remainder of the voyage, their past misdeeds would be overlooked. Consequently, I took it upon myself to address their concerns, and with my reputation as a guarantee, their apprehensions seemed to dissipate, especially when I announced that I would no longer pursue the matter concerning the two individuals. The sight of their shackles being removed further alleviated their anxieties. However, this unfortunate incident left our vessel anchored in place for the night. The following morning, under calm skies, we discovered that the two scoundrels had fled, each pilfering a musket and other weaponry, and had taken our unmoored longboat to seek refuge with the nefarious crew on the island. Upon realizing this situation, I immediately commanded the first mate to assemble a dozen men and set out in the longboat to track down those miscreants. Alas, they found neither the two nor the other three, for upon sighting the longboat approaching, the scoundrels had all retreated into the woods. The first mate initially intended to teach them a lesson, to devastate their crops, incinerate their provisions and belongings, rendering their lives unbearable. However, lacking such orders, he was reluctant to act rashly and merely retrieve the longboat. After the two had escaped, 5 individuals remained on the island. Yet, the other 3 ruffians were far more malevolent than the former pair. Consequently, after only 2 or 3 days, they expelled the newcomers, severing ties and leaving them to fend for themselves, refusing to offer even a morsel of sustenance despite their pleas. As for the Spaniards, they had yet to arrive at that time. Once they set foot on the island, events began to take a different turn. The Spaniards urged the 3 British miscreants to embrace their compatriots, suggesting that as they were all together, they ought to be considered one family. Yet, the miscreants would not hear of it. Consequently, the 2 unfortunate individuals were left to fend for themselves. They realized that a comfortable existence could only be achieved through diligence. Thus, they erected a tent on the northern shore of the island, though it was actually slightly to the west, to avoid the dangers posed by the indigenous people, as they always disembarked on the eastern side of the island. There, they constructed 2 modest dwellings, one for habitation and the other for storing essential supplies and ammunition. The Spaniards provided them with some seeds and also gifted them the peas I had left behind. Following my guidance, they tilled the soil for planting and enclosed the area, which led to a satisfactory life. Although the initial plot they cultivated for grain was small and did not require much time, their first harvest was sufficient to liberate them from their plight, allowing them to enjoy bread and other provisions. One among them had served as an assistant cook aboard the ship, making him adept at preparing soups and puddings and skilled in using rice and goat's milk for meals. If only they could procure some meat, his culinary talents would flourish even more. They were living increasingly better lives until 3 unruly rogues appeared. These 3 men, ostensibly their compatriots, were seized by a whim and began to harass and intimidate them, claiming that the island belonged to them, having been granted ownership by the governor. They insisted that no one else had any rights on the island and that the 2 must pay rent to reside there. The 2 individuals believed that the other was jesting and thus invited them into the house to sit down, urging them to observe the splendid renovations they had made and to inquire about the rent. One of the hosts, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed that if they were to be considered property owners, he wished that should anyone construct a house on another's land, thereby enhancing its value, he would hope they could adhere to the customary practices of landlords, allowing him a long-term lease, and even suggested they find someone to draft the lease agreement. At this moment, a ruffian erupted in fury, insisting that they recognized the seriousness of the situation. He stormed towards their cooking area, seized a burning log, and rushed outside to set fire to the premises. Had it not been for one of the hosts who dashed forward to shove him aside and exert considerable effort to extinguish the flames, the house would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. After being pushed away, the assailant erupted with rage, brandishing the heavy wooden club and turning to strike his aggressor. Fortunately, the latter dodged adeptly and retreated into the house. Otherwise, he would have met a dire fate. Observing the imminent danger, the other host also fled inside, and in the blink of an eye, both emerged brandishing firearms. The one who had narrowly escaped the club swung his weapon, delivering a swift blow that sent the ruffian sprawling to the ground. So rapid was the action that the other two lacked the time to intervene. At this juncture, the two hosts, seeing the other two miscreants poised to strike, huddled closely together, aiming their guns at them, commanding them to remain still and motionless. The adversaries were also armed. However, one master exhibited exceptional bravery, and the perilous situation steeled his resolve. He bellowed at them that should they dare to lay a hand upon him, their demise would be inevitable. He then commanded them to relinquish their weapons. Although they did not surrender their arms, the firmness of his stance compelled them to engage in a bargaining negotiation, ultimately agreeing to escort their injured companion away. Evidently, the fellow was gravely wounded, suffering significantly from his injuries. In this matter, both masters erred, for with victory seemingly assured, they could have disarmed their opponents and promptly sought out the Spaniards to report the misconduct of the three troublesome ruffians. Subsequently, the harassment by these three miscreants persisted. They trampled the crops of the locals, shooting a wild ewe and her 3 lambs, an endeavor the locals had intended to nurture and tame. For the sake of brevity, we shall refrain from delving into these relatively minor acts of villainy. Nonetheless, such disturbances prompted the two men to resolve that, given the opportunity, they would confront the 3 scoundrels in a fair and just manner. Thus, they resolved to journey to the village, what they referred to as my former residence, where the 3 ruffians and the Spaniards resided at that time. Their intent was to engage in an open and honorable contest, with the Spaniards as witnesses to this equitable duel. Therefore, they arose before dawn and made their way to the location, explicitly calling out for the British men by name. However, a Spaniard emerged instead, to whom they stated their desire to speak with the 3 individuals. By a stroke of coincidence, 2 Spaniards ventured into the woods a day earlier and encountered one of the Englishmen. For clarity, let us refer to him as the honorable man. From him, they learned of the barbaric acts perpetrated by his 3 compatriots against the 2 Spaniards, which not only devastated their fields, but also trampled the crops they had painstakingly cultivated. Furthermore, they had slaughtered the goats and sheep that the Spaniards kept for sustenance. He expressed that if the Spaniards could not provide assistance, the 2 would perish from hunger. That evening, upon returning home, the Spaniard boldly and tactfully criticized the 3 Englishmen during dinner, questioning their treatment of the 2 individuals who were merely striving for self-sufficiency and working diligently for their livelihood. He lamented that living as they currently did was no easy feat, so how could they treat them so cruelly? An Englishman immediately interjected, asserting that the 2 had no business on the island, implying that they were trespassers and had no right to cultivate the land or construct dwellings, as it did not belong to them. The Spaniard replied calmly, "Sir, they cannot simply starve." The Englishman retorted in a coarse sailor's tone, "They may starve, but they should not be building houses or farming here." The Spaniard then inquired, "What, then, should they do, sir?" Another unreasonable fellow responded, "They should work and serve us." The Spaniard replied, "How can you expect them to do that? They are not your property. You have no right to demand their service." The Englishman asserted, "This island belongs to us. The governor has granted it to us, and no one shall act independently upon it." Upon uttering these words, they swore an oath to incinerate the dwellings of others, claiming that no structures were to be erected upon what they deemed their land. The Spaniards retorted, "I say, sir, by your reasoning, we must serve you then." To their astonishment, the audacious knave audibly proclaimed, "Indeed, you should serve us, lest we come to discipline you," interspersing his declaration with some crude expletives. The Spaniards, however, merely smiled faintly and chose to disregard him. This reaction ignited the fervor of a rogue. One man, whom I believe was named Will Atkins, leapt to his feet and said to another, "Come, Jack, let us venture forth and engage them in battle. We shall surely raise their den. On our territory, they are not permitted to encamp." With that proclamation, they all hastily departed, each armed with a long gun, a short gun, and a knife, their lips spewing invective, declaring that when the time was ripe, they would take action against the Spaniards. It seemed that the Spaniards were oblivious to their true nature, assuming that the insolence arose merely because someone had spoken on behalf of the 2 Englishmen. As for where they went or how they spent the night, the Spaniards professed ignorance. It appeared that part of their night was spent walking, and eventually, fatigued, they arrived at what I previously referred to as the villa, where they laid down and overslept. The situation unfolded as follows. They initially intended to rest until midnight, planning to launch a surprise attack while the two unfortunate souls were asleep. According to their later admissions, they intended to set a fire, either to incinerate the victims inside or to kill them upon their escape. It is often said that those who harbor malicious intentions find it difficult to sleep soundly. Yet, surprisingly, they managed to fall into a deep slumber. As I mentioned, the two men had their own plans, albeit far more honorable and devoid of murderous intent. It was fortunate for them that when the three menacing figures arrived at the cabin, they had already departed. Upon discovering the cabin vacant, the seemingly audacious Atkins turned to his accomplice, saying, "Hey, Jack, this is their den, yet the horse has already bolted." They pondered for a moment, seeking to comprehend the reason behind the early departure of the two men, and soon suspected that the Spaniard had tipped them off. This led them to resolve to exact revenge on the Spaniard. After deciding to engage in this nefarious act, they first targeted the dwelling of the two unfortunate souls. Although they did not set fire to it, they utterly razed it to the ground, leaving no trace of the house behind. They smashed the furnishings within to smithereens, scattering various belongings, resulting in the two unfortunate souls being unable to find their possessions even a mile away from the site. Following their destructive spree, the villains uprooted all the saplings planted by the victims and demolished the surrounding fencing. In summary, they plundered everything, leaving destruction in their wake. And even a group of imposing individuals arriving did little to alter the situation. At this juncture, two men emerged, intent on confronting their adversaries. Though they faced three opponents, they were resolute in their determination to engage them, no matter where they might find them. Should their paths cross, a violent encounter was inevitable, as both individuals were robust and had resolved to deal firmly with the trio. Despite their mutual pursuit, fate intervened, ensuring they did not encounter one another. It became a game of cat and mouse, with the three men heading one way while the two went another, and when the latter returned to seek them out, the former had already returned to their original hideout. The contrasting actions of both parties would soon become evident. When the three men returned, their demeanor was fierce, their faces flushed from their recent exploits. They approached the Spaniards and animatedly recounted their deeds. One of them even drew close to a Spanish man, nonchalantly twisting his hat and making a derisive grimace, taunting him with, "I say, Mr. Jack from Spain, if you fail to recognize the situation, you too shall taste this fiery sauce." Though the Spaniard was composed and courteous, he was also exceedingly brave. He fixed his gaze on the provocateur for a moment before stepping forward with a stern expression, delivering a blow that sent the assailant sprawling to the ground, akin to a hatchet felling a bull. Witnessing this, another rogue immediately drew his pistol and fired at the Spaniard, yet failed to hit his mark. He merely grazed the tip of his ear, causing a considerable amount of blood to flow. Upon witnessing this, the Spaniard, in a fit of rage, immediately fired his weapon. Abandoning his earlier composed demeanor, he bent down to retrieve the smoothbore gun that he had knocked from the hands of the man and aimed it at the shooter. The other Spaniards, present in the cave, simultaneously urged him to refrain from firing while stepping forward to separate the two individuals and disarm the others. Thus, they were subdued. Realizing they had provoked the wrath of the crowd, they composed themselves, uttering conciliatory words in hopes of reclaiming their weapons. However, the Spaniards, mindful of the animosity between the few Englishmen, believed it prudent to prevent mutual slaughter and decided it was best to retain their arms. They assured the disgruntled trio that they would not inflict harm upon them, and, should they choose to live peacefully, they could continue their interactions as before, offering assistance. Yet, since the trio was intent on causing discord among their compatriots and even threatened all the Spaniards, they could not return the firearms to them. In Chapter 16, the three miscreants, having lost all sense of reason, were impervious to rational discourse. After the Spaniards refused to return their guns, they stormed away in a frenzy, despite being unarmed, vowing to unleash their wrath. However, the Spaniards regarded their outbursts with indifference, merely warning them that if they dared to trample upon crops and livestock, they should beware of their heads. Should they persist in such actions, they would surely be treated as beasts and shot on sight. If captured alive, they would face hanging. Nevertheless, these words failed to pacify them, and they stormed off in a fit of rage, their furious demeanor truly resembling that of fearsome demons. Just as they departed, two others arrived, equally irate and agitated. Having returned to their homeland only to find everything reduced to nothingness, their fury was all too understandable. Before they could articulate their grievances, the Spaniards hastily recounted their own circumstances. It was indeed peculiar that the 3 men would threaten the 19 without facing any repercussions. The Spaniards clearly regarded them with disdain, particularly after disarming them, rendering their threats inconsequential. However, the 2 Englishmen were resolute in their quest for vengeance, determined to confront them at any cost. Yet, regarding this matter, the Spaniards asserted that the others were now unarmed, and they could not idly witness the 2 pursuing them with firearms. The weighty Spaniard, their leader, proclaimed, "If you entrust this matter to us, we shall endeavor to ensure that they treat you with fairness. Once their ire has subsided, they will inevitably seek us out, for without our assistance, they cannot survive. We assure you that if we cannot secure a resolution to your complete satisfaction, we shall hold them accountable, under this condition. We hope you can guarantee that you will not resort to violence against them unless in self-defense." The proposal proved exceedingly difficult for the 2 Englishmen to accept, however. The Spaniards insisted that it was merely to spare them from bloodshed, ultimately ensuring peace for all. They remarked, "We are not numerous, and there is ample space for us here. Should we fail to coexist harmoniously, it would be a profound pity." Eventually, the 2 men reluctantly acquiesced. As their lodgings had been destroyed, they stayed with the Spaniards for a time, awaiting clarity on the situation. Approximately 5 days later, the trio, having exhausted themselves from aimless wandering, primarily subsisting on turtle eggs, found themselves near starvation. They returned to their temporary abode, where they encountered the leader of the Spaniards, who was strolling by the river with 2 others. They approached him, humbly requesting that he accept them back and allow them to live together with the community. The Spaniards treated them with courtesy, but pointed out their previous cruelty towards their compatriots and their poor demeanor towards the Spaniards, thus indicating that they must first seek the counsel of their peers before providing a response. Nevertheless, they assured the Englishmen that they would discuss the matter and return with an answer in half an hour. It is easy to imagine the discomfort this caused the Englishmen, as they were left to await the response, leading them to request some sustenance during this interval. The Spaniards complied, bringing forth a generous portion of lamb and a cooked parrot. They immediately indulged in the feast, having been utterly famished. After half an hour of deliberation, they were summoned. Leading to an extended debate, the 2 compatriots accused them of having obliterated all their labor's fruits and even plotted to take their lives, allegations that were indisputable. Ultimately, the Spaniards acted as mediators between the 2 parties. They initially persuaded the 2 Englishmen not to harm the 3 destitute, defenseless individuals, and subsequently urged the trio to reconstruct 2 small huts for the 2 men, one to be of the same size as before and the other larger. They were instructed to repair the fence, replant the uprooted trees, and cultivate the land where the crops had been destroyed. In essence, they were to restore everything to its former state as much as possible, acknowledging that complete restoration was unattainable due to the seasonal nature of agriculture and forestry. However, they accepted all these conditions. Having maintained a sufficient food supply, they became compliant, and thus everyone resumed a joyful existence together. Yet, the 3 individuals were never truly persuaded to engage in labor, save for occasional whims. The Spaniards candidly expressed that as long as they coexisted harmoniously, they would willingly provide for them, and if they wished, they could leisurely wander about. Consequently, life unfolded peacefully for a month or 2, during which the Spaniards returned their firearms, consenting to their excursions armed as before. These ungrateful individuals, armed and emboldened, within a mere week succumbed once more to their former brutishness and repugnance. However, an incident transpired that imperiled their very safety, compelling them to set aside their personal grievances and prioritize the preservation of their collective lives. This event unfolded on a particular night, during which the Spanish man I had once rescued, now the leader of the others, found himself beset by an unusual restlessness, tossing and turning in his sleep. Despite his assurances of good health, his mind was tumultuous, preoccupied with visions of conflict and mutual slaughter. He remained acutely aware, unable to succumb to slumber, and after a protracted period of unease, resolved to rise. Upon standing, he gazed outward, though the darkness of night obscured his view. The trees before him further impeded his sight. Thus, he tilted his head upwards, beholding only the twinkling stars in the clear night sky. Straining to listen, he discerned no sounds, prompting him to return to bed. Yet, the turmoil within him persisted, rendering sleep elusive, as an intense disquiet plagued his thoughts. the cause of which eluded him. He paced restlessly, exiting and re-entering the space, inadvertently creating noise, which roused another individual who inquired about the disturbance. The leader recounted his predicament. "Is that so?" The other Spaniard replied. "One must never grow complacent regarding such matters. I can assure you, misfortune is undoubtedly brewing nearby." He then inquired, "Where are the Englishmen?" They were all in their small cabin, seemingly at ease. It appears that since the recent disturbance caused by the 3 British men, the Spaniards, although still residing in their main camp, had allocated a separate place for those 3 individuals, thereby rendering them unable to launch an attack. "Oh," the Spaniard remarked. "From my personal experience, I suspect something may transpire. I firmly believe that in the unseen realm, there exist numerous disembodied souls, and we, with our corporeal minds, can communicate with them and extract information." "Very well," he continued. "Let us venture outside to assess the situation. If nothing is amiss, we shall have merely wasted our energy. However, I shall recount a most reasonable tale that will elucidate the rationale behind my suggestion." In short, they stepped outside, prepared to ascend the small hill I once frequented. They were all robust and in each other's company, unlike my solitary state at that time. Thus they proceeded without the cautiousness I had exhibited, boldly traversing the thicket towards the summit, completely oblivious to the need for concealment. At that moment, they were taken aback upon observing a fiery glow not far away, accompanied by the sound of voices, not just 1 or 2, but a multitude of voices. I have often observed the natives ascending to my island, yet I have taken utmost care to conceal the fact that it is inhabited. Should they discover this truth, I endeavor to render them perplexed, ensuring that those who manage to flee remain unable to articulate the circumstances. By swiftly vacating the scene, I have ensured that few of those who have encountered me have escaped, and naturally, they would refrain from informing others. However, during my final encounter, 3 natives were exceptions. They leapt into a small boat and made their escape. As I have previously expressed, I harbor great concerns that upon their return, they might bring forth a greater number of their kin. Whether the influx of individuals is a consequence of those few who fled, or if they remain oblivious to the presence of inhabitants here, merely returning as they typically do to slaughter captives, seems to elude the discernment of the Spaniards. Regardless, their course of action must be to remain concealed and observe the natives, ensuring that the latter do not suspect habitation. Alternatively, they could launch a sudden assault, ensuring that none return, which would necessitate positioning themselves between the natives and their small vessel. Yet, the 2 Spaniards lacked the composure required, their minds in disarray for a considerable time. It goes without saying that upon witnessing this situation, the 2 Spaniards were taken aback and hurriedly returned to rouse everyone, informing them of the impending peril. Consequently, a palpable tension enveloped the group. Despite all attempts at persuasion, they could not remain still, and each one insisted on rushing out to ascertain the situation. As the darkness enveloped the land, they found themselves in a remarkably advantageous position for several hours, with ample opportunities for observation. Fortunately, the indigenous people had 3 fires burning, spaced apart at considerable distances. They remained oblivious to the intentions of the natives, as well as their own course of action. The enemy was numerous, divided into several groups scattered along the shore, which only deepened their perplexity. Upon witnessing this scene, the Spaniards were taken aback. They observed the natives meandering across the coastline, leading them to believe that sooner or later, one of the natives would venture forth, potentially uncovering their dwelling or discovering signs of previous habitation. Additionally, they harbored significant concerns for their flock, as the loss of those sheep would almost certainly spell starvation. Consequently, they resolved that their foremost task would be to dispatch 3 individuals, 2 Spaniards and 1 Englishman, to shepherd the sheep into the valley where the cave was located before dawn, even driving them into the cave itself, if necessary. They reasoned that if the natives congregated at a distance from the canoes, they would swiftly eliminate them, regardless of their numbers. However, the reality was different. The natives were in close proximity to the sea, and the 2 groups of natives were separated by a distance of 2 miles. It was only later that they learned these natives belonged to 2 distinct tribes. They meticulously contemplated their current predicament and ultimately resolved to seize the opportunity of the lingering darkness to send Friday's father as a scout, tasking this venerable native with gathering as much pertinent information as possible, such as their purpose and methods. The old man readily acquiesced, shedding his garments and, akin to most primitive tribesmen, ventured forth in his natural state. After an hour or 2, he returned, reporting that he had stealthily infiltrated the indigenous people and learned that they belonged to two tribes who had previously engaged in a fierce battle on their own territory. Having captured several prisoners during this skirmish, they intended to consume their captives and revel in merriment. However, fate had conspired to land them on the same island, extinguishing their festive spirits. Given their deep-seated animosities, he surmised that once dawn broke, a bloody conflict would ensue. Nevertheless, he noted that they were unaware of the presence of others on the island, believing themselves to be alone. As he conveyed this information, an unusual commotion erupted among the natives, indicating that the two factions had commenced their brutal confrontation. Friday's father fervently urged our group to conceal themselves, emphasizing the paramount importance of their safety, claiming there was no other course of action available. He asserted that the survivors would flee after the melee, and indeed, that proved to be the case. Yet, he struggled to persuade the others, particularly the few Englishmen, who, driven by insatiable curiosity, insisted on witnessing the clash. Fortunately, they exercised great caution, refraining from brazenly proceeding directly from their dwelling. Instead, they ventured deep into the woods, securing a concealed position from which they could observe the combat with an air of tranquility. They believed themselves to be unseen. However, subsequent events suggested that the indigenous warriors had indeed spotted them. The battle unfolded with harrowing intensity. An Englishman remarked upon the extraordinary bravery of the natives, their fervor undiminished, and their combat skills remarkably adept. After more than 2 hours of conflict, the tide began to turn, revealing the initial signs of victory or defeat. Those natives nearest to us began to falter. Soon, some took flight, prompting a wave of panic among our ranks, fearing that they might flee into the woods and inadvertently expose our hideout, thus escalating the threat from the pursuing warriors. Consequently, a decision was made to prepare for a staunch defense. Anyone who entered that thicket would be met with lethal force, with the intent to leave no survivors to return. It was also agreed that all combatants would employ blades or the butts of their rifles, avoiding gunfire to prevent drawing unwanted attention. The anticipated event finally transpired. Among the defeated, 3 individuals, in a desperate bid for survival, swam across a small river and headed straight for our encampment. The scouts returned with the report that the victors did not pursue. Indeed, they had not even noticed the escape of these 3. This revelation brought us a measure of relief, prompting the compassionate Spanish leader to order that no harm befall the fleeing trio, instead directing that they be captured alive through a surprise ambush along their retreat. This tactic indeed proved effective. As the defeated party fled to their canoe and paddled towards the sea, the victors also sheathed their weapons, scarcely pursuing their adversaries. They gathered together and let out 2 long howls, reportedly a sign of their triumph, thus concluding the battle. Later that afternoon, around 3 o'clock, they too boarded their canoe and departed. The island once again fell under Spanish dominion, free from fear, and for several years, they encountered no more indigenous people. After the departure of those individuals, the Spaniards emerged to survey the battlefield, discovering over 30 fallen warriors. Some had succumbed to long and thick arrows lodged in their bodies. Yet, the majority had met their demise at the hands of heavy wooden blades, with many such weapons strewn across the battlefield. These blades were both peculiar in shape and cumbersome to wield. Most victims had suffered fatal blows to the head, while several others had broken arms and shattered legs. This evidence attests to the extraordinary ferocity of the conflict. They found that none of the deceased still drew breath. Any who did were swiftly carried away by their comrades. Witnessing this grim reality, the mischievous Englishmen fell into a somber silence. The scenes of battle instilled profound terror within them, and the outcome was harrowing, particularly with the thought that one day they too might fall into the hands of those indigenous people, not only to be slain, but also consumed. The mere notion of being devoured like cattle or sheep, even posthumously, sent chills down their spines, causing their stomachs to churn with nausea, compelling them to retch. Thus, they obediently complied for a while, dutifully participating in the tasks set before them, and gradually began to acclimatize to such a lifestyle. However, it was not long before they lost their sense of propriety and consequently created numerous troubles. In Chapter 17 of the 2nd volume, it was previously mentioned that they captured 3 prisoners, whom they then tasked with menial labor. These captives, as slaves, performed their duties adequately. Yet, the Englishmen failed to employ the method of domestication I had utilized with Friday. They neither instilled in the captives a sense of gratitude for their salvation, nor imparted the principles of humanity. Lacking a gentle demeanor and kind words to guide them towards genuine allegiance, they merely provided daily sustenance in exchange for labor. As a result, it was impossible for these captives to stand by their side in battle. In contrast, my Friday remained steadfastly loyal, our bond akin to that of family. Now, let us turn our attention to their internal affairs. Faced with a common peril, they began to unite and contemplate their shared predicament. Should they consider relocation? On one hand, the cannibals consistently landed on one portion of the island, while on the other, there existed more remote areas that were equally suitable for their existence, and evidently more advantageous for them. Such a move would offer greater safety, both for their flocks and their crops. After prolonged deliberation on this matter, they ultimately reached the conclusion that their dwelling should remain unchanged. They harbored the belief that I, as their governor, would eventually seek them out. Upon discovering the desolation of the area, I would presume that they had all been annihilated by the indigenous people, thus rendering a meeting with me impossible. As for their flocks and the fields they cultivated, they resolved to relocate to the valley where my cave resided. For the land there was conducive to both herding and farming, boasting ample acreage. However, after much contemplation, they decided to transfer only a portion of their sheep and cultivate a limited quantity of grain there. This way, if one location suffered damage, the other could still be preserved. They remained wary of the 3 captured indigenous individuals, ensuring that they remained oblivious to the agricultural and pastoral activities in the valley, let alone the existence of the cave, as it served as their refuge in this critical juncture. To this end, they also moved 2 barrels of gunpowder into the cave, which I had previously left for them. They resolved against relocating entirely, yet they recognized the necessity for vigilance and concealment, mirroring my own strategies. Consequently, they collectively undertook efforts to obscure the area even more effectively than before. Much like my initial endeavor of planting trees, they positioned stakes made of branches at a considerable distance from the entrance of their dwelling, which would gradually grow into substantial trees. They continued planting from the area where I had sown, extending down to the banks of the small river, and even onto the floodplain that could be inundated by tides, rendering it impossible for anyone to approach without leaving a trace that indicated a landing site. The trees they utilized as pillars are remarkably fast-growing, and the stakes they drove into the ground surpass mine in both thickness and height. Consequently, after 3 or 4 years, one could scarcely discern anything within the forest. As for the trees I planted, they have grown as robust as a thigh, while among these trees, they densely inserted shorter branches. In essence, it resembles an impenetrable wooden barrier 1/4 of a mile wide, rendering passage nearly impossible. The thicket is so dense that even a small dog would struggle to navigate through. Moreover, they have implemented similar fortifications on both sides of the land, extending even to the base of the hill. Thus, their only means of egress involves leaning a ladder against the hillside. Once a person ascends, they must hoist the ladder up for further ascent until reaching the summit. Should the ladder be removed, an attack would be utterly unfeasible unless the enemy were to sprout wings. Their meticulous planning is indeed commendable and necessary. It reinforces my belief that human caution is governed by divine providence. If we heed the celestial guidance, we can avert numerous calamities. However, it is our own negligence that subjects us to countless misfortunes in life. Now, to return to the main narrative. Following that period, they enjoyed 2 years of tranquility, free from the intrusion of hostile natives. Yet one fateful morning, they were struck with terror upon witnessing over 20 Indian canoes approaching the shore from the southwest. They were taken aback and hurried back to report to everyone, and for 2 whole days, the group remained in hiding at home, only venturing out at night to observe the situation. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm, as the native tribesmen never came ashore, opting instead to engage in other activities. Meanwhile, they found themselves at odds with the 3 British men. The cause of the discord was an exceedingly arrogant and domineering British man who became enraged at a slave for failing to execute his commands properly and for not being utterly subservient. In a fit of rage, he seized an axe and struck at the slave, intending not merely to reprimand him, but to deliver a fatal blow. Instead of cleaving the man's skull, he struck his shoulder. A Spanish man witnessing this brutal act assumed that the unfortunate slave had lost his arm and rushed in between them, urging the British man to refrain from killing the poor slave, hoping to quell the brewing storm. However, this only served to inflame the situation further, as the British man swung his axe at the intervening Spanish man, swearing to treat him as he would the natives. The Spanish man, quick-witted and agile, evaded the axe and retaliated with his shovel, which they had been using for labor, knocking the ruffian to the ground. At that moment, another British man rushed over to assist his compatriot, bringing the Spanish man down. Thus, 2 more Spanish men came to aid their fellow countrymen. And soon a 3rd British man joined the fray. None of them were armed with firearms. Their weapons were merely axes, shovels, and other tools. While the 3rd British man wielded a rusty yet formidable curved blade, charging at the 2 Spanish men and inflicting injuries upon them. The tumultuous brawl stirred a considerable uproar, prompting many Spaniards to come to the aid and apprehend the 3 British men. The pressing question that arose was, what should be done with them? Their past misdeeds were notorious, marked by malevolence and an undeniable laziness, leaving one at a loss for a suitable resolution. Coexisting with them brought an overwhelming sense of insecurity. The Spanish leader expended much effort in admonishing them, stating that had they been Spaniards, he would have sentenced them to death. For it is the duty of any law or local authority to uphold societal order, and those who pose a threat to society must be eradicated. However, given their British nationality and the fact that the survival of all on the island stemmed from the generosity and goodwill of a British man, he deemed it prudent to show them leniency and to entrust their fate to their 2 honorable British compatriots. One of these upright British individuals stood forth, expressing his desire to refrain from handling the matter, asserting that they were all convinced the appropriate judgment would be the gallows. He then exposed the miscreant named Will Atkins, alleging that he had proposed a united front among the 5 British men to eradicate the Spaniards. The Spanish leader, taken aback by this revelation, inquired, "Is this true? Mr. Atkins, do you intend to annihilate us all?" To his astonishment, the old rogue did not deny the accusation. Instead, he confessed to having made such a statement and swore that as long as they were not executed, they would indeed follow through with their intentions. "But, Mr. Atkins," the Spanish man interjected, "what grievance have we caused you that would compel you to seek our demise? Moreover, what advantages would there be in our demise? What course of action do you believe we ought to pursue regarding your fate, to evade the threat of annihilation at your hands? Should we not consider the preemptive measure of eliminating you?" As the Spaniard articulated these sentiments, he maintained an air of calmness, a smile gracing his lips. His subtly mocking demeanor incited the villain to a furious rage. It was widely believed that had he not been restrained by 3 individuals and been armed, he would have swiftly ended the Spaniard's life. Such an extreme display of barbarity compelled the assembly to deliberate earnestly on appropriate retribution. The 2 other Englishmen dispatched a messenger to confer with the Spaniard who had rescued the slave, unanimously agreeing to select one of the 3 miscreants for execution. As a deterrent to others, they particularly resolved to target the scoundrel who had attempted murder with an axe on 2 separate occasions. However, the Spanish chief firmly opposed this notion, asserting that since an Englishman had saved the lives of them all, he would never consent to the execution of an Englishman, even if that individual harbored intentions of killing them. Furthermore, he declared that even if he himself were slain by the Englishman, he would implore the assembly for clemency towards the perpetrator as long as he drew breath. The Spanish chief remained steadfast in this conviction, rendering further opposition futile. Thus, given that one individual staunchly advocated for mercy, the assembly acquiesced to his perspective. However, this necessitated a consideration of measures to prevent any potential malevolence from their part, as there was a collective sentiment that safeguarding their community from peril was imperative. After prolonged deliberation, it was determined that they should be prohibited from possessing firearms, ammunition, or any bladed weapons. They ought to be expelled, free to wander wherever they desire, left to their own devices, and no one else should engage with them or converse. A complete severance of ties must be enacted. They are to be barred from approaching the dwellings of others, should they dare to instigate disturbances, vandalize crops, forests, shelters, or fences, or even harm their flocks. They shall face merciless execution, regardless of where they are found. The leader of the Spaniards, known for his compassionate disposition, pondered deeply over such a resolution and turned to address the 2 honorable Englishmen. "Gentlemen, please consider that they will require time to cultivate their own crops and raise their own livestock. We must provide them with sustenance to prevent their starvation." Thus, under his directive, additional provisions were established. A specific quantity of grain should be allocated to them, sufficient for sowing and sustenance for a month, and by the 8th month, they should be capable of producing their own food. To support their immediate and future nourishment, they should also receive 6 dairy ewes for rams and 6 lambs. Furthermore, to facilitate their agricultural endeavors, they ought to be supplied with tools, including 6 axes, 1 hand axe, a saw, and so forth. However, they must solemnly swear not to use these implements to harm any Spaniard or their compatriots, lest they forfeit access to the aforementioned tools and provisions. Thus, They were driven away, sent to fend for themselves. Reluctantly, they departed, filled with frustration and defiance, claiming they would seek a place to settle. Consequently, no weapons were provided. They were merely given sustenance and sent on their way. After 4 or 5 days, they returned seeking more food and informed the leader of their chosen campsite, stating they had established a dwelling and farmland. This location, situated at the northeastern tip of a distant island, proved to be quite suitable. When I foolishly contemplated a circumnavigation of the island, I had once landed in that vicinity. During my initial voyage, I was swept away by the current. Had it not been for divine providence, I would have been lost to the sea. They had constructed 2 modest cabins there, mirroring my original vision for my first dwelling. Their design was such that the houses were built against the mountainside, surrounded by existing trees, making it challenging to detect without meticulous searching after planting a few more trees. The community provided them with some dried sheepskins, as they wished for bedding. They assured everyone that they would not damage the crops or encroach upon others' land, leading the community to offer them axes and other tools, as well as seeds of peas, barley, and rice. Essentially, they were given whatever they requested, with the sole exception of weapons and ammunition. They lived independently for 6 months and eventually completed their first harvest. However, due to the limited area of their cultivated land, their yield was modest. In truth, to create a more respectable garden, there remained numerous tasks to undertake. Yet, when it came to more intricate endeavors such as crafting saws for canning, they found themselves utterly at a loss, unable to accomplish anything. As the rainy season approached, their grain was at risk of becoming damp and potentially spoiled, exacerbated by the absence of a cave for storage. This predicament compelled them to humbly seek assistance from the Spaniards. The Spaniards readily agreed, dedicating 4 full days to excavate a substantial cavity in the mountainside, allowing them to store their grains and other supplies safely away from the rain. When compared to the cavern I had dug, this new excavation was rather rudimentary, especially considering that the Spaniards had significantly enlarged their own and created several additional stone chambers. After this division, approximately 3 more quarters passed, during which these 3 rascals caused yet another disturbance. Their mischief, when combined with their previous transgressions, nearly disrupted the tranquil existence shared by all on the island, rendering them a source of considerable strife. It seemed that these 3 newly independent individuals had developed an unreasonable desire, growing weary of their laborious lifestyle, especially in light of the bleak prospects for improving their circumstances. Consequently, they resolved to set sail for the mainland inhabited by the savages, intending to capture a few prisoners to serve as laborers for them. Indeed, had they not overstepped their bounds, such intentions might not have been deemed absurd. However, their lack of meticulous planning and execution, coupled with their malevolent intentions and ruthless methods, rendered their endeavors deplorable. If I were to encapsulate my sentiments in a single phrase, it would be to say that they are suffering divine retribution. For if flagrant crimes can occur in plain sight without consequence, what semblance of justice remains in this world? I can assert with absolute conviction that this is a case of poetic justice. They brought this fate upon themselves through their acts of piracy and rebellion. Moreover, they exhibited no signs of remorse for their transgressions. Instead, their malevolence only intensified as they committed further atrocities. For instance, due to a mere misunderstanding or the inability of a poor slave to comprehend his commands, they brutally inflicted severe injuries upon him, leaving him in this desolate place without any hope for treatment, thus condemning him to a lifetime of disability. Even more chilling is their sinister plotting. Indeed, it would be more accurate to label their crimes as conspiracies to commit murder. This is irrefutable, as later events substantiated their nefarious plans to mercilessly eliminate the Spaniards while they slumbered. Let us dispense with trivialities and return to recount the sequence of events. One morning, these 3 scoundrels approached the Spaniards, humbly requesting an opportunity for dialogue. The Spaniards promptly acquiesced to their demands, and the latter immediately expressed their sentiments. They had grown weary of their current existence, compounded by their ineptitude in labor, rendering them incapable of self-sufficiency. Consequently, without assistance, they were destined to face starvation. Recalling the few canoes the Spaniards had arrived with, they hoped to borrow one, along with some ammunition and weapons for self-defense. With such provisions, they could venture to the opposite continent in search of fortune, thereby relieving the Spaniards of the burden of supplying them with sustenance. Naturally, the Spaniards were eager to rid themselves of these individuals, yet they candidly informed them that such an expedition would likely lead to their own demise. The Spaniards recounted the hardships they had endured in that region, drawing from their experiences to predict that the newcomers would either starve or be killed. They cautioned them to deliberate carefully on this matter. Chapter 18, Volume 2. These audacious individuals shamelessly retorted that, due to their unwillingness and inability to work, remaining in their current location would only lead to their starvation. Thus, they reasoned it would be preferable to perish elsewhere, and should they be killed, it would be considered a form of closure. In summary, they obstinately persisted in their demands, asserting that regardless of whether they were granted weapons, they intended to make the journey to that land. The Spaniards, with genuine goodwill, advised them that if they were resolute in their departure, they must not embark without means of self-defense. Although the Spaniards themselves possessed few firearms, they generously allocated 2 rifles, a pistol, and a curved sword. Additionally, each individual was provided with an axe sufficient in the eyes of the Spaniards. In summary, all their requests were graciously fulfilled. They received enough bread to last a month, a substantial quantity of mutton to sustain them until it spoiled, a large basket of raisins, a considerable jar of fresh water, and a live lamb. Thus, they boarded their canoe and commenced their audacious voyage, intent on crossing a sea expanse of at least 40 miles. The vessel felt cumbersome to them, yet it could easily accommodate 20 individuals without issue. Fortunately, they encountered favorable winds and currents, enabling them to navigate successfully. Prior to their departure, they fashioned a mast from a long piece of timber and stitched a sail from 4 large, dried sheepskins. With spirits high, they set forth on their journey. The Spaniards called out behind them, wishing them fair winds. However, no one anticipated that they would ever see them again. Not only did the Spaniards often remark on this, but the 2 respectable Englishmen who remained on the island frequently heard how tranquil and comfortable life had become since the departure of those 3 restless souls. No one ever imagined that they might return. The prospect seemed utterly inconceivable. Yet, who could have anticipated that, after 22 days, an Englishman, while working outside, would catch sight of 3 strangers approaching him, armed and bearing rifles. In a state of panic, he turned and fled, rushing towards their leader, exclaiming that their doom was imminent due to the arrival of these unfamiliar figures, though he could not articulate their origins. The Spanish leader pondered for a moment and replied, "What do you mean? You cannot even identify their origins? Then they must certainly be savages." "No, no," the Englishman countered, "they are all dressed and armed." "Well, if they are not savages," the Spaniard remarked, "why the haste? Since they are not enemies, they must be allies. For all Christian nations in the world would assist us rather than harm us." As they engaged in this discourse, the 3 Englishmen had already approached, standing at the edge of the newly planted grove, greeting them with exuberant voices. Upon hearing the familiar sounds, their initial fear dissipated, replaced by astonishment, leading to the inevitable question, what on earth had transpired that led them to return? They were swiftly ushered into a dwelling, where inquiries were made regarding their recent whereabouts and activities. They succinctly recounted their maritime expedition within less than 2 days. They had navigated to a landmass that astonished its inhabitants, who armed themselves with bows and arrows in preparation to confront the newcomers. Consequently, they refrained from disembarking and instead proceeded northward for an additional 6 or 7 hours, ultimately arriving at a vast expanse of sea. It was only upon their arrival that they realized the land they had observed from their island was, in fact, an island rather than a continent. Upon entering that maritime region, they beheld another island to their right, or to the north, along with several others to the southwest. They resolved to seek a suitable landing spot and directed their vessel toward a western island, where they audaciously made landfall. There, they were met with remarkably cordial hospitality, as the locals offered them tubers and dried fish. The inhabitants exhibited a friendly disposition, with both men and women eager to provide whatever they could procure. Moreover, the offerings were presented atop their heads. They lingered there for 4 days, attempting to communicate through gestures with the indigenous people to ascertain the presence of nearby tribes. The responses they received indicated that the surrounding residents were predominantly fierce and fearsome individuals. The locals gestured to the 3 Englishmen, indicating that these people were cannibals. However, when referring to themselves, they claimed not to consume men or women unless they were captives, while also admitting to having celebrated feasts in which some prisoners were consumed. The 3 Englishmen inquired about the timing of their celebratory feast. They gestured toward the moon and held up 2 fingers, indicating that it had occurred approximately 2 months prior. They recounted how their commander had captured 200 prisoners during a fierce battle, and that these captives were to be fattened up for a grand banquet in the future. The Englishmen expressed a keen interest in meeting these prisoners, which was misconstrued by the natives as a desire to take some captives for their own consumption. Consequently, the natives gestured toward the setting sun and then toward the rising sun, indicating that they would bring a few prisoners upon their return the following day. True to their word, the next morning, they presented the Englishmen with 5 women and 11 men, instructing them to load them onto the ship. Much like one would supply a vessel with a number of cows for transport to a harbor. Although these 3 individuals were fierce and savage at home, they found themselves utterly appalled by the scene before them, unsure of how to proceed. To refuse the acceptance of these captives would be perceived as the gravest insult by the generous natives. Yet, to accept them left them in a quandary regarding how to manage the situation. After some debate, they resolved to accept the captives. In return, they offered the natives an axe, an old key, a knife, and 6 or 7 bullets. Though their purpose remained unclear, the natives seemed quite pleased with the exchange. Subsequently, the unfortunate prisoners were bound and dragged onto the ship of the 3 Englishmen. Upon accepting the captives, the 3 British men were compelled to depart with alacrity. Otherwise, the generous native hosts might expect them to promptly execute these prisoners, perhaps even the following morning, killing 2 or 3, and potentially inviting them to partake in the grim feast. At that moment, regardless of the words exchanged, neither party comprehended a single utterance, and they could only convey their mutual gratitude and respect to one another. Subsequently, the 3 British men set sail. As they navigated back to the first island they had previously visited, they released 8 of the captives, as they simply could not accommodate so many. On their return journey, they endeavored in every possible way to communicate with the captives, yet they were perpetually thwarted in their attempts to convey any understanding. Whatever was offered, the captives perceived it as a ploy against their lives. Though the natives were unbound by the 3 British men, this action elicited screams from the unfortunate souls, particularly the women, who felt as though a knife were poised at their throats. Their immediate conclusion was that they had been released only to be slaughtered. The same apprehension prevailed when food was presented. They surmised it was merely a ruse to fatten them up for the kill. And if any among them was scrutinized a moment too long, they would hastily deduce that this individual was the plumpest and thus the first to be sacrificed. Even after their return, despite the relative kindness and generosity of the 3 British men, the captives remained perpetually in a state of alarm, as though they were destined to become the sustenance of their new masters. Upon concluding their astonishing accounts of adventure, the Spaniard inquired about the group of newcomers. They replied that those individuals had all disembarked and were currently housed in a modest cabin, having come to seek provisions for their companions. Upon hearing this, the Spaniard and the 2 Englishmen resolved to visit the place where these indigenous people were being kept. Consequently, everyone from my newfound realm, including Friday's father, accompanied them. Upon entering the cabin, they discovered the individuals bound and seated. The 3 Englishmen, fearing a possible escape, had restrained their hands after bringing them ashore. These individuals were entirely unclothed and sat there in a vulnerable state. Among them were 3 men, robust and athletic, likely aged between 30 and 35, accompanied by 5 women. 2 of the women appeared to be around 34, while another 2 were in their early 20s, and the 5th, a slender girl of 16 or 17, possessed a charming appearance. All these women were striking in both physique and countenance, though their skin tone was somewhat darker. Notably, if 2 of them had possessed fair complexions, they would have been considered beauties even in London. Their features were graceful, and their demeanor was tranquil, especially once they were clothed and adorned in their distinct manner, though we must concede that their style of embellishment differed significantly from our own. It is self-evident that upon witnessing the scene, the Spaniards felt a profound sense of compassion. Let us speak candidly. Among all the individuals I have encountered, the character of these Spaniards is undoubtedly the finest. Their demeanor is remarkably refined and courteous, and their hearts are imbued with kindness. Thus, upon seeing 3 naked men and 5 naked women bound together in such a manner, they were deeply moved, for no plight could be more wretched than this. The reality is that at any moment, these individuals could be dragged out to have their skulls shattered, akin to a young calf being served as a delicacy. The first action taken by the Spaniards was to summon the father of the Friday, an indigenous man who was asked to ascertain if he recognized anyone among the captives and to determine whether he understood the language of these individuals. Upon entering the room, the elder scrutinized them carefully but did not recognize a single soul. Moreover, his words and gestures were comprehended only by one woman among them. Of course, it sufficed that this woman understood, as the Spaniards merely wished for the captives to realize that they were now in the hands of Christians. who could assure them of their safety from being killed and consumed, for Christians abhor the notion of feasting upon men and women. After receiving this assurance, the captives were visibly elated, attempting to express their joy through a myriad of clumsy gestures, revealing their affiliations to various distinct tribes. Subsequently, the Spaniards, through a woman who could serve as a translator, inquired of the captives, having been spared from death, "Would you be willing to serve and work for us?" Upon hearing this, the captives erupted in jubilant dances, each eagerly seizing whatever was at hand to demonstrate their willingness to labor for them. The Spanish leader, keenly perceptive, recognized that among them were several women who might incite trouble, provoke conflict, or even lead to bloodshed. Consequently, the three Englishmen were questioned regarding their intentions towards these women. Would they prefer them as concubines or as wives? One Englishman candidly replied that he wished to have them as both concubines and wives. In response, the leader stated, "I shall not interfere in your decisions. Such matters are within your rights. However, for the sake of maintaining harmony and preventing discord, I implore you to agree to this, that regardless of who among you chooses any one of these women as a wife, each man may have only one, and once a choice is made, no one else may claim that woman. I believe this is the only fair and just arrangement. Although we lack the authority to arrange marriages for you, it stands to reason that since you are here, any one of you who selects a woman shall have her bound to him as his wife. This is to say, as long as the man remains present, no other individual may approach the chosen woman." This reasoning was sound both in principle and practice, and thus it garnered unanimous approval. Subsequently, a few Englishmen posed a question: "Do you Spaniards also desire these women?" However, the Spaniards collectively affirmed their disinterest. Some cited their wives back in Spain, while others declared that their women could not be non-Christians. In summary, they all expressed their resolute intention not to engage with any indigenous women. "I have traversed many lands, yet I have never encountered such remarkable integrity." Ultimately, each of the 5 Englishmen sought a temporary wife, thereby altering their previous way of life. My former residence had become inhabited by Spaniards and the father of Friday, who had significantly expanded the premises. In a recent skirmish, they captured 3 indigenous individuals who now reside there, laboring for them. This group bears the primary responsibility for sustenance, catering to the needs of others, or addressing what they perceive to be the needs of others to the best of their ability. In this matter, what is truly remarkable is that those 5 formidable individuals, who were once bitter rivals, managed to coexist peacefully regarding these women. Particularly noteworthy was the absence of any incident where 2 men simultaneously desired the same woman, especially as all were captivated by 2 or 3 strikingly beautiful ladies. To circumvent potential conflict, they devised a clever strategy. Thus, these 5 women were confined to one small dwelling while the men resided in another, drawing lots to determine who would have the first choice. The fortunate individual who drew the first lot proceeded alone to the other cottage, selecting one from among the unfortunate, naked women. It is worth noting that, despite being the first to choose, he ended up selecting the oldest and least attractive woman, which elicited laughter even from the Spaniards present. However, it was this man who demonstrated foresight, recognizing the importance of seeking a companion. Subsequent events affirmed that she indeed proved to be the best wife among the group. As these unfortunate women were lined up and chosen one by one, they could not help but feel a surge of panic regarding their fate, fearing that they were destined to be slaughtered and consumed. As the British sailor entered and selected one of the women to take with him, the others gathered around her, weeping and bidding farewell with a heart-wrenching sorrow that would evoke sympathy even from the most callous of souls. Conversely, the British could not convince them that their intentions were harmless. Eventually, they called upon the father of Friday, who clarified to the women that the 5 British men were there to take them as wives. Only after this revelation did the women's terror begin to abate. Subsequently, the men commenced their labor, and the Spaniards joined in to assist. Within a few hours, they had constructed a small dwelling for each of them. This was necessitated by the cramped conditions of the 2 small huts, already filled to capacity with tools, household items, and provisions. The 3 most ruthless individuals built their huts at a distance, while the 2 more honorable men constructed theirs closer together. Thus, despite residing at the northern end of the island, they maintained a certain distance from one another. In this manner, the inhabitants of the island became dispersed into 3 distinct settlements. Chapter 19. Volume 2. It is worth noting that the wives of the 2 upright English gentlemen are rather disappointing, whereas the 3 rascals, who can be described as utterly depraved and devoid of merit, have chosen wives who are industrious and skillful. Such occurrences are indeed commonplace in the world. Yet, One must ponder what divine wisdom guides such arrangements. This is beyond my comprehension. Not that I consider the former two to be ill-tempered or lacking in kindness. Rather, the 5 women, if one were to describe them, resemble more slaves than wives, dutifully obedient and industrious, always executing their tasks diligently. My intention is to highlight the differences in their efficiency, dexterity, and cleanliness in their work. It is imperative to commend hard work while simultaneously critiquing laziness. Upon my arrival at their abode, I observed certain advancements and examined the cultivation and management of each small plot of land. I soon discerned that the 2 diligent gentlemen fared far better than the 3 scoundrels. Their situation was incomparable in its superiority. Although both parties adhered to my principles and, according to their individual needs, cultivated a specific area of land for grain production, nature has imparted a vital lesson. Cultivating more grain than one requires is patently futile. However, a mere glance at their farming conditions, the state of their fencing, and the planting of hedges reveals an unmistakable disparity between the two. The humble abode of those 2 unassuming individuals was surrounded by an innumerable array of trees, rendering the landscape a vast expanse of greenery upon arrival. Although their estate had endured 2 unfortunate devastations, one inflicted by their fellow countrymen and the other by adversaries, a matter I shall elaborate on later, they had long since restored it to its former glory. Presently, their surroundings exuded an air of flourishing prosperity, indicative of a remarkably favorable situation. Their vineyards were meticulously cultivated, resembling a quintessential vineyard, despite their prior unfamiliarity with such an establishment. The exceptional growth of their grapes was attributable to their diligent management. In the densest part of the woodland, they ingeniously created a concealed refuge. Although no natural caverns existed there, their relentless efforts resulted in the excavation of one by their own hands. Thus, when calamity eventually befell them, their wives and children remained undetected, sheltered in that hidden haven. They had fortified it with countless wooden stakes. I previously mentioned how easily these could develop into trees, resulting in an impenetrable thicket. Only in limited areas could one traverse the outermost layer of the barrier, allowing them access to a discreet path they had intentionally left unnoticeable. As for the 3 notorious ruffians, in comparison to their previous existence, they adopted a more subdued demeanor following their settlement. With fewer opportunities for conflict, their enthusiasm for brawling had waned. Nonetheless, they still retained a rather unrefined trait common among ne'er-do-wells, a lingering propensity for laziness. Certainly, they cultivated crops and established hedges. Yet the words of Solomon found their most compelling validation in them. I passed by the vineyard of the slothful, and lo, it was all overgrown with thorns. When the Spaniards surveyed their fields, in certain areas, all they beheld was wild grass. Due to gaps in the hedges, goats encroached and devoured the crops. Perhaps they would temporarily block some of the openings with a dead shrub to deter the wild goats, but this was merely a fleeting remedy for a greater problem. In stark contrast, upon observing the homes of the other 2 individuals, one could immediately discern the diligence and bounty manifest in their labors. Weeds were conspicuously absent from their fields, and no breaches marred their hedges. They, too, exemplified another of Solomon's adages: the hand of the diligent shall bear rule. Their crops flourished abundantly, radiating prosperity both inside and outside their homes. They tended far more sheep than the 3 indolent ones, and their household goods and necessities were markedly more plentiful, thus affording them greater joys and interests. However, the hands of the wives of those 3 idlers were notably adept, maintaining their homes in neatness and cleanliness. I mentioned that one of the 2 industrious Englishmen had originally been a ship's cook. As a result, the 3 women learned from him the art of English cooking, enabling them to prepare delectable meals for their husbands. Yet, the other 2 women struggled to grasp the technique. Nonetheless, since their husbands were assistants to the cook, they resolved to prepare meals themselves. When it comes to the idle husbands of those 3 women, they are indolent, wandering aimlessly, collecting turtle eggs, catching fish, and hunting birds, essentially avoiding any earnest labor. Yet, they live their lives in accordance with their choices. I believe that this is a universal truth. The diligent live carefree lives, while the slothful endure hardship and poverty. However, an incident has occurred that differs significantly from past events, affecting both them and me. One morning, a group of Indians, whom one might refer to as savages if one so wishes, arrived on the island in 5 or 6 dugout canoes. Undoubtedly, their purpose was to capture and consume their prey, a fact well understood by both the Spaniards and the English. Unlike me, they did not regard this matter with urgency. Based on their past experiences, They believed that remaining hidden was their only course of action. As long as no savage spotted them, they would complete their business and depart unscathed, oblivious to the fact that anyone resided on the island. Recognizing this situation, their plan was simply to inform the three inhabitants to refrain from revealing themselves, to remain indoors, and to assign someone to keep watch until the boats had left. This strategy was undoubtedly sound, yet it led to significant turmoil, not only undermining the plan, but also revealing to the savages that the island was inhabited, which nearly resulted in the annihilation of our entire colony. After the canoes carrying the native people departed from the shore, the Spaniards ventured out to investigate. A few of the more curious individuals went to the place where the natives had lingered, eager to uncover what they had been engaged in. To their astonishment, they discovered 3 natives soundly asleep on the ground. It was speculated that they had overindulged in the brutal feast, resulting in their slumber akin to satiated beasts. The others had either departed or wandered into the forest, failing to return in time to catch the departing vessel. Faced with this unexpected situation, the Spaniards were utterly perplexed. Unsure of how to proceed, they sought the counsel of the leading Spaniard present, who, in turn, admitted his own uncertainty regarding the matter. Although the notion of capturing them was proposed, they were already burdened with enough slaves, and none wished to resort to killing them. As the leader expressed to me, the 3 unfortunate natives had posed no harm to them, nor had they infringed upon their property. Thus, they felt no inclination to spill the blood of the innocent. They believed there was no justifiable reason to condemn them to death. In fairness to these Spaniards, despite the accounts of their brutal deeds in Mexico and Peru, I must assert that in a foreign land, I have never encountered any other group of 17 men from any nation who exhibited such humility, caution, gentility, and integrity as those Spaniards. Within their nature, there was no trace of cruelty, malice, or barbarism. Yet, at the same time, they possessed remarkable courage and resolve. They demonstrated their composure and tolerance in enduring the intolerable behavior of the 3 Englishmen. Now, they exhibit fairness and humanity concerning the issue of the indigenous people. After deliberation, they resolved to discreetly conceal themselves, hoping that the 3 foreigners would depart of their own accord. However, the leader of the Spaniards realized that these 3 individuals had no means of leaving the island, and allowing them to roam freely would expose everyone, as they would inevitably discover that the island was inhabited. With this thought in mind, they returned to find the 3 still in a deep slumber, and they decided to awaken and capture them. And so they did. The 3 unfortunate souls, in their panic upon being seized and bound, resembled frightened women, terrified of being killed and consumed. Evidently, they believed that all people were cannibals, like themselves. Nevertheless, the captors quickly assuaged their fears and took them away. Fortuitously, they did not bring these captives back to their fortress, my governor's residence across the mountain, but instead took them to my humble abode. Since that location served as the hub for their agricultural endeavors, such as sheep herding and grain cultivation, they subsequently escorted the captives to the dwellings of the 2 Englishmen. They were still assigned to labor, despite the fact that there was little work to be done. It remains unclear whether this was due to negligence in their precautions or the unchangeable nature of these individuals, but one managed to escape, vanishing into the woods without a trace. There exists ample justification for the belief that, in the near future, this individual would embark upon a vessel back to his homeland. Subsequently, a fresh contingent of indigenous people arrived on several small boats after a span of 3 to 4 weeks, feasting for 2 days as was customary before departing. This speculation instilled a profound sense of dread among the populace, for, through rational deduction, they were convinced that this individual would undoubtedly inform his compatriots of the presence of others on the island, provided he returned to them safely, and would also relay that their numbers were scant and their strength feeble. As previously mentioned, this indigenous person had never been apprised of the island's population or their settlements, nor had he ever been privy to any discussions regarding armaments, which he had neither seen nor heard. Naturally, they would not have taken him to those concealed locations, such as the cave in the valley or the recently established hideout of the 2 Englishmen, among others. Approximately 2 months later, the first signs emerged, indicating that this individual had conveyed the island's circumstances to the indigenous people. 6 canoes appeared, each manned by either 7 or 8 or, at times, 10 of the indigenous folk, who were seen rowing directly towards the northern shore, a destination they had previously avoided. About an hour after sunrise, they made landfall at a location conveniently situated approximately a mile from the residence of the 2 Englishmen, where the escaped indigenous person had initially been confined. According to the leader of the Spaniards, had they all been present at that moment, the losses would not have been so devastating. In such a scenario, the assailants would undoubtedly have met their demise without a single escapee. However, the reality was starkly different, as the odds of 2 against 50 were indeed exceedingly disproportionate. Fortunately for the 2 Englishmen, when they encountered the savages, their adversaries were still situated beyond 3 seas. Moreover, the distance from their landing site to their modest abode was a mile, thus affording the attackers some time to reach them. Now that the opposition had become aware of their predicament, it was reasonable to believe they were advancing toward them. Consequently, their immediate course of action was to bind the 2 slaves who had not managed to flee. Additionally, accompanying the Indian women were 3 men, who appeared to be quite loyal. Therefore, 2 of these men were tasked with guarding the 2 captives while leading the Englishmen's wives and all salvageable belongings to the previously mentioned hideout in the woods. Once there, they secured the captives' hands and feet, awaiting further instructions. Then, they observed the group of indigenous individuals disembarking and approaching their direction. Consequently, they opened the livestock pen and herded all the sheep out, creating the appearance of a wild, untamed flock roaming freely in the woods, hoping to deceive the newcomers into believing that these sheep were indeed feral. However, the guide among the indigenous people was exceedingly cunning and could not be misled. It seemed he had thoroughly explained the nuances of the situation to his companions as they continued to advance directly towards them, when another slave arrived, accompanying the women. These 2 unfortunate souls, now startled and anxious, had just managed to settle their wives and belongings. They promptly dispatched him to alert the Spaniards, urging them to come swiftly to their aid. Meanwhile, they readied their weapons and the scant ammunition they possessed, beginning to retreat towards the location where their wives were concealed in the forest. To monitor the movements of the indigenous group as closely as possible, they maintained a cautious distance. Before they had retreated too far, they spotted the small invading force rushing towards their dwelling from a hilltop. Moments later, they were filled with sorrow and anger as they witnessed their humble abode, along with its contents, engulfed in flames, marking a significant loss that would be difficult to recover from for a considerable time. They stood there, momentarily dazed, until they noticed the indigenous individuals scattering like birds and beasts, commencing a thorough search of the area. It became evident that their intent was to hunt for prey, particularly humans, as it was abundantly clear that they were aware of the presence of people in the vicinity. Upon witnessing the aforementioned circumstances, the 2 British gentlemen felt a palpable sense of insecurity in their current position, apprehensive that the indigenous individuals might approach them, and in considerable numbers at that. Consequently, they resolved to retreat half a mile further, believing that the further the adversaries ventured from the landing site, the more dispersed they would become. Subsequent events would indeed validate this assumption. As they neared the densest part of the woods, they paused for a second time, finding refuge against the trunk of an ancient tree, a remarkably stout specimen with a hollow core. Thus, both men nestled within its embrace, intending to remain concealed while observing the unfolding situation. Before long, they caught sight of 2 indigenous individuals who seemed to have discerned their hiding spot and were hastening towards them with hostile intent. A glance further revealed 3 more figures closely pursuing, accompanied by an additional 5 individuals trailing behind them, all following the same path. In the vicinity, they also noted 7 or 8 others darting in another direction, resembling hunters in frantic pursuit of their quarry. The 2 unfortunate souls found themselves in a quandary, uncertain whether to remain in their position or flee. However, after a moment of contemplation, they concluded that if the indigenous individuals continued to roam this area unchecked before reinforcements arrived, their concealed position would likely be discovered, leading to dire consequences. Therefore, they resolved to confront the enemy here, prepared to defend themselves should the numbers prove overwhelming. When they found themselves unable to fend off the attackers, they retreated to the treetops, firmly believing that even if more than 50 savages landed ashore to assault them, as long as they refrained from using incendiary tactics and still possessed ammunition, they could valiantly defend themselves from their elevated position. After reaching this resolution, they deliberated on whom to target. Should they strike the 2 individuals in front or wait to eliminate the 3 behind? They reasoned that if they could take out the middle trio, the 2 in front and the 5 at the back would inevitably become separated. Ultimately, they resolved to allow the 2 in front to pass, unless those 2 discovered their concealed presence within the tree hollow and launched an attack. As the 2 savages veered slightly off course, heading toward the opposite side of the thicket, their resolve was further strengthened. However, The 3 individuals and the 5 trailing behind seemed aware of the 2 Englishmen hiding in the hollow tree, advancing resolutely toward their direction. Chapter 20. Volume 2. Upon witnessing their straight-line approach, the 2 decided that when the assailants approached in single file, they would take turns firing, with the first shooter loading 3 or 4 small pellets into the firearm, as a single shot might suffice to fell all 3 adversaries. Fortunately, there was a hole in the tree that served as a makeshift gun port. Concealed within, he positioned himself for an accurate shot, biding his time until the savages were a mere 30 yards away from the tree. They both observed the approaching bandits, waiting there, and at that moment, it became unmistakably clear that among the 3, one bore the familiar visage of the individual who had previously escaped from them. Consequently, they resolved to prevent this fellow from fleeing at all costs, even if it meant both would fire simultaneously. The other individual prepared his weapon, poised to fire. Should the first shot fail to incapacitate the target, the second would assuredly eliminate him. However, the first marksman was exceptionally skilled, and upon noticing that the bandits were aligned in a near proximity, he took aim and fired, striking 2 of them instantly. The foremost bandit was hit in the head and expired immediately. The second, the one who had previously fled, collapsed to the ground yet clung to life, having been perforated by the bullet. The third merely sustained a minor shoulder wound, likely from the projectile that had traversed the body of the first victim. Despite the lightness of his injury, it terrified him to such an extent that he fell to the ground, shrieking in a most repulsive manner. At that moment, although the 5 remaining individuals had yet to perceive the looming peril, they were startled by the gunfire, halting in their tracks. The echoes of the shots reverberated through the forest, magnified 1,000-fold, causing flocks of birds to take flight in a cacophony of distinct cries. Reminiscent of the scene when I had fired my first shot here, a time when it seemed no one on this island had ever discharged a firearm before. Until everything settled down, they remained perplexed about what had transpired. Nonchalantly, they approached the spot where their companion lay. These unfortunate, oblivious souls stood beside the fallen figure, chattering animatedly, seemingly inquiring how he had sustained his injuries, yet utterly unaware that they too could face a similar fate. It is entirely plausible to believe they would hear the wounded individual recount his experience of first seeing a flash of light, followed by the thunderous roar of a divine entity, as 2 others perished instantly, while he himself was immediately injured. This conjecture is reasonable, given that it can be confidently asserted they had never encountered anyone in this vicinity, nor had they ever heard the sound of gunfire, or even possessed any understanding of what a gun was, let alone the knowledge that gunpowder and projectiles could inflict harm from a distance. Thus, we can firmly conclude that had they been aware of these realities, they would not have stood there so carelessly, devoid of concern for their own precarious situation, while observing the condition of their companion. Later, I overheard my 2 British compatriots express their sorrow for having to take so many lives. These unfortunate souls were blissfully unaware of the perilous situation they were in. At that moment, all 5 of them were well within their line of fire, and the individual who had previously fired his weapon needed to reload. Hence, they resolved to collectively open fire upon the group. They conferred and chose a precise target, subsequently unleashing their bullets simultaneously, resulting in the immediate death or severe injury of 4 individuals. The 5th, though unscathed, collapsed in terror, utterly frightened by the chaos unfolding around him. The 2 British men, believing they had vanquished their foes, recklessly emerged from their hiding place in the trees, completely neglecting to reload their firearms. Mistakenly convinced that these adversaries were all dead, they took a misstep. Upon approaching, they were astonished to discover that at least 4 individuals were still alive, 2 of whom had only sustained minor injuries, and 1 remained entirely unharmed. In disbelief, they resorted to striking them with the butt of their guns. The first to be struck was the fleeing individual, the instigator of this turmoil. The second was the one with a knee injury, and thus both swiftly extricated themselves from their predicament. At that moment, the unharmed individual approached, kneeling before them, raising his hands high, and uttering pitiable murmurs while gesturing desperately, pleading for mercy, though they could not comprehend his words at all. Nevertheless, they gestured for him to sit by the nearby tree trunk. One of the Englishmen, fortuitously equipped with a stout rope, proceeded to bind the native's hands behind his back, leaving him there. The 2 men were apprehensive that their wives and belongings, concealed in the forest depths, might be discovered by the 2 natives. So they hastily pursued the latter who had previously passed by. For a time, they caught sight of the 2 individuals at a considerable distance. Eventually, they felt a sense of relief as they observed them traversing the valley towards the seaside, fearing that they might otherwise head in the opposite direction towards their hidden refuge. With their worries alleviated, they hurried back to locate their captive beneath the tree, only to discover that his companion had rescued him. As the rope that had bound him lay in tatters at the roots, while the man himself had vanished. Faced with this predicament, they found themselves once again in a state of anxious deliberation, uncertain of their next course of action. They were oblivious to the distance of their enemies or the number of adversaries they faced, leading them to decide to check on the safety of their wives, who surely required reassurance. The women had likely been thoroughly frightened, for although those natives were their compatriots, they harbored an intense fear of them, perhaps due to a deeper understanding of their nature, which made them all the more apprehensive. Upon reaching the concealed location, they discovered that the indigenous people had already ventured into the forest. Although they had not located their hiding place, they were alarmingly close, in truth. Without guidance from someone familiar with the area, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to find it due to the dense foliage. The intruders lacked such direction. Consequently, apart from observing that the two women were exceedingly frightened, everything appeared tranquil for the two Englishmen. Upon their arrival, they were heartened by the presence of 7 additional Spaniards who had come to their aid, along with 10 more Spaniards accompanied by their slaves and old Friday, referring to the father of Friday, who were stationed to guard against any incursions by the indigenous people into the vicinity of the granary and flocks. However, the indigenous people had not yet advanced that far. The 7 Spaniards also brought along one of the indigenous captives I previously mentioned, one of the 3 captured earlier. Additionally, they had retrieved another indigenous individual who had been bound and left at the base of a tree. It appeared they had come from that direction. Upon encountering the 7 slain indigenous individuals, they decided to release the 8th captive and bring him along. Nevertheless, upon reaching their destination, they had to restrain him once more, just as they had done with the other 2, as the escapee had originally been in their company. Now, these 9 captives had become a burden to them. They once contemplated executing all of the captives, driven by the fear of their potential escape, deeming such an action absolutely necessary for their own preservation. However, the leader of the Spaniards disagreed with this course of action and instead ordered that they be sent away. They were temporarily settled in the valley in my original cave, where 2 Spaniards were assigned to guard them, providing them with sustenance to ensure their survival. And indeed, this was carried out that very night. The 2 natives were bound hand and foot for the night. Once the Spaniards arrived, the 2 Englishmen felt a surge of confidence and no longer wished to remain there vigilantly. They ventured out once more, accompanied by 5 Spaniards, to pursue the natives, armed with 4 muskets, 1 pistol, and 2 sturdy iron-tipped clubs. They first arrived at the tree where the bodies of the slain were lying. However, it was evident that the natives who had passed through this area were not limited to those who lay there. It was apparent that someone had intended to remove the deceased companions, as 2 of the bodies had been dragged some distance before the effort was ultimately abandoned. They pressed on and reached the first hill where they had stood, witnessing the destruction of their home, now filled with lingering smoke, which stirred profound sorrow within them. Yet, they still beheld not a single native in sight. At this juncture, they resolved to approach the ruins of their once cherished abode, exercising utmost caution. As they neared their home, they caught sight of the unmistakable figures of the natives by the seaside, boarding small boats in preparation for departure. Initially, the distance rendered them incapable of launching an attack, which filled them with frustration at the missed opportunity to strike before the natives' departure. Nevertheless, the prospect of finally evading them brought a measure of satisfaction. For these 2 unfortunate Britons, this marks their second bankruptcy, their hard work obliterated in an instant. Fortunately, the community was willing to provide them with all the essentials and assist them in rebuilding their lives. Even their 3 compatriots, who had long been regarded as indifferent and unkind, upon hearing of the situation, having learned of it only after the turmoil had subsided, as they resided far to the east, came forth to offer their aid. They indeed lent a hand in a most amicable manner, working for several days to help these pitiful souls reconstruct their home and prepare some necessities. With all this assistance, the 2 soon found their lives stabilizing once more. A couple of days later, their spirits lifted further upon witnessing a native canoe drift ashore, accompanied by the bodies of 2 drowned individuals nearby. They had every reason to believe that these natives had encountered a storm at sea, capsizing several of their vessels, especially since the winds had been particularly fierce on the night of their departure from the island. Though it is said, since there were fatalities along the way, it follows that a significant number of individuals managed to survive. These survivors recounted their experiences and actions, inciting their compatriots to embark upon another wave of aggression. Ultimately, It became evident that they were indeed determined to muster sufficient strength to seize everything they encountered. After all, they had never encountered humans here. And had it not been for the first individual who informed them of inhabitants on the island, they could not have reached such a conclusion based solely on their prior knowledge. Moreover, no one else had validated this information for them, as the one who had done so had already perished. In the subsequent 5 to 6 months, our people remained hopeful, wishing that the intruders would forget their ill-fated venture or abandon any notion of tempting fate once more. During this period, we heard no further news regarding the intruders. However, unexpectedly, they launched a large-scale incursion once again. At least 28 canoes, laden with their numbers, approached, armed with bows, clubs, cutlasses, and similar weaponry, creating an overwhelming presence that instilled great fear among our people. They landed on the eastern shore of the island by evening, prompting our people to hastily convene to devise a strategy. Firstly, they recognized that their only previous means of safety had been complete concealment. And with so many adversaries now present, this course of action was all the more imperative. They resolved to first dismantle the modest dwellings constructed for the 2 Englishmen and to drive their flock of sheep into the original cave. They anticipated that the indigenous people would launch an assault at dawn, much like the previous encounter, despite this landing site being at least 6 miles distant from the Englishmen's location. Subsequently, they herded out the sheep from the old villa, my term for it, as it now belongs to the Spaniards, endeavoring to ensure that no signs of habitation remained visible anywhere. At the break of day, they concentrated their efforts to lie in ambush near the estate of the 2 individuals. Indeed, as anticipated, the subsequent invaders left their vessels at the eastern end of the island and advanced directly along the coastline towards them. Their numbers were estimated to be around 250, according to our scouts. Our own contingent was, of course, considerably smaller and lacked sufficient weaponry to arm all present, which compounded the dire situation. To enumerate their total numbers, there were 17 Spaniards, 5 Englishmen, and old Friday, the father of Friday, along with 3 indigenous slaves who were brought back with the women. They exhibited remarkable loyalty, in addition to 3 slaves residing with the Spaniards. In total, they possessed 21 muskets, 5 pistols, 3 fowling pieces, and 5 other firearms of uncertain type, all of which I had confiscated from the failed mutineers, along with 2 swords and 3 antiquated blades. They merely provided the slaves with a wooden staff, tipped with a formidable iron spearhead, while neglecting to supply them with firearms. Each was also equipped with an axe or similar tool, naturally. Our men were similarly armed with axes. Among the women, there were 2 who insisted on joining the fray, despite their evident inadequacies. Their weapons consisted of bows and arrows. These were the spoils collected by the Spaniards after a previous skirmish among the indigenous tribes. Furthermore, these 2 women carried axes as well. The overall commander was the Spanish leader I have often mentioned. This time, Will Atkins assumed the role of second in command, a man of fearsome reputation yet daring in his actions. The indigenous warriors charged forth like lions, and regrettably, our forces did not occupy a strategically advantageous position. Fortunately, Will Atkins had taken 6 men to ambush from behind a small cluster of bushes, establishing a vital outpost. His orders were to strike the enemy's center, allowing those in the front to advance, and after firing, to retreat as swiftly and cleverly as possible, maneuvering through the woods to the Spaniards' rear, who were concealed behind a thicket of trees. The indigenous warriors approached in disorganized groups, and Will Atkins directed about 50 men to rush forward. He then commanded 3 of his subordinates to open fire, having observed the dense mass of the enemy charging toward them, each of their muskets loaded with 6 or 7 rounds. They were oblivious to the number of lives that had been lost or injured in that moment. However, the ensuing panic among the indigenous people was beyond description. Upon hearing such a terrifying explosion and witnessing the dead and wounded around them, they could not comprehend the source of this calamity. They were utterly paralyzed with fear. Seizing the moment of chaos, Will Atkins and 3 others opened fire towards the area where the natives were most densely packed. Within less than a minute, the 3 initial shooters had reloaded and prepared for a third volley. If Will Atkins and his 6 companions had adhered to their orders to immediately retreat after firing, or if our other squad had been nearby to provide continuous fire, the indigenous people would have undoubtedly been routed in a panic, fleeing in disarray. Their fear stemmed primarily from the fact that they could not see any assailants, believing instead that their lives were claimed by the wrath of divine thunder and lightning. Yet, Will Atkins remained in place to reload his weapon, thereby exposing their position. Some of the indigenous people, observing from a distance, approached from behind to launch an attack. The adversaries shot Atkins with arrows and killed one of his British companions, although Atkins and his group returned fire 2 or 3 times, killing over 20. They were forced to retreat swiftly. Subsequently, they also lost a Spanish man and an Indian slave who had accompanied the women. The slave exhibited remarkable bravery, fighting valiantly despite wielding only a spear-tipped staff and an axe, personally slaying 5 adversaries. As Atkins sustained injuries, 2 more foes fell. Our forces, facing such a ferocious assault, retreated to a small hill within the woods. Conversely, the Spaniards, after discharging 3 volleys of gunfire at the enemy, began to withdraw as well. Though over 50 had already perished, the number of the injured was even greater, and despite their significant numbers, they charged fearlessly towards our men, arrows raining down like a dark cloud. The wounded among them, as long as they could still move, were driven into a frenzy by their injuries, attacking with a wild ferocity. During the retreat, the bodies of the Spaniards and Englishmen could not be recovered by our men, prompting the natives to rush forward to the 2 corpses. These unfortunate souls had their arms and legs brutally shattered by clubs and wooden swords, their skulls crushed in a manner that suggested a morbid desire to ensure they were truly dead, striking a scene of cruelty and despair that unmistakably revealed the barbarity of the indigenous people. Yet, they did not pursue. Even upon realizing our retreat, they seemed to follow their customs, encircling their fallen foes and letting out cries of victory. It was only afterward that they painfully discovered some of their injured comrades had succumbed to excessive blood loss. At that moment, upon a small hill, the leader of the Spaniards had gathered his modest band. Atkins insisted that they should set forth immediately to launch an assault, despite his injuries. However, the Spanish leader remarked, "Mr. Atkins, you have witnessed how the enemy fought after sustaining their wounds. If we disregard them for the time being, by tomorrow their injuries will render them immobile from pain, and their excessive bleeding will leave them feeble. Consequently, those who can stand against us will be considerably diminished." This notion was undoubtedly astute, yet while Atkins responded with nonchalance, "That is indeed true, sir. I too shall find myself in a similar predicament. Hence, I desire to seize this fervent moment to act." "Listen to me, Mr. Atkins," the Spaniard interjected. "You have fulfilled your duty admirably today. Should you be unable to join the fray tomorrow, we shall fight in your stead. I believe it would be prudent to wait until dawn to proceed." Thus, they resolved to await the arrival of the morrow. That night, under a bright moon and scattered stars, the natives were found bustling around the deceased and the wounded, creating a cacophony of noise as they hurried about the fallen. Subsequently, a decision was made to execute a nocturnal assault, ideally approaching the enemy undetected to unleash a volley of gunfire. They found a favorable opportunity, as the location of this conflict was within British territory. Thus, they followed the British leader, maneuvering through the woods towards the western coast, then suddenly veering southward, arriving near the heart of the enemy's encampment. A few among them, seizing the moment before the enemy could perceive their presence or hear any sound, took aim and opened fire, inflicting significant casualties. Half a minute later, others followed suit, unleashing a barrage of small projectiles that resulted in further devastation. Meanwhile, the adversaries were utterly unaware of the assailants responsible for their plight, nor did they comprehend the proper course of escape. The Spaniards swiftly reloaded their ammunition and divided themselves into 3 groups, resolving to commit fully to the assault. Each group comprised 8 individuals, totaling 22 men and 2 women, who, it is worth noting, fought with extraordinary fervor, displaying a reckless disregard for their own lives. They divided the weapons among themselves, opting for firearms and clubs. While initially reluctant, the 2 women insisted they would staunchly fight alongside their husbands, even unto death. Once this small contingent was organized, they emerged from the woods, charging towards the enemy with fervent cries. The indigenous people, standing together, heard our battle cries resonating from 3 directions, which only added to the chaos. Yet, they remained motionless, for they had not yet caught sight of us. However, as we drew near and came into their view, they began to unleash arrows upon us. Old Friday was struck, but, fortunately, sustained no grave injuries. Our men charged forward, returning fire from 3 angles, denying them a moment's respite. Subsequently, we engaged them with gun butts, swords, iron-tipped clubs, and axes, overwhelming the enemy who scattered in disarray, shrieking as they sought their own escape. After 2 fierce encounters, our forces, weary from the struggle, had annihilated approximately 100 of the indigenous warriors. The remaining survivors, gripped by terror, fled through the forest and over the hills, striving to escape as swiftly as their feet could carry them. Ultimately, they reached the location where they had previously landed, for all their dugout canoes were there. Their arrival at this spot was facilitated by our reluctance to pursue and complicate matters further. However, their misfortunes did not end there. That very night, they were unable to venture out to sea due to a sudden tempest that arose in the evening, with winds howling from the ocean. Furthermore, the waves cast most of their dugout canoes ashore, leaving them stranded far from the water. The fierce winds howled throughout the night, and with the rising tide, retrieving the vessels from the beach demanded tremendous effort. Some canoes were reduced to splinters, either dashed against the shore or colliding with one another. That night, our men scarcely rested, despite their elation over the victory they had just secured. After attempting to regain their strength with a meager meal, they resolved to investigate the area where the indigenous people had boarded their vessel, eager to discern the true nature of the situation. As they traversed the battlefield, they stumbled upon several unfortunate souls who had yet to succumb to death. Of course, there was no hope for their survival, for those of a magnanimous spirit. This was an exceedingly tragic sight, as a truly noble individual would never derive joy from the suffering of others. Ultimately, they arrived at an even grimmer scene, where nearly 100 remnants of the indigenous people were gathered. Most of them sat in a despondent posture, their knees drawn up to their chins, with their hands cradling their heads. The leader of the Spaniards, seeking to gauge their resolve by observing their facial expressions, contemplated whether they still harbored any desire to continue the fight or if they had been utterly defeated, stripped of courage and will. Thus, when our men were within a 2-shot distance from the indigenous group, the leader commanded a couple of blank shots to be fired, intending to instill fear and assess their reaction. This tactic proved remarkably effective. Upon hearing the first gunshot and witnessing the flash of the second, the indigenous people were gripped by terror, springing to their feet. Once they perceived our men advancing towards them, they erupted into a cacophony of shouts and howls, fleeing in a frenzied panic, the meaning of their cries lost on us. In this manner, they retreated into the wilderness. At the outset, our people earnestly hoped for a turn in the weather, so that they could venture into the sea and swiftly depart. However, little did they anticipate that this might serve as a precondition for the return of the savages. Whether they would escalate their aggression, or, conversely, whether their frequent visits to the island could transform it into a desolate wasteland, leading to the inhabitants' dire starvation, remained a grim possibility. The wounded Will Atkins remained among us, and it soon became evident that he was an exceptional strategist. In this precarious situation, he proposed a course of action to seize the advantageous moment and obstruct the savages' escape route, thereby preventing their landing on the island and subsequent harassment. However, some opposed this approach, fearing that should the savages find themselves cornered, they might resort to desperate measures, retreating into the woods to survive. This could compel us to pursue them like wild beasts, instilling a constant sense of dread, whilst they would frequently ravage our crops and steal our livestock, disrupting our lives and granting us no respite from our suffering. Consequently, this matter was deliberated extensively. Will Atkins further advised that it would be far wiser to confront 100 individuals now than to deal with 100 tribes in the future, emphasizing the necessity of either destroying their vessels and crew or eliminating them forthwith. In summary, he garnered unanimous agreement from everyone, for his words were both clear and sensible. Thus, they immediately commenced action to address the situation with the canoes. They procured some dry branches from a dead tree, intending to set fire to a few of the boats. However, the vessels were so damp that they would not ignite. Regardless, those boats were rendered nearly useless for navigation, as the upper portions had been singed by the flames for a considerable time. The indigenous people witnessed their efforts, and several of them emerged from the woods, kneeling as close as possible, exclaiming in distress, "Wow, wow." They uttered several incomprehensible phrases, yet their pitiable gestures and peculiar sounds conveyed a clear message. They were pleading with us to cease the destruction of the boats and express their willingness to never return. Nonetheless, at this juncture, our people could not help but firmly believe that the only way to ensure their safety and protect their territory was to prevent these natives from returning. They feared that even if just one of them went back and relayed the events, their settlement would be jeopardized. Consequently, they proceeded to demolish the canoes, demonstrating to the indigenous people that mercy would not be afforded to them. Every canoe that had been damaged by the storm was utterly destroyed. Upon witnessing this, the natives emitted terrifying howls from the forest, sounds that were unmistakably clear to our people, after which they began to run amok on the island. leaving us momentarily at a loss for how to respond. One point that those Spaniards, despite their caution, failed to consider is this: if they intend to drive the indigenous people to desperation, cornering them into a dead end, they ought to vigilantly safeguard their own estates. Although the livestock had been driven away and their primary refuge, referring to my own abode rather than the caves in the valley, remained undiscovered by the Indians, they nonetheless found and ravaged the crops near my homestead, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. The surrounding fences and planted trees were not spared, the crops were trampled, and the burgeoning grapes had their vines torn away, resulting in incalculable losses for us, while they gained naught in return. When our people encountered these Indians one-on-one, they could not match their swift movements. Although our men were capable of attacking them under any circumstance, they were unable to search for them effectively, nor could they venture out alone for fear of being ensnared by their ambush. Fortunately, the indigenous people were left devoid of any weapons, armed only with bows but lacking arrows or materials to craft them, and they possessed no sharp implements. They had descended into a lamentable and dire state. However, although our whereabouts remained concealed, the losses of our provisions and the destruction of our harvest had rendered our spirits disheartened, leaving our people in a state of utter confusion, unsure of what actions to take or which direction to pursue. Now, the livestock in the valley beside the cave, along with the scant grains cultivated there, constitute their sole possessions, save for the estates of the three Englishmen, namely, those of Will Atkins and his companions, though only two remain now, as the other fell silent, succumbing to an arrow that struck just beneath his temple. It is noteworthy that this savage was the very one who, with an axe, initially dispatched that native and later sought to kill the Spaniards. From my perspective, my circumstances are far superior to theirs at this moment, particularly since I discovered a modest handful of barley and rice grains, allowing me to cultivate crops and domesticate livestock. They are besieged by 100 ravenous wolves on this island, and subduing them is no easy feat upon realizing their plight. Their first resolution was to drive the natives as far as possible to the southwestern corner of the island, a more remote area. This strategy holds the added advantage that, should more natives arrive, the two groups would be unlikely to encounter one another. After herding them there, they would be subjected to daily searches and assaults, with the aim of eliminating several until their numbers were significantly diminished. Ultimately, if they could be made to submit, they would be provided with sustenance and allowed to sustain themselves through agriculture. In pursuit of this objective, everyone diligently tracked the indigenous individuals, instilling panic at the mere sound of gunfire. Within a few days, it became evident that anyone who discharged a weapon towards the Native Americans, even without inflicting injury, would be so terrified as to collapse. Despite this, they continued to flee, and our people targeted them, resulting in several casualties each day. Consequently, they were compelled to seek refuge in the woods or low-lying areas, leading to a severe scarcity of food. The scene was truly tragic. Eventually, it was discovered that many had perished in the forest, not from wounds, but rather from starvation. Upon realizing this grim situation, our men were filled with regret and compassion. Particularly the leader of the Spaniards, undoubtedly the most cultured and magnanimous individual I have ever encountered in my life. He proposed the idea of capturing one of the indigenous people, to understand their intentions and employ him as a translator. The plan was to send him back to the indigenous community to inquire whether it would be possible to persuade them to accept mutually agreed-upon terms that would ensure their safety while safeguarding our men from harm. After some time, no one from their ranks had been captured. However, a surprise raid ultimately yielded one prisoner, as they were, after all, weakened by hunger. Initially, he displayed extreme resistance, refusing to eat or drink. Gradually, he recognized the kindness of our men, who not only refrained from harming him, but also provided him with food, allowing him to slowly regain his nature and become docile. Chapter 22. The second volume. Old Friday was requested to approach them and engage in frequent conversations, ensuring that all individuals here would treat one another with kindness. Their lives would not only be preserved, but a designated area on the island would be set aside for their habitation. There was but one condition they needed to promise: to refrain from crossing boundaries to infringe upon or harm others, and to remain within their designated territory. Furthermore, it was conveyed to him that they would be provided with wheat seeds, which, upon maturation, would allow them to bake bread. To prevent them from succumbing to starvation in the interim, some bread would also be provided. This individual was urged by Old Friday to return and share these words with his compatriots to gauge their sentiments. However, he was also explicitly informed that refusal would result in their complete annihilation. These unfortunate souls, already stripped of their vigor, were reduced to merely 37. Upon hearing this news, they promptly acquiesced, expressing a desire for sustenance. Consequently, a dozen armed Spaniards and 2 Englishmen, accompanied by their 3 Indian slaves and old Friday, ventured into the woods. The 3 slaves delivered an abundance of bread, and as they sat there consuming it, their eyes gleamed with gratitude. From that point onward, their adherence to the promises made became impeccable. They only ventured out of their territory when seeking food or posing inquiries, otherwise remaining there until my arrival on the island. I, too, went to visit them. They were instructed by our people in the art of agriculture, the craft of baking, the herding of sheep, and the milking of ewes. They lacked little, save for wives. Had it not been for this deficiency, they would have soon formed a tribe. Their designated settlement was a narrow expanse located in the southeastern corner of the island, stretching towards the coastal plain, while being flanked by high hills. Here, they possessed ample land, approximately 1.5 miles wide and 3 to 4 miles long. Our people also taught them to fashion spades from wood, akin to those I had once made, and provided them with 12 axes and 3 or 4 knives. Thus, they resided there with an unprecedented level of obedience. Upon my return to visit them 2 years later, it could be said that this settlement thrived in peace and prosperity, devoid of any disturbances from hostile natives. Of course, there were occasional visits from some natives arriving in dugout canoes to hold their brutal feast of celebration. Yet they did not seek or inquire about the whereabouts of their kin. This may have been due to their origins from various distinct tribes, perhaps having never heard of previous incursions, or possibly having heard of them but remaining ignorant of the reasons for their arrival. Nevertheless, even if they sought to inquire, locating them would not have been an easy task. At this juncture, I believe I have sufficiently elucidated the events that transpired prior to my return to the island. At least all that is worthy of mention. What is truly astonishing and perplexing is that our people have managed to civilize those indigenous individuals. I frequently visited their settlement. However, any Native American was strictly forbidden from approaching our territory, under the penalty of death. Perhaps it was our desire to prevent our homeland from being exposed once more. Another noteworthy observation is that these indigenous people were taught by the missionaries to weave with willow branches, crafting various items such as baskets and other trinkets. Yet, they soon surpassed their instructors, producing exquisitely beautiful creations, particularly an array of baskets, sieves, bird cages, and cupboards. Additionally, they fashioned chairs, stools, and beds, along with some truly unique artifacts. A mere initial guidance sufficed, as their skill was remarkable. My presence proved immensely beneficial to these individuals, as I provided them with many essential tools, such as knives, scissors, pliers, shovels, and pickaxes. Consequently, they transformed their dwellings into remarkably charming abodes. With these tools at their disposal, their craftsmanship flourished. The structures appeared as if woven from a delicate tapestry. The basket weavers exhibited exceptional ingenuity, constructing walls that not only served as effective barriers against various pests but also provided a refreshing coolness. Our people, observing their admiration for such dwellings, were moved to create similar ones for them. Thus, when visiting the homes of 2 Englishmen, one might behold them from afar, resembling bees nestled within a hive. Master Will Atkins has now transformed into a diligent, capable, and composed individual. He has constructed a unique abode, the likes of which have never been witnessed before. By measuring its perimeter with my steps, I deduced that it encompasses 120 paces. The walls, meticulously woven and robust, consist of 32 segments, rising to a height of approximately 7 feet. At its center stands a more fortified fence, an octagonal structure with a perimeter of less than 22 paces. Sturdy wooden stakes rise at each of the 8 corners, topped with a robust ring of timber, secured with wooden dowels. Above this, 8 rafters form a conical roof. I can confidently attest that, despite his lack of nails and reliance solely on a few pieces of scrap iron I left behind, the roof is indeed splendid and well constructed. To be frank, he demonstrates remarkable ingenuity in areas where he was previously inexperienced. For instance, he fashioned a wrought iron furnace for himself, complemented by a wooden bellows for fanning the flames. He even produces charcoal for this endeavor. Additionally, he crafted a commendable anvil from a length of iron sleigh pole. In this manner, he has created a myriad of items, particularly hooks, iron nails, pointed iron, iron posts, and hinges. Let us return to the matter of that house. The roof, supported by the internal walls he constructed, was adorned with a woven material laid securely between the rafters, upon which he skillfully layered straw, followed by large leaves from a tree. Consequently, this roof proved impervious to rain, resembling the protective cover of several tiles or slabs. However, he himself acknowledged that the indigenous people had adeptly crafted the woven structures for him. Encircling the outer walls was a ring of similarly topped walls, which could be considered an extension of the house. Between the inner and outer walls lay a passage-like space, approximately 20 feet wide. This outer wall boasted 32 angles, each adorned with a long rafter connecting to the internal beams, each extending about 20 feet. He also utilized this woven material to create partitions, though they were crafted with greater intricacy, effectively dividing the space into 6 rooms on a single plane, each with a door leading to the exterior. Firstly, there was an entrance to the main area of the house, complemented by another door leading to the corridor that surrounded it. Within that corridor, 3 equally sized sections were separated, which could serve as tranquil retreats or storage for essential household items. The circular passageway remains unoccupied by these 6 sections. The arrangement of the surrounding rooms is as follows. Upon entering through the door in the outer wall, the entrance to the first room is directly ahead, not far from my position. However, both sides are separated by woven walls, each equipped with a door leading into a spacious chamber that serves as a storage room, approximately 20 feet wide and 30 feet long. Beyond this room lies another chamber, not as lengthy. Thus, the outer circle comprises a total of 10 beautiful rooms, 6 of which serve as private spaces or lounges that are annexed to the main rooms, accessible only from within. The remaining 4 are quite expansive, their purpose subject to your discretion. Whether you deem them storerooms or warehouses, each is interconnected, with 2 rooms flanking either side of the main corridor. I can scarcely believe that such a woven structure exists elsewhere in the world, nor has any dwelling or tent ever been crafted with such ingenuity, let alone constructed. Within this grand hive, 3 households reside, that of Will Atkins and his wife, another man who was slain, leaving behind a widow and 3 children. Evidently, she was nearing childbirth at the time of her husband's death. Nevertheless, the other 2 families are exceedingly generous, sharing provisions such as grains, goat's milk, and grapes, as well as portions from their slaughtered sheep or captured sea turtles. Despite their labor lacking the fervor of the 2 other Englishmen previously mentioned, their lives are, by all accounts, quite satisfactory. Another point that must not be overlooked pertains to their religious beliefs. Despite their frequent oaths in the name of God, reminiscent of sailors, which serve as a constant reminder of a deity, I remain uncertain whether such faith truly resides among them. On the other hand, the unfortunate and uninformed indigenous wives, despite being married to husbands whom we must refer to as Christians, have made little progress. The husbands themselves possess scant understanding of God, rendering any discussion about the divine or religious matters with their wives nearly impossible. The primary advancement for these wives, to my knowledge, is their ability to communicate in a somewhat decent English. Furthermore, since the inception of their English education, the nearly 20 children they bear have also commenced learning the language, ultimately achieving proficiency, albeit with a rather chaotic start akin to that of their mothers. Upon my return to this island, all these children were under the age of 6, as the 5 indigenous women had been here for just over 7 years. Reflecting on that time, the pregnant wife of the cook was expecting her 6th child. All these mothers belonged to a class characterized by their steadfast dedication, industriousness, and unpretentious propriety. They assisted one another with unwavering dedication, dutifully adhering to the commands of their master, though I hesitate to refer to him as their husband. Their sole aspiration was to embrace certain Christian doctrines to transform their unions into legitimate marriages. Beyond that, they harbored no further demands. It can be said that, at least due to my presence among them, these 2 aspirations were ultimately fulfilled. After providing a comprehensive introduction to the overall situation in the settlement and discussing the circumstances of the British exiles in considerable detail, I believe it is time to address the Spaniards, who constituted the primary inhabitants of that place, for their narrative contains noteworthy elements deserving of attention. I conveyed to them much about their previous existence among the indigenous people, where they lived in a state of lethargy and idleness, with little to recount. Even if presented with ready-made solutions at that time, they remained a small, disheartened group, beset by the burdens of unfortunate fate, pitiful and lamentable souls. Consumed by thoughts of their own hunger and oblivious to anything else, they found themselves ensnared in despair. Among them was a composed and insightful individual who conveyed to me that they firmly believed such despondency was misguided. Wise individuals, he asserted, must always harness the assistance that reason can provide, rather than wallowing in sorrow. This approach serves not only to support one's present circumstances but also to salvage the future. He explained that by fixating solely on the past, an era that is irretrievable, one becomes blind to the possibilities that lie ahead and, consequently, to the hope of salvation. The result is often not the emergence of solutions, but rather an exacerbation of suffering. Thus, sorrow emerges as the most futile and unworthy of emotions. At this point, he reiterated a Spanish proverb, which I had once translated into English. Although I can no longer recall his exact words, my rendition of the proverb was, "Encountering trouble and then becoming distressed only serves to double your troubles." Subsequently, he eloquently recounted my journey, detailing even the most minuscule improvements I had made during my solitary struggles. He spoke of my unwavering perseverance, his words, that I had elevated my circumstances to 1,000 times better than his, despite starting from conditions far more unfavorable than theirs. He remarked upon a noteworthy observation among the various individuals he had encountered. In times of adversity, the British exhibited remarkable composure, whereas the Portuguese and their unfortunate compatriots displayed the contrary. When faced with misfortune, their response was the most lamentable. Upon encountering danger, they would engage in only the slightest struggle before succumbing to despair, lying helplessly in utter hopelessness, waiting for death, without ever contemplating effective means of escape or rallying their spirits. I conveyed to him that my circumstances differed significantly from theirs. Although I was alone, my situation was neither favorable nor promising. Yet, fortune smiled upon me, bringing my vessel to the shore, which was akin to my hand being bestowed with an abundance of goods. This unexpected assistance uplifted my spirits, for I believe that anyone in the world would have acted as I did under similar circumstances. In contrast, they found themselves marooned in a land devoid of essential resources for survival, lacking sustenance. In other words, before they could attain self-sufficiency, they were bereft of modern means of livelihood. The Spaniard remarked, "Sir, had our inept Spanish compatriots been in your predicament, they would not have salvaged even half as much from the ship. Moreover, we would scarcely have conceived of a method to construct rafts for transporting goods. Even if we had rafts, we would still be incapable of navigating them to the shore." I urged him to expedite his account of their circumstances upon landing. Minimizing the flattery, he informed me of their misfortune. In the area where they disembarked, the indigenous people were suffering from a food shortage. However, they did not venture into the sea towards a more distant island, largely due to a lack of awareness. Here, they relied solely on unknown plant roots and wild vegetables to sustain themselves, unless they too were to resort to the local delicacy of human flesh. Otherwise, they were merely offered these scant provisions. They informed me of numerous methods aimed at civilizing a group of indigenous individuals, aspiring to instill in them reasonable and commendable habits for their daily lives. However, their endeavors ultimately proved unsuccessful, and they were met with rebuttals, alleging that their presence was solely predicated on the charity and assistance they received from the locals. They were criticized for attempting to instruct their benefactors, with the prevailing sentiment being that only those who do not rely on others possess the right to admonish them. Furthermore, they recounted some of the dire circumstances they had previously faced. It was evident that the indigenous inhabitants of the island were somewhat indolent, rendering it unsurprising that their sustenance was inferior to that of other tribes in the region. Yet they also observed that the local tribes were remarkably delectable in comparison to those with more abundant provisions. They discerned, based on their own experiences, that God governs all, and that divine guidance embodies great wisdom and courage. Had they not been compelled by their hardships and the local poverty to ardently seek improved living conditions, they would not have merited my assistance. In Chapter 23 of the latter volume, they continued to relay their aspirations to join the fray, as the natives who had welcomed them were embroiled in conflict. Initially, they possessed the potential to render substantial aid to their friends while simultaneously enhancing their own stature in the eyes of both allies and adversaries. Regrettably, despite their possession of firearms, they had unfortunately lost their ammunition. In a state of dependence, when called upon to participate in battle, what justification could they possibly have to refuse? However, lacking ammunition, their situation on the battlefield was even worse than that of the indigenous people. With no bows or the skills to wield the weapons provided by the natives, they could do nothing but stand idle, serving merely as targets. Yet, when they finally engaged in close combat, the effectiveness of their 3 firearms changed the tide of the encounter. Armed with the sharp bayonets affixed to their rifles, they drove back waves of adversaries. Despite this, they occasionally found themselves encircled, facing a high likelihood of being struck by arrows. Eventually, They devised a method to fashion shields from large planks of wood, covering them with the hides of unknown beasts for additional protection against arrows. Nonetheless, danger still lurked nearby. On one occasion, they were felled by the clubs of the natives, and one of their own, a Spaniard whom I later rescued, was captured by the enemy. Initially, everyone presumed he had been killed, but upon learning of his capture, panic ensued, and many were willing to risk their own lives in a desperate bid to secure his release. They recounted to me how, after being struck down by the enemy, their companions hurried to their aid, standing resolutely beside them to engage in relentless combat with the foe. Miraculously, all but one, who they had believed to be slain, revived. At that moment, they formed a tight line and, armed with long spears and other weapons, carved a bloody path through the throng of over 1,000 savages, toppling anyone who stood in their way. Ultimately, they vanquished the enemy. However, a shadow of sorrow loomed over them, for they had lost a dear friend. The enemy, having discovered that he was still alive, captured him along with a few others, a matter I had previously addressed. With profound gratitude, they described the elation that followed, as they had feared that the fiercest of beasts, the savages, had devoured their unfortunate companion. To their astonishment, he returned. And even more delightful was the news of his purpose, a Christian not far from them. A man not only astute and capable, but also endowed with kindness and a spirit of philanthropy, eager to assist in their rescue. They further elaborated on their astonishment at the time, prompted by the sight of the provisions I had bestowed upon them, many of which they had never encountered since arriving in this destitute land. They frequently made the sign of the cross, uttering prayers, as if they had consumed food imbued with a stimulant. The taste of that bread invigorated their spirits. And this was equally true for any other gifts I had presented to them. Later, they wished to convey to me their overwhelming joy upon witnessing a vessel approaching. They had heard that they were to be taken to the place of the benefactor who had bestowed upon them such generous gifts. Their elation was so profound that they struggled to articulate it, their words tumbling forth in a delightful jumble. The result was a confusion of expression. They could only insist that their inability to adequately express their emotions had driven them to the brink of madness. Different individuals manifested their feelings in diverse ways. Some wept uncontrollably in the throes of joy, others appeared utterly deranged, while some simply fainted on the spot. I was deeply struck by these vivid displays of emotion, which reminded me of the ecstatic joy I felt upon reuniting with my father on that fateful Friday, and of the unfortunate souls rescued from the burning ship at sea, who exhibited similar delirium. I recalled the elation of the first mate, who had been saved from what he believed to be certain death. I also reflected on my own overwhelming joy at being swiftly returned to my homeland after 28 years of confinement on a deserted island. All these experiences deepened my understanding of the plight of these unfortunate individuals. After I had relayed these observations, it seemed fitting to discuss the significant actions I had undertaken for these people, as well as to reflect on the circumstances they faced when I departed. They share my perspective, believing that the indigenous people will no longer disturb them, even if those indigenous individuals were to return in greater numbers. They are confident in their ability to triumph over them, and thus feel no need to dwell on such matters. Subsequently, the Spanish man, whom I presumed to be the leader, engaged me in a serious conversation regarding their circumstances on the island. After all, my visit was not intended to remove any of them, so it would be inappropriate to leave some behind while taking others, perhaps because the former might be unable to sustain their presence any longer. On the other hand, I conveyed to them that my purpose was not to take them away, but rather to encourage them to settle there and live well. I informed them that they would receive various forms of assistance that I had brought, having expended considerable sums to procure supplies essential for both their defense and their daily lives. Moreover, I had also brought along a group of skilled artisans, who not only would augment the island's population but also possess the necessary expertise to produce items they currently require. While I spoke these words, they were all present, and then I individually approached each one, inquiring whether they had set aside their former animosities and were willing to extend a hand in reconciliation, fostering a strong bond of friendship for the sake of mutual benefit, devoid of any unnecessary resentment. Will Atkins responded with great pleasure, stating that the hardships they had encountered had awakened a sense of clarity and composure within them. The common adversary they faced had been sufficient to foster a harmonious coexistence among them. He expressed that, personally, he no longer harbored any opposition to the Spanish and was willing to stand united with them through thick and thin. He acknowledged that the actions of the Spanish were a consequence of his own provocations, attributed to his own irascible temperament. Had their roles been reversed, he would likely have acted in a similar, if not more extreme, manner. He conveyed that should he wish to apologize to them, he would sincerely repent for his past transgressions, expressing a deep desire to live amicably together and vowing to make every effort to instill that belief in them. Regarding the prospect of returning to England, he stated that even if he were to remain away for 20 years, it would not trouble him in the slightest. The Spaniards admitted that they had initially disarmed him and his two compatriots due to their disgraceful conduct, something they had previously expressed to him, but hoped he could understand that their actions were compelled by the circumstances at the time. However, they had long since forgotten those unpleasant incidents, particularly in light of Will Atkins's remarkable bravery displayed in subsequent battles, as well as his unwavering loyalty and commitment to their shared interests, which led them to regard him as trustworthy. One should possess weapons and essential supplies, much like others. Indeed, he has been entrusted with significant responsibilities, evidenced by his selection as the foremost deputy, which attests to the satisfaction others hold towards him. This not only bestows upon him and his compatriots complete trust, but also acknowledges the few individuals as deserving of such confidence. As honorable men have undertaken every measure to earn respect and trust, they were elated to offer me their assurances that they would never experience discord over matters of self-interest. Given the forthright commendations exchanged among friends, the gathering for the following day was promptly arranged, culminating in a most splendid feast. I instructed the ship's cook and his crew to come ashore to prepare the dishes, while the chef already on land was, of course, at their service. The ship's provisions were brought forth, including 6 barrels of fine beef and 4 barrels of pork laid out on the shore. Additionally, I took the liberty of bringing 10 bottles of French red wine and 10 bottles of British ale. One can imagine the popularity of these items, as they were delicacies that the Spaniards and English had not savored for many years. For this banquet, the Spaniards also contributed 5 young lambs, which the 2 master cooks roasted, serving 3 of them aboard the ship for the crew to relish the fresh meat from the land. Undoubtedly, their experience mirrored our enjoyment of their culinary offerings. At the banquet, everyone indulged in joyous revelry. After the festivities, I successfully brought the supplies ashore, and in order to avert potential disputes over distribution, I made it clear to them that the provisions were ample. I hoped they would receive an equal share of the fabric for clothing, which meant that each individual was allotted enough linen to craft 4 shirts. This adjustment was made at the behest of the Spaniards, and as it had been quite some time since they had donned such material, they had long forgotten the comfort it afforded, thus finding themselves particularly pleased. As for the lightweight English fabric I had previously contemplated, I also distributed it to them, enough to fashion a single lightweight coat, reminiscent of a long overcoat. I deemed such attire particularly suitable for the sweltering season, being loose and airy. I informed them that should it wear out, they could always create new garments as circumstances dictated. Similarly, I addressed their needs for shoes, socks, hats, and the like. Upon witnessing my concern and provision for those unfortunate souls, it is beyond words to describe the joy and contentment that illuminated their faces. I was regarded as their reborn father. They expressed that having someone like me, concerned for them from such a distant part of the world, made them forget their plight as castaways on a desolate island. They even vowed to me of their own accord that they would never leave this island without my consent. Subsequently, I introduced the individuals I had brought along to them, particularly the indispensable tailor and blacksmith. However, the most significant among them was my versatile companion, an individual whose utility surpassed that of anyone else for these unfortunate souls. The tailor, demonstrating his concern for them, sought my approval and promptly commenced his work, crafting a shirt for each person as a gesture of goodwill. Additionally, the women were instructed in the art of sewing, thereby enabling them to assist their husbands and others in making shirts. As for the 2 carpenters, their contributions were invaluable. They transformed my cumbersome and unwieldy possessions into lighter, more convenient tables, stools, beds, cupboards, cabinets, shelves, and all manner of essentials they required. To illustrate how artisans are shaped by their environment, I took them to visit Will Atkins' abode, what I referred to as the weaving house. They acknowledged that they had never encountered such naturally elegant creations, at least not in such an orderly construction. After contemplating the house for a while, one of them turned to me and remarked, "I believe," he said, "that man requires us not at all. We need only provide him with tools." Subsequently, I distributed all the tools I had brought with me to each person, each receiving a spade for digging, a square shovel, and a rake. As we lacked a plow, each settlement was provided with a pickaxe, a hoe, a broad axe, and a saw. I repeatedly instructed them that should any tool become damaged or worn, they should not lament their fate, for they could simply retrieve another from the spare tools I had left for them. Items such as nails, elbow spikes, hinges, hammers, chisels, knives, and scissors were available in abundance, as no one would take more than they needed. It would be sheer folly for anyone to waste such resources, regardless of their reasoning. Furthermore, I left behind 2 tons of unprocessed iron for the blacksmith's future use. I also brought a few weapons and ammunition, which delighted them. For now, if necessary, they could carry firearms just as I once did. Moreover, by merely occupying a slightly advantageous position, something they would not overlook, they could easily engage in battle with 1,000 adversaries. The child of the mother who had perished from hunger and the maid were brought ashore. The latter was a composed and educated young woman, steadfast in her religious faith and devotion to God, whose demeanor was gentle and whose conduct earned her the admiration of all. She could not endure being the sole woman aboard the vessel, nor the mundane existence we shared. After a while, the 2 of them observed that my island had been transformed into a thriving and orderly place, considering their lack of purpose and kinship in the East Indies. They found it utterly unnecessary to endure the arduous journey by sea. Thus, they approached me together, earnestly requesting my consent for them to remain on the island, which they referred to as being welcomed by my large family. I readily acquiesced, assigning them a small plot of land and commissioning the construction of 3 modest huts, enclosed by fences woven from branches. The fences were secured with posts, resembling those of their neighbor, Atkins. Each of them took residence in their designated hut, while the central one served as a storeroom for their belongings and a place for their meals. Presently, the inhabitants of the island are still distributed among 3 locations. Specifically, the Spaniards, Old Friday, and a few of the earliest retained slaves reside at the foot of the mountain near my former abode, which may be regarded as the capital. Moreover, both the interior and exterior of the mountain have undergone significant expansion, thus creating a spacious yet secluded living environment. No matter where one may roam in the world, there exists no other place as diminutive and inconspicuous as the city nestled within the forest. I hold this belief with unwavering conviction. Even if 1,000 individuals were to wander this island for a month, unless they possessed prior knowledge and intent to uncover this locale, they would remain oblivious to its existence. The trees are so densely interwoven and their branches so intricately intertwined that one would need to fell these trees entirely to reveal the dwelling. Otherwise, they would merely stumble upon the 2 narrow passages that serve as the sole entrances, which is an exceedingly arduous task. One entrance is situated perilously close to the river, from which one must traverse over 200 yards to reach the old encampment. The other exit, as previously mentioned, requires ascending 2 ladders from the residence to discover it. Furthermore, a vast expanse of dense forest has been cultivated atop that small hill, encompassing an area exceeding 1 acre, and it grows at an astonishing rate. Thus, it is nearly impossible for anyone to uncover the dwelling, as access can only be gained through a narrow gap between 2 trees, a location that is equally elusive. Another habitation can be found at the abode of Will Atkins, where 4 British families reside, including several of my compatriots whom I left there, along with their wives and children. Additionally, there are 3 enslaved natives, the widow and children of the British man who perished in battle, along with a young lad and a maid. Incidentally, before our departure, I arranged a marriage for her. Additionally, I brought along 2 carpenters and a tailor, not to mention the blacksmith, who proved particularly invaluable to them, especially as a gunsmith capable of providing maintenance for their weaponry. Speaking of another individual I brought with me, he is what I refer to as the universal man, whose worth is equivalent to that of 20 others. He is not only intelligent and capable, but also radiates a cheerful optimism. Before my departure, I arranged a match for him with the aforementioned loyal maid. Now, when the subject of marriage arises, it naturally brings to mind another person, the French missionary whom I rescued at sea alongside my fellow travelers and subsequently brought with me. Let us delve into his circumstances. It is indeed true that he adheres to Roman Catholicism, but in the interest of accuracy regarding his identity, I must first address certain aspects that may be viewed unfavorably by Protestants. Firstly, he is a Catholic. Secondly, he is a Catholic priest. And thirdly, he is a French Catholic priest. Hence, if I were to depict him in an ethereal manner, it might discomfort some individuals. Nevertheless, in the spirit of integrity, I should faithfully recount his character. I can only say that he is a serious, composed, and responsible individual, loyal to his doctrines, strict with himself, yet compassionate towards others. His demeanor and conduct are worthy of commendation. Despite the nature of his vocation, given the value of his existence, who would dare to utter further criticism? Certainly, this may be my personal perspective, or perhaps merely the view of the readership of this book. Yet it conveys the notion that should anyone choose to act otherwise, they would be mistaken. He agreed to accompany me to the East Indies, and thereafter, I engaged him in conversation for an extended period. Within just an hour, I found immense pleasure in having a reason to converse with him. From the outset, our dialogue veered towards matters of faith, and his courteous demeanor was truly captivating. "Sir," he remarked, "not only have you, under the divine guidance of God," as he spoke, he made the sign of the cross upon his chest, "rescued my life, but you have also permitted me to sail alongside you on your vessel. Your attentiveness has been such that I have been made to feel a part of your extended family, granting me the freedom to express myself. Now, sir, from my habits, one might discern the profession I pursue, and likewise, I can infer your religious beliefs from your ethnicity. Allow me to assert that my vocation is to endeavor, in every circumstance, to enlighten as many souls as possible to the truth of God and to embrace the tenets of Catholicism. Indeed, this is my calling, an irrefutable fact. With your kindness, I am able to remain here, integrated into your familial circle. Regarding your magnanimity, whether in principle, sentiment, or equity, I am bound to comply with you. Therefore, on matters of faith, should our views diverge, I shall refrain from voicing any opinion unless you grant your consent, and I shall remain within the boundaries you have established for me." I informed him that such an attitude was exceedingly courteous. I could only acknowledge that, although we were labeled as heretics by them, I had, prior to our acquaintance, formed connections with several Catholic clergymen, and there had never been any friction between us. Nor had we ever escalated religious matters to the point of debate. Thus, he was not the first of his kind. Nor did he need to feel oppressed due to our differing views. Should any unpleasantness arise during our discussions, the fault would assuredly not lie with us, but rather with him. He responded that it was not difficult to assert that our conversations did not devolve into arguments. He did not aim to propagate doctrine to everyone with whom he interacted. He preferred to be regarded as a gentleman rather than a dogmatic zealot. Should I wish to engage him on religious topics, he would be more than willing to entertain such discussions. Fully confident that I would likewise encounter him fervently defending his perspective, as long as I initiated the dialogue. Furthermore, without my invitation, he would never impose such discussions upon me. He further conveyed that, as a missionary and a good Christian, he would continue to fulfill his duties. He would pray for favorable winds for our vessel and for the safety of all aboard. Even though we could not pray together, and he could not join us in our prayers, he still hoped I would accept his supplications, and he was always eager to do so in every circumstance. Thus, we engaged in conversation. I must say, much like his courteous demeanor, he possesses an astute perception of all matters, and I harbor no doubts regarding the profundity of his knowledge. He recounted his life story to me, filled with numerous intriguing experiences. During his brief years away from home, he encountered many formidable challenges. More notably, during this current voyage, he has faced considerable misfortune, having changed vessels 5 times, none of which were destined for his intended port. Initially, he intended to journey to the island of Martinique, boarding a ship bound for that destination in St. Malo. However, due to exceedingly poor weather conditions, the ship was diverted to Lisbon. Unfortunately, the vessel ran aground at the mouth of the Tagus River and sustained damage, necessitating the unloading of its cargo there. In Lisbon, he found a Portuguese ship that was about to set sail for the Madeira Islands, hoping to easily transfer to a vessel destined for Martinique once he arrived. However, the inept captain of the Portuguese ship miscalculated their position, leading them instead to Fial. Surprisingly, the grain he carried fetched a commendable price there. Consequently, he decided against proceeding to Madeira and opted instead to travel to Maya Island to load salt, before ultimately heading to Newfoundland. During the course of their voyage, his vessel encountered a significant mishap, yet he made no attempts at rectification. Surprisingly, they journeyed along without incident and ultimately arrived at a place they named Banks. There, they encountered a ship from Quebec, which had sailed from France to the Canadian River and was destined for Martinique to transport provisions. The priest seized this opportunity, believing that boarding this ship would lead him to his original destination. However, the captain succumbed to illness upon reaching Quebec, and the ship ceased its journey. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to return to France, and this was the ill-fated vessel I previously mentioned, from which we rescued those willing to accompany us to the East Indies. Thus, before I delve deeper into his story, I shall state that his initial voyage transformed into 5 instances of thwarted aspirations. Other matters are irrelevant for now. So let us return to discuss certain circumstances pertaining to that island. One morning, he approached me, having resided with us during our time on the island, seriously expressing that he had sought an opportunity to converse with me over the past few days. He hoped this would not cause me discomfort, as he believed it might relate to my vision of fostering prosperity in this colony, and perhaps it could even attract a measure of divine favor upon my endeavors. I appeared somewhat peculiar. Upon hearing his final words, I interrupted his discourse. "Sir," I remarked, "here we have manifest evidence, and I have conveyed much to you. Thus it is evident that we have indeed received assistance in salvation. How can one assert that we have not been favored by the divine? Had you been willing to listen to my words, despite his thoughtless utterance, which was still delivered with politeness, you would not have felt discontented, nor would you have perceived me in such a negative light, as if I were insinuating that you have not experienced miraculous aid and deliverance. Considering your benefits, I sincerely wish for you to receive divine blessings, and may your endeavors be extraordinarily fruitful, achieving commendable success. However, sir, perhaps for you, fortune is not merely a matter of possibility, yet it is conceivable that the actions of some among you may not be equally justifiable. You are aware of the tale of the Jewish people. Within their ranks stood a man named Achan, whose transgressions compelled God to withdraw his blessings, thereby leading to divine retribution upon them, resulting in the downfall of 36 individuals. Despite their unrelated sins, they bore the brunt of severe punishment. I was taken aback by his words. So I expressed to him that his reasoning was remarkably sound and his intentions profoundly sincere, stemming from a genuine piety. Consequently, I felt remorseful for interrupting him and encouraged him to continue. Simultaneously, as it seemed we had ample opportunity to converse, which would require some time, I informed him that I was preparing to visit the English, inviting him to accompany me so we could engage in discussion along the way. He eagerly accepted the invitation, expressing his desire to join me, as a portion of the matters to be discussed pertained to that very location. Thus we set off, and he was encouraged to speak candidly, without reservation. "Now, sir," he began, "as a foundation for our discourse, allow me to present a few points. I believe that, in general principles, we shall not encounter significant disparities, although we may hold differing views on certain specific details. Firstly, sir, despite our divergences in certain religious doctrines, which, unfortunately, is indeed the case, and I will address the challenges I face regarding this matter later, we fundamentally agree on overarching principles. For instance, there is indeed one God, and this God has clearly established certain fundamental precepts for us to adhere to. Given this, we ought not to disregard the commandments of God, nor should we willfully transgress the prohibitions that he has set forth. There exists a fundamental principle that, regardless of our differing beliefs, we all readily acknowledge. A person who transgresses the will of God and indulges in sin typically does not receive his blessings. Moreover, a matter of profound concern for every Christian is to prevent those under their stewardship from disregarding God and his commandments. Regardless of my personal views on the matter, your congregation comprises Protestants, which does not absolve me of my responsibility to care for their souls. I shall persist in my efforts, especially as their lives seem perilously close to incurring the displeasure of the Creator. I humbly request your permission to intervene within your domain. I expressed my agreement with everything he articulated, and I am grateful for his continued concern for us, even though I could not fully comprehend his intentions at that moment. I then asked him to elucidate the points he had just made, so I might expel the cursed individuals among us, much like the Joshua in his metaphor. "Well, sir," he replied, "your permission shall be exercised. Your endeavors here are indeed worthy of divine blessing. If I am not mistaken, there are 3 inevitable obstacles that may arise, and I would be more than willing to see these impediments removed. For your sake and theirs, I am confident that once I articulate these 3 matters, you will undoubtedly concur with my perspective, particularly since you will recognize how effortlessly each can be rectified to your satisfaction." "Sir," he said, "firstly, these 4 Englishmen are here with you, having taken several women from the indigenous population to serve as wives, and having fathered numerous children with them. However, they have failed to marry them in any manner that adheres to the divine laws or the laws of mankind, thus rendering their lifestyle, if not outright adultery, at least a form of illicit union when viewed from these 2 perspectives. I am aware, sir, that you might not perceive it that way. You may consider that there was no clergyman of any faith present to officiate the marriage. Moreover, there was neither pen nor ink nor paper to formalize a marriage contract and secure their signatures. I also know, sir, that the Spanish leader spoke to you about how, when selecting these women, they were never asked to make a commitment nor to obtain the women's consent, and furthermore, each couple was to be separated. By the way, this arrangement was not a covenant between the men and the women they claimed as wives, but merely an agreement among a few men to avoid disputes. and thus cannot be deemed a marriage. However, the sanctity of marriage, as he precisely articulated, being a devout Roman Catholic, lies in the mutual consent of both partners to accept one another as spouses. Furthermore, it embodies a solemn agreement, a formal legal obligation, which compels both parties to acknowledge their commitment at all times. The husband is bound, as long as his wife is alive, to refrain from pursuing any other woman or entering into another marriage. Moreover, within the bounds of his capabilities, he is expected to faithfully assume the responsibility of providing for his family in all circumstances. Conversely, with some necessary adjustments in certain details, the wife is also obligated to bear similar or at least comparable conditions. He expressed with fervor, yet, nowadays, men can abandon these women, disavow their children, whenever they please or under certain circumstances. They can allow their wives and offspring to fend for themselves, while they seek solace in the company of other women, marrying them without regard for the well-being of their previous wives. At this juncture, his agitation was palpable, as he added, "Mr. Shun, in such illicit conduct, what respect do they afford to God? If you permit these subjects, completely under your control, to openly commit adultery in their lives, then regardless of how noble your endeavors may be here, or how pure your intentions, how can you expect God to bestow his blessings upon you?" I must confess, I was astounded by this matter, but what astonished me even more were the evidences he presented to substantiate his claims. It was evident that these proofs were facts, undeniably compelling. Thus, although no clergyman was present, if a formal marriage contract were bestowed upon the couple, God would likewise recognize this pact as legitimate and binding, provided that witnesses were present at the time of the agreement and that it was conducted under a mutually agreed-upon, binding ceremony. Even a simple act, such as jointly breaking a twig, would suffice to signify that, under all circumstances, these men must acknowledge these women as their wives and would never forsake their children. The women, in turn, would likewise vow to treat their husbands with the same fidelity. Failing to do so would undoubtedly constitute a grave oversight. To address this matter, I confided in the young priest that all these events transpired during my absence, and since the situation had now become irrevocable, they had already cohabited for several years, rendering any illicit liaison beyond redemption. "Sir," he remarked, "permit me to speak candidly. Your assertion is indeed correct, and the transgressions in this regard cannot be attributed to you, as they occurred in your absence. However, I implore you not to use this as a means of self-comfort. Believing you are absolved of the obligation to rectify the current state of affairs, how can you solely focus on who is responsible for past deeds? The burden of future transgressions will rest entirely upon you, for no one else possesses the capacity to amend this situation." Chapter 25, Volume 2. I confess I failed to grasp his meaning adequately. I was utterly perplexed, interpreting his words regarding the resolution of this situation as a suggestion to separate them and cease cohabitation. Therefore, I could only convey to him that I absolutely could not comply, as doing so would lead to chaos on the island. He was taken aback by my interpretation of his intentions. "No, sir," he replied. "What I mean is for you to legalize their marital union rather than to separate them. I simply wish for their relationship to be recognized. Sir, although under your laws, my officiating this wedding would hold legal weight, I fear it may not be accepted by them. However, if you were to officiate, it would be valid both in the eyes of man and God. My proposal is to draft a written marriage contract, signed by both parties and all present witnesses, which would be recognized as valid under all European laws." His words astonished me, as they revealed not only his impartiality towards his own church, an exceedingly rare quality, but also a genuine devotion and care that extended warmly to those who were neither related to him nor known to him. By care, I mean his desire to protect them from transgressing God's laws, a sentiment I had never encountered before. Reflecting upon it, I understood that his insistence on drafting a marriage contract was sincere, and I wished to entrust this matter to him. I acknowledged the correctness of his assertions. Recognizing that they stemmed from good intentions, I expressed my willingness to discuss this issue with them upon our meeting, believing there was no reason for them to hesitate at the thought of him officiating their wedding. As I am well aware, a wedding officiated by him would be regarded in England as trustworthy and valid, much like one conducted by a cleric. I shall later substantiate this assertion with facts regarding how matters transpired subsequently. I then pressed him to reveal what his second point of contention might be. I cannot deny that I am a beneficiary of his first opinion, for which I am sincerely grateful. He stated that he would likewise express his second opinion with the same candor and forthrightness, hoping that I would be amenable to it. This opinion was, my English subjects, his term for them, had cohabited with those women for nearly 7 years, during which time the women had not only been taught to speak English but also to read and write. According to his observations, they possess commendable comprehension and have received education. However, to this day, they have not been instructed by those men in any matters pertaining to Christianity, absolutely nothing, such that they remain entirely oblivious to the existence of God, unaware of the need to worship him, and ignorant of the manner in which such worship should be rendered. Their idolatry, too, is unknown to them, as they do not even recognize whom they are worshiping. He asserted that this inexplicable oversight would undoubtedly incur the wrath of God, and perhaps, in the end, they would be called upon to refrain from such actions. At this juncture, he spoke with great emotion and fervor. "I have come to believe," he stated, "that if these individuals resided in the homeland of their indigenous wives, they would exert considerable effort to make them worship idols and demons. Yet, I have observed that they have never invested the same energy to introduce their wives to the true God." I said, "Sir," he continued, "despite our religions not being mutually recognized, we would certainly rejoice at the prospect of a scenario where the servants of the devil and the subjects of his kingdom might receive education and aspire to the general tenets of Christianity. At the very least, they should be made aware of God and the Savior, and the concepts of resurrection and the afterlife. These are matters we all hold dear. At least they would have the potential to draw significantly closer to genuine faith, rather than solely worshiping idols and demons as they do now." Unable to contain myself any longer, I instinctively extended my arms to embrace him with fervor. "Oh, my," I exclaimed, "as a Christian, the paramount duty lies in caring for the interests of the church and in the salvation of souls, yet I find myself so distant from this awareness. I scarcely remember what it means to act as a Christian." "Oh, sir, do not say such things," he replied. "The fault does not rest with you." "Indeed," I responded, "but why have I not kept this matter close to my heart, as you have?" "It is not too late," he assured me. "Please do not be overly harsh on yourself." "Yet what can be done now?" I lamented. "You see, I am about to depart. I wonder if you would consent to allow me to engage in discussions with these unfortunate souls." "If so, I would be exceedingly pleased," I replied, "and I shall instruct them to heed your words. At the very least," he remarked, "that would enable them to rely on the grace of Christ. Yet, it is imperative to provide them with assistance, encouragement, and guidance. Should you permit me to undertake this task, and if God bestows his blessings upon us, I am firmly convinced that we can reclaim these unfortunate individuals, even if they do not share our specific beliefs, and reintegrate them within the broader scope of Christianity, perhaps even accomplishing this during their current state." Upon hearing this, I expressed not only my complete agreement with this approach, but also my profound gratitude. "I shall revisit this matter at a later time." He was then urged by me to present his third point. "To be candid," he stated, "this issue is of a similar nature. I must again seek your forgiveness for my forthrightness. This concerns the indigenous people, whom I perceive as subjects of your conquest. Sir, regardless of the church to which one belongs, it is accepted or should be accepted as a guiding principle to propagate the doctrines of Christianity by all means in every circumstance. It is precisely on this basis that our missionaries have been dispatched by the church to Persia, India, and China. Our clergy, even those of the highest rank, are willing to embark on perilous voyages, dwelling among the most dangerous criminals and savages, to impart the truths of the one true God and lead them to convert to Christianity. Sir, you stand before a remarkable opportunity to rescue 26 or 7 unfortunate natives from the clutches of idolatry and guide them towards faith in the Creator and Savior. I find it astonishing that such a noble chance would be disregarded, for a lifetime devoted to doing good is indeed worthwhile. I often find myself at a loss for words, regardless of the differing doctrines one might adhere to. Yet, what lies before me now is the genuine fervor of Christians devoted to God and their faith, a notion I had never contemplated prior and one I doubt I would have considered. For these indigenous people were merely viewed as slaves in my eyes, even when devoid of labor. Such individuals are still regarded as slaves, or at least welcome to be transported elsewhere. Our intent is to rid ourselves of them, and thus, we feel justified in sending them away, ensuring they are forever separated from their families and kin. In summary, his discourse left me speechless and troubled. He observed my disquietude keenly. "Sir," he said, "I would be profoundly sorry if my previous remarks have offended you." No, I replied. "I am merely angry with myself, not with anyone else. However, my mind is in utter turmoil, not only for having overlooked this matter previously, but also pondering what attention I can still afford it now." "Sir," I said, "you must understand my current predicament. The vessel I am aboard is bound for the East Indies, carrying merchant salt. For these merchants, it is utterly unacceptable for their ship to be delayed here, with the crew merely consuming provisions without engaging in any work, simply drawing the owner's wages. In truth, I have already consented to remain here for 12 days, incurring a detention fee of £3. Anything exceeding £8 is beyond consideration. Unless I am willing to extend my stay, it is entirely impossible to undertake this task, especially since I have already lingered here for 13 days. Should any further mishap befall this vessel during its voyage, I may find myself stranded here once more, facing a situation akin to the last, which I must say was nothing short of miraculous. He acknowledged that whether to continue the journey indeed bears significant weight for me. Yet he implored me to weigh whether it is worthwhile to gamble everything I possess in this world to save the souls of 37 individuals. I do not share his sensitivity regarding this matter. Thus, I replied, "Ah, sir, it is undeniably a noble endeavor to serve as an instrument of God, enlightening 37 heathens with the gospel of Christ, guiding them to embrace the Almighty. Yet, such a responsibility naturally falls under your purview, as you are a clergyman devoted to this cause. Why, then, do you insist that I undertake this mission instead of volunteering to assume this mantle yourself?" As we walked and conversed, I halted in my tracks when he turned to me and bowed deeply. "I am sincerely grateful to God and to you, sir," he proclaimed, "for you have granted me such a clear calling to undertake this sacred mission, which I could never have sought on my own. If you believe that you need not intervene in this matter and wish for me to proceed, I shall consider it. Despite the myriad hardships endured and the countless disheartening interruptions of my journey, that I have ultimately received a most gratifying reward in being able to engage in such a noble endeavor." I observed that as he spoke, his joy was palpable. His eyes sparkled with fervor, and his face flushed with excitement. In truth, he was overwhelmingly enthusiastic about the task before him. I found myself at a loss for words, pondering what to say in response, for it was indeed astonishing to encounter such a sincere and passionate individual, willing to embrace with extraordinary zeal the responsibilities entrusted to him or any other cause. After a moment of contemplation, I gravely inquired whether he truly meant his words. Was it genuinely the case that he risked remaining on a desolate island, severed from the mountains, solely for the purpose of leading these unfortunate souls to Christianity? Could he possibly devote a lifetime to this endeavor, uncertain of whether he could bring them any benefit in the end? Upon hearing my question, he immediately countered, asking for clarification on what I meant by the term risk. "Sir," he said, "might I trouble you to explain why I agreed to voyage with you to India in the first place?" "I do not know," I replied. "It is to propagate Christianity among the local indigenous people." "That must be the case," he said. "If here, 37 individuals were to convert to Christianity because of me. Just contemplate it. Even if I were to remain trapped here for a lifetime, what would it matter? The elevation of so many souls far outweighs the value of my solitary salvation. It would be worth it, even at the cost of having 20 individuals like myself confined here. I speak earnestly, sir," he continued. "If I am fortunate enough to be chosen by God as his messenger to rescue these unfortunate souls, I shall give thanks to Christ and the Holy Mother in daily prayers for this privilege, even if I must spend my entire life on this island. Separated from my loved ones eternally, I would harbor no regrets. However, having the fortune of being selected by you for this endeavor, I shall fervently pray for you every day during my lifetime." "Oh, and I have a small request to make of you." "What request?" I inquired. "Ah," he said, "I would like to ask your permission to have Friday as my companion, to assist me in translation and in my work, for without assistance, I cannot communicate with them, nor can they make themselves understood to me." Upon hearing his intention to part ways with Friday, I found myself engulfed in hesitation. I had never contemplated a separation. For several compelling reasons, he had consistently been a steadfast companion in my life, exhibiting not only unwavering loyalty, but also profound sincerity in his affections. Moreover, I had long pondered the eventuality of my own demise, contemplating the necessity of arranging several vital matters for him should I no longer be present. Simultaneously, I recalled that Friday had embraced a new faith largely due to my influence. To suggest he adopt another religion now would surely be unfathomable to him. As long as he retained clarity of thought, he would not perceive his former master as a heretic deserving of damnation. Such a notion could potentially instigate doubts regarding his established beliefs, leading him to regress to primitive idol worship. Yet, a sudden thought illuminated my mind, liberating me from this predicament. Thus, I expressed to him that under no circumstances would I willingly relinquish Friday to another. even if it meant he could engage in pursuits of greater significance. From another perspective, I held firm assurance that Friday would categorically refuse to abandon me. Hence, I had no justifiable reason to expel him, as that would be inherently unjust. I had previously assured him that I would never cast him away, and he had likewise vowed to remain by my side forever unless I were to dismiss him. In this matter, he appeared genuinely concerned, for he found himself unable to communicate rationally with those unfortunate natives. He could not comprehend their speech, nor could they grasp his. In light of this, I informed him that Friday's father was conversant in Spanish and possessed a modicum of understanding of the language, thus rendering him suitable for the translation task. This greatly pleased him, and he resolved to remain on the island, dedicating himself to the propagation of Christianity among the indigenous populace. However, fate had its own design, ultimately culminating in a comedic denouement. Now, I shall return to recount the earlier circumstances for which he reproached me. Upon our arrival in the territory of the English, I gathered them together and recounted the endeavors I undertook on their behalf, specifically the essential provisions I had secured for them and how these should be allocated. They expressed profound gratitude upon hearing this. Subsequently, I detailed the ignoble existence they had previously led, conveying in full the warnings issued by the priest regarding their conduct. I emphasized that such a life was unbecoming of a Christian and contravened ecclesiastical doctrine. Furthermore, I inquired about their marital status. They candidly disclosed their situations, revealing that one had long been widowed while the other three remained unmarried. I questioned them on how they could bring these women to this place, engage in procreation with them, yet fail to provide them with formal matrimony. How could they find solace in such actions? Their responses aligned with my expectations, attributing their circumstances to the absence of anyone capable of officiating their weddings at the time. Nonetheless, they had made assurances before the chief, pledging to take those women as wives and to provide for them, which they considered, under the prevailing conditions, to be a legitimate marriage. Chapter 26. Volume 2. I informed them that in the eyes of God, they were indeed married. However, this stood in stark contrast to the laws of this earthly realm. In their future lives, it was entirely plausible that they might abandon their wives and children, leaving these unfortunate women utterly helpless and incapable of sustaining themselves. Therefore, I declared that unless they could provide me with a definitive assurance, an assurance that they harbored honest intentions, I would cease all assistance for them and redirect my efforts towards the women and children they had forsaken, striving to aid those in need. Furthermore, I conveyed that should they fail to offer me a commitment to marry that woman, I would prohibit them from continuing to coexist as a couple, for such conduct is profoundly disgraceful, and even God would disapprove. Should they persist in this manner of living, they would not receive divine blessings. The unfolding of events did not exceed my expectations. According to their accounts, they all professed deep affection for their wives. I fear that even if these women were born in their homeland of England, their love would scarcely reach greater depths, for they are resolute in their unwillingness to part from them. Moreover, they firmly believe that these women are gentle and virtuous, dutifully fulfilling their roles, and in no way inferior to others. In any circumstance, they remain steadfast in their commitment to their husbands. Will Atkins even declared that should he be dispatched back to England to command the finest warship, he would relinquish the opportunity if it meant leaving his wife and children behind. If a clergyman were present on board, he would eagerly wish to wed at once. This was precisely the scenario I had anticipated. The priest was not beside me, though not far either. To further test his sincerity, I mentioned that a clergyman was available, and if his words were indeed heartfelt, he could marry the following morning, allowing him time to consult with others. He asserted that from his perspective, there was no need for consideration, as he was most willing to proceed, and the presence of a clergyman was fortuitous indeed, believing others would share his sentiment. I then informed him that the clergyman was French and spoke no English, but I could serve as a translator. He did not inquire whether the clergyman was Catholic or Protestant, and hastily bid me farewell. I then sought out the clergyman, while Will Atkins conferred with his companions. Before I departed from their residence, they sought me out, expressing that they had carefully considered my words and were most willing to fulfill my desires, ready to marry in the manner I had suggested at any moment. I conveyed this matter to a group of women, who comprehended it fully and expressed great satisfaction. The following morning, without exception, they arrived at my abode. I summoned the clergyman, who, rather than donning the attire typical of a French priest, wore a black garment strikingly similar to the clerical robe, secured at the waist with a belt, giving him the appearance of a pastor. As for the language barrier, I served as the interpreter. He approached them and stated that I had already informed him of their circumstances and that he was well aware of their intentions. He expressed his pleasure in officiating their wedding, just as I had anticipated. However, prior to proceeding, he felt it necessary to engage them in a candid discussion. He addressed them, noting that, from an observer's perspective, their previous lifestyle could be perceived as an open act of infidelity. Should they wish to alter this situation, it would require mutual consent to marry, otherwise, they would have to part ways. Yet, there remained a significant issue, according to Christian doctrine regarding marriage. A devout Christian is prohibited from uniting with an idol-worshipping heretic. He acknowledged that it was too late to persuade these women to convert to Christianity, estimating that they might not even be familiar with the name of Christ. Nevertheless, without such a conversion, they would be unable to receive baptism. He remarked to those men that he suspected they were merely mediocre Christians themselves, possessing scant knowledge regarding God and his ways. Consequently, they were wholly unfit to serve as guides for their wives. Therefore, they ought to strive earnestly to lead their wives to Christianity, instilling in them a belief in God's existence and the conviction that it is He who has redeemed them, for only God is worthy of their worship. Otherwise, he would refuse to officiate their weddings, as he could not bear witness to the union of a Christian with a cultist, which is strictly forbidden by Christian doctrine. My goodness, sir, Will Atkins interjected, how could they possibly know what faith they adhere to? We scarcely understand it ourselves. Moreover, sir, whenever we attempt to discuss God and Jesus Christ with them, speaking of heaven and hell, we are met with derision. Sir, the moment we broach such topics, they quickly grow weary of them. Besides, to persuade others to believe, one must first possess faith oneself. Well, Atkins, I replied, though your words carry some weight, can you not convey to her that she is mistaken? You can enlighten her that God is indeed real, and that believing in Him is far superior to worshiping lifeless idols. It is God who has created all things. His power can both create and destroy. He rewards virtue and punishes vice, and all our deeds on this earth will ultimately be laid bare before Him for judgment. You possess a certain knowledge. The myriad wonders of the world will reveal to you that none of this is mere fabrication. I firmly believe you are aware of this truth, and it is inconceivable that you harbor any doubts. Indeed, sir, Atkins replied, yet if my wife were to assert that this is untrue, what recourse do I have? Untrue? I inquired, what do you mean by that? Sir, what I imply is this, he continued, she would claim that if God is a just and impartial being, then it cannot possibly be true, for I have never faced His punishment, nor have I ever encountered the supernatural. Moreover, she has always regarded me as a scoundrel. Yet I continue to exist before Him. Oh, Atkins, I said, your words may indeed carry a semblance of truth. As I spoke, I relayed this to the priest, who was eager to hear a response. When he ultimately grasped the essence of this discourse, he shook his head and offered his reply. He stated that only one thing could prompt a change in him and lead his wife to become a devout Christian, and that was repentance. Please convey to him that to attain salvation, one must rely on God, and such mercy is accessible to all. Does he truly believe he is capable of committing a transgression so egregious that even heaven would not grant forgiveness? Certainly. There may come a moment when one can no longer evoke the mercy of the heavens. I conveyed these thoughts to Atkins, who listened intently. Yet it appeared that my words prompted him to recall something else. He mentioned he needed to discuss matters with his wife and subsequently departed, leaving us to converse with the others. I discovered that their understanding of religious matters was rather muddled, akin to my own ignorance when I had fled from home. However, they received my earlier remarks without dissent, listening earnestly, and each solemnly pledged to engage their wives in conversation on the subject, vowing to persuade them to embrace Christianity. After relaying their responses to the priest, he offered me a faint smile and remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately shaking his head. We are servants of Christ, he stated, and our role is limited to counsel and guidance. As long as individuals humbly accept our admonitions and wholeheartedly agree to our requests, that is all we can accomplish. We must accept their assurances. However, believe me, sir, he continued, that man named Will Atkins, regardless of how well you know his history, is, in my belief, the only genuine convert among them. I do not wish to feel disheartened by the others. Yet it is evident that this individual harbors some dissatisfaction with his past actions. I have no doubt that when he discusses religious matters with his wife, he will speak from experience and with significant impact. For sometimes, the best way to educate others is indeed to educate oneself. I know a man who possesses only a vague understanding of religion and leads an exceedingly indulgent life. Yet, during his earnest endeavor to convert a Jewish individual, he himself underwent a profound transformation. If Atkins were to begin discussing Jesus Christ with his wife at this very moment, I would stake my life on the certainty that he would inevitably include himself in the discourse, thereby becoming a penitent, a person who has fundamentally altered his religious beliefs. Who can predict what may transpire thereafter? Through this exchange, and the promises made by these individuals to persuade his wife to embrace Christianity, the priest officiated the weddings of 2 other couples, while Will Atkins and his spouse had yet to arrive. Following the ceremony, the priest waited for a moment, eager to ascertain Atkins's whereabouts, and remarked to me, "Sir, please guide me out of this labyrinth of yours, so that I may venture forth. Perhaps we shall discover this unfortunate soul somewhere, possibly engaged in conversation with his wife, or perhaps she has begun to grasp certain doctrines." Having shared this sentiment, we proceeded together. I led him along a familiar path, where the trees grew dense, making it arduous to see through the thick foliage. Viewing from the outside was far more challenging than the reverse. Upon reaching the edge of the woods, I spotted Atkins and his brown-skinned wife engrossed in conversation beneath a shade tree. I promptly halted, and as the priest approached my side, I pointed them out. We stood there, observing them intently for quite some time. We observed him speaking earnestly to his wife, first gesturing towards the sun, then indicating the 4 cardinal directions of the sky, followed by pointing to the earth and the sea. He then directed his fingers towards himself, his wife, the woods, and the trees. "You see," the priest remarked, "my words hold truth." He was enlightening his wife, if one were to observe him closely. He was conveying that God had created both of them, as well as the land, the sea, the forest, and all its flora. "I believe he is indeed doing so," I replied. In that moment, we witnessed Will Atkins suddenly rise to his feet, kneel upon the ground, and raise his hands in supplication. We speculated on what he might be uttering, but the distance rendered his words inaudible. He remained on his knees for no more than half a minute before rising and resuming his seat beside his wife, once again engaging her in conversation. It was evident that she listened attentively, though we could not ascertain whether she responded to her husband. As this unfortunate soul knelt on the ground, I observed the priest with tears streaming down his face, and I found it difficult to maintain my composure. The distance between us prevented us from hearing their exchange, which was a source of discomfort for both of us. Yet, in order not to intrude upon their private moment, we felt compelled to remain at a distance, resolved to witness this silent drama unfold to its conclusion. Although their voices were lost to us, the essence of their dialogue resonated profoundly within our hearts. He once again seated himself beside his wife, earnestly engaging her in conversation. Several times, we observed him warmly embracing her. On one occasion, he even retrieved a handkerchief to dry her tears, subsequently displaying an extraordinary fervor as he planted a gentle kiss upon her. After this series of tender moments, he abruptly sprang to his feet, extending his hand to assist her in standing. Together, they took a few steps before both kneeling on the ground, remaining in that position for 2 full minutes. The priest could no longer contain himself, exclaiming loudly, St. Paul, look, he is praying." I feared that Atkins might hear his outcry, imploring him to exercise restraint so we could fully witness this poignant scene, for I must admit, it was the most moving spectacle I had ever encountered in my life. Well, he exerted considerable effort to maintain his self-control for a while. Yet upon reflecting that the poor woman was about to embrace Christianity, he was overcome with emotion and wept profusely. He then traced a cross upon his chest. As our endeavors bore fruit, his voice was barely audible, at times incomprehensible, as he alternated between Latin and French, interspersed with sobs. Ultimately succumbing to an overwhelming torrent of tears, I implored him to regain his composure so we could more closely observe the unfolding scene. He managed to restrain himself for a time, but the moment was far from concluded. After the 2 unfortunate souls stood, we witnessed Atkins fervently conversing with his wife. And from her gestures, it was evident that she was profoundly moved by his words, frequently raising her hands or placing them over her heart, indicative of her intense focus. This continued for 7 or 8 minutes before they parted, leaving us unable to discern any further movements. Seizing the moment, I expressed to the priest my profound elation at having witnessed the recent spectacle, for although I found it difficult to believe, I had begun to consider that both Atkins and his wife, despite their ignorance, had displayed genuine sincerity, and I harbored hopes that this nascent beginning would yield a favorable conclusion. Perhaps, I mused, by their example, these 2 could eventually inspire others? Others, indeed? The priest countered, asserting that it is not merely a matter of individual belief, but rather an influence upon all others. I dare say that if those 2 indigenous individuals, whose performances are scarcely superior to what you have described, were to embrace Jesus Christ, they would steadfastly adhere to that faith and perpetually affect others. Genuine religion possesses an inherent capacity for propagation. Once a person becomes a Christian, they will strive to ensure that no pagan is left unattended, should they have the ability to assist. I concede that the priest's perspective not only reflects his expansive heart, but also aligns perfectly with Christian doctrine, demonstrating his fervent passion. However, my friend, I interjected, may I pose a challenging question? In your fervent zeal and concern for converting these idol worshippers to Christianity, I find no grounds for dissent. Yet, according to your assertions, these individuals are not Catholic, and you firmly believe that salvation cannot be attained without Catholicism. In such a scenario, what solace does your endeavor provide you? To the eyes of the world, they remain mere pagans, fundamentally irredeemable, akin to idolaters. In response, the priest's answer was remarkably forthright. I am a Catholic of the Roman Church, a priest of the Order of Saint Benedict, and I wholeheartedly adhere to all tenets of Roman Catholicism. Nevertheless, if you would believe my words, I must express that despite your self-identification as part of a Protestant church, I still regard you with a spirit of broad-minded benevolence. I hesitate to assert, despite my awareness that this is a widely held belief, that you shall not find salvation. I am reluctant to underestimate the benevolence of Christ, believing that he might embrace you in a manner imperceptible to us. I fervently hope that you harbor a similar generosity of spirit towards us. Each day, I offer prayers for you, beseeching Christ to guide you to his cherished abode and to welcome you into the Christian fold. Simultaneously, you must acknowledge that as a Catholic, it is imperative for me to distinctly differentiate between Protestants and pagans. The former reveres Jesus Christ, albeit in a manner I deem nonconformist to orthodoxy, while the latter are akin to savages, utterly unaware of the existence of God, Christ, or a Savior. Even if you do not identify as a Catholic, you are nonetheless closer to our church than those who are entirely oblivious to the divine or to the church itself. Thus, when you speak of this lawless sinner, this individual who could almost be deemed a murderer, kneeling in prayer to Jesus Christ, I am heartened, despite his incomplete understanding of God's teachings. I firmly believe that God will touch his heart and, when the time is right, will lead him to a deeper comprehension of those truths. Moreover, should God influence this unfortunate soul to enlighten his ignorant wife, guiding her towards conversion, I shall steadfastly refuse to believe that he would be forsaken by God. Thus, if anyone is led closer to Christ and comes to recognize his existence, even if they cannot be embraced by the Catholic Church within the timeline I desire, I shall leave this matter to the merciful Christ, allowing him to fulfill this task in the manner and at the time deemed appropriate by God. Is this not a reason for my joy? If all other individuals, like this unfortunate woman, are guided to pray to God, then even if they become Protestants, it is preferable to their remaining pagans or idolaters. In such cases, I am indeed pleased, for I firmly believe that once God's light shines upon them, it will continue to illuminate their path in his own way, ultimately leading them into his church at the time he considers fitting. I am both astonished by the sincerity and openness of this Catholic individual and deeply impressed by his reasoning abilities. It struck me that if such a spirit of openness prevailed across the globe, regardless of the initial church we entered, we might all become Catholic Christians. For this spirit of tolerance would inspire us to embrace the correct doctrine. Moreover, as the priest opined, such tolerance would indeed render us all Catholics. I also mentioned to him that if all members of his church exhibited such restraint, they would soon find themselves as Protestants. At this juncture, we ceased our discussion, as we had never engaged in an argument. I then took his hand and shifted the conversation to another topic. My friend, I remarked, I fervently wish that all clergy of the Roman Catholic Church may be graced with such temperance and magnanimity. I find myself in substantial agreement with your sentiments. However, I must inform you that should you espouse such doctrines in Spain or Italy, you would likely find yourself summoned before the ecclesiastical court. That may be so, he replied, though I cannot predict the actions of the Spaniards or Italians. Yet, I would not assert that their severity disqualifies them from being good Christians. For I am convinced that in places of true generosity, heresy cannot thrive. Now, with Will Atkins and his wife having departed, we found ourselves with little to occupy our time, and thus we made our way back. Upon our return, we discovered that they were both preparing for us to engage in conversation. Witnessing this, I inquired of the priest whether we should disclose to him all that we had observed at the edge of the woods. The priest deemed it unnecessary to be forthright, suggesting that we should first converse with him and gauge his response. Accordingly, we called him aside, ensuring that no one else was present. I commenced our dialogue. Will Atkins, I asked, may I inquire about your education? And what is your father's profession? Regardless of my circumstances, he is undoubtedly superior to me. Sir, my father is a clergyman. What kind of education did he provide you? He could have bestowed upon me an excellent education, sir, yet I paid no heed to instruction or guidance at that time. I was akin to a wild beast. Indeed, Solomon once remarked, to scorn rebuke is to be as a creature of the field. Indeed, sir. At that time I was indeed akin to a beast. For the sake of God, let us not dwell on such matters. I have slain my unfortunate father. Oh, you have committed murder? At this revelation, the priest was taken aback, his countenance paling. It appeared he truly believed that Will Atkins had taken his father's life. No, sir. I continued, that is not how I perceive it. Will Atkins, please elucidate. Did you truly slay your father with your own hands? No, sir. I did not sever his throat, but I did cut off all his solace, shortening his days. He was exceedingly benevolent towards me, and as his offspring, I could have enjoyed nothing less, yet I repaid his kindness with ingratitude, a most egregious act, shattering his heart. Oh. I inquired about your father not to force you into such a confession. I beseech God to grant you repentance for this matter and to absolve you of all your transgressions. I asked this because I sensed that, despite your limited education, you are not entirely ignorant of certain orthodox principles, and in matters of faith, you possess a greater understanding than you practice. Regarding my father, I have uttered many confessions. Sir, yet these were not extorted from me but rather compelled by my conscience, whenever I reflect upon the past. The first thing that stirs within me is the rebellion against my parents' indulgence. Among all my transgressions, this particular sin has inflicted the deepest wounds upon me, leaving a heavy burden on my heart. Your words are imbued with such profound emotion, dear Atkins, that I find myself utterly overwhelmed. You have not grappled with this issue. My good sir, I dare say you possess little understanding of it. I, however, am acutely aware that every coastline, every mountain, and indeed every tree here bears witness to the anguish of my soul. In my ingratitude towards my beloved father, I have committed a most grievous sin. He resembles the father you describe, and I, like you, have brought harm to my own progenitor. Nevertheless, I suspect that my repentance pales in comparison to yours, as there exists a vast chasm between us. Were I able to master my emotions, I would continue to speak. Yet, considering that this unfortunate man's contrition is far more genuine than my own, I shall refrain from further words. His utterances astonished me, for it was I who intended to guide him, only to find that he became the one to enlighten me. I laid everything bare before the priest, who was deeply moved and remarked, Sir, did I not tell you that once this man repents, he would impart a profound lesson to us all? I replied, Sir, if he can truly become a penitent, my presence will be of no necessity. He could convert the entire island to Christianity. I steadied myself and resumed my conversation with Will Atkins. Will, I said, what has awakened your guilt at this late hour? Regarding this matter, you have set me upon a task that has pierced my heart like a javelin. I engaged in a profound discussion with my wife regarding God and religion, with the intention of guiding her towards Christianity. Yet, she articulated a perspective that has left an indelible impression upon me for a lifetime. No, it is not merely that your wife conveyed a profound insight to you. Rather, it was the moral weight of the truths you shared with her that stirred her conscience. Indeed, sir, the potency of such influence is utterly irresistible. Will, could you enlighten me on the substance of your conversation with your wife? I possess a modicum of familiarity with the matter. Sir, it is impossible for me to relay the conversation in its entirety, as I am overwhelmed with emotion and fear I may forget the specifics. Moreover, I lack the eloquence required for such expression. However, irrespective of the content of our dialogue, I can convey one significant revelation. I have resolved to amend my ways and embrace a new path. Yet, you must divulge some details of your discourse, Will. How did you initiate the conversation? This must have been a unique circumstance. If her influence over you was so profound, she must have imparted a significant truth. I began by discussing the nature of marital law, explaining the rationale behind the covenant established between a man and a woman. This understanding is crucial, as it ensures that neither party may unilaterally dissolve the contract, thereby preserving societal order. Otherwise, a man could abandon his wife and children, leading to the disintegration of family units and the absence of lawful means to address inheritance issues. Your tone resembles that of a legal expert. Well, can she comprehend the significance of inheritance and family as you articulated? These individuals, devoid of understanding, merely intertwine without distinction, be it relatives or kin, brothers or sisters. To my knowledge, even the bond between father and daughter or mother and son suffices. Sir, perhaps you have been misled by others? My wife asserts to me that the reality is quite the contrary, and they harbor a profound aversion to such circumstances. It may be that they are less stringent with more distant relatives, yet according to her, the situation you describe would be utterly inconceivable. Well then, what did she express after listening to you? She conveyed her delight, believing it to be far superior to the conditions in her homeland. However, did you elucidate to her what marriage entails? Indeed, our discourse commenced from this very point. I inquired whether she would be willing to conduct our marriage in our manner. She sought clarification on what that manner entails, and I explained that marriage is divinely ordained. Thus began our extraordinary conversation. Truly, I believe no couple has ever engaged in dialogue quite like ours. Please note, the following is a transcript of the conversation between Will Atkins and his wife, recorded immediately after he relayed it to me. Yes, my dear, God exists in every nation, Will remarked. Your God does not reside in my country. My homeland venerates a great deity, Old Benamoki. Darling, I find it challenging to articulate who God is. God is in heaven, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the oceans, and everything that exists within the realms of land and sea. No, he was not created by your God, nor did he create my country. Upon hearing her claim that God did not create her nation, Will Atkins erupted into laughter. Do not laugh. Why do you mock me? This is no laughing matter. His wife's reproach was entirely justified, for her demeanor had always been more serious than her husband's. You speak the truth. Indeed, my dear, I shall refrain from laughter henceforth. Why do you assert that your God created everything? My love, it is our God who fashioned the world, who molded you and me and all that exists. He is the one true deity. There are no other gods besides him. He resides eternally in heaven. Why did you not tell me this sooner? It is indeed a fact. However, I have been a terrible scoundrel, neglecting to hold God in my heart, thus I forgot to share this with you earlier. What? In your country there exists a great deity, and you are unaware of him? Do you not bow before him? Do you not labor for him? That cannot be. Though it may sound incredulous, I have lived my life as if there were no God in heaven, as if he were powerless over the affairs of the world. But why would God permit you to live this way, rather than guiding you to a more virtuous existence? That is all my fault. Yet you claim he is so mighty, possessing immense power. Can he not strike down those who do not serve him well? If you do not work for him or act righteously, will he not punish you? He indeed possesses the power to take my life in an instant. Yet, I ought to accept this divine retribution, for I am a wretched scoundrel. However, God, in his mercy, has refrained from bestowing upon me the punishment I so richly deserve. Yet, you do not express gratitude for this grace. Indeed, I have not given thanks for God's benevolence, just as I do not tremble before his might. Thus, your deity is not truly divine, for despite provoking his wrath, he does not strike me down. I find it hard to believe in such greatness and power. What? Does my nefarious existence obstruct your faith in God? How lamentable a creature I am. The misdeeds of Christians hinder pagans from embracing Christianity, a most painful truth. How can I trust you? When you assert that a supreme being exists up there, she gestures toward the heavens. Surely, he would not reveal to you what to do. No, no, he is omniscient and omnipresent. He hears our words, perceives our stories, and knows our thoughts, even in silence. What? He cannot hear your curses, your oaths, your obscenities? No, no, he hears all. Then, what lies in the greatness of his power? To this, I can only assert that he is merciful. And this precisely attests to his divinity. He has not annihilated us because he is God and not merely a man. At that moment, Will Atkins confided in me that he was suddenly gripped by fear. For he had dared to express so candidly to his wife that God was aware of the thoughts concealed within his heart and of all his actions. The mere contemplation of such matters was daunting, yet he had previously been bold enough to act upon them. Mercy, how do you articulate this? His wife inquired. He is my heavenly Father, my Creator. He shows compassion towards us and forgives us. Thus, he does not take lives. He remains unperturbed by your misdeeds in this manner. He lacks goodness or power, she continued. No, no, my dear, he is benevolent and mighty, yet possesses the capacity to punish. Occasionally, to manifest his justice and detest wickedness. He may unleash his wrath, annihilating certain sinners as a cautionary measure. Many who perpetrate evils within society may meet their demise in an instant. Yet, he does not take your life. Perhaps it is his way of conveying that he refrains from doing so. Therefore, you have conspired with him to commit wrongdoings without inciting his anger, while he directs his ire towards others. Is that not so? Not at all, truly. It is not so. It is my own audacity that tarnishes his grace. If he were to extinguish my life as he has done to others, he would be entirely justified. However, he has not taken my life. What then do you say to him? Do you not express your gratitude for all of this? I am indeed an ungrateful wretch. You claim he created you. Why did he not simply fashion you to be better? He created me just as he did others. Yet I have proven to be unworthy, squandering his goodwill and allowing myself to become a nefarious villain. I hope you make God aware of me. I shall not provoke his wrath. I refrain from committing wicked deeds. At this moment, Will Atkins felt a heavy weight in his heart, for he had heard an utterly uneducated native expressing a desire for enlightenment to comprehend God, while he himself was a complete scoundrel. He found it impossible to elucidate the concept of God to his wife. He could only appeal to her emotions by condemning his own actions. The absurdity of employing such a method to instill faith in God was not lost on him, especially since she had previously declared her inability to believe in God. Given that a man as vile as he had not been punished with death, "Dear," Will said, "what you mean is that I should not strive to make God understand you, but rather teach you to understand God. For he already knows you, and is aware of every thought that resides within your heart. Thus, he knows what I am saying to you now and understands my desire to know him. How can I ascertain who created me? Poor soul. I cannot teach you to comprehend, but he will guide you. I shall pray to God, beseeching him to enlighten you about himself, and I implore him to forgive me. For I am unworthy to instruct you." Chapter 28, Volume 2. This wretched man, whose wife yearned to know God, seeking his guidance to understand the divine, was tormented to the core. He could only kneel before her, pleading with God to teach his wife the salvific truths of Jesus Christ and to forgive him for being such an inadequate vessel for conveying his teachings. After the prayer concluded, he settled once more beside his wife. "Why are you kneeling on the ground? What is the purpose of raising your hands? What have you uttered? To whom were you speaking? What is the meaning of all this?" His wife inquired, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. "My dear, kneeling signifies my submission to my God. Just as your elders address their idol, Benamaki, with O, I express my supplication to God with the same reverence. Why do you say O to him? I beseech him to grant you understanding of his divine principles, to know him and to be embraced by him." Can he indeed do this? Yes, he can. He is capable of all things. Does he hear your words? Indeed, he has promised to listen to our prayers and has commanded us to pray to him continuously. He commanded you to pray? When did he issue this command? How did he convey it? Did you hear his words? No, we cannot perceive his voice. Yet he possesses myriad ways to express his will to me. At this point, he found himself at a loss, unable to convey to his wife that God reveals his intentions through the Bible, nor could he elucidate what the Bible truly is. Ultimately, he said to her, "In ancient times, God spoke to certain saints in heaven, inspiring them through his Holy Spirit. They transcribed all of his words, which became a book. I do not comprehend this. Where is this book? Oh, my dear, I do not possess this book, but I fervently hope to acquire it and teach you to read it." At this moment, he embraced his wife tenderly, yet he found himself unable to produce a Bible, which filled him with an indescribable anguish. "But how can you convince me that God instructed them to inscribe that sacred text? This is akin to our understanding of his divine nature. What rationale supports this belief? By what means do you ascertain this truth? Through his teachings. We learn that as long as we are virtuous, righteous, and devout, we shall be exceedingly good in content. Moreover, everything he forbids and commands us to shun encompasses all that is wicked, all that is inherently evil or results in malevolence. I comprehend this, and it is a vision I yearn to embrace. Should he impart all that is good, perform all that is benevolent, and provide all that exists, I need only utter O as you did earlier, and he would hear me. If I aspire to goodness, he will render me so. When I falter, he forgives me and spares my life. You assert that he accomplishes all this because he is the Almighty. I too regard him as such, and I believe I should embrace this truth. Thus I join you in saying, "Oh, my dear." At this juncture, the unfortunate man could not help but pull his wife to her feet and kneel beside him, subsequently raising his voice in fervent prayer, beseeching God to inspire his wife through the Holy Spirit. May she grasp the divine truths, and if it be the will of heaven, may she obtain a Bible to read the words of God, receive his teachings, and come to understand him. They conversed further on various matters, but to record everything would be too lengthy. The wife particularly emphasized that since her husband acknowledged his despicable nature, in order to avoid incurring God's wrath, she urged him to repent and abandon his wicked ways, lest he provoke God's anger and face death, leaving her a widow, with no one to assist her in further understanding the divine. On the other hand, as her husband had articulated, should he fail to amend his ways, he would, like other wrongdoers, suffer after death. This peculiar narrative profoundly moved us, especially the young priest. He was taken aback and deeply troubled by his inability to converse directly with the unfortunate woman due to the language barrier. She could not comprehend his words, and her English was insufficient for him to grasp her sentiments. He expressed to me that our efforts on behalf of this woman should extend beyond merely officiating her marriage. Initially, I found his intention somewhat ambiguous, but after his elucidation, it became clear that he was advocating for her baptism. I wholeheartedly concurred with this notion and hoped to proceed without delay. No, sir, he interjected. While I desire her baptism, we must pause for a moment. I must first ascertain whether her husband, Will Atkins, has indeed performed this miracle, leading her to embrace a life of faith. Additionally, I wish to comprehend whether he has imparted knowledge of Jesus Christ and his salvation for sinners to her, whether he has conveyed the significance of faith in Christ and his redemptive power for humanity, whether he has discussed the Holy Spirit, resurrection, final judgment, and the afterlife. I subsequently called upon Will Atkins to inquire. This unfortunate soul, with tears streaming down his face, recounted to us that he had indeed broached these matters with his wife. Yet, he described himself as a scoundrel, beset by the harsh reproaches of his conscience for leading such a lawless existence. He feared that should his wife become privy to his inner turmoil, it would detract from her own spiritual concerns, potentially leading her to scorn religion rather than embrace it. The mere thought of this sent chills down his spine. However, he was certain of one thing. His wife possessed the intellectual capacity to receive the rightful influences of these matters. Therefore, he believed that if I were to converse with her, her demeanor would undoubtedly convince me that this endeavor would not be in vain. I then summoned the wife to join us, taking on the role of translator between her and the priest. I merely requested that the priest speak with her. To my astonishment, in recent generations, it is likely that no Catholic priest has preached in such a manner. As I conveyed to him, he embodied all the fervor, knowledge, and sincerity of a Christian without the fallacies of Roman Catholicism. Thus, I regarded him as a cleric of early Roman Catholicism, at a time when the Roman Church had yet to assert its dominion over the spiritual realm of humanity. In summary, under his guidance, the unfortunate woman embraced the path of Christ, believing in Christ's redemptive power for humanity. This belief was fundamentally different from the initial astonishment she felt when she first received the concept of God from her husband. It was now imbued with joy and faith, accompanied by deep emotion and a profound understanding that was astonishingly swift, nearly unimaginable, and even more challenging to articulate. Ultimately, at her own request, she was baptized. As the priest prepared to administer the sacrament, I reminded him to exercise caution during the ceremony to prevent Will Atkins from discerning his affiliation with the Roman Catholic Church. Our mission was to instill faith, yet we found ourselves divided on the matter of religion, a division that could potentially yield adverse consequences. He assured me that, lacking a dedicated church and the necessary ritual implements, even I, had I not previously known of his Roman Catholic identity, would not have discerned it through his actions. Indeed, he conducted himself accordingly. He merely recited a few lines of Latin, incomprehensible even to me, while sprinkling water from the dish upon the woman's head, and then proclaimed in French, "Marie," the name her husband had asked me to give her, as her godfather. "I baptize you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit." By virtue of this act alone, no one could ascertain his religious affiliation. He then offered a blessing in Latin. Had it not been for Will Atkins perceiving it as French, he would surely have been oblivious to the proceedings. As soon as the ceremony concluded, we proceeded to officiate their wedding. Once everything had come to an end, the priest turned towards Will Atkinson, encouraging him to persevere in the divine arrangement and to resolutely transform his former way of life to bolster his faith. Furthermore, the priest conveyed that mere verbal repentance was insufficient for true liberation from sin, reminding him that God had bestowed upon him profound wisdom to guide his wife in understanding Christianity, thus urging him not to squander this divine grace. He cautioned that should he indeed squander it, he would find that the heathens might embody a better Christian spirit than himself, as the convert would have embraced faith while the guide had faltered. The priest imparted numerous words of encouragement to both of them, followed by a prayer of blessing, entrusting them to God. At that moment, I assisted him as a translator, reiterating each phrase, and thus the wedding ceremony drew to a close. I felt that it was the most joyous and exhilarating day of my life. However, the priest's concerns were not yet resolved. He was still preoccupied with the 37 heathens, expressing a desire to remain on the island to facilitate their conversion to Christianity. I advised him that, firstly, his approach was inherently unfeasible, and secondly, I might devise an arrangement more to his satisfaction, assuring him that the task could be accomplished even in his absence. After arranging matters on the island with meticulous care, I was preparing to board the ship when the young man, whom I had rescued from the brink of starvation, approached me. He had learned that a clergyman was in my company, and that the Englishman had solemnized marriages with the native women. He then expressed his desire to finalize his own matrimonial affair, a union between two Christians, before my departure, hoping that this would not displease me. I surmised that the young woman he referred to was indeed the former maidservant of his mother, as she was the only other Christian woman on the island. I advised him to exercise utmost caution in such matters, urging him not to act impulsively simply due to the isolation of our surroundings. I explained that I had heard from the maidservant that he possessed considerable wealth and had numerous relatives and friends in society, while she, being a poor servant, was already in her late 20s, whereas he was merely 17 or 18, an age disparity that was quite striking. I further emphasized that, with my assistance, it was highly probable he could leave this savage land and return to his homeland, at which point he would surely regret this foolish choice. Before I could continue, he interrupted me with a smile, politely stating that I had misjudged his intentions, as he had never contemplated such a thing. Moreover, upon learning of my willingness to help them return to their homeland, he appeared particularly delighted. In truth, he had no reason to wish to remain on this desolate island. However, the treacherous and protracted journey I was about to undertake might sever his ties with friends and family completely. Therefore, he sought nothing more from me than a small plot of land on the island, a couple of laborers to assist him, and some essential provisions to enable him to live as a settler, patiently awaiting better fortunes. Should I return to England, he hoped I would endeavor to bring him along. He wished for me not to forget his plight, as he entrusted me with several letters to deliver to his relatives in London, so they might understand his well-being and the circumstances in which he was left. He assured me that whenever I came to fetch him, he would relinquish his entire plantation to me, regardless of the improvements he had made or the worth it might hold. Considering his youth, his words resonated profoundly with me, and it brought me great joy that he had explicitly stated it was not his personal desire for me to facilitate this arrangement. To reassure him, I made a promise. As long as I could safely return to England in my lifetime, I would certainly deliver those letters and ensure his affairs were tended to. I wanted him to believe that I would never forget the environment in which he had been left. Yet, I was still eager to learn the identity of the person he was about to marry. At that moment, he revealed it to me, stating that it was my versatile companion and his maidservant. Upon the revelation of the union between these two individuals, I was instantly filled with both astonishment and delight, as I had always perceived them to be a perfect match. I have previously detailed the circumstances surrounding the gentleman. Regarding the lady, she is an honest, dignified, composed, and devout individual. Possessing a clear intellect and an appealing appearance, her manner of speaking is both gracious and refined, exuding elegance. Yet, when the occasion arises for her to voice her thoughts, she does so without hesitation, and she refrains from intruding in matters that do not concern her. She is resourceful, astute, and adept at managing a household. To be candid, should she be entrusted with the affairs of the entire island, she would handle them with great care and propriety. It can be said that she exhibits an admirable sense of balance in all endeavors. That very day, we proceeded to celebrate their wedding. I stood at the altar in the capacity of the bride's guardian, bestowing upon her a dowry, which included a substantial tract of land for the couple to cultivate. In truth, this wedding, along with the young man's request for a parcel of land on the island, prompted me to resolve the matter of land allocation among the community to prevent any future disputes arising from individual circumstances. I entrusted the responsibility of land distribution to Will Atkins, who had undergone a remarkable transformation into a calm, dignified, and industrious individual, devout in his faith. If I were to comment on his situation, I would assert my belief that he is genuinely reformed. He allocated the land with great fairness, resulting in widespread satisfaction among the people, who then requested merely a formal written document from me. Consequently, I instructed someone to draft a comprehensive agreement, which I subsequently signed and sealed. The document delineated the locations and boundaries of each person's land, as well as the rights I conferred upon them. They possess their own plantations or farms along with all the amenities therein, and their descendants hold the right of inheritance. However, the unallocated portions of the island remain my own, as part of my estate. Furthermore, After 11 years, should I present such documentation and make a claim? Each estate will be required to pay a certain rent, and any representatives I send, provided they act in my name, must also receive the rent accordingly. As for the regulations governing management, I conveyed to them that this is to be determined by themselves, as my own provisions may not necessarily be superior. I merely request their assurance that they will coexist in harmony and kindness, fostering good neighborly relations. After this, I am prepared to depart from their lives. One matter I must not overlook is that they have now formed a democratic public body, with everyone occupied with their respective tasks. In stark contrast, isolating those 37 Indians in a secluded corner of the island effectively leaves them idle, as they have nothing to do beyond the essential quest for sustenance. With no land to cultivate, and even mere survival presents a considerable challenge for them. Therefore, I propose to the Spanish leader that he take Father Friday to visit these Indians, encouraging them to alter their way of life, either by farming for self-sufficiency or by offering labor to some households, thus sustaining themselves. But under no circumstances should they be reduced to slavery. I will not permit anyone to coerce them into servitude, as they had surrendered under specific conditions, one of which guarantees their personal freedom, a condition that must not be violated. The indigenous people willingly accepted the proposal and joyfully accompanied the Spaniards. Consequently, we allocated plots of land to them. 3 or 4 individuals accepted the land, while the others preferred to work as laborers. Thus, my settlement took on a particular arrangement. The Spaniards occupied my former residence, which served as the capital of the island, and their fields extended to the banks of the small river I often mentioned, reaching out to my villa. As they continuously expanded their cultivation, the area kept extending eastward. The English resided in the northeastern part of the island, where Will Atkins and his companions began to expand southward and southwest, gradually approaching the rear of the Spaniards. Their estates were bordered by ample vacant land, which could be incorporated into the estates when necessary, thus avoiding any overcrowding due to a lack of developmental space. The entire eastern end of the island remained uninhabited, and should any indigenous people land there, as long as they engaged in their customary savage practices without infringing upon others, they should be allowed to come and go freely, for no one should encroach upon them. Undoubtedly, they visited frequently but departed afterwards, as I had not heard of any disturbances to those settlers. Chapter 29, Volume 2. At this point, I recalled having expressed to my priestly friend that perhaps the conversion of the indigenous people to Christianity could be pursued after his departure from the island, and it could be accomplished in a manner that would satisfy him. I then conveyed to him my belief that this matter had commenced, as the indigenous people had embraced Christianity. I asserted that as long as each Christian fulfilled his duty and engaged in the spiritual education of these individuals, it would undoubtedly yield positive outcomes. He immediately concurred, stating that if they were all to fulfill their responsibilities, my perspective was entirely correct. However, he inquired about how we could gather them together and entrust this matter to them, or whether it would be more prudent to approach them individually for discussions. The priest deemed the latter approach preferable, and thus we divided our tasks. He would speak to the Spaniards, given their Catholic faith, while I would address the English. As they were Protestants, we earnestly presented our ideas to them, requesting their commitment to merely share general knowledge about God and our Savior Jesus Christ when persuading the indigenous people to embrace Christianity, without distinguishing between Catholics and Protestants. In turn, they pledged that there would be no discord or disputes among them regarding religious matters. I sought out the abode of Will Atkins, which perhaps I could truly refer to as a dwelling. I firmly believe that such a creation, woven from branches, is truly one of a kind in this world. However, I encountered the aforementioned young lady, who has since formed a certain acquaintance with the wife of Will Atkins. It turns out that this devout and cautious young woman has taken up the work initiated by Will Atkins, although only 4 days have passed since my previous account. This recently baptized indigenous woman has become a rare Christian. Having witnessed much of the world, I have seldom encountered someone as pious as she. Before my visit to them that morning, a thought crossed my mind. Despite having provided them with all the necessary essentials, I had forgotten to leave behind a Bible. This clearly revealed that my dear friend, who had mourned my absence, cared for me far more than I had for them. When she sent me £100 worth of goods from Lisbon, she thoughtfully included a prayer book and 3 Bibles. However, what this kind-hearted woman did not anticipate was the profound impact of her generosity. The Bibles were well preserved, offering solace and guidance to some individuals who, in their wisdom, proved to be even more adept at utilizing the scriptures than I. I tucked a copy of the Bible into my pocket. Upon my arrival at the residence of Will Atkins, I learned that this young lady had just been discussing matters of faith with Atkins' newly baptized wife and child, an insight revealed to me by the joy evident on Will Atkins' face. I inquired whether they were still engaged in conversation, to which he confidently affirmed, and thus I stepped into the house with him, just in time to behold the two women earnestly engrossed in dialogue. "Ah, sir," Will Atkins remarked, "when God intends to guide a sinner towards repentance and a wayward soul back to the righteous path, he invariably employs those chosen to execute his will. I am delighted that my wife has found a new mentor. I possess enough self-awareness to recognize that I am unworthy of such a role. And heaven has sent this young woman. Her divine influence is potent enough to inspire the entire island's indigenous people to embrace Christianity." The young lady's face flushed crimson, and she seemed poised to leave, but I hurriedly urged her to remain seated, assuring her that she was engaged in a most commendable and virtuous endeavor. I sincerely wish that, in her pursuit of this noble work, the benevolent God would bestow his blessings upon her. After a brief conversation, without needing to inquire, I discerned that they were without a scripture, so I reached into my pocket and retrieved my Bible. "Here," I said to Atkins, "perhaps you are in need of a devoted assistant. I have brought you one." The astonishment of the husband was palpable, rendering him speechless for a considerable time. Eventually, regaining his composure, he took the book in both hands and turned to his wife, saying, "My dear, did I not once tell you that although our God resides in the heavens, he is indeed able to hear our words? When you and I knelt together beneath the bushes in prayer, this very book was my supplication. God has already heard us and has now delivered it unto us." Upon concluding his words, he appeared both exhilarated and elated, rejoicing in the possession of the Bible, and tears streamed down his cheeks, much like an innocent child. The wife, too, exhibited a remarkable reaction, nearly giving rise to an unexpected misunderstanding, for she firmly believed that this Bible was indeed a divine gift in response to her husband's prayer. Certainly, divine providence appeared to align with this belief, rendering it quite reasonable in hindsight. Yet, at that moment, I found it not difficult to persuade that woman to consider that an angel had specially descended from the heavens to bestow this sacred text. However, this was a matter of grave significance, one that allowed no room for misinterpretation. Thus, I turned to the young lady and remarked, "This newly converted individual's understanding of such matters is still in its infancy, and he possesses only a limited comprehension. I do not wish to exploit this ambiguity to deceive him, but rather, I seek your elucidation on the matter. At times, certain matters unfold according to the divine arrangement, manifesting our prayers in extraordinary ways. In such circumstances, it would not be incorrect to assert that God has granted our requests. However, we do not anticipate the heavens to respond through miracles or any extraordinary means. Rather, if it were not so, it would indeed be a blessing." That young lady later adeptly elucidated this point. Thus I assure you, to the best of my ability, that I did not resort to the tricks employed by certain clergymen to resolve this matter. Should such despicable tactics be employed, I would deem it the most unacceptable deception in existence. We can speak candidly and without exaggeration when we say that the astonishment of Will Atkins is truly beyond expression. Undoubtedly, in comparison to his profound gratitude towards this holy Bible, the appreciation expressed by anyone else in the world for such matters seems utterly trivial. I am convinced that no one harbors a joy for the Bible that springs from a purer source than his own. Although he originally embodied a tyrannical figure, fierce and uncontrollable, he stands as a lasting exemplar in our endeavors to educate children. In other words, regardless of how challenging a child may be to discipline, or how indifferent they may appear towards guidance, parents must not succumb to despair or relinquish their efforts, believing that success is unattainable. Little do they realize that, as soon as the visionary touch of God awakens the child's conscience, the teachings they have previously received will ignite within them a newfound strength, ensuring that their parents' lessons do not go in vain. Although these teachings may seem ineffective for an extended period, they will ultimately yield beneficial results for the offspring. The same holds true for this unfortunate individual. Despite his scant knowledge of religion and little understanding of Christianity, he now encounters someone even less informed. He must undertake the work of this individual, and in doing so, he will recall the teachings imparted by his dear father, however fragmentary they may be, proving immensely beneficial to him. In other respects, he reflected upon his father's unwavering attitude towards the Bible, firmly believing in its ineffable value as a unique blessing for individuals, families, and even nations. However, prior to this moment, as a son, he had been entirely ignorant of the worth of the Bible. It was only when faced with the necessity of exchanging views with heathens and savages that he had the opportunity to listen to the teachings of this divine text, thus gaining some understanding. The young woman, in her current predicament, was pleasantly surprised to possess a Bible, for although both she and the young man each owned one, they had unfortunately been tied up on our vessel along with their other belongings and had not yet been brought ashore. Thus far, I have intermittently recounted numerous tales regarding this young woman, yet I must also address another matter that connects both her and me, as it bears significant educational value that would be regrettable to overlook. I have mentioned that this unfortunate girl found herself in dire straits, her mistress perishing from starvation aboard that ill-fated ship we encountered at sea. And I have also noted that others aboard had succumbed to a similarly precarious fate. The esteemed mother and son, along with this humble maid, were initially subjected to great hardships regarding their food supply, ultimately forgotten and left to suffer the pangs of hunger. Indeed, they were on the brink of meeting their maker due to starvation. One day, as I casually conversed with her about the adversities they endured, I inquired whether she could, based on her own experiences, describe what it felt like to die of hunger and what such a state entailed. With unwavering confidence, she conveyed to me that she could articulate her tale with great clarity, and thus her narrative vividly unfolded before my eyes. Sir, she recounted, for an extended period, we subsisted on an exceedingly meager diet, often enduring the pangs of hunger to an unbearable extent. Gradually, apart from sugar and a diluted concoction of wine, there was nothing else to satiate our hunger. On the eve of my greatest deprivation, I felt an overwhelming emptiness as dusk descended, a wave of nausea washing over me, followed by a relentless urge to sleep as night fell. I reclined upon the bed in the grand cabin, managing to drift into slumber for approximately 3 hours. Having indulged in a glass of wine prior to lying down, I awoke feeling somewhat revitalized. After another 3 hours had passed, I glanced at the clock only to discover it was around 5 in the morning, and the gnawing hunger was intolerable, accompanied by surges of nausea. I laid back down, yet dizziness prevented me from finding rest. Thus, I endured the subsequent day, which curiously bore a different sensation from the previous one. It began with hunger, followed by nausea, culminating in bouts of dry heaving and eventually vomiting. As the second night approached, I still had not consumed a morsel of food. In desperation, I resorted to sipping some water before retiring to bed. As I drifted into slumber, I dreamt of Barbados, where the market overflowed with abundant provisions, prompting me to purchase a lavish assortment for my hostess, and we feasted heartily together. After this, I felt an overwhelming fullness in my stomach, akin to the indulgence of a lavish feast. Yet, upon opening my eyes, I was struck by the grim realization of nearing the brink of starvation, and my spirits plummeted. I consumed the last of our wine, sweetening it with sugar, which contained some components that could offer nourishment. However, with my stomach utterly empty, the digestive functions lay dormant. And thus, I perceived that the sole effect of that glass of wine was to incite a surge of discomfort that surged toward my head. They later informed me that I lay there in a daze for an extended period, resembling a drunken man. That night, I was ensnared by a series of bizarre and tumultuous dreams. Rather than a restful slumber, it was more akin to a restless night punctuated by fragmented bouts of sleep. By the time I awoke on the third morning, my hunger had summoned forth the specter of guilt. Had my reason not swiftly returned to quell the wild imaginings, I cannot ascertain whether, had I been a mother with an infant beside me, that tiny life might have been called to account before God. This state of turmoil persisted for approximately 3 hours, during which my family's young master informed me that I had, akin to a lunatic in an asylum, succumbed to madness twice, a fact he can now recount to you. During one of my frenzied moments, I lost my balance and collided with the corner of the bed where my mistress lay. Instantly, blood began to pour from my nostrils. The ship's steward brought me a small basin, and I sat there, collecting the blood that flowed from me, a considerable amount indeed. After releasing some of that blood, my mind cleared somewhat, and the frenzy and chaos I had been engulfed in dissipated, along with the overwhelming desire to consume food. However, shortly thereafter, a wave of nausea washed over me, and I felt the urge to vomit. My stomach, though empty, merely heaved, yielding nothing. After bleeding for a while, I succumbed to unconsciousness, leading everyone to believe I had perished. Yet, I soon regained consciousness, only to be besieged by unbearable pain in my abdomen. This was not akin to angina. Rather, it was a profound agony reminiscent of a desperate hunger, difficult to articulate, as though something were gnawing and biting within my stomach. As dusk fell, the torment in my belly subsided, replaced by a singular, fervent desire to find sustenance. I mused silently that it bore some resemblance to a pregnant woman's craving for sour and spicy foods. I attempted to drink a bit of sweetened water, but my stomach rejected it entirely, resulting in another bout of vomiting. Ultimately, I resorted to sipping plain water, and thankfully, it stayed down. I reclined upon the bed, fervently beseeching God to take me away. As these thoughts coursed through my mind, my tumultuous emotions gradually calmed. I drifted into a slumber, and upon awakening, I found my stomach empty, my thoughts muddled like a thick fog, feeling as though life was slowly ebbing away from my body. I have resolutely decided to entrust my soul to God, harboring a deep desire for others to cast me into the sea to feed the fish. My mistress, throughout this entire time, has lain beside me. I am acutely aware that death has encroached upon her, yet she accepts this reality with unwavering composure, a quality I find myself sorely lacking. She has reserved the last morsel of bread for her beloved son, while my dutiful young master steadfastly refuses to accept it. And his mother, with an authority that brooks no opposition, compels him to consume it. I am convinced that his life is preserved solely by this small piece of bread. As dawn approaches, I succumb to a drowsy slumber once more. Upon awakening, I am overwhelmed by a profound sense of distress, tears streaming uncontrollably, accompanied by sobs. After the weeping subsides, a fierce pang of hunger assails me. With ravenous anticipation, I rise from my bed, the scene being truly harrowing. If my mistress had perished from starvation, no matter how deeply I loved her, I would not hesitate to consume a piece of her flesh, relishing it as one would the meat of creatures destined for our sustenance. To speak candidly, there were moments when I could scarcely restrain myself, almost resorting to gnawing on my own arm. Eventually, I spotted the basin I had used to catch my nosebleed yesterday and hurriedly rushed to devour everything within it, driven by a frantic urgency and insatiable greed, as though it would be a peculiar occurrence if no one had consumed it before me, and a fear that someone might contest me for this meager sustenance. Although I was astonished in retrospect, the intense hunger that had assailed me diminished significantly after consuming the meager sustenance. I then sipped some water, and in the subsequent hours, my spirits and emotions experienced a slight uplift. It was now the fourth day, and I persevered until dusk. However, in the following 3 hours, I was once again beset by a series of afflictions: nausea and retching, profound drowsiness, excruciating hunger, and severe abdominal pain. This relentless cycle of extreme hunger, nausea, frantic outbursts, and desperate cries recurred every quarter of an hour, leaving me utterly drained, as if my body had come undone. As I lay in bed that night, devoid of hope, I yearned only for the dawn when I might be taken away by a divine messenger. Thus, I spent the entire night in a state of wakefulness, but by then, a new ailment had supplanted my hunger. A series of violent cramps surged through my intestines and stomach, as if a foul essence had burrowed its way into my bowels. I endured this torment until the following morning, when the cries of the young master jolted me from my misery. He lamented that his mother had passed away. Helpless, I could summon no strength to rise, but managed to prop myself up slightly. To my relief, I discovered that my mistress was still alive, albeit on the brink of death, with the signs of life gradually slipping away from her frail body. Chapter 30, Volume 2. At this moment, my stomach was utterly devoid of sustenance, and I find myself at a loss to articulate the intensity of the spasms that afflicted me. The torment of yearning for nourishment, yet being unable to obtain it, was a relentless agony, truly rivaled only by the suffering that accompanies death itself. In the midst of this despair, I heard the crew above shouting exuberantly, "A ship! A ship!" Soon after, a cacophony of cheers and jubilant leaps erupted, as if they had lost their senses. I was too weak to rise from my bed, and my mistress was in an even more dire state than I. The young master was gravely ill. I feared he was on the brink of death as well. Consequently, our cabin door remained closed, leaving us oblivious to the raucous commotion outside. We had not exchanged a word with anyone aboard for 2 days. They had merely informed us that there was not even a morsel of food left on the ship. This information was relayed to us only later, as they presumed we had succumbed to despair, just when we found ourselves ensnared in such a devilish plight. Dear sir, heaven has sent you to rescue our wretched lives. As for how you discovered our plight, sir, you are undoubtedly as well informed as we are, if not more so. This is her account. She vividly depicted the process of starvation and the imminent approach of death, narratives unfamiliar to me, and I confess I listened in utter silence. As that young man recounted to me much of the tale, I found it increasingly credible and beyond dispute. Nevertheless, I felt that his narrative paled in comparison to the clarity and intensity of the maid's account. This was particularly due to the fact that I had heard of his mother's selfless sacrifice to preserve his life. His mistress, being of advanced age and frail health, stood in stark contrast to the poor maid, who, though somewhat sturdier, perhaps suffered more acutely from the pangs of hunger. I surmised that the unfortunate maid endured the ravages of starvation earlier than her mistress. It is reasonable to deduce that the mistress hoarded the last morsel of food, possibly distributing a small portion to the maid while retaining the remainder for a time. Undoubtedly, in such dire circumstances, had it not been for the fateful encounter of our ship, or another vessel, with them, they would have perished within days. The only means to avert the entire crew's demise from starvation would have been cannibalism. However, under the prevailing conditions, salvation seemed impossible unless a miracle occurred, though it is superfluous to state such now. Allow me to return to the matter at hand and describe the situation when I distributed provisions to them. Firstly, I must assert that although my initial intention was to bestow upon them the meticulously assembled sloop, I found it prudent to conceal the fact that I had constructed this vessel for a multitude of reasons. Upon my arrival, I discerned a palpable air of discord among them, which was quite evident. Should they come into possession of the ship I had laboriously completed, it was likely that any minor misunderstanding could lead to their fracturing into factions, each pursuing their own divergent paths, perhaps even descending into piracy, transforming this tranquil island into a den of thieves, rather than the serene and devout Christian estate I had envisioned. Furthermore, my vessel carried 2 brass cannons, which, for the same rationale, I deemed inappropriate to leave in their hands. Additionally, my nephew had brought along 2 deck cannons, which I also refrained from giving them. I believed it sufficient for them to possess the means to defend themselves and repel invaders, without granting them the capacity to launch offensives or assault others beyond the island. Such capabilities would ultimately lead them to their own demise. Thus, I chose to retain the sloop and its provisions for future needs, whether for them or myself, and I would clarify this situation at a later time. Having meticulously arranged affairs on the island, ensuring that each individual found their rightful place and radiated an aura of peace and contentment, I returned to the ship on the 6th of May. Altogether, I had spent approximately 25 days in their company, observing their intention to remain on the island. Eagerly awaiting my return for their retrieval, I assured them that upon my arrival in Brazil, I would, at the earliest opportunity, provide substantial support. In particular, I promised to send them livestock such as pigs, cows, and sheep. Regrettably, the 2 cows and calves I had brought from England perished mid-journey due to our prolonged time at sea and the insufficient hay to sustain them. On the day of our departure, we discharged 5 cannon shots as a gesture of respect and set sail. After approximately 22 days of navigation, we arrived at the Bay of All Saints, known in Portuguese as Baía de Todos os Santos, which spans about 100 miles along Brazil's eastern coastline. Notable amid our voyage was an incident that occurred on the 3rd day post-departure. As the wind ceased and a powerful current surged northeast, our ship, having drifted off course, seemed to be drawn towards a bay near the land. More than once, those aboard exclaimed that land was visible to the east. However, we could not ascertain whether it was an island or a continent. By the evening of the 3rd day, the sea lay tranquil, yet a foreboding shadow loomed near the shore. After gazing intently for some time, we remained perplexed as to the nature of this ominous presence. The first mate ascended to the pinnacle of the main mast, raised his telescope, and soon exclaimed in a loud voice that a vast multitude was approaching. I was unable to fathom the enormity he described and hastily interrupted him. "No, sir," he insisted, "please do not be angry. Indeed, it is a considerable multitude, or rather, an immense fleet. I believe there are at least 1,000 small boats. As you can see, they are vigorously paddling toward us like arrows in flight." At that moment, I was struck dumb, and my companion, the captain's nephew, exhibited a similar expression of bewilderment. Having heard tales of the fearsome natives on the island, but never having navigated these waters, he was in a state of utter dismay, repeatedly muttering, "We are all going to be eaten." The thought of the wind having ceased, while the powerful currents surged toward the shore, left me feeling even more disconcerted than him. Nevertheless, I urged him to summon his courage, assuring him that when they drew near enough for an inevitable confrontation, we would not hesitate to engage. Regrettably, there was not a whisper of wind in the air, and the natives surged toward us with alarming speed. Thus, I commanded that the pots be prepared and all sails be furled. I advised those aboard that our only concern should be to prevent the natives from setting our vessel ablaze. Beyond that, we had nothing else to fear. Thus, I commanded the crew to lower two small boats into the water, one secured at the bow and the other at the stern, ensuring that each vessel was manned with sufficient personnel in preparation for any developments. The purpose of this arrangement was to equip the occupants of the boats with large canvas sheets and buckets of water, ready to act should the natives attempt to set our ship ablaze from the outside. Having made our preparations, we remained poised, awaiting the arrival of the natives. It was not long before they approached us. Despite my first mate's considerable miscalculation of their numbers, the sight was one of sheer terror that no Christian had ever witnessed. As they drew nearer, we conducted a rough count and discovered there were approximately 126 small boats, some carrying 16 or 17 individuals, while others held even more. The least populated had no fewer than 6 or 7 passengers. As they paddled closer, it became evident that this scene was equally unfamiliar to them, as astonishment was etched upon their faces. We later realized that initially, they had no effective strategy to confront us. Nevertheless, they boldly maneuvered closer, encircling us in a sporadic dance. We called out to those in the boats, instructing them to prevent the natives from drawing too near. Our intention in issuing this command was not to instigate a conflict between us. However, an encounter ensued. With 5 or 6 large canoes positioned perilously close to our vessel, the crew signaled the indigenous people to retreat. They seemingly comprehended our gesture and complied. Yet as they withdrew, they unleashed approximately 50 arrows from their boats, resulting in one of our crew members sustaining a grievous injury. Nevertheless, I repeatedly cautioned our people against retaliatory fire. In one effort, we transferred some pine boards onto our boat, whereupon the carpenters promptly erected a barrier in the middle of the vessel. With this newly constructed shield, even if the indigenous people resumed their archery, we would no longer be exposed without protection. After about half an hour, those indigenous individuals swiftly approached, drawing near to the stern of our ship, close enough that we could discern their every movement. Yet, their intentions remained unclear to us. I soon recognized them as a group of familiar faces, those with whom I had previously engaged. As time passed, they drew even closer until they charged directly at us, close enough for us to hear each other's voices distinctly. Observing this development, I commanded our men to conceal themselves in preparation for a potential barrage of arrows, while also ensuring that our firearms and ammunition were at the ready. Given that we could overhear their conversation, I instructed Friday to stand on the deck and inquire about their purpose. He complied without hesitation. I cannot ascertain whether the savages comprehended Friday's call. However, upon hearing his voice, the 6 natives in the nearest canoe immediately turned their vessel, crouching low to expose their bare backs. Whether this act signified disdain, provocation, or served as a signal to their fellow tribesmen remained a mystery to us. Yet, Friday promptly exclaimed that the natives were about to unleash their arrows. This unfortunate soul was indeed beset by misfortune, as the savages, predictably, loosed around 300 arrows. Lacking a discernible target, they targeted Friday, resulting in his tragic demise. A profound wave of sorrow surged within me. No fewer than 3 arrows struck this ill-fated man, with another 3 or 4 landing in his vicinity. These instruments of death are truly the manifestations of malevolence. Friday was my loyal servant and steadfast companion, and now, in his absence, a tempest of fury engulfed me. I immediately commanded the loading of small shot into 5 cannons and larger projectiles into 4 others, preparing to deliver a broadside of cannon fire to the savages. I firmly asserted that they had likely never encountered such a resounding cacophony in their lives. As we fired, they were scarcely 100 yards away, and our gunners were remarkably accurate, striking their intended marks with precision. Consequently, one shot capsized 3 or 4 of their canoes, and we had ample reason to believe they had only endured a single volley. Yet the scene was one of utter disarray. We do not share that sentiment. Their act of turning their bare backs towards us was undeniably disrespectful, and I cannot comprehend whether they were aware that we could interpret their actions as the utmost contempt. Thus, in the spirit of reciprocity, I resolved to load gunpowder into 4 or 5 cannons, believing that this would be sufficient to intimidate them. However, they exhibited such folly as to frantically unleash arrows upon us. Most intolerably, they fatally struck my unfortunate companion, Friday, a friend wholly deserving of my affection and esteem. Consequently, I felt justified in capsizing their vessel, ensuring that those detestable savages would drown. In doing so, I would possess not only a valid rationale before God and humanity, but also a profound sense of satisfaction within my heart. I cannot precisely ascertain the number of casualties among them during our broadside. Yet I can affirm that I have never witnessed such a multitude floundering in panic upon the water. We managed to overturn or sever approximately 13 or 14 of their canoes, causing those who fell into the water to struggle desperately, while others, paralyzed by terror, hastily fled, neglecting even their companions who writhed in the water after our assault. In my estimation, a considerable portion of them met their demise. After they had all fled, our men rescued a hapless soul who had been swimming for his life over an hour later. The small projectiles launched from our cannon undoubtedly inflicted injuries upon numerous indigenous individuals. Yet, overall, due to their swift escape, swifter than that of a shark, we remain oblivious to the extent of the devastation wrought upon them. After approximately 3 hours, the ocean was nearly devoid of vessels, save for 3 or 4 sluggish canoes that lingered, while the others vanished without a trace. That night, the heavens graciously bestowed upon us a timely wind, and after securing the anchor, I set sail directly towards Brazil. Although we had managed to capture one prisoner, he bore a sullen countenance, refusing to utter a word or partake of food, leading us to believe he was resolved to starve himself to death. However, I eventually devised a strategy to deal with him. I instructed my crew to take him aboard the longboat, making it clear that should he continue to remain silent, he would be unceremoniously cast into the sea, as he was someone we had rescued from the waters. Yet, this tactic proved ineffective, and they indeed threw him into the sea, cutting the longboat adrift. At that moment, however, the fellow swam like a cork, closely trailing behind our longboat, calling out to us in his dialect. Although we were perplexed by his words, compassion ultimately prevailed, and we rescued him back onto the ship. After which he complied, though I never truly considered the possibility of him perishing at our hands. Now, our fleet is once again on the move. Yet my dear companion Friday has departed and shall not return, leaving my heart laden with sorrow. I yearn to return to the island, to select someone from among those people to serve as a substitute. But such thoughts are mere fantasies. We must continue our voyage. As previously mentioned, we captured a prisoner. Yet we spent a considerable time training him to comprehend a few of our words. Eventually, our crew succeeded in teaching him some English, and he began to exhibit a degree of docility. Subsequently, we inquired about his origins, but we could not decipher his response. His speech consisted solely of guttural sounds, emitted in peculiar, muffled tones from his throat, and we were unable to imitate even a single utterance. We have no doubt that if their mouths were sealed, their ability to communicate would remain unaffected. In my view, their pronunciation relies entirely on the throat, rendering their teeth, tongue, lips, and upper palate utterly superfluous, akin to the resonant notes produced by a hunting horn. After some time, having acquired a smattering of our English, he informed us that several of their chiefs were leading them into a great battle. When he mentioned the number of chiefs, we pressed him for specifics. He replied that there were 5 tribes. We struggled to convey the concept of plural nouns in English. These 5 tribes had formed an alliance to assault 2 others. Curiously, we asked how they had come to involve us. He stated simply, "We wish to see great wonders." From this, one can deduce a pattern. All these indigenous individuals, as well as those from the African continent, often exhibit inaccuracies in pronunciation and stress when learning English. Similarly, it took considerable effort for me to correct Friday's shortcomings in this regard. Chapter 31, Volume 2. Now, the memory of that individual resurfaces in my mind, and I must bid him a painful farewell. Oh, loyal yet pitiable Friday. We laid him to rest in a coffin, conducting a ceremony that was both profoundly respectful and solemn. In accordance with tradition, we gave him a sea burial, and I discharged 12 cannon shots in his honor. Thus, the life journey of the world's most grateful, steadfast, and selfless servant came to an end. At that moment, we sailed smoothly towards Brazil, and within 12 days, we sighted land, located 5 degrees south of the equator, the northeastern tip of South America. We navigated along the coastline, heading southeast for 4 days until we reached Cape St. Augustine. After another 3 days, we anchored in All Saints Bay, the place where I once experienced a remarkable turn of fortune, and since then, both good and ill luck have followed in rapid succession. The endeavors I faced were far greater than those undertaken by any vessel that had arrived at this port. Yet securing the most basic connections on land proved to be an arduous task. Although my partner remains alive and is a prominent figure in the local elite, although I have 2 merchants managing my affairs, and despite the miraculous preservation of my life on a desolate island, which has brought me a modicum of fame, none of this has aided me in securing the necessary permissions. Instead, my partner recalled 2 past incidents, the first being my donation of 500 movedos to Father Augustine of the monastery, and the second my charity of 272 moedos to the impoverished. Consequently, he visited the monastery to beseech the abbot to intercede with the governor on our behalf, granting me the authority to disembark with the captain and 2 others, along with 8 sailors, while the remainder stayed aboard. However, even under these circumstances, the exceedingly stringent conditions still constrained our landing. Specifically, no cargo from our vessel was permitted to set foot on land without explicit permission, and no individuals were allowed to depart from the shore. They meticulously monitored us, controlling the delivery of goods to the land. I employed every stratagem to bring 3 packages of British goods ashore, namely, the fine cloth, delicate fabric, and linen I intended as gifts for my partner. Despite the fact that my partner, like myself, had risen from humble beginnings, he displayed remarkable generosity. Even though he had no inkling of my intention to present him with gifts, he took the initiative to load my ship with wines, preserves, and fresh provisions. Among these were some tobacco and 3 or 4 exquisitely crafted gold medallions, the total value of which exceeded 30 moedos. Nevertheless, the gift I presented to him was of comparable value. As I previously mentioned, my offering consisted of exquisite items, including English wool, lace, fine linen, and superior Dutch canvas. Additionally, I entrusted him with other goods valued at approximately £100 for various purposes. I also requested that he properly equip my sloop, which I had brought from the British mainland, intended for use in my colony, specifically to supply my grand estate with provisions. Consequently, he summoned several craftsmen, and as the vessel was already largely prepared, it took only a few days to complete the sloop. To ensure the captain would not misplace the location, I meticulously instructed him on the details, and later my partner informed me that my minister fulfilled the task admirably. Soon, I had the ship loaded with the goods I intended to bestow upon them. A sailor who had accompanied me ashore volunteered to accompany the sloop and settle there, provided that I sent a letter to the Spanish chief requesting a sufficiently large parcel of land for him to cultivate, along with some farming tools and clothing suitable for agricultural work. He claimed to have been skilled in clearing land and farming during his early years in Maryland. However, he had also served as a pirate in the West Indies, specifically targeting Spanish vessels and their colonies. In order to encourage him, I not only acquiesced to all his requests, but also gifted him the captive native he had seized during that naval battle as a slave. Moreover, I instructed the Spanish chief that, should he desire anything, others must also share with him. We were in the process of preparing some essential items for this sailor when my associate informed me of a remarkably honest Brazilian farmer. Though the church held reservations about him, I cannot ascertain the depths of his secrets, he remarked, but what unsettles me is my suspicion that he harbors heretical inclinations, having been compelled to hide due to the fear of the Inquisition's judgment. Consequently, he is quite eager to see that man seize the opportunity to escape with his wife and 2 daughters. Should I consent to allow that individual to reside on my island and allocate a small parcel of land to him, he would willingly offer a modest sum to assist them in rebuilding their lives, for the officials of the Inquisition have confiscated all his movable and immovable properties, leaving him with but a few household items and 2 slaves. Nevertheless, he continued, I do not subscribe to his religious views. Yet, I cannot bear the thought of them capturing him, for such a fate would lead inevitably to his being burned alive. I readily acquiesced at the time. Arranging for my British companion to accompany them, we concealed the Brazilian and his family aboard our vessel before they set sail on the sloop. Initially, we loaded their belongings onto the sloop, and once it had departed the bay, we sent the family on board. Our sailor was most pleased to encounter these new companions. To speak frankly, their possessions were largely indistinguishable, consisting primarily of an array of farming tools and various supplies essential for agricultural life. The specifics have already been discussed, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. Nevertheless, they also brought along a highly valuable commodity, which equated to all other supplies combined, some sugarcane and the necessary materials for its cultivation, a crop with which the Portuguese sailor was quite familiar. In addition to other goods, I dispatched a considerable quantity of provisions to the tenants on my island, with the sloop carrying 5 calves, 3 dairy cows, approximately 22 pigs, including 3 sows expecting piglets, 2 marries, and a stallion. To fulfill the promise I had made, I found 3 Portuguese women willing to journey to the island to wed the Spanish men there, assuring them of the nature of their voyage and wishing them harmonious lives together. I could have sought additional women, but upon reflection, I considered that the unfortunate man, who had suffered religious persecution, had 2 unmarried daughters, and there were only 5 eligible men on the island. Others had already established families, albeit with their wives residing far away. It is not difficult to envision the warm reception bestowed upon those who safely arrived on the island with their vessel, welcomed by the long-standing inhabitants. With the addition of this new group, the island's population has reached approximately 60 to 70 individuals, not including a considerable number of children yet to be counted. They all wrote to me, their letters finding their way to my hands via Lisbon. Upon my return, I came across these correspondences, and I must now touch upon the circumstances following my return to England. I find myself no longer compelled to contribute to the affairs of this island, nor to discuss its matters further. Should any reader's gaze wander into the remaining sections of my memoir, let their thoughts drift far from this island. Let them take an interest in the foolish endeavors of an old man, one who has neither heeded warnings from his own misfortunes nor learned from the failings of others. Nearly 4 decades of hardship and disappointment have failed to instill in him any sense of calm, and an unexpected fortune has not brought him satisfaction. Even unprecedented calamities and misfortunes have not rendered him cautious. I had no justifiable reason to seek out the East Indies. Just as a free individual has no need to approach Newgate Prison to implore a turnkey to confine him with other offenders in a cell to endure the pangs of hunger. If I were to acquire a modest vessel in the United Kingdom and set sail directly towards this island, if I were to equip the ship as I did the previous one, fully laden with all essential provisions for the inhabitants, if I were to procure a charter from the government here, affirming that my territory belongs to the British Empire, if I were to transport cannons and ammunition, relocating the populace and my servants to that place, establishing a stronghold in the name of the British Empire, fortifying defenses and bolstering its strength through an increase in population, these tasks would present no great challenge for me if I were to settle there. Sending the ship back to England laden with high-quality rice, a task I could accomplish every 6 months, and request my friends to fill the return vessel with supplies for us, if indeed I were to undertake such actions and make my home on the island. Then at least my endeavors would resemble those of a rational individual. However, alas, I find myself enchanted by the allure of wandering, captivated to the point of disregarding all practical advantages. I continue to find joy in my endeavors. I have relocated individuals to the island, where I, from a lofty perch, devise strategies for the inhabitants, acting as their benefactor akin to a revered sovereign and embodying the role of a patriarch within a vast family, providing for them with both hands and feet. However, I have never, in a grandiose manner, undertaken the cultivation of that land in the name of any nation or government, nor have I ever proclaimed myself a vassal to any noble, nor referred to my people as subjects of a particular state. Furthermore, I have never ascribed a name to that place, allowing it to remain as it was upon my arrival, untouched by ownership, so that its denizens might respectfully heed my will, free from any other constraints or governance. Although I wielded a paternal and benefactor-like influence over them, it was only if they willingly chose to submit to my capricious authority or privileges. Even under such circumstances, it would have been preferable had I remained among them. Yet I have distanced myself, never to return. The last correspondence I received from them was relayed through my partner, who subsequently dispatched a vessel to the island and penned a letter to me, though I did not receive these missives until years later, after my arrival in London. The letters conveyed that their existence was fraught with difficulty, and they were restless in the place they had long inhabited. It was mentioned that Will Atkins had passed away, and that the 5 Spaniards had long since departed from the island. It was also noted that despite the absence of significant disturbances from the indigenous people following my departure, minor conflicts among the inhabitants were inevitable. They expressed a fervent desire for him to write to me, urging me to reconsider my promise to retrieve them, so that these exiled souls might, in their lifetime, return to their homeland. Yet I have pursued that futile endeavor, indeed. Whoever wishes to sever ties with me must unconditionally accompany me in engaging in various new forms of folly and endure an array of formidable challenges. This, in itself, reveals the manifestation of divine justice. We find ourselves powerless, easily consumed by our desires, as our suffering transforms into the very essence of our most fervent longings. The harshest punishments we endure stem from the pursuit of what we believe to be our greatest happiness. The wise ought not to be overly confident, presuming their judgment to be infallible, nor should they believe they can carve out an extraordinary path for themselves. Humans are inherently short-sighted creatures, incapable of perceiving matters distant from their immediate gaze, and thus, their unique emotions often lead to unintended consequences. My words are grounded in the youthful spirit of adventure that I harbored in my early days. The truth has since become evident, and this innate quality within me has brought forth its own retribution. I could effortlessly enumerate the sources of this punishment, its manifestations, circumstances, and outcomes, replete with ever-changing details. Nevertheless, God possesses inscrutable intentions, allowing our desires to cascade downstream, and it is only through juxtaposing divine impartiality with their own misdeeds that they can draw religious conclusions. In summary, I set forth, irrespective of any tasks at hand, it is not yet the time to deliberate whether this undertaking is reasonable or not. Let us return to the main subject. Indeed, I have once again embarked upon a vessel destined for the sea, and so my journey begins. I wish to speak briefly of my devout Catholic priest, irrespective of their opinions about us, and their scathing critiques of all other ordinary heathens, such as the epithet they have conferred upon us. I firmly believe he is an exceedingly sincere individual, genuinely wishing for the happiness of all. Yet, I am aware that he speaks with restraint, endeavoring to avoid any discord with me. Although the names of the Virgin Mary and the guardian angel Saint Diego resonate thunderously among other Catholics, I can scarcely recall him invoking their names. Nevertheless, I harbor no doubts regarding his admirable and earnest intentions. Furthermore, I am convinced that if other Catholic missionaries could emulate his demeanor, despite their inability to offer much, they would eagerly rush into the wealthiest pagan realms of Persia, India, and China, striving even to evangelize among the Laplanders and the shoemakers, if they were not inclined to do so for the sake of amassing riches for their church. I would commend them for their peculiar act of recognizing Confucius as a saint within the Christian pantheon, thereby including him in the church's festive calendar. My devout priest requested to sail to Lisbon while a ship was available. In his own jest, he remarked that his life is destined for an interminable voyage. To me, how fortunate it would have been to accompany him. Alas, such reflections are futile, for fate orchestrates events for the best possible outcome. Had I embarked on the journey with him, the myriad of blessings I now cherish would never have unfolded. The readers would have been deprived of Robinson Crusoe's second voyage and tales of adventure. Thus, my self-reproach for my past decisions must cease, and I shall instead continue recounting my own voyage. Departing from Brazil, we traversed the Atlantic Ocean, steering towards the Cape of Good Hope with a general course set southeast. Our journey was relatively uneventful, despite occasional storms and unfavorable winds. However, although I had escaped the perils of the sea, difficulties and misfortunes awaited me on land. Thus, in my view, the land can be as much a harbinger of divine retribution as the ocean. Our ship was engaged in commercial shipping, and upon reaching the Cape of Good Hope, the direction to take was to be determined by the escort officer aboard. The charter stipulated that the vessel could only dock at each port for a limited number of days. This matter was beyond my purview, and I refrained from interference. My nephew, the captain, was fully responsible for discussions with the escort officer, and they would decide the course of action. We lingered at the Cape for a brief period, and as soon as the ship was sufficiently replenished with fresh water, we set sail directly towards the coast of Coromandel, a coastal plain in the eastern part of Tamil Nadu, India, bordering the Bay of Bengal. News reached us that a French warship armed with 50 cannons, accompanied by 2 large merchant vessels, was making its way towards the East Indies. We could not help but express our concern, knowing that our nation was at war with France. Fortunately, they seemed preoccupied with their own course, and we remained unscathed, soon losing track of their whereabouts. Chapter 32. Volume 2. I believe that a tedious account of the various circumstances of our journey, such as the deviations of our compass, our nautical logs, latitude and longitude, meridian distances, trade winds, and the bearings of ports, would undoubtedly bore the reader, unless a reader has intentions to visit these locales. The abundance of such details in maritime narratives tends to render them monotonous, and they may not glean much knowledge from them. I contend that it suffices to merely mention the places and harbors we passed through, and to recount the events that transpired en route from one port to another. Our first stop was the island of Madagascar. Despite the bravery and cunning of its inhabitants, who wielded bows and spears with incredible proficiency, we maintained a cordial and amicable relationship with them for a time. They treated us with great hospitality, in exchange for some small trinkets like knives and scissors. They graciously presented us with 11 medium-sized, robust, and well-fed castrated bulls. We accepted these gifts politely, using part of the meat for immediate sustenance while preserving the remainder for future provisions aboard the ship. After replenishing our supplies in this place, we found ourselves compelled to linger for a while longer. My insatiable curiosity often drives me to explore the far corners of the world, and thus, wherever we arrived, I would disembark and wander about, provided the circumstances permitted. One evening, we set foot on the eastern shore of this island. The indigenous people, let it be noted. They were numerous, swarmed towards us, gathering at a distance with curiosity in their eyes. Given that we had previously engaged in substantial trade with them and experienced their amicable demeanor, we were unprepared for any potential danger. Upon sighting these natives, we cut 3 branches from the trees and planted them in the ground a short distance away from ourselves. On this island, this gesture seemed to signify not only a hope for goodwill, but also an invitation for them to reciprocate by placing 3 sticks or branches of their own, indicating their agreement to peace. However, this gesture carried an implicit condition. Neither party was to cross the boundary established by the 3 branches, and both were expected to adhere to the same rule. Therefore, within the confines of your 3 branches, you were entirely safe, while the intervening space between your branches and theirs served as a marketplace for open dialogue, exchange, and trade. Weapons were strictly prohibited in this area. Should they wish to enter, they too were required to relinquish their weapons, leaving their spears and javelins beside the first branch. Should any act of violence be perpetrated, the truce would be irrevocably shattered, prompting them to rush to the first branch to seize their arms, thus terminating the amicable arrangement. One evening, as we disembarked, a large group of friendly and courteous individuals approached us, as was their custom. They brought various provisions for trade, and we delighted them with some trinkets, which elicited their joyous exuberance. The women among them also presented us with milk, some edible roots, and several items that we were more than happy to accept. Everything transpired smoothly, and I constructed a small shelter from branches on the shore, intending to spend the night there. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I felt a persistent discomfort while sleeping on the beach. We anchored our skiff nearby, leaving 2 individuals aboard for security. I instructed one of them to go ashore and gather some branches to cover the boat. Consequently, I laid a sail on the bottom of the skiff, placed branches atop it, and soon drifted into slumber. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, we were roused by a terrifying cry from a companion on the shore, pleading for our assistance in the name of God, as their lives were in jeopardy. At that moment, I heard the distinct sound of 5 gunshots, and they possessed 5 muskets. The shots echoed 3 times, suggesting that these indigenous people were not as easily intimidated by firearms as the savages of America. Until that point, I remained unaware of the unfolding situation. However, the sound of gunfire jolted me awake, prompting me to steer the skiff directly towards the shore, resolved to deploy 3 of our firearms to bolster the aid for our unfortunate companion. Our movements towards the shore were undeniably swift, yet the individuals on the land were already brimming with impatience. They surged to the water's edge, plunging into the sea, eager to board the vessel. As 300 or 400 others were hot on their heels, we were but a handful, with only 5 among us armed with smoothbore pistols. The rest wielded swords and handguns, yet in such dire circumstances, what efficacy could those weapons possibly hold? With great effort, we managed to haul 7 companions onto the skiff, 3 of whom were grievously injured. The situation was further exacerbated by the relentless barrage of arrows fired by the natives. As we stood on the boat, reaching for our comrades, our peril was no less than that of those on the shore. Thank heavens! The skiff contained not only a few long benches, but also 2 or 3 long planks that had somehow been left behind. We hastily erected the planks to shield one side of the boat. It was evident that the natives were exceptionally skilled archers. Had this transpired in daylight, they would only need to catch a glimpse of any one of us to ensure we were riddled with arrows. In the moonlight, we discerned their silhouettes on the shore, hurling javelins and unleashing a torrent of arrows upon us. At that moment, we had loaded our firearms and fired a volley in return, and from their anguished cries, we understood that we had wounded several. Nevertheless, they remained fiercely gathered at the water's edge, and we had every reason to believe they were awaiting dawn to aim more accurately at us. In this predicament, we found ourselves unable to anchor or set sail, as doing so would compel us to rise upright within the vessel, thereby presenting an opportune target for our adversaries, much like the ease with which one might strike a small bird perched upon a tree with a pellet. We signaled for aid to a large ship anchored 3 nautical miles away. My captain's nephew had already heard our gunfire and, with the aid of his telescope, discerned our dire situation. With but a glance at my gunfire directed towards the shore, he understood the gravity of our plight. Thus, he weighed anchor and advanced at full speed, recklessly navigating close to the coast despite the peril of running aground. He even dispatched 10 crew members in another skiff to assist us. However, we loudly cautioned them regarding the extreme danger of our circumstances, urging them not to approach too closely. Yet, disregarding our warnings, They ventured forth regardless of the risks. One intrepid soul swam towards us, clutching one end of a tow line, skillfully using both their vessel and ours as cover to evade the enemy's gaze. Ultimately, he reached our skiff and securely fastened the tow line to our boat. Immediately, we cast off one anchor line, abandoning the anchor itself, and were swiftly pulled out of the range of the indigenous archers. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, we remained concealed behind the previously erected barricades. As we were towed away from the large ship and the shore, the great vessel maneuvered its hull, allowing its broadside to face the coastline. At that moment, the cannons roared to life, unleashing a barrage of projectiles, large and small shot, lead balls, iron projectiles, upon the indigenous people, wreaking havoc and leaving death and destruction in their wake. Having extricated ourselves from peril and safely boarded the grand vessel, we finally had the opportunity to reflect upon the underlying causes of this conflict. To be candid, it was that escort who compelled us into such a predicament. According to his account, he had frequented this region on numerous occasions and had established amicable relations with the indigenous people. He assured us that, provided we did not provoke them, the locals would not pose any threat to us. However, the truth gradually unraveled. An elderly woman approached us, offering milk for sale, and entered the confines marked by our 3 upright branches. Following her was a young woman, clutching various edible roots and herbs. It remained uncertain whether the elder and the young woman were related. One of our party, while the elder was selling milk, began to jest with the young woman, inciting the elderly woman to erupt in outrage. Despite her protests, the sailor refused to relent and brazenly drew the young woman into the thicket. As night descended, the elderly woman, unable to locate the young one, fled in haste, likely returning to her people with an embellished account of the events. Upon hearing her tale, the locals were incensed, and within a mere few hours, a formidable assembly had gathered, nearly costing us our lives. At the onset of their assault, one of our men charged at their makeshift shelter but was fatally struck by a thrown spear. Aside from the troublemaker, the rest of us managed to escape. Though the price he paid for his folly was indeed steep, yet we remained oblivious to his ultimate fate. Although the winds had picked up, we lingered on the shore for 2 days, signaling for him and sending a dinghy along the coastline, yet we found nothing. Thus, we resolved to abandon our search, reasoning that if he were suffering alone, the loss would not be substantial. Nevertheless, I remained restless, perpetually yearning to take the risk of making landfall to ascertain his or their whereabouts. On the 3rd night following the conflict, I could no longer contain my curiosity and felt compelled to understand the havoc we had wrought and the repercussions it had inflicted upon the other party. I knew I must proceed with caution, undertaking this endeavor under the cover of darkness to avoid another assault. However, I needed to select my companions judiciously. They must be individuals who would heed my commands, for I had to prepare meticulously before taking such a perilous step. Together with the guard, we selected 20 of the stoutest men from our ranks and stealthily made our way ashore 2 hours before midnight. The landing site was the very location where those East Indians had gathered on that fateful night. As previously articulated, my purpose for disembarking here was primarily to ascertain whether they had retreated and to seek any remnants that might reveal their casualties. I mused that if we could capture even 1 or 2 of them, we could potentially negotiate the return of our own. We silently made our way ashore, where our group split into 2, one led by the bosun and the other by myself. Upon landing, we heard and saw no sign of the enemy. Subsequently, our 2 squads advanced toward the site of the incident, maintaining a slight distance between us. Initially, the darkness obscured all visibility until, after a while, the bosun leading the first group stumbled over a corpse. They paused momentarily, given that it was reasonable to deduce this was once a gathering place for the East Indians. They awaited my arrival. We resolved to halt our advance, for the moon would rise within the hour, and once it did, we would be better equipped to assess the damage we had inflicted upon them. We counted a total of 32 bodies on the ground, 2 of which were still clinging to life. Some were missing limbs, while others had suffered decapitation. We speculated that the wounded had been removed by others. I deemed our understanding of the situation sufficient and ordered a return to the ship. However, the bosun and his men conveyed their determination to venture to the indigenous village, expressing their belief that they might encounter those scoundrels residing there. They implored me to accompany them, convinced that finding the natives would render the journey worthwhile. Furthermore, the unfortunate missing person, Tom Jeffrey, was likely to be found there. Had their request been merely to seek my counsel, I would have unhesitatingly commanded them to return to the ship. I am acutely aware of the responsibility we bear for both the grand vessel and its cargo. Moreover, we must continue our voyage, which inevitably involves these individuals. Thus, it is not worth incurring such risks. Nevertheless, they dispatched someone merely to inform me that their decision had been made, requesting that I accompany them along with my crew. I resolutely declined this demand. At that moment, I was seated on the ground, but I promptly rose, prepared to approach the skiff. Initially, one or two individuals attempted to persuade me to join them. Upon my refusal, they expressed their grievances, insisting that my intervention was unwarranted and that they were determined to proceed. "Hey, Jack," one exclaimed, "will you come with me?" "I'm going regardless." Jack echoed the sentiment, and soon another joined in. Ultimately, apart from one individual who heeded my counsel, the rest chose to depart, leaving only a young man on the other skiff. Thus, the three of us, myself, the guard, and the one who stayed behind, returned to the skiff. I lamented their apparent madness, asserting that we would wait for them on the skiff, and should any return, we would welcome them aboard. I harbored a silent suspicion that the fate of most would mirror that of Tom Jeffrey. They could not escape the habits of sailors. Before their departure, they assured me that they would return safely, claiming they would exercise great caution. As they prepared to leave, I implored them to consider our vessel and the voyage ahead, reminding them that their lives did not solely belong to themselves. To a certain extent, they bore the responsibility of ensuring the success of this journey. Should anything befall them, our ship might find itself in dire straits due to their absence, and they would have no one to answer to, neither God nor others. However, my words fell on deaf ears. They seemed bewitched by an urgent desire to depart, merely soothing my concerns with reassurances, insisting they would return within an hour at most. According to their accounts, the indigenous settlement was a mere half-mile away, despite the fact that they had already traversed over 2 miles before reaching it. Well, they all set off, their actions bordering on madness, as if they were courting death. Yet, to be fair, they approached this endeavor with both audacity and caution. Some carried short swords typically wielded by sailors, others brandished machetes, while the boatswain and 2 others bore long-handled battle axes. In addition, they possessed 13 hand grenades, among the nefarious individuals of the world. They were undoubtedly the boldest and best armed. Their initial intent was nothing more than to plunder, fueled by the hope of discovering gold. However, an unexpected event ignited their thirst for vengeance, transforming them into fearsome avengers. They had scarcely walked half a mile when they arrived before several indigenous dwellings. In stark contrast to the town they had envisioned at the outset, they were met with profound disappointment, for there were merely a dozen or so houses. Yet, they remained oblivious to the town's whereabouts and its true expanse. They deliberated on their next course of action for quite some time, but to no avail. Should they decide to assault the inhabitants of these abodes, they would need to sever their throats entirely. Yet it was likely that 8 or 9 out of 10 would escape under the cover of the moonlight, for although the moon had risen, the night remained shrouded in darkness. Moreover, should one individual manage to flee, he would awaken the entire settlement, resulting in a formidable opposition. Conversely, if they refrained from disturbing the slumbering populace and chose to depart quietly, they found themselves at a loss as to which path led to the town. After much contemplation, they ultimately resolved not to rouse the sleeping souls and instead sought to navigate towards the town on their own. Not long after, they noticed a cow dangling from a tree, and the notion arose to utilize the cow as their guide. They conjectured that it must belong to the townsfolk. Regardless of whether the town lay ahead or behind, they reasoned that if they could free the cow from the tree and observe its direction, should it wander back, all would be settled. Yet, if it moved forward, they could follow in its wake. Thus, they severed the cord made from bulrushes that bound the cow and set it free, allowing it to lead them towards the town. According to their later accounts, the town comprised over 200 houses of varying sizes, and they discovered that some of these dwellings housed multiple families. Chapter 33, Volume 2, 23, they discovered a profound silence enveloping the town. Its inhabitants had succumbed to a deep slumber, rendering their threat level almost negligible. At that moment, they engaged in deliberation regarding their subsequent actions, ultimately deciding to divide into 3 factions, each igniting fires in different locations within the town. Upon seeing anyone attempt to flee, they would seize the individual and bind them with ropes. The countermeasure for any resistance was, of course, implicit. They would then infiltrate the dwellings to pillage valuables. However, their prudence led them to first conduct a quiet reconnaissance of the town to assess its expanse, thereby determining whether the risk was warranted. After their reconnaissance, they resolved to embrace the peril. Yet, just as they were gearing up for action, the 3 individuals at the forefront alerted the others, stating that they had discovered the corpse of Tom Jeffries. The group gathered at the site, where they beheld the unfortunate soul hanging there, entirely unclothed and suspended by one hand, his throat severed. Nearby stood a native dwelling, within which they discerned around 16 or 17 prominent natives, all of whom had previously engaged in conflict against them, with 2 or 3 bearing wounds from their gunfire. Their group realized that the natives were still awake, conversing within the abode, yet the precise number of individuals inside remained unknown. Behold the pitiable companions who met a tragic demise. Their prior fury ignited once more. They swore vehemently to exact revenge, vowing to show no mercy to the indigenous people who had fallen into their grasp, resolutely determined to eliminate them all. They then prepared to take action, yet despite their seething anger, they remained composed enough to avoid recklessness. Initially, they sought easily ignitable materials. However, after a brief search, they realized it was unnecessary, as most of the structures were low and topped with readily available bulrush and cattail. Thus, what we term as a wildfire was unleashed by their own hands, employing dampened gunpowder cradled in their palms to ignite the flames. In no time at all, the first house, where the occupants had yet to succumb to slumber, along with several other locations in the town, erupted in flames. As the fire blazed forth, it terrified the unfortunate indigenous people, who fled desperately from their abodes. Yet before they could fully comprehend their plight, their lives were extinguished, particularly at the entrance. They were driven back by the assailants outside. The bosun himself wielded a long-handled battle axe, slaying 1 or 2 individuals outright. Given the size of the house and the number of people within, he refrained from a rash assault and instead resorted to hurling a grenade into the crowd inside. It startled the indigenous individuals momentarily, but a deafening explosion followed, tearing them apart, leaving them in a state of anguish and despair, wailing and lamenting their fate. In summary, as long as there were no obstructions before them, the indigenous people within the house, with the exception of a few who dashed to the doorway to escape the calamity, were either killed or severely injured by the grenades. The chief sailor had stationed 2 men at the entrance, who used their bayonets to pierce those who attempted to flee, swiftly extinguishing their lives. However, there remained another room within the house, occupied by a figure resembling a chief or leader. Regardless of his identity, he and the others gathered with him were trapped in the inferno, which soon caused the structure to collapse, burying the unfortunate souls beneath its debris. During this ordeal, they exercised caution, refraining from firing a single shot, as they sought to avoid prematurely alarming the entire town. Otherwise, dealing with the situation would have demanded considerable effort. Yet, the townsfolk were quickly roused by the raging flames, compelling our limited number of personnel to regroup and form several squads. The houses, constructed of highly flammable materials, fueled the ferocity of the fire, which forced the residents to flee into the streets between the rows of houses. In response, our objective was to defend wherever the flames spread, ensuring that no one could escape alive. Once a house caught fire, its occupants were compelled to evacuate, or terrified neighbors fled in panic. Our group always lay in wait at their doorsteps, shouting to avenge Tom Jeffries, while delivering blows to those who rushed outside. Frankly speaking, although I was uncertain of their actions, my heart was filled with unease, particularly as I witnessed the town engulfed in flames. As the events unfolded during the night, the glow of the flames appeared to be in close proximity. My nephew, the captain, was utterly perplexed, unaware of the circumstances that had ensnared me, particularly upon hearing the resounding gunfire, which left his thoughts in disarray and his heart troubled. He was consumed with concern for both myself and the guard, utterly oblivious to our plight. Consequently, driven by an overwhelming sense of worry, he gathered 13 men, despite his inability to dispatch a larger contingent, and set out on another small boat to search for me. His astonishment and joy were palpable upon discovering me and the 2 others safely aboard the skiff. Yet he shared our urgent desire to comprehend the unfolding situation amidst the persistent spread of the flames and the cacophony surrounding us. In truth, it seemed almost fantastical to imagine anyone in the world at that moment who could restrain themselves from seeking answers, unconcerned about the fate of their companions. In short, the captain insisted that regardless of the circumstances, he would extend aid to his men. I found myself opposing his intentions once more, much like my earlier objections to others. I articulated my arguments with fervor, citing the safety of the vessel, the perils we might encounter on our journey, and the multitude of interests at stake for the shareholders and merchants. I suggested that it would be prudent for me to take the 2 individuals with me to observe from a safer distance and then return with a report on the situation. Much like the words of those individuals, my conversation with my nephew proved to be a futile exercise. he was resolute in his decision to embark, asserting that he would prefer to begin with merely 10 or so individuals aboard the vessel, as he had no desire for his subordinates to perish due to their isolation. He declared that, upon weighing the pros and cons, he would rather sacrifice the ship, halt the voyage, and even risk his own life and fortune. After he spoke, he departed. Since I could not dissuade them or prevent their departure, I found myself unable to remain behind. To summarize, the captain commanded that the large ship be anchored securely and instructed 2 rowboats to return for an additional 12 individuals. Upon their arrival, 6 would remain to guard the 2 boats, while the other 6 would accompany us. Thus, only 16 individuals would remain aboard the large vessel, which had a total of 65 crew members, and 2 lives had already been lost in the preceding conflict that precipitated this calamity. We were now racing towards our destination, and it was evident that we moved with such haste that it scarcely felt as though we were traversing the ground, guided by the glow of flames. We had no need to select a path, simply rushing directly towards the source of the fire. If the gunfire earlier had startled us, the cries of the unfortunate souls now evoked an entirely different sensation, sending chills down our spines. I swear, I have never participated in the looting or assault of a city, though I have heard tales of such events. Oliver Cromwell, 1599 to 1658, the leader of the Puritan Revolution in England, assumed the role of Lord Protector of England, Scotland, and Ireland in 1653 after overthrowing the monarchy. Prior to this, in 1649, he launched a brutal assault on the port city of Drogheda with the intent of subjugating Ireland. During this siege, he indiscriminately slaughtered innocents, sparing neither women nor children. Additionally, I have read accounts of Count Tilly, 1559 to 1632, a renowned general from Bavaria, who once wielded significant power in northwestern Germany. In 1631, he besieged the strategic stronghold of Magdeburg on the Elbe River, attempting to prevent the Swedes from entering central Germany, which ultimately resulted in the city being engulfed in flames. Consequently, the Swedes referred to him as the Butcher of Magdeburg, as 22,000 men, women, and children perished. However, prior to this, I had no conception of such atrocities, nor the capacity to depict them or to be stirred by the anguished cries that echoed through the air. Nevertheless, we pressed onward and eventually arrived at the town, only to find it engulfed in flames, rendering the streets impassable. At first glance, what we beheld was a heap of ruins, or perhaps more aptly described as the ashes of houses, for the dwellings had been completely consumed by flames. The flickering light allowed us to discern the bodies lying on the ground before the remnants of the structures, 3 women and 4 men. It was our grim assumption that 1 or 2 more souls may have perished in that inferno. In truth, only those devoid of humanity could perpetrate such a heinous and barbaric act. We found it inconceivable that it could be our people who committed this atrocity. If it were indeed their doing, we believed they deserved a fate of unrelenting torment. Yet, the reality was far more dire. We observed the flames spreading forward, and wherever the fire advanced, anguished cries followed suit, filling us with a disquiet that we could not quell. As we ventured a short distance, we were struck with astonishment. 3 naked women, in a state of terror, were fleeing as if they had sprouted wings. Behind them trailed 16 or 17 indigenous men, equally frantic. Following closely were 3 of our English butchers, who, realizing they could not catch up, began firing into the crowd. We witnessed 1 man fall to the ground, struck by a bullet. Upon seeing us, the fleeing individuals mistook us for their pursuers, as desperate as those behind them, and let out chilling screams, particularly the women, whose wails were haunting. 2 of them were so paralyzed by fear that they collapsed, appearing lifeless on the ground. Witnessing this scene, my heart constricted, and it felt as though my blood had turned to ice within my veins. I was certain that had the 3 British sailors pursuing them appeared before me at that moment, I would have ordered my men to slay them without hesitation. We endeavored to convince those fleeing for their lives that we meant them no harm. They promptly ran toward us, fell to their knees, and raised their hands in a pitiful plea for mercy, while we made it clear that our intentions would not disappoint them. They huddled together, closely trailing behind us, as if this proximity would afford them protection. I gathered my men and instructed them to refrain from inflicting harm, and if possible, to ascertain who among us was bewitched by some malevolent influence, to discern their true intentions, and to command them to depart. At the same time, I reiterated that by dawn, thousands of natives would come to retaliate against them. After leaving them, I ventured into the crowd of fugitives, accompanied by only 2 companions. Their plight was truly heart-wrenching. Some bore severe burns on their feet from fleeing through flames. Others had grievous injuries to their hands. A woman, having fallen into the fire, emerged with her body completely scorched. 2 or 3 men bore scars from blades on their thighs and backs, inflicted by their pursuers. And one man's body had been pierced by a bullet, as I witnessed him take his last breath. I yearned to understand the origin of this calamity, yet I could not comprehend a word of their speech. However, from their gestures, I discerned that even they were engulfed in confusion. I was appalled by such heinous acts. Unable to remain any longer, I retreated to my subordinates. At that moment, I resolved that, regardless of the obstacles, be it fire or something even more formidable, I would venture to the heart of the town at any cost to put an end to this atrocity. Upon returning to my comrades, I shared my firm intention and implored them to accompany me. Just then, 4 of our men approached, led by the boatswain. They strode among the corpses, stained with the blood and dirt of their slaughter, as if still seeking more victims. One of my men bellowed their names, and at last, they recognized our voices and began to advance towards us. Upon seeing us, the boatswain let out a triumphant roar, seemingly reveling in his victory. Perhaps he thought that with his allies arriving, he need not wait for my words. He interjected eagerly, "Captain, noble captain, it is splendid that you have come. Our task is only half complete. These vile, irredeemable scoundrels, we have sworn to spare not a single one of them, regardless of how many hairs poor Tom has left. We shall slay as many of them as the numbers dictate. We will eradicate this tribe and banish them from the earth." He continued his fervent tirade, gesticulating wildly. While we stood unable to interject, in an effort to silence him, I raised my voice, "You barbarous wretch! What folly have you committed? I forbid any of you to lay a hand on a single soul here. Violators shall pay with their lives. I command you to cease this slaughter immediately, stand still, or I shall dispatch you without hesitation." "What troubles you, sir?" he inquired. "Are you aware of your actions? Do you comprehend the deeds they have committed? If you wish to understand our motives, come and behold for yourself." Then he gestured towards the unfortunate soul hanging from the tree, his throat cruelly severed. To be candid, I too felt a surge of agitation. Under different circumstances, I might have acted recklessly. However, I deemed their wrath to be excessive. The words of Jacob regarding his sons Simeon and Levi surged to mind. "Cursed be their anger, for it is fierce, and their wrath, for it is cruel." Genesis 49 verse 7. Moreover, new troubles befell me. As several individuals I led witnessed the same horrific sight. Thus, I was compelled to implore that group to restrain themselves while simultaneously urging my own to do the same. Not only that, but my nephew had also aligned himself with them, raising his voice so that all could hear, expressing his concern solely for his own safety against overwhelming odds, regarding the indigenous people as deserving of death for their heinous crime of slaying that innocent man, believing it only just to treat them as murderers. Upon hearing those words, the 8 individuals under my leadership joyfully dashed away, mingling with the crew to assist in their gruesome endeavors. I realized that my efforts were utterly in vain, and with a heavy heart, I departed, unable to bear witness to the misfortune of those unfortunate souls falling into their grasp, nor could I endure their terrifying screams. Apart from the guard and 2 others, my attempts bore no fruit, so I returned to the lifeboat with these 3 companions. I must confess, retracing my steps back to that solitary vessel was an act fraught with perilous folly, for the dawn was nearing, and the indigenous people in the vicinity had already been alerted. Despite the small settlement consisting of merely a dozen or so houses, there were approximately 40 individuals armed with spears and bows waiting there. Fortunately, by a twist of fate, I inadvertently took a wrong turn and bypassed that location, making my way directly back to the shoreline. By this time, dawn had broken, and I promptly boarded the large skiff to return to the ship, sending it back to the shore once more, just in case, to assist those engaged in the desperate struggle. As I approached the skiff, I noticed that the great fire had nearly been extinguished and the tumult had subsided. However, approximately half an hour after boarding the ship, I heard our men signaling with smoke, simultaneously observing a thick plume rising into the sky. It was only later that I learned it was those aforementioned individuals who remained in that scantily populated area. Our men had attacked them, resulting in the deaths of around 16 or 17, and they set fire to all the houses, fortunately sparing the women and children from harm. Chapter 34. Volume 2, 24. The individuals on the shore, I presume, began to appear gradually as the large boat approached the port. They departed in 2 groups, yet returned scattered and disheveled. At this moment, should a small band of spirited individuals emerge, it is likely they would face utter annihilation. However, The inhabitants of this region have been utterly paralyzed by fear. These indigenous people, having recently suffered an assault from us, are rendered panic-stricken. I am convinced that even if we were to confront 100 of them with merely 5 of our own, they would offer no resistance and would flee in terror. In truth, none among them mounted any semblance of a worthy defense during this harrowing encounter. In the pitch-black night, their terror stems from the fear of the raging fire and the possibility of a sudden attack from our forces, leaving them in a state of utter disarray, unable even to discern their direction. If they attempted to escape westward, they would encounter one group of our men. If they fled eastward, they would be met by another. Thus, they found themselves helplessly battered from east to west. Among our extraordinary company, aside from one individual who suffered a burn and another who twisted an ankle, not a single person was harmed. I felt an intense anger towards the captain's nephew. To be candid, I was irate with everyone, particularly him. On one hand, as the leader of the vessel, he bears the responsibility for the entire voyage, and his actions have led him to abandon his duty. On the other hand, he failed to calm and reassure his brutish, bloodthirsty subordinates, instead exacerbating the situation. My nephew, despite responding with utmost respect, argued that when he beheld the tragic corpse of the sailor, witnessing the cruel manner in which the indigenous people had slain him, he could not restrain his emotions, and a fiery wrath surged within him. He acknowledged that, as the captain of the ship, such behavior was excessive, yet he remained, above all, a human being, governed by human nature, and thus, his inability to contain his fury was entirely natural. As for the others, they were acutely aware that they did not belong to me in any sense, and consequently, they were utterly indifferent to my disapproval. We set sail the following day, and what transpired thereafter remains shrouded in mystery. The accounts of how many individuals they had killed varied among our crew. However, according to their claims, including men, women, and children, at least 150 lives were lost at their hands, and the houses in the town were entirely reduced to ashes. Regarding the unfortunate Tom Jeffrey, a deep wound had severed his throat, nearly decapitating him. Hence, it was meaningless to carry away such a corpse. They merely cut the rope that bound one of his hands, lowering him from the tree that had served as his gallows. Regardless of how our crew boasted about the righteousness of their actions, I consistently opposed their viewpoint, continuously warning them that divine retribution would befall us during this voyage. In my eyes, their collective massacre that night had transformed them into murderers. Although the individual indeed took Tom's life, it was Tom who initially offended him, thereby disrupting the amicable relations between them. The young indigenous woman, innocent and full of hope for an equitable exchange, could never have anticipated the degradation she would suffer. Later, while aboard our vessel, the boatswain fervently defended the violent altercation. He asserted that, despite appearances suggesting we were the first to shatter the peace, the reality was quite the opposite. It was the indigenous people who instigated the conflict the previous night, unjustly attacking us with arrows and threatening the life of one of our companions. Consequently, our retaliation was not only justified but also a necessary means of avenging ourselves. While it is true that the unfortunate Tom had acted indiscreetly towards the young woman, his murder was egregiously excessive, particularly given the cruel methods employed. Thus, he believed that divine sanction was granted for such retribution against a murderer, and those who perpetrate such acts do so without remorse. Some may conclude that this incident should serve as a cautionary tale, urging us not to recklessly engage with idol-worshipping savages upon landing. However, it is only through enduring profound losses that humanity may reflect and gain wisdom. Indeed, the greater the cost paid for experience, the more valuable that experience becomes. We are now bound for the Persian Gulf, subsequently charting a course towards the Coromandel coast, with a brief stop in Surat, as the primary objective of our convoy is the Bay of Bengal. Had he missed his transoceanic trade there, he would have headed straight for China, returning via this coastline. During our passage through the Persian Gulf, we encountered a calamitous disaster. 5 of our party daringly ventured onto the Arabian shore, only to be besieged by the Arabs, who either slaughtered them or enslaved them. The others aboard the dinghy found themselves powerless to rescue them, nearly losing the ability to row away. I seized upon this incident to admonish them, suggesting it was divine retribution for their folly. However, the boatswain retorted with evident discontent, arguing that my reproach was excessive and devoid of scriptural foundation. He cited Luke 13 verse 4, wherein our Savior posits that the victims of the collapsed Tower of Siloam were no more sinful than the inhabitants of Jerusalem. He effectively rendered me speechless. None of the 5 who perished had participated in the Madagascar massacre, an event I have always referred to as such, despite our group's vehement opposition to the term massacre. However, I found myself incessantly lecturing them on this matter, leading to unexpectedly adverse outcomes. On one occasion, the ringleader of that incident, the chief sailor, boldly approached me, reproaching me for my incessant public declarations regarding the affair, condemning my actions as unjust and detrimental to those involved, particularly to his own reputation. He asserted that I was merely a passenger, entirely lacking the authority to command the vessel, and that its navigation was of no concern to me. They were under no obligation to heed my words. Furthermore, he questioned the integrity of my intentions, suggesting that upon our arrival in England, I might seek to settle old scores through underhanded means. Therefore, he insisted that unless I ceased this futile endeavor and refrained from meddling in their affairs, he would choose to abandon the ship, as he believed my presence amongst them would only complicate their voyage. I listened to him patiently, and once he had finished, I responded. I acknowledge that my stance has consistently opposed their egregious actions in Madagascar, and in every situation, I have voiced my thoughts candidly. However, my willingness to confront their reproaches does not diminish my readiness to challenge his. As for his claim that I have no right to issue commands aboard the ship, he is correct. Yet, I do not position myself as the captain. Rather, I unreservedly express my thoughts on matters that concern us both. Nevertheless, regarding my connection to this voyage, I requested that he keep his distance, as I am, after all, one of the principal shareholders of this vessel, having claimed this ownership. I believe I am entitled to express my opinion, and even if I were to exceed the bounds of that entitlement, I owe no explanation to him or anyone else. At that moment, I felt a flicker of anger towards him. He did not respond to me, and I assumed the matter was resolved. Our vessel was anchored off the coast of Bengal, and wishing to explore the local scenery, I accompanied the guard ashore in a small boat. As evening approached, while preparing to return to the ship, a man disembarked from the boat to inform me that I need not trouble myself to board, as he had received orders prohibiting him from taking me back. One can only imagine the shock I felt upon hearing this absurd news. Thus, I inquired as to the source of these orders. He replied that it was the helmsman. Rendered speechless, I instructed him to convey to the helmsman that I would not acknowledge his message. I immediately sought out the guard, recounted the entire incident, and expressed my foreboding that a mutiny would erupt on the ship. I urged him to take a small Indian boat back to the vessel at once to inform the captain of the situation. However, the transmission of this news had become irrelevant, for prior to my conversation with him on the shore, chaos had already ensued aboard the ship. As I had just embarked upon the skiff and departed, the first mate, the gunner, the carpenter, and all the other heads aboard collectively sought out the captain to discuss the matter at hand. The first mate, with palpable indignation, delivered an impassioned discourse, reiterating the sentiments he had previously expressed to me. He then bluntly informed the captain that, since I had amicably disembarked, they were disinclined to resort to force. However, should I remain aboard, they would be compelled to employ coercive measures to extricate me. He emphasized that, as long as they were under his command aboard this vessel, they would unwaveringly execute their duties with loyalty. Yet, if I were unwilling to leave the ship, or if the captain refused to allow my departure, they would abandon ship and cease to follow him in his voyage. It was evident that they had previously conspired on a signal, as he uttered the phrase "all hands." He cast a glance towards the main mast, prompting the sailors gathered there to respond in unison, exclaiming, "All hands! All hands!" My nephew, the captain, possessed a remarkable composure and courage, although he was undeniably taken aback by this turn of events. He maintained his tranquility and informed them that he required time to deliberate on the matter, asserting that he could not reach a decision without first conversing with me. He articulated a compelling rationale, pointing out that their actions were utterly baseless and unjust. Nevertheless, they remained impervious to his reasoning, swearing oaths and shaking hands in front of the captain to demonstrate their resolute intention to disembark unless they received his assurance that I would not be permitted to return aboard. Before him lay a formidable dilemma. Aware of his obligation towards me, yet uncertain of my stance on the matter, he astutely devised a strategy. He informed them that I was a significant shareholder of the vessel, asserting that it would be unjust to expel me from the ship. He remarked that should he treat me in such a manner, he would be akin to the infamous pirate Captain Kidd, who had once instigated a mutiny, abandoning the captain on a desolate isle before sailing away. He cautioned that no matter which ship they boarded, unless they intended never to return to England, they would face dire consequences. He maintained that since I was one of the owners of the ship, it would be untenable to remove me, for he would rather relinquish the vessel and forsake the voyage than engage in actions that would severely harm the interests of the ship's proprietors. Thus, he declared, they were free to act as they wished. Nevertheless, he expressed his willingness and extended an invitation for the first mate to accompany him ashore to confer with me, in hopes of discovering a mutually agreeable compromise. However, they unanimously opposed this suggestion, declaring their unwillingness to engage with me. They insisted that while I could board the ship, they would all disembark. Reluctantly, the captain acquiesced, stating that if that was their collective desire, he would accompany me ashore to discuss matters with him. Shortly after this exchange, the helmsman conveyed a message to me, and soon thereafter, he personally sought me out. I felt a profound joy at the arrival of my nephew. However, I was deeply concerned that they might resort to violence and confine him, subsequently setting sail with the vessel while I remained stripped of all means, abandoned in a distant land, utterly alone. In short, my predicament in such a scenario would be far worse than being solitary on the island. Yet, a slight comfort arose from the fact that they had not entirely lost their humanity when my nephew conveyed their words. Asserting that they vowed to abandon the ship if I boarded, I reassured him that he need not fret on my behalf, for I had no desire to remain ashore. My only wish was for them to send me some necessities and leave behind a sufficient sum to enable me to devise alternative means of returning to England. Upon hearing this, my nephew felt a heaviness in his heart, yet he could only nod in agreement, having no other course of action. Thus, to cut a long story short, upon returning to the ship, he informed them that his uncle had acquiesced to their demands, yielding to their unreasonable requests, but insisted that he retain all of his belongings aboard. Consequently, the matter dissipated after a few hours, with everyone returning to their respective duties. While I began to contemplate my next course of action, I dare say I find myself in a most desolate and remote place, far removed from civilization, as this location is. By maritime reckoning, 9,000 nautical miles farther from England than my homeland. However, conversely, I could traverse land through the majestic Mughal Empire, which reigned over much of India from the early 16th century to the mid-18th century, to reach Surat. From there, I could embark by sea to Basra at the head of the Persian Gulf, and subsequently journey along the caravan routes across the Arabian Desert to Aleppo, a significant city in northwestern Syria, or to Iskenderun, a Turkish port not far from Aleppo. From either of these points, I could then sail to Italy before entering France overland. When one accumulates the distances of these routes, they would at least equal the diameter of the Earth, if not exceed it. Another option awaits me, that is, to patiently await the passage of British vessels that sail from the port of Achin on the northern coast of Sumatra toward Bengal. For such a ship would provide a direct route to England. Yet, given my current circumstances and my lack of affiliation with the East India Company, embarking on such a vessel would prove exceedingly difficult without their permission. Lacking the special consideration of the captains or the company itself, this prospect appears rather dim. As I watched our vessel sail away, leaving me behind, a profound sense of humiliation surged within me. I felt that a person of my standing would never have encountered such treatment unless pirates had seized the ship, abandoning those unwilling to compromise their integrity on the shore. In truth, our situation was nearly analogous to that. At least my nephew had left me with two attendants, more precisely. One was a companion and the other a servant. The former was a clerk to the ship's purser, who, persuaded by my nephew, agreed to accompany me, while the latter was his personal servant. I managed to secure a comfortable abode in the home of an Englishwoman, alongside several merchants, some hailing from France, two from Italy, though it would be more accurate to say they were Jews, and one from England. All resided in that vicinity. My treatment here has been rather pleasant, and I can assert that I have not encountered any unpleasantness at my door. During my 9-month seclusion, I contemplated various courses of action while devising plans for my affairs. I possessed a considerable stock of valuable English goods, as well as a substantial sum of money. My nephew had left me 1,000 pesos and provided a letter of credit to address any urgent needs. With such resources, I could not find myself in a predicament without recourse. I swiftly sold that batch of goods at a favorable price, and in accordance with my initial strategy, I procured a selection of exquisite diamonds locally. Given my circumstances, this acquisition was most opportune, as I could carry all my wealth with me at any moment. Having resided here for an extended period, I have contemplated various means of returning to England, yet none has resonated with my desires. One morning, a British merchant, with whom I have shared close companionship, remarked to me, "My compatriot, I wish to share an idea that I believe to be exceedingly suitable. Perhaps, upon reflection, you may find it equally fitting." Chapter 35, Volume 2, 25. You find yourself here by unforeseen circumstances, while I am here by my own design. Both of us delayed in this land, far from our homeland. However, we possess the capability to engage in trade and commerce, potentially amassing substantial wealth in this country. If we pool together 1,000 pounds, we could promptly charter a vessel of our liking. I shall manage the cargo, and you shall oversee the ship. As partners in trade with China, why do we linger idly in this place? The entire globe is in motion, perpetually revolving. Be it the celestial constellations or the creatures of the earth, all that is divinely created is ceaselessly occupied in its pursuits. Why, then, should we remain inactive? Only the truly gifted may afford to be slothful. Why should we choose to be among them? I found myself in complete agreement with this proposition, particularly as his words struck me as both friendly and discerning. I can only attribute my receptiveness to the notion of trade to my state of unease and disarray at that time. Indeed, in that moment, I was inclined to accept any suggestion, without exception. Although, under different circumstances, I would typically not pursue business endeavors. If it is true that engaging in commerce is not my forte, then it is indeed quite reasonable to assert that I possess a penchant for travel. No matter where it may be in the world, should there be a place I have yet to explore, and if someone suggests I pay a visit, I would never disregard such an invitation, let alone decline it. However, the task of securing a vessel that we both found agreeable proved to be quite laborious. After much effort, we finally secured a ship, only to encounter difficulties in recruiting British sailors. In other words, it was imperative to have a sufficient number of British crew members to play a decisive role throughout our voyage and to maintain control over the local sailors we would gather along the way. After some time, we successfully assembled the first mate, sailors, and the gunner, all of whom were British. In addition, there was a Dutch carpenter and 3 ordinary seamen. With these individuals, supplemented by a motley assortment of Indian sailors, our enterprise was well on its way to fruition. This particular route has been traversed by numerous travelers who have chronicled their observations and experiences. Hence, should I delve into a lengthy discourse about the locales we passed through and the indigenous inhabitants, it would likely bore the audience. I shall leave those accounts to others. For I have discovered that a plethora of British navigational logs and travelogues have already been published, increasing in number day by day, allowing readers to seek them out for their own perusal. I intend merely to recount our voyage to Achin on the island of Sumatra, and from there to Siam, where we exchanged some of our goods for local opium and arak, the latter being a potent spirit derived from coconut sap, rice, honey, and dates. The former commands a high price in China, and at that time, the demand for it there was immense. In summary, we arrived in Saskin after a lengthy voyage. Having spent a prolonged 8 months away before returning to Bengal, I am profoundly satisfied with this experience. I have observed that people in England often harbor an intense envy towards those dispatched by the East India Company to India, as well as the merchants who reside there. For the latter amass substantial fortunes, sometimes bringing back sums as great as 60 or 70,000 pounds in a single return. However, this is hardly surprising, especially when we consider the numerous ports and locales available for unrestricted trade. Everything is well justified. Furthermore, when one contemplates the persistent and substantial demand for products from all other nations at these locations, as well as at other ports frequented by British vessels, it becomes evident that not only is there a stable market awaiting exported goods, but there is also an inevitable outlet for the profits of trade. When this perspective is taken into account, the aforementioned situation seems less remarkable. In conclusion, our voyage proceeded smoothly, and I earned a considerable fortune during this exhilarating trade, gaining invaluable insights that instill confidence in my potential for future earnings. Had I been 20 years younger, I would have been irresistibly drawn to reside here permanently, forsaking the pursuit of wealth in distant lands. Yet, for a man well past his 60s, what significance does this hold? I am already quite affluent, and my primary purpose in traveling abroad was to satiate my restless spirit and explore the world, rather than to seek out great riches. To speak candidly, I believe it is quite reasonable to describe this as an insatiable desire, given the circumstances. While I was still in my homeland, I constantly yearned to venture abroad. Yet, upon my arrival in foreign lands, I found myself restlessly longing to return home. Indeed, what significance does earning a modest sum of money hold for me? I am already quite affluent and do not find it necessary to exert myself in pursuit of greater wealth. Consequently, the impetus driving my actions is not the pursuit of international trade. I have concluded that I have gleaned little from this journey. as I seemed to have returned to my original starting point, akin to taking a stroll only to find myself back home, with my eyes, as Solomon observed, forever unsatisfied by what they behold. Now that I have arrived at this unfamiliar corner of the world, a place I have never visited yet often heard mentioned, I am, of course, resolved to explore it. This endeavor allows me to pride myself on having witnessed the noteworthy sights the world has to offer. However, my traveling companion harbors thoughts quite distinct from mine. I do not express this to bolster my own perspective, for I acknowledge that the purpose of a merchant's life is uniquely multifaceted. His reasoning is exceedingly astute and undeniably correct. As a discerning merchant, when engaging in ventures abroad, he ought to seize every opportunity that promises the greatest financial return and regard it as the optimal choice. My new friend has retained his essence in this regard, content to engage in this back-and-forth trade, akin to a pack horse tirelessly traversing between the same inns, as he puts it, as long as there is profit to be made. On the other hand, I found myself akin to a restless wanderer, perpetually disinclined to revisit the same matter. However, my heart was torn. On one side, I was fervently eager to draw closer to home, yet on the other, I hesitated indecisively about which path to take. During our deliberations, my astute friend, brimming with entrepreneurial ideas, proposed a venture to navigate to the Spice Islands, specifically the Moluccas, the former name for the northeastern Maluku Islands of Indonesia. He suggested we could procure clothes from Manila or its nearby regions. The Dutch trading zone lies there, and some islands are under Spanish control. Yet, our journey did not extend that far. We merely visited other locales still within their tenuous grasp. Unlike their firm dominion in Batavia, formerly known as Jakarta, and Ceylon, now Sri Lanka, the preparation for this voyage did not consume much time, as my involvement alleviated the primary challenges. Ultimately, with nothing pressing to occupy my time, the prospect of engaging in overseas trade seemed exhilarating, and the promise of substantial profit was indeed alluring. Moreover, the potential for joy in such endeavors aligned perfectly with my inclinations, for nothing could be more dreadful to me than idleness and inactivity. Thus, I resolved to embark on this voyage. The journey was remarkably smooth, and our vessel made a brief stop at Borneo, the former name of Kalimantan in Southeast Asia, as well as its several minor islands whose names I have since forgotten. Approximately 5 months later, we returned home. Our primary spices were cloves and nutmeg, which we sold to Persian merchants for transportation back to the Persian Gulf. For every pound we invested, we reaped nearly 5 pounds in return, a truly lucrative endeavor. After we settled our accounts, my friend gave me a slight smile. What do you think? He jested kindly about my propensity for complacency. Isn't this far superior to idling about here? If one remains stationary like a sluggard, one can only passively observe the foolish antics of the heathens, squandering our precious time. Indeed, I replied, my friend, I believe you are correct. I shall henceforth embrace a new faith, the faith in commerce. Allow me to share my future intentions. You may be unaware of my plans. Once I conquer my own inertia and willingly board the ship, I shall, despite my advancing years, endeavor to traverse the world tirelessly, not resting until exhaustion claims me. For I relish the fervent pursuit of my goals, never allowing myself the luxury of idleness. However, let us refrain from dwelling too much on my whimsical musings. Not long thereafter, a Dutch vessel arrived from Batavia. It was a coastal trading ship, rather than one traversing the European routes, with an approximate tonnage of 20. Reports indicated that the sailors aboard had succumbed en masse to illness, leaving the captain without sufficient crew to navigate the ship at sea, thus compelling him to dock in Bengal. It seemed that the captain's pockets were already brimming, or perhaps for other reasons, he was eager to return to Europe, leading him to publicly announce the sale of the ship. When I caught wind of this news, it had yet to reach the ears of my new partner, and I was quite intrigued by the prospect of acquiring the vessel. Consequently, I sought him out and relayed the entire matter to him. He was a person of measured demeanor, taking his time to ponder the situation before remarking, "The ship is slightly larger than desired, but we might as well purchase it." Thus, we proceeded to negotiate the acquisition with the captain, agreeing on a transaction of cash exchange for the ship. After finalizing this arrangement, we resolved to assimilate as many of their crew as possible, intending for them to collaborate with our existing personnel in conducting our business. Yet, unexpectedly, we found none of them to be present. It was later revealed that they had not received their wages, but had merely received a share of the proceeds from the sale of the ship. After much effort, we finally learned that they had collectively journeyed overland to Aligarh, a prominent city in northern India, established in the mid-16th century and having served multiple times as the capital of the Mughal Empire where the renowned Taj Mahal is located, before making their way to Surat and subsequently embarking towards the Persian Gulf. Unfortunately, I lost the sole opportunity to collaborate with them, which left me in a state of profound frustration for an extended period. It seemed to me that traveling in the company of such a group was perfectly aligned with my ambitious plans. On one hand, these individuals endeavored to protect me and alleviate my boredom during the journey, while on the other hand, I was simultaneously broadening my horizons as I made my way home. However, after some time, upon discovering the true identities of these people, my displeasure dissipated. To be succinct, their circumstances were as follows. The individual referred to as the captain was, in fact, a gunner, not the master of the ship. During a commercial voyage, they were ambushed on shore by a band of Malays, resulting in the death of the captain and 3 of his crew. After the captain was slain, the remaining individuals conspired to commandeer the vessel, ultimately abandoning the first mate and 5 others on the shore, steering the ship to Bengal with their group of 11. Well, we had always assumed that the ship was legitimately acquired and had failed to investigate how they came into possession of it. In truth, probing into the ship's origins was a crucial inquiry that we neglected. Frankly, we never posed any questions to those sailors, and had we done so, they would likely have stammered, contradicted each other, and potentially revealed inconsistencies that would arouse our suspicions. Instead, we merely glanced at a bill of sale they provided, which indicated that the vessel had been sold to an individual named Emmanuel Crosjown, or perhaps a name of a similar nature. For I suspect this name to be fabricated. One may claim any title they desire, yet we find ourselves without grounds for dispute. Moreover, we harbored no suspicions regarding the entire affair, and thus the transaction proceeded smoothly. Following this event, we employed several Dutch sailors and a few English seamen, resolving to embark once more towards the southeast, specifically to the Philippines and the Moluccas, in pursuit of cloves and other commodities. To avoid an overly tedious narrative, let me be succinct. Prior to notable occurrences, I resided in that country for a total of 6 years. During this period, I traversed various ports, conducting business with remarkable success. At present, it marks the 6th year of my partnership, and the aforementioned vessel has taken us first to Siam to procure rice, subsequently charting a course for China. Throughout this voyage, we encountered protracted headwinds, compelling us to navigate in a zigzag manner through the Strait of Malacca and among several islands. Just as we extricated ourselves from that treacherous maritime region, calamity struck anew, as our ship began to leak. Despite our relentless efforts to identify the source of the breach, we remained at a loss. We were obliged to steer towards the nearest port. My partner, being more acquainted with the local conditions than I, advised the captain to guide the vessel into the estuary of Cambodia. Reluctant to assume the role of captain myself, I appointed the former first mate, Mr. Thompson, to take command. The Cambodia River lies to the north of the vast Gulf of Thailand. During our stay here, we often disembarked to explore the surroundings. One day, an Englishman approached me. He was the second gunner on a vessel belonging to the British East India Company, which was anchored in a river near the Cambodian city. Uncertain of his purpose, he addressed me in English, stating, "Sir, although we are strangers to one another, I must inform you of an event that closely pertains to you." I gazed at him for a considerable time, convinced I might have known him, yet realizing we had never met. I replied, "If this matter bears significance to me, but is of no concern to you, what compels you to share it?" "The answer is simple," he responded. "You are in grave danger, yet you remain blissfully unaware." I chuckled, dismissing his claim. "I hardly believe we are in any peril. If there is a threat, it is merely a leak we have yet to locate. However, I intend to run the ship aground tomorrow to conduct a thorough inspection and identify the source of the leak." "Sir," he interjected, "regardless of whether there is a leak or not, and irrespective of whether you can find it, you must heed the words I am about to impart. They will illuminate your understanding, preventing you from foolishly grounding your vessel tomorrow. Tell me, are you aware that approximately 45 miles upstream along this river lies the city of Cambodia? Have you been informed that there are 2 British ships and 3 Dutch vessels navigating upstream about 15 miles from here?" "Well," I inquired, perplexed, "what relevance does that have to me?" "Sir," he remarked, "is it not customary for someone engaged in such perilous ventures to inquire beforehand about the vessels that grace the harbor? Can you contend with those ships? I surmise you do not perceive yourself as their rival, do you?" On one hand, I find his words intriguing. On the other, I am utterly bewildered, as I fail to grasp his meaning. Thus, I boldly inquired, "Sir, I would appreciate it if you could elucidate your statement." I cannot fathom why I should fear the ships of the East India Company or those of the Dutch. I am not lacking in licenses. What grounds do they have to reproach me? He seemed to be torn between amusement and irritation, smiling yet remaining silent for the moment. Very well, sir, he continued. If you believe yourself to be entirely safe, it is solely due to your fortune. I lament that your fate has rendered you impervious to sound counsel. However, I can assure you that if you do not set sail at once, the next tide will bring 5 heavily laden boats to assail you. And should you fall into their hands, you may find yourself condemned as a pirate, with any inquiries regarding your fate arising only after your execution. Sir, he added, I had anticipated that, having delivered such significant intelligence, I would receive far better treatment than I currently do. As long as assistance has been rendered to me or efforts made on my behalf, regardless of who it may be, I declare that I have never harbored ill will in return. However, I find myself perplexed as to their motives for plotting against me. Nevertheless, since you assert that time is of the essence and there exists a malicious scheme directed towards me, I shall promptly return to the ship. Provided my crew can seal any breaches, we shall set sail without delay. Should they be unable to do so, as long as the vessel remains buoyant, we shall embark without hesitation. Yet, I implore you, sir, I am still wholly ignorant of the unfolding events. Is it truly acceptable for me to depart in such ignorance? Am I not entitled to a clearer understanding? All I can disclose to you is but the tip of the iceberg, sir, he replied. However, I am accompanied by a Dutch sailor who I believe I can persuade to share the additional facets of this matter with you, though time is pressing and we are short on it. To condense the narrative, the situation is thus. I assume you are fully aware of the initial part of the tale. You arrived on this vessel in Sumatra. Subsequently, the Malays there murdered your captain, along with 3 of his crew members. Consequently, either you or some of those aboard took to the seas and became pirates. This encapsulates the essence of the matter. And I can assure you that you will all be apprehended as pirates and executed without difficulty, for you are aware that once captured, no laws apply to those seized from merchant vessels. At last, I have comprehended your words, I remarked with heartfelt gratitude, although, to my knowledge, we have not engaged in any nefarious dealings, and I can boldly assert that this vessel was acquired through entirely legitimate means. Nevertheless, since you suggest that a conspiracy is afoot and seem to express genuine concern, I shall heed your advice. No, sir, he replied, do not speak of mere caution. The best way to safeguard oneself is to distance oneself from danger. If you value your own life, even slightly, and care for the lives of those under your command, you must set sail as the tide rises. As you will experience the full cycle of ebb and flow, you will have already made a considerable distance before they arrive. They must wait for the tide to rise before they can embark, and with a journey of 20 miles ahead, you will have a head start of nearly 2 hours, even without accounting for that distance. Furthermore, they are not aboard a large ship, but rather a small one, and they will not dare to venture out to sea recklessly, particularly in stormy weather, to pursue you. Very well, I replied, you have been of immense assistance to us in this matter. How may I repay you? Sir, he responded, perhaps you are reluctant to offer me any reward, as you still harbor doubts about the veracity of my words. Allow me to propose a strategy. I embarked on a British vessel, yet I have not received my wages for over a year, while my Dutch companions have similarly been deprived of their pay for 7 months. Should you disburse our salaries, we would gladly accompany you. However, if you deem our plight inconsequential, our entreaties would bear no fruit. Yet, if you believe that our words may have salvaged your lives, preserved this ship, and safeguarded the lives of everyone aboard, then we defer to your judgment. I readily acquiesced to his request and promptly set sail with him and his spouse. As I approached the ship's rail, my partner, who remained aboard, ascended from the upper deck, radiantly calling out to me, we have sealed the breach. We have sealed the breach. Is that true? I inquired. Thank heavens. Let us weigh anchor at once. Weigh anchor? He retorted. What do you mean? What has transpired? Do not question me now, I urged. Everyone is already at work. We must weigh anchor immediately. Not a moment can be squandered. Though he was taken aback, he went to summon the captain, who then ordered the anchor raised. Although the tide had yet to recede, a gentle breeze wafted in from the shore, and thus our vessel set sail into the open sea. I then summoned my partner into the cabin and recounted the entire saga. Shortly thereafter, we called upon the 2 individuals to relay the remainder of the tale. Before they could finish, a sailor approached the cabin door, loudly announcing that the captain had sent him to inform us that we were being pursued. Pursued? I inquired, who was pursuing us? 5 single-masted vessels, not particularly large, were spotted, and the man replied, "They are brimming with people." "Very well," I remarked, "it is evident that there must be a reason behind this." Subsequently, I commanded the assembly of our entire crew, informing them that there are individuals intent on regarding us as pirates and seizing this ship. I asked if they were willing to unite in our endeavor to stand firm together. Each person eagerly responded, expressing their willingness to share both life and death with us in facing adversity. I then consulted the captain, seeking his counsel on how we ought to engage in combat should the need arise. For I had resolutely decided to resist and to see that resistance through to the end. He promptly replied that the best course of action would be to bombard them with our cannons to prevent them from drawing near. Should that fail, we would resort to small arms fire to deter them from boarding our vessel. If both strategies proved ineffective, we would retreat to the deck, which would provide us both an advantageous position for firing and adequate cover. Perhaps they would be incapable of breaching our hull, thus unable to launch an assault against us. Meanwhile, the gunners received orders to retrieve 2 cannons from the hold, positioning them at the bow and stern of the ship, while clearing the deck and loading the cannons with whatever ammunition and scrap metal were at hand. We diligently prepared for battle, our ship sailing steadily into the open sea, propelled by a favorable wind, while the 5 large boats, sails fully unfurled, relentlessly pursued us. Among the vessels present, 2 ships surged ahead, identifiable through our telescope as British. They were a mere 6 nautical miles from the other 3 ships, poised to overtake us in no time. Sensing this imminent pursuit, we discharged a blank shot as a signal for them to desist from their relentless chase. Concurrently, we raised a white flag, indicating our willingness to negotiate. However, they remained obstinate, advancing at full speed and entering our firing range. Not receiving any response, we lowered the white flag and hoisted the red flag, subsequently firing a shot at them. Despite our actions, they continued their relentless pursuit, drawing ever closer until we could hear their shouts through the speaking trumpet. We brandished the trumpet, warning them not to approach too closely, lest we be compelled to act decisively. Yet, the situation remained unchanged. They pressed forward, attempting to maneuver beneath our stern in a bid to board from the rear. Witnessing their audacity, bolstered by the belief in reinforcements, I commanded the ship to halt, aligning our broadside against them. We then unleashed 5 cannon shots, one of which struck the stern of the trailing vessel, severely damaging it and forcing them to lower their sails, with all crew members clustering at the bow to prevent sinking. The severely wounded ship came to a standstill, however. The leading vessel persisted in its aggressive pursuit. Given this scenario, we prepared to take aim at it, readying ourselves to fire once more. As the situation unfolded, among the 3 vessels trailing behind, one outpaced the other 2 and approached to assist the stranded ship. We could still observe the crew of that ship being rescued by those aboard the approaching vessel. We once again called out to the ship nearest to us, proposing a truce and negotiations to comprehend their demands. However, it disregarded our overtures and continued to close in on our stern. Our gunners, quick-witted, seized the opportunity and unleashed 2 stern cannons upon them, yet failed to make contact. The crew aboard the vessel waved their hats and shouted as they advanced. Our gunners readied themselves once more and fired again. Although one shot did not strike the ship, it landed amidst the crowd, inflicting substantial losses upon them. We paid little heed to their plight and turned our vessel around, presenting our stern to them once more, and unleashed 3 additional cannon shots. The ship appeared on the verge of destruction, particularly its rudder and a portion of the stern, which had been shattered. Consequently, they hastily lowered their sails, and chaos ensued on board. However, fortune turned against them as our gunners fired 2 more shots, and we soon observed that their ship was gradually sinking. Though we remained unaware of the precise location of the damage, with some individuals already submerged in the water. Upon witnessing this dire situation, I promptly dispatched a team to board our longboat, which we had carried with us, instructing them to rescue as many individuals as possible and prevent them from drowning. Noticing that the other vessels had also begun to pursue, I further directed them to bring any rescued souls back to the larger ship immediately. The individuals aboard our large boat diligently followed orders and rescued 3 souls, one of whom was nearly drowned, and we spent considerable time reviving him. As soon as they boarded our vessel, we promptly unfurled the sails and set off at full speed towards the open sea. Simultaneously, we observed that the 3 vessels chasing us had drawn closer to the 2 ahead and finally ceased their pursuit. Thus, we evaded the perilous situation. Although I remained oblivious to the origins of this danger, it appeared far more formidable than we had anticipated. Resolute in my decision, I altered our course to conceal our intended direction, steering towards the southeast, completely avoiding the routes of all European ships, regardless of whether they were bound for China or engaged in trade with other European nations. Once at sea, we began to confer with the two sailors, inquiring about the events that had transpired. The Dutchman immediately enlightened us, revealing that the individual who claimed to have sold us the ship was merely a scoundrel fleeing with it. He also divulged the name of the captain, though regrettably, I cannot recall it now, explaining that he and his 3 crew members had been treacherously betrayed and met their demise on the coast of Malacca by the local indigenous people. This Dutchman and 4 others had fled into the woods, wandering for quite some time, until, by the grace of God, he narrowly escaped. Swimming to a Dutch ship sailing along the shore, which had departed from China and had sent a small boat ashore to replenish fresh water. However, he dared not approach the area near the shore and had to enter the water at a distance under the cover of night, swimming for a considerable time before being rescued by the crew of the small boat. He then recounted his journey to Batavia, where he encountered 2 sailors who had originally been aboard the stolen vessel. They had seized the opportunity to escape while the ship's owner was preoccupied. According to their account, a band of pirates had already acquired the commandeered ship in Bengal, subsequently setting sail to seek new prey. They had successfully plundered 2 Dutch ships laden with precious cargo and 1 British vessel. Although we were aware that the subsequent events were fabrications, we felt an immediate connection to the narrative. My partner articulated a profound truth. Given that these individuals harbored a preconceived animosity towards us and held a distinct advantage, should they capture us, our words would fall on deaf ears, and there would be no hope for leniency from them. Particularly alarming was the fact that the very individuals accusing us would be the ones presiding over our trial. The outcome they delivered would likely be one of ire and uncontrollable reaction, leaving little room for any alternative hope. Thus, my partner proposed that we refrain from making any further stops at ports along our journey and instead proceed directly to Bengal. Only by reaching that destination could we substantiate our whereabouts when the ship arrived in Bengal and clarify from whom we had acquired it. Moreover, and of utmost importance, should it become necessary to present our case before a judge, we would prefer not to be condemned before being hanged. We sought the assurance of a fair judgment. For a time, I held no objections to the opinions of my partner. However, upon thorough contemplation, I confided my perspective to him. I deemed the actions of Bangladesh to be exceedingly perilous for us. Engaging in such a course would necessitate navigating the entirety of the Strait of Malacca. Should they issue a warning beforehand? The Dutch in Batavia and the British elsewhere would undoubtedly intercept us at various points. If they were to capture us, akin to apprehending us in flight, it would amount to a self-incrimination, rendering any need for evidence moot, and our lives would be forfeit. I also sought the counsel of the British sailor, who concurred with my assessment and believed that our capture was inevitable. The gravity of this danger astounded my partner and the entire crew, prompting an immediate decision to head towards Tokyo Bay, historically known as the Gulf of Tonkin, situated between the Lijeou Peninsula, Hainan Island, Guangxi, and Vietnam. We resolved to navigate along that coastline towards China, pursuing our business plans while simultaneously endeavoring to sell the vessel, and if circumstances permitted, to acquire a local ship for our return journey. This proposal garnered unanimous approval, as it was considered the safest strategy for our predicament. Thus, we altered our course to the northeast, deviating slightly eastward from our usual route, maintaining a distance of at least 150 nautical miles. However, this course of action has ensnared us in a predicament. The foremost challenge we encounter is that, after deviating a certain distance from the shore, we seem to frequently encounter headwinds. In our own words, the winds perpetually oscillate between the east and northeast, consistently blowing in a singular direction. Consequently, this segment of our journey has proven to be quite time-consuming, and we have not adequately prepared sufficient provisions for such an extended voyage. Compounding our difficulties is an additional peril. The Dutch and British vessels dispatched to pursue us, some of which are navigating this very route, may arrive before us. Even if circumstances differ, they could relay our situation to other ships bound for China, which could likewise pursue us with fervor. To speak candidly, I am currently engulfed in profound concern, inevitably recalling the most perilous situations I have encountered throughout my protracted existence. Recently, my experience of evading the pursuit of a formidable vessel is included among these memories. Throughout my life, I have never been pursued as a pirate. Regardless of the treacherous circumstances I have faced, I can solemnly attest that I have never engaged in any conduct that could justly render me infamous or fraudulent, let alone be labeled a pirate. Until now, my greatest adversary has primarily been myself, or more precisely, I have not been an enemy to anyone aside from my own being. Yet, I now find myself in a precarious situation, perhaps the most abject of all conceivable misfortunes. Despite my absolute innocence, my circumstances compel me to appear indefensible. Should I be apprehended, the charges levied against me would be utterly abhorrent, at least, in the eyes of those whom I cannot evade. Chapter 37, Volume 2. I am compelled by my circumstances to flee in haste, yet I am filled with trepidation, uncertain of where to escape, or to which port I should direct my course. My partner, initially burdened with worry, now approaches me, seeing my dejected demeanor, and endeavors to bolster my spirits. He describes several ports along the coastline, expressing his intention to journey to Jiaoji, referring to the southern region of present-day Vietnam. Near the delta of the Mekong River, to the north and northwest lies Cambodia, while to the northeast is Annam or the coastal area of Tonkin Bay, with plans to subsequently travel to Macau, from whence he aims to proceed to China. Portugal once occupied the city of Macau, and to this day, numerous European families, particularly missionaries, reside there. Thus, we resolved to journey to this locale, after enduring unimaginable fatigue and a voyage fraught with scarcity of water and provisions. We finally beheld the coastline one serene morning. Considering our prior experiences and the imminent dangers we would face if we could not escape, we decided to navigate into a sufficiently deep river. From there, we could either disembark or dispatch a larger boat to ascertain the vessels present in the nearby harbor. Thank heavens, this strategy proved to be our salvation, although we did not sight a single European ship in Tokyo Bay at the time. 2 Dutch ships entered the bay the following morning. Despite the third vessel displaying no flags, we remained convinced it was Dutch, as it sailed towards the Chinese coast approximately 6 nautical miles away. By afternoon, 2 British ships traversed the same route. Under these circumstances, a sense of being besieged by foes enveloped each of us. We found ourselves in a wild and untamed land, where thievery was rampant, and many engaged in it as a profession. Although we sought little from them beyond replenishing our supplies, we struggled greatly to protect ourselves from their incessant harassment and assaults. We lingered by a small river, situated less than a few miles from the northern boundary of this country. We embarked on a small vessel, navigating northeastward along the riverbank, eventually arriving at a secluded spot adjacent to the vast expanse of Tokyo Bay. As we struggled upstream against the current, we found ourselves surrounded by adversaries. Those who ensnared us were the most savage among the coastal inhabitants. Unlike any other people, they engaged in trade solely in fish, oil, and similar rudimentary products. Yet their barbarity was particularly striking, ranking them among the most notorious of all residents. Among their myriad eccentric customs was a notable practice. Should any vessel encounter misfortune upon their shores, regardless of its origin, its crew would be immediately seized and enslaved. We subsequently experienced an incident that vividly illustrated their magnanimity. Allow me to elaborate. As previously mentioned, our ship had been taking on water at sea, and despite our efforts, we could not discern the source of the leak. I also noted that fortune smiled upon us when, as we neared the northern shores of Tara Bay, our vessel unexpectedly ceased to leak, just as we were about to be intercepted by Dutch and British ships. However, having discovered that our vessel was not as watertight as we had hoped, we resolved to seek an opportunity to bring the ship ashore, unload its burdens, and inspect the hull in an effort to identify the source of the leak. Consequently, we alleviated the burden aboard the vessel, transferring all cannons and other movable items to one side, attempting to tilt it in that direction to facilitate repairs. However, upon further reflection, we reconsidered our intention to haul the ship ashore, as we found no suitable location for such an endeavor. The local inhabitants, witnessing this unprecedented spectacle, curiously approached the shore to observe us. Upon seeing a ship leaning precariously to one side, aground on the bank, and noting the absence of our crew, who were either engaged in mending the hull from small boats or laboring on makeshift scaffolding, the indigenous people presumed that this was merely an abandoned vessel, now stranded on land. Clinging to this notion, they amassed a considerable gathering, boarding 11 or 12 large skiffs, each carrying either 8 or 10 individuals. After 2 or 3 hours, they congregated near our ship, evidently intent on boarding to plunder. Should they discover us aboard, they might take us captive to present to their sovereign, of whom we were entirely ignorant, not even knowing his title. As they approached our ship, they paddled around it, observing our diligent efforts on the outer sides of the hull and the ship's bottom, some applying fresh coats of paint, others engaged in cleaning, and still others sealing leaks, all tasks that are indeed the forte of every seasoned mariner. They paused for a moment, gazing at us, while we stood in astonishment, unable to decipher their true intentions. However, to err on the side of caution, we allowed some individuals to seize the opportunity to enter the cabin, while others passed weapons and ammunition to those laboring, preparing for potential self-defense. Yet, the necessity of such measures soon became apparent. After a brief discussion, they seemingly reached a consensus, confirming that this was indeed a ship in distress, while we, in our earnest efforts, sought to resurrect the vessel. Otherwise, our only option would be to escape in our small boat. They misinterpreted our actions of passing weapons into the skiff as a desperate attempt to salvage the cargo. Consequently, they deemed it only natural and justified that we belonged to them, and then, as if in formation, they charged towards us. Observing the overwhelming numbers of our adversaries, our crew was gripped by fear, recognizing that our circumstances were unfavorable for combat. They erupted in shouts, seeking direction from their superiors. I hastily called to those working on the scaffolding, urging them to descend quickly and climb aboard, while simultaneously commanding those in the skiff to row around swiftly and board the larger vessel. Meanwhile, the few remaining on board exerted all efforts to stabilize the ship's position. Yet, neither those in the skiff nor those on the scaffolding could heed my orders in the face of the advancing attackers. Now, the two boats of the adversary had drawn alongside our large craft, and our people were beginning to be captured. The British sailor was the first to be captured. He was robust and powerful, wielding a gun yet refraining from firing it, instead placing it onto the boat. At that moment, I thought him to be a complete fool. However, he was far more aware of his intentions than I was. There was no need for my idle chatter to instruct him. I observed him grasp the heathen by the ear, and with a slight exertion, he transferred him from their skiff to our larger vessel. Gripping both of his ears, he forcefully slammed the man's head against the rail of the ship, and thus, the fellow met his demise. Simultaneously, the Dutchman beside him seized the musket and swung the stock around indiscriminately, sending 5 would-be boarders tumbling into the sea. Yet, the 3 or 4 men did not retreat in fear from this display. Instead, emboldened, they began to leap onto our vessel. Although we had only 5 men remaining aboard, an ensuing episode brought us uproarious laughter and led to our resounding victory. Our carpenter sealed the gaps with hemp fiber, preparing to fill the cracks with hot pitch and apply a coat on the exterior of the vessel. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the grand ship hoisted 2 large cauldrons onto the smaller boat, one brimming with animal fat, natural resin, and oils, and the other filled with boiling pitch, essential materials for the carpenter's trade. An assistant, wielding a large iron ladle, stood ready to serve this scalding concoction to the workers as needed, stationed at the stern of the small boat. At that moment, 2 unfortunate souls approached, and without hesitation, he doused them with a ladleful of the searing mixture. The half-clad wretches immediately erupted in anguished cries, akin to the bellowing of cattle, unable to withstand the torment. They leaped into the sea. The carpenter, witnessing the spectacle, joyfully exclaimed, "Well done, Jack. Give them another dose." He then advanced a few steps, dipped a mop into the cauldron of pitch, and, alongside his assistant, proceeded to rain the hot tar upon the heads of the hapless individuals. Not a single one aboard the 3 boats escaped unscathed. All emerged singed and disheveled, uttering shrieks of despair that I had never before encountered. It is noteworthy that while all humans instinctively vocalize in response to pain, each culture's outcry possesses its distinct character, much like the variations in language. Their cries were as unique as their tongues. I find myself unable to bestow upon the cries emitted by these creatures a more fitting and precise appellation, resorting instead to the term howl. Among all the sounds I have encountered, theirs is most deserving of the title that best resembles the cacophony of a grain crowd. As previously mentioned, I had the fortune of hearing such wolf howls in the forests bordering Languedoc, an ancient province in the southern part of France. In my lifetime, I have found the greatest satisfaction in this victory, for it signifies an unimaginable triumph in the face of imminent danger. Remarkably, we achieved this conquest almost without shedding blood, with the singular exception of a life taken by our bare hands in England. This incident weighs heavily on my conscience, even in self-defense. I am deeply pained by the thought of taking the life of a wretched individual from a still uncivilized realm. I am acutely aware that they have always deemed such actions justifiable, their understanding limited to this perspective. Our actions, though born of necessity, for in nature, there exists no evil without cause, may indeed be justified. However, if we perpetually preserve ourselves at the expense of our kind, I cannot help but regard such individuals as profoundly tragic. To speak candidly, I continue to harbor this sentiment, even now. I would rather endure great suffering than inflict harm upon those who wrong me, regardless of their heinous nature. I remain steadfast in my belief that any reasonable person, upon serious contemplation of this matter and recognizing the value of life, would not oppose my views. Nevertheless, I shall return to the matter at hand. During the aforementioned events, my partner and I adeptly commanded the crew aboard the great vessel, successfully restoring the ship's position to a semblance of normalcy. Subsequently, the gunners reinstalled all the cannons in their original positions, and I issued the command for our large boat to retreat from the central area. As he intended to fire upon the indigenous people, I called out to the gunner, instructing him not to fire, for the carpenter was more than capable of resolving the matter without his intervention. Simultaneously, I commanded him to boil another pot of tar. While it was initially the cook aboard the ship who diligently attended to his duties, we thwarted the enemy's initial assault, leaving them utterly demoralized and too frightened to mount a second attack. A few of their men lingered at a distance, observing as our grand vessel steadily regained its balance upon the water's surface. It seemed they had come to recognize their folly, realizing the predicament was far more intricate than they had anticipated, and ultimately resigned themselves to abandoning this reckless endeavor. Thus, this farcical skirmish came to a close. After procuring some rice, tubers, and bread, in addition to the 16 pigs we had loaded onto the ship 2 days prior, we resolved to depart from this place. Regardless of what transpired, we would proceed without hesitation, for we had no doubt that the following day would bring a greater number of adversaries encircling us, and they would not be so easily deterred by our pot of tar. That evening, we gathered all our belongings onto the ship, and by the following morning, we were fully prepared to set sail. We anchored at a safe distance from the shore, ensuring that should any enemies appear, we could swiftly embark or engage in combat without concern. The next day, having completed all necessary tasks aboard, we discovered our vessel was entirely seaworthy, not leaking a single drop, and thus we set sail. We initially intended to navigate into Tokyo Bay to gather information regarding the Dutch vessel that had previously arrived there. However, we refrained from doing so, having recently observed several ships traversing our path. Consequently, we altered our course towards the northeast, setting sail for Taiwan Island. Much like a Dutch or British merchant ship in the Mediterranean, wary of being spotted by Algerian warships, we too were apprehensive of being discovered by European vessels. Thus, we directed ourselves northeastward, as if we were bound for Manila or the Philippine archipelago. Our purpose in this was to evade any encounters with European ships. Subsequently, we sailed northward and reached a point at latitude 22 degrees 30 minutes, from where we proceeded directly to Taiwan Island, dropping anchor to replenish our fresh water and provisions. The local populace proved to be exceedingly courteous and eager to provide us with these necessities, conducting transactions fairly and delivering goods punctually. This level of civility was an experience we had not encountered among other communities. It could be attributed to the influence of Dutch Protestants who had previously evangelized in the area, reflecting the enduring legacy of Christianity. On the other hand, this situation reaffirms a sentiment I often express. In places where Christianity has been embraced, the inhabitants tend to become more civilized and the customs of the region improve, regardless of the actual salvific impact of the doctrine on their lives. We set sail towards the north, maintaining a considerable distance from the Chinese coastline, until we were confident that we had traversed all the bustling ports frequented by European vessels. Determined to avoid falling into the hands of our adversaries in this land, we recognized that any misfortune here would spell our doom. Now, having reached the latitude of 30 degrees north, we resolved to enter the first commercial port we encountered without hesitation. As we approached the shore, a small boat, which had traveled 6 nautical miles, came alongside our vessel. The Portuguese pilot aboard, recognizing us as a European ship, approached to offer his navigation services, which we gladly accepted, inviting him aboard. Without inquiring about our destination, he abandoned his small craft and sent it back. At this juncture, I believed we had a wealth of options available, and I requested the old man to guide us to the northernmost part of the Chinese coast, specifically Nanjing Bay. He assured us that he was well acquainted with Nanjing Bay but smiled while inquiring about our purpose for going there. I explained that we intended to sell our cargo and subsequently procure Chinese porcelain, raw silk, tea, white cotton cloth, silk fabrics, and the like. before retracing our route. He advised us to head to Macau, deeming it our best choice, where he assured us that our opium would fetch a handsome price, allowing us to purchase a variety of Chinese goods, all at prices no higher than those at Nanjing Bay. I observed that the old man spoke with an air of self-importance and obstinacy, rendering it impossible to silence his incessant chatter. Thus, I expressed to him that as merchants, we are not devoid of status or cultivation. We are deeply eager to behold the vast metropolis of Beijing and to witness the illustrious palaces of the Chinese emperor. In response, the old man asserted that Ningbo was the destination we ought to pursue. He described a route that, by navigating an inland river for 15 miles towards the sea, would lead us to the Grand Canal. This navigable waterway meanders through the very heart of the expansive Chinese Empire, connecting all rivers, traversing intricate waterways, and circumventing remarkable hills, ultimately flowing to the northern city of Beijing, spanning nearly 810 miles. However, I countered, dear Portuguese gentlemen, our foremost desire is not this. The paramount question is whether you can indeed guide us northward to Nanjing, from where we can proceed directly to Beijing. He confidently proclaimed his capability to do so, mentioning that a Dutch vessel had recently traveled this very route. This revelation astonished me, for to us, a Dutch ship now seemed no different than a terrifying specter. We would prefer to encounter a demon rather than collide with a Dutch ship. Our sole stipulation was that the demon should not appear too fearsome. We firmly believed that an encounter with a Dutch vessel would spell our doom, for in terms of a contest of strength, we would be no match for them. The Dutch trading vessels in that region boast significant tonnage and carry far more crew than we do. The old man discerned my evident agitation, particularly as my demeanor grew tense at the mention of a Dutch ship. He reassured me, saying, "Sir, there is no need for you to fear the Dutch. I believe your nation is not currently at war with theirs, correct?" To which I replied, "Indeed, you are quite right. But I remain uncertain to what extent they might indulge themselves in areas beyond the reach of their own laws." "Oh," he responded, "you are not a pirate. So why should you be afraid? I assure you, they will not interfere with honest merchants who are simply going about their business." Upon hearing this, I felt a flush of embarrassment wash over me, as if I were afflicted with some inherent circulatory malady preventing my blood from flowing freely. Frankly, his words left me profoundly uncomfortable, and in the gaze of the old man, I could not conceal my distress. His keen insight laid bare my turmoil. "Sir," he continued, "I perceive a sense of disquiet in your demeanor since you heard my words. Please, feel free to pursue the route you believe best. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to assist you." "Well, sir," I replied, "to be honest, I have yet to determine a specific destination, and your mention of pirates only adds to my uncertainty. I sincerely hope this stretch of sea is devoid of such threats. If we were to encounter them, we would surely be no match, for as you have observed, our strength is exceedingly feeble, and we are woefully short on manpower." "Oh, good sir," he remarked, "rest assured. To my knowledge, this maritime region has not witnessed any piracy for the past 15 years. However, I did hear that approximately a month ago, a pirate ship was spotted near Tirolo, but you need not worry, for that vessel is not only of a small tonnage but is also heading southward, making it ill-suited for such nefarious activities. It was not constructed in accordance with the specifications of a privateer. Rather, it is an ordinary merchant ship. The captain and several of his crew were slain by Malays on Sumatra or some nearby isle, after which a band of unscrupulous individuals aboard seized control and fled." "What?" I feigned ignorance, inquiring with astonishment, "They dared to slay the captain?" "No," he replied, "I do not believe they actually killed him. It is merely that, having subsequently absconded with the ship, people generally speculate that they betrayed the captain, allowing the Malays to capture him, leading to his demise. It is quite possible that they colluded with the Malays in this foul deed." "Thus," I said, "they are no different from actual perpetrators of this crime and should be punished by law." "They not only ought to be executed," the old man asserted, "but there is 100% certainty of their execution unless they manage to evade any British or Dutch vessels. It is a consensus that should those scoundrels encounter them or fall into their hands, they shall assuredly receive no mercy." "Yet," I countered, "if you claim that the pirate has departed from this area, how could they possibly encounter him?" "Oh, that statement is utterly correct," he remarked. "But this is how they spoke of it. It was I who informed you that he was at Trinidad, on the Cambodian River, where a few Dutchmen discovered him. These individuals were originally aboard that very vessel, but when the ship made its escape, they were abandoned on the shore. There were also several Dutch merchant ships and American vessels nearby, and they narrowly evaded capture. In truth, he claimed, had the other ships provided substantial support to the two small boats at the front, they would have certainly apprehended him. However, he noted that only two small boats approached, prompting him to alter his course and fire upon them. The other ships could not reach in time, having already damaged two vessels. Thus, he sailed into the open sea, leaving them powerless to pursue and watch him flee. Nonetheless, they provided an incredibly accurate description of that ship, enabling everyone to recognize it. Moreover, they vowed that regardless of where they encountered it, they would not spare the captain or crew, intending to hang them all from the yardarm. What nonsense! I exclaimed in anger. Do they intend to hang others without due process? Will they condemn a man only after his execution? Oh, sir, the old pilot responded. With such scoundrels, there is no need for protocol. Simply bind them back to back and cast them into the water, and it will be a fitting end, entirely of their own making. I understand perfectly well that on my vessel, this old man cannot escape, nor can he inflict harm upon us. Therefore, I spoke to him without any semblance of politeness. Sir, it is precisely for this reason that we wish for you to guide us northward to Nanjing, rather than to Macau or to any port in this country that has been visited by British or Dutch ships. To be frank, those captains of Dutch and British vessels are a reckless, arrogant, and impudent lot. They possess no understanding of true justice and are ignorant of how to act in accordance with divine will and the laws of nature. They delude themselves into believing they wield great power, yet they are utterly incapable of exercising it wisely. Consequently, in their quest to punish pirates, they engage in acts as heinous as those of murderers, and when others find themselves ensnared in wrongful accusations, they take it upon themselves to insult these individuals, imposing charges without the requisite investigation. Perhaps in my lifetime, I may yet demand a satisfactory explanation from some among them regarding such conduct, provided they are still capable of education and come to realize what can rightfully be deemed as justice. They must understand that one cannot treat others as criminals in the absence of evidence indicating their wrongdoing. At this juncture, I no longer concealed from him that my ship is their target. I elaborated on the conflicts between our two small vessels and recounted their cowardly and foolish behavior. I also detailed the entire process by which we acquired this ship. He also informed me of the immense assistance we received from the Dutch. I expressed my conviction that the captain had been slain by the Malays, and I firmly believed that those individuals had fled with the ship, elucidating the reasons for my unwavering certainty. However, the accusation that they were pirates was a mere fabrication, and it was imperative that they should have verified the facts before deciding to launch a sudden attack, compelling us to defend ourselves. I further added that in the course of our rightful defense, several of their number had perished at our hands, and the blood of the deceased ought to be accounted for by those reckless individuals. Upon hearing my heartfelt disclosure, the old man was taken aback. He remarked that our decision to sail north was indeed very wise, and if he had any valuable advice to offer, it would be to sell the ship in China, a task we could accomplish with relative ease, and subsequently procure or construct a new vessel there. He noted, despite the loss of such a fine ship, that it was not beyond possibility to acquire another of commendable quality. Our cargo was ample enough to be transported back to Bengal or to any other destination. I assured him that I would heed his counsel, as long as I could locate a suitable replacement ship or find an appropriate buyer for our current vessel. I would act accordingly, regardless of the port. He replied that if my ship were in Nanjing, it would likely attract eager buyers, and a traditional Chinese sailboat would suffice to fulfill my return objectives. Moreover, he pledged not only to assist me in finding a buyer, but also to help me secure a new one. However, sir, I remarked, since you claim that this vessel can be recognized at a mere glance, if I were to follow your advice, an innocent and honorable individual might find themselves ensnared in a dreadful dispute, perhaps even facing the dire threat of death. For wherever this ship is identified, it will be pointed out as the one implicated in their tales, thereby implicating the associated individuals in criminal acts. Consequently, there exists a significant risk that innocent souls may be apprehended and subjected to fatal consequences. Rest assured, the old man replied, I shall devise a means to avert such calamity. I am well acquainted with the captains you mentioned, and I shall meet with each of them individually as they pass. It is imperative that they comprehend the truth of this matter and recognize the extent of their misjudgments. For although those aboard the vessel may have initially fled, they did not, in truth, transform into pirates. Furthermore, the current owners are not the original escapees. They merely purchased this ship, unaware of its past, driven solely by business considerations. I have reason to believe they will heed my words and will act with greater caution in the future." Then I inquired, "Might you assist me by delivering a letter to them?" "Indeed, I can deliver it," he affirmed, "provided you first compose a letter in your own hand. This will allow me to demonstrate that it originates from your intent, rather than being merely my suggestion." I assured him that I would promptly set to writing. Then I procured paper, pen, and ink, meticulously detailing several instances of large boats attacking our side and elucidating the insidious injustices and purported justifications concealed within such actions. Ultimately, I candidly expressed to the captains and others that their deeds ought to evoke a profound sense of shame in themselves, and that should they ever set foot on British soil during their lifetimes, they would pay a heavy price for their foolish actions, provided that the laws of England had not expired or become obsolete before my return. The old pilot read my writings several times over and repeatedly inquired whether I could assure him that the contents were entirely truthful. I replied that as long as I drew breath, I would not alter this assertion, for I felt certain that I would eventually have the opportunity to strike at their vulnerabilities. However, the old pilot never returned, and thus we lost our chance to have him convey our message. As we conversed about these matters, the ship sailed relentlessly towards Nanjing, and after approximately 13 days at sea, it anchored in the southwestern corner of the expansive Nanjing Bay. There, I fortuitously learned that 2 Dutch vessels had preceded us, and we would inevitably be captured by them. The situation is exceedingly urgent, compelling me to consult my partner, who, like myself, is equally uncertain and longs for safe harbor, regardless of where that may be. However, we are not in such a state of frantic desperation. Rather, we inquired of the seasoned pilot whether there are any rivers or ports nearby where I might discreetly engage in trade with the Chinese, free from the peril of encountering enemies. He informed us that if I were to sail approximately 126 nautical miles southward, I would find a small port named Jinchang, where missionaries from Macau typically disembark while spreading the Christian doctrine to the Chinese. European vessels, by convention, seldom visit this port. He suggested that if I planned to land there, it would be prudent to consider my actions upon arrival. He candidly admitted that it is not a favored destination for merchants, as it only hosts market activities on specific days, during which Japanese traders come to purchase Chinese goods. We unanimously agreed to proceed. I harbored doubts about the name of the port he mentioned, as I had not attentively noted his words. My notebook, which recorded this name along with many others, had been rendered useless after falling into the water. Aside from Jinchang, this book contains numerous other untraceable place names. I shall recount that unfortunate incident later. However, one detail remains vividly etched in my memory: the pronunciation of the port's name, as articulated by the Chinese or Japanese traders with whom we do business, starkly contrasts with that of the Portuguese pilot, who referred to it as Jinchang. Having reached a consensus regarding our destination, we set sail the following day. During our anchorage, we disembarked twice solely to replenish our freshwater supplies, each time warmly welcomed by the locals. They offered an array of goods for sale, including vegetables, root plants, tea, rice, and various poultry, which, albeit delightful, also drained our finances considerably. Due to adverse winds, it took us 5 days to navigate to that port, yet we were immensely satisfied. Upon setting foot on land, my heart brimmed with joy, even gratitude, and I promptly conferred with my partner that, should the opportunity arise to settle ourselves and our cargo by alternative means, imperfect though it may be, we had no desire to board that ill-fated vessel again. I must confess, based on my life experiences, that I deem the most lamentable human condition to be the perpetual state of living in fear. The scriptures aptly state, "The fear of death ensnares one." The original text suggests, "The fear of man brings a snare." Proverbs 29 verse 25. This indeed reflects a life half-lived, utterly subdued by fear, unable to find a path to liberation. Though innate courage and resolve may support individuals in times of other tribulations, they vanish in the face of dread. Fear intensifies various degrees of danger and often leads to wild imaginings. In the future, the English and Dutch captains may close their minds to reason, failing to distinguish between the wicked and the virtuous, unable to differentiate between deceitful fabrications born of ulterior motives and truthful accounts of our entire voyage, experiences, and plans. The former is concocted with specific intent, while the latter faithfully elucidates our journey. Provided that the counterpart is reasonable, we can endeavor to convince them we are not pirates. By merely observing the cargo aboard our vessel, our navigational route, our transparent movements, and our records of entering and leaving various ports, or by simply noting our demeanor, our numbers, and our limited armament alongside our severe food shortages. All of these factors can attest to our innocence. This ship has made its way to Bengal. One need only examine the opium and other goods we carry. It is said that the Dutchman knows the names of everyone aboard, and he will soon discern that our crew comprises individuals from diverse origins, Englishmen, Portuguese, and Indians, with only 2 Dutchmen amongst us. For any captain who might apprehend us, these circumstances, alongside other specific details, clearly indicate our non-pirate status. Chapter 39, Volume 2. However, fear is a blind and utterly futile emotion. It plays a negative role, plunging us into despair while rendering our minds foggy, inundated with countless terrors that may never even materialize. Based on the tangible words recounted to us by individuals, we initially believed that the sailors aboard the British and Dutch vessels, particularly the Dutch, would be seized by a furious wrath upon hearing the term pirate. Moreover, considering that their small craft had been vanquished by us, it was unlikely they would take the time to inquire whether we were indeed pirates. Rather, they would proceed to execute us without hesitation. We surmised that numerous self-evident pieces of evidence lay before them, eliminating the need for further investigation. These evidences were as follows. Firstly, the ship in question must undoubtedly be the same one, as some of their crew had previously served aboard it and were well acquainted with its features. Secondly, we had received word while still on the river in Cambodia that they intended to descend the current to inspect us, and after we had bested their visiting craft, we fled. Thus, they harbored no doubts and were utterly convinced that we were indeed irredeemable pirates, just as we were resolute in our belief that we were not. Furthermore, as I often express in hypothetical scenarios, were I to find myself in their position, I too would likely seize upon these circumstances as evidence and would not hesitate to dismember the entire crew, wholly dismissing any defense they might proffer, without a moment's contemplation. Regardless of the circumstances, we are perpetually consumed by anxiety. My partner and I often find ourselves haunted by dreams of gallows and rigging during our slumber. In other words, we envision being hanged and left to dangle as a spectacle. Our dreams are rife with skirmishes, captures, murder, and being murdered. One fateful night, I dreamt that Dutchmen boarded our vessel, prompting me to strike out with fervor, only to find my blow landing against the bulkhead of our cabin. The force of my punch was so great that it caused significant injury to my hand, leaving it bloodied and fractured, jolting me awake from my nightmare. Another profound fear that gnaws at me is the prospect of capture, which could entail unspeakable torment. The very thought conjures images of Ambon Island, where, in 1623, the Dutch governor, acting on intelligence, arrested suspects he believed were plotting against him with the aid of Japanese mercenaries. Under the duress of torture, these individuals confessed to crimes they had not committed, leading to the execution of 10 Englishmen, 10 Japanese, and 1 Portuguese by court order in February of that year. This grim narrative echoes in my mind, leading me to surmise that the Dutch might wield their power over us with the same cruelty they showed our compatriots, compelling some among us to endure unimaginable torment and falsely confess to crimes we have never committed, or to label us as pirates. In such a scenario, their execution of us would appear both justifiable and noble. Furthermore, the value of our ship and cargo amounts to 4,000 or 5,000 pounds, and their unbridled greed could very well drive them to unscrupulous measures to seize our possessions. My partner and I are incessantly tormented by these thoughts. We do not believe that those captains have the right to act as they do. Should we capitulate to them, becoming their prisoners, only to endure further brutality and execution? They would certainly have to pay the price upon their return home. Yet, this notion does little to soothe my troubled heart. Even if they were to face punishment after inflicting their cruelty upon us, what benefit would we derive from such a scenario? Conversely, if we were to meet our demise first, only for them to be punished thereafter, what joy could we possibly find in that? Here, I cannot help but reflect on the myriad of thoughts I experienced during that tumultuous time, recalling the ever-shifting circumstances I endured in that peculiar environment. I considered my own plight. After living a life of relentless suffering for 40 years, I seemed to have arrived at a coveted haven, a place of abundance and leisure. Yet, I made the unfortunate choice to unwittingly plunge into this new turmoil. Moreover, I had escaped countless calamities in my youth, only to confront the grim prospect of execution now, in a land far removed from my homeland, with the evidence of my supposed crimes being actions I would never have committed, let alone the unfounded accusations against me. Upon contemplating this, a certain religious notion arises within me. I perceive that it is the divine will that orchestrates all of this, and it must be regarded in such a manner, necessitating my unyielding submission. Although I may appear innocent before the eyes of humanity, I am eternally culpable in the presence of the Creator. Thus, I ought to engage in self-reflection and scrutinize whether I have committed other grievous transgressions. For it is conceivable that God has ordained this punishment as a consequence of my sins. If it is truly God's intention to bestow such calamity upon me, I should accept it with the same equanimity one would display in the face of a shipwreck. Subsequently, an innate courage may arise, prompting me to bolster my resolve and make a decisive choice. I believe that it would be far worse to fall into the clutches of a band of merciless fiends, who would subject me to their brutal torment, than to be captured by savage natives. While the latter may ultimately consume me, at least they would do so after a swift execution, whereas the former might inflict unspeakable tortures upon me as a means of venting their wrath. Should I find myself faced with the savages, I would prepare for death, yet fight with every last breath. Given that I now perceive the prospect of falling into the hands of these wretches as exceedingly terrifying, I cannot help but wonder why I would not choose the latter option, for, truth be told, that group could devise many methods more heinous than mere murder, while the savages would simply kill me outright before feasting. Whenever these thoughts gain the upper hand, I find myself exhilarated by the impending battle, my emotions soaring uncontrollably. As if my gaze were akin to lightning, my blood simmering with fervor, as though I were amidst a fierce skirmish. I resolve steadfastly not to kneel in supplication for their mercy, and should I falter in my resistance, I would rather detonate the vessel along with all it contains, ensuring they gain not a morsel of spoils to boast about. The weight of dread and anxiety pressing upon our minds feels increasingly burdensome. Yet upon realizing our presence on solid ground, our spirits soar with joy. My companion recounted a dream in which he bore an exceptionally heavy load upon his back, struggling to traverse a hillock. Just as he believed he could endure no more, a Portuguese navigator appeared, relieving him of his burden, and the hillock vanished, revealing a smooth path before him. Indeed, that was the reality. Everyone seemed to have shed their heavy loads, exhaling with relief. For me, at the moment when the stone upon my heart became unbearable, that very stone was lifted. As I previously mentioned, we decided never to set sail on that vessel again. Upon reaching the shore, our dear navigator assisted us in securing accommodations and finding a warehouse for our goods. Incidentally, this warehouse was not ordinary. It was a small structure attached to a larger building, both constructed of bamboo, encircled by a fence made of sturdy bamboo to deter the numerous petty thieves that seemed to abound in the area. Fortunately, local officials agreed to assign a guard for our protection. Thus we had a soldier stationed at the entrance. We compensated him daily with half a measure of rice and a small sum equivalent to about 3 pence, ensuring the safety of our goods. Typically, marketplaces are held here, yet the most recent fair took place just a few days ago. However, we observed 3 or 4 Chinese junks and 2 Japanese vessels anchored in the river, as other Japanese merchants had yet to disembark, preventing these 2 ships, laden with goods procured in China, from setting sail. Our seasoned Portuguese navigator first arranged for us to pay a visit to 3 Roman Catholic clergy residing in the town, who had been there for quite some time with the aim of converting the local populace to Christianity. In my view, their efforts have yielded little success. Even if they succeeded in converting others, it merely resulted in a cadre of inadequate Christians. Nonetheless, this matter bears no relevance to us. Among the 3, one is French, known as Father Simon, the second is Portuguese, and the third hails from Genoa. Father Simon is amiable, humble, and approachable, while the other 2 are comparatively reserved, serious, and wholly dedicated to their work, seizing every opportunity to engage the locals in friendly conversation, striving in every way to win their acceptance. We often partake in meat and wine together, to speak candidly, despite their so-called endeavor to convert the Chinese to Christianity, which starkly contrasts with the genuine requirements for converting pagans to the faith. It appears that the primary outcome is merely to familiarize individuals with the name of Christ. People utter prayers to the Virgin Mary and Jesus in a language they scarcely comprehend, yet these self-proclaimed devout Christians, whom we label as missionaries, firmly believe that these souls shall be saved, and that they are the chosen messengers of the Savior. With such noble aspirations, they willingly endure the hardships of travel, brave the dangers of residing in foreign lands, and sometimes face various tortures or even the loss of their lives as the price for their endeavors. Nevertheless, let us return to the main subject. Reflecting upon the past, I recall that the mission to summon Father Simon, the French missionary, to the imperial court in Beijing had reached his hands. At that moment, he was merely awaiting the arrival of another missionary, who had been assigned to accompany him from Macau. Having only recently become acquainted, Father Simon warmly invited me to accompany him to Beijing, stating that he wished to show me the splendor of this mighty empire, including its greatest city. He remarked, "Combine your London with our Paris, and it would still fall short of the grandeur of this city. I concede that Beijing is indeed unparalleled, teeming with a multitude of inhabitants. However, my perspective on such matters differs somewhat from that of others. Thus, when the need arises to articulate my observations during my journey, I shall express my sentiments succinctly. But for now, let me first speak of that missionary who is a priest. One day, while dining with him, we all enjoyed ourselves immensely. I subtly expressed a slight inclination to accompany him to Beijing, which prompted him to cheerfully urge and persuade me to agree on the spot, along with my partner. Father Simon, my partner inquired, what is the reason behind your fervent desire for our company? You are aware of our differing beliefs, and thus, you may not appreciate our presence. In fact, having us alongside you might bring you discontent. The priest responded, who knows, you may even become devout Catholics. My mission here is to convert pagans. Perhaps I could inspire a shift in your faith as well. Very well then, Father, I asked. Does this mean you intend to preach to us along the way? I assure you, I shall not be a source of annoyance, he replied. We uphold good manners within our faith. Besides, what difference is there between us and our fellow brethren? In truth, when compared to our surroundings, we become compatriots. Though I am a Catholic and you are Huguenots, at the core, we are all Christians. At the very least, we are each honorable individuals, devoid of the need for conversation that conceals inner discontent. I hold profound admiration for the sentiments he expressed, which evoke the image of the clergyman I left behind in Brazil. Yet, his refinement surpasses that of Father Simon. Despite Father Simon's lack of frivolous behavior that could be criticized, the fervor, devotion, dedication, and fidelity expected of a Christian are conspicuously absent in him. In stark contrast, my esteemed clergyman embodies these virtues to the point of overflowing. Although Father Simon has neither bid us farewell nor incessantly urged us to accompany him to Beijing, let us take our leave from him for a moment, as there are other matters demanding our attention. Firstly, during this interval, we must attend to our ship and cargo. However, it is unfortunate that the place we find ourselves in lacks significant commercial opportunities. I am filled with hesitation, uncertain of the next course of action, and at one point contemplated the audacious idea of steering the ship towards Nanjing and the Chilean River. At that moment, I felt as though Providence had taken a greater interest in our affairs than before, thus invigorating my spirit and instilling in me a determination to extricate myself from this chaotic situation and return to my homeland. Yet, I remain at a loss as to how I might achieve such a goal. I declare that the heavens have unveiled a luminous future before us. The initial occurrence was when an elderly Portuguese navigator brought a Japanese merchant to meet us, inquiring about the status of our goods. He purchased our entire stock of opium, engaging in a lucrative transaction, paying in gold, some in small ingots, others in diminutive coins from his homeland. The former weighed approximately 10 to 12 ounces, and he compensated us based on weight. As we finalized this opium trade, a thought suddenly surged within me. He might also be interested in acquiring a vessel. I instructed the translator to convey this notion to him. At that moment, he merely shrugged in response. However, a few days later, he returned with a missionary as a translator. He suggested to me that, having already invested significantly in our goods, he had not contemplated the proposition of purchasing a ship, as he was, in fact, devoid of funds to make such a purchase. Nevertheless, if I would agree to retain the original crew to navigate the ship, he would be willing to lease it to journey to Japan, and upon departure from Japan, he would settle the freight charges. After his return from the Philippines, he would then buy the entire vessel. This proposal resonated in my ears, yet my mind lingered on the idea of traversing the world, and the notion of accompanying him began to take root, envisioning a departure from the Philippines to set sail into the southern Pacific. Thus, I inquired of the Japanese merchant whether he would be inclined to rent our ship to voyage to the Philippines, where we would part ways. He replied that it was not feasible, as such an action would prevent him from transporting the goods back to Japan. Therefore, he could not proceed in that manner. However, he expressed his willingness to terminate our agreement after the ship had returned to Japan. Despite this, I was inclined to accept his suggestion and embark on the journey myself. Yet, my partner remained more composed than I, advising against my venture. He pointed out the perils of the sea and the treachery of the Japanese, describing them as cruel, insidious, and cunning. Moreover, he mentioned that some Spaniards residing in the Philippines were even more brutal and deceitful than the Japanese. Let us condense this into a singular thought. Our foremost obligation was to seek the opinions of the captain and crew to ascertain their willingness to travel to Japan. While I was engaged in this inquiry, my young companion, arranged by my nephew, approached me. He expressed an optimistic outlook on the expedition, believing it would yield substantial rewards. He conveyed his eagerness to accompany me, and if I chose not to go, he would gladly undertake the journey as a merchant or in any capacity I designated. He further assured me that he would one day return to England, and as long as I resided there, he would faithfully recount all his findings to me, allowing me to claim any reward should I desire. Chapter 40, Volume 2. I truly wished to avoid parting from him, yet the prospect of this venture was exceedingly enticing, and the young man had the potential to excel in this endeavor. I concurred to send him forth. However, I informed him that I must first consult with my partner and would provide him with a response the following day. I conversed with my esteemed partner regarding this matter, and he proffered an exceedingly generous proposal. As you are aware, this vessel has brought us misfortune, he remarked. We have both resolved never to set sail on the ship again. However, should your protege wish to venture forth and experience this journey, I am willing to bequeath my share of the ship to him, allowing him to fully exploit its potential. If we are fortunate enough to reunite in England during our lifetimes, and he achieves considerable success abroad, he need only remit half of the freight charges incurred by this vessel to us. The remaining half shall be entirely his own. My partner and I hold no familial ties to this young acquaintance, yet given his capacity to propose such a magnanimous offer, I cannot afford to appear less generous. As all aboard expressed their desire to accompany the young man on his journey, we transferred half of the ship's ownership into his name. In return, he provided us with a written agreement, assuring us that he would also bear responsibility for the other half before setting sail for Japan. Subsequent events proved that the Japanese merchant was both honest and trustworthy while in Japan. He provided protection and secured a landing permit that was typically inaccessible to Europeans at that time. He punctually paid the young man for the charter, allowing him to navigate a vessel laden with Japanese and Chinese goods to the Philippines. After negotiating with the Spaniards, they procured a substantial quantity of European merchandise, including copious amounts of cloves and other spices for their return journey. Upon arriving in Japan, the young man received an exceptionally generous freight payment. However, not wishing to sell the ship at that moment, the Japanese merchant offered him goods of his own choosing to transport. Thus, he set sail towards Manila under Spanish control, carrying a considerable sum of money along with the spices he had acquired. There, he sold his cargo at a favorable price and encountered a powerful individual who assisted him in transforming the vessel into a ship capable of free movement. Subsequently, the governor of Manila employed him for a journey to the Americas, specifically to Acapulco, a premier anchorage and harbor on the Pacific coast of Mexico, established in 1599. He was granted a license permitting him to voyage to Mexico, disembark locally, and utilize his entire crew to board any Spanish vessel bound for Europe. After a smooth passage to Acapulco, he purchased a ship and received permission to travel overland to Puerto Bello. Thereafter, he devised various means to transport all his wealth to Jamaica, and approximately 8 years later, when he returned to England, he was exceedingly prosperous. Let us discuss the pertinent matters at a later time. For now, I wish to return to our own affairs. We must bid farewell to the vessel and its entire crew, and it is only fitting that we reflect upon how best to repay the two individuals who have rendered us invaluable assistance. It was through their timely intervention that we became aware of the plans devised against us on the rivers of Cambodia. They have indeed aided us tremendously and thus rightfully deserve our gratitude. However, it is worth mentioning that they are also two scoundrels. Initially, they were swayed by the rumors that painted us as pirates and believed we were fugitives fleeing in another's ship. Consequently, they sought us out, not only to thwart the plans against us, but also to join us in piratical endeavors at sea. One of them candidly admitted that his sole motive was to flaunt his prowess upon the waves. Despite their dubious intentions, they nonetheless assisted us greatly. Thus, in fulfillment of my promise to them, I first ensured the payment of their outstanding wages from their time aboard their ship. Additionally, I bestowed upon each of them a few extra gold coins, which brought them immense joy. Subsequently, as the ship's gunner had been promoted to the position of second mate and purser, I appointed the Englishman as the gunner and the Dutchman as the chief sailor. They were overjoyed, for both are robust men and exceptionally skilled seafarers, and they later proved their worth admirably. Now, we find ourselves upon the soil of China. During my time in Bengal, had I been willing to spend money, countless paths homeward would have been available to me. Yet, I felt like a wanderer in a distant land, hopelessly estranged from my homeland. Now, I find myself approximately 3,000 nautical miles further from home. All prospects of returning have been extinguished, and regardless of the measures I might take, success eludes me. What illusions can I still harbor? Our sole hope lies in the fact that in about 4 months, a grand market will be held in our vicinity, where we might procure various goods from this nation. Perhaps we might even discover a vessel, be it a ship from Tokyo Bay or a Chinese junk, willing to carry us and our cargo, allowing us to sail wherever we desire. I wholeheartedly embrace this plan and resolve to wait. Furthermore, we are not particularly disagreeable. Thus, should a Dutch or British ship arrive, we might find an opportunity to secure passage for ourselves and our goods to a location in India closer to England. With this hope, we lingered in the area. However, to alleviate our spirits, we undertook a couple of journeys into the interior of the country. Our first expedition spanned 10 days to the city of Nanjing, a place truly worthy of admiration. It is said that 1 million residents dwell within its confines. The city is meticulously planned, with all streets laid out in straight lines, and intersecting avenues that render the urban landscape remarkably picturesque. However, when I draw a comparison between the impoverished populace of this place and our own country, examining their abodes, governmental establishments, lifestyles, wealth, religious practices, and the so-called prosperity that some speak of, I must candidly confess that it hardly seems worthy of my time to mention. It is particularly noteworthy that we are profoundly astonished by the grandeur and affluence here, the elaborate customs and frivolities, the bureaucracies and political systems, the production and trade, as well as the demeanor and conduct of the local populace. This astonishment does not stem from the intrinsic value of these aspects warranting admiration or even a modicum of attention. Rather, it arises from our vivid impressions of the crude barbarity and widespread ignorance prevalent in those regions, which starkly contrast with what we encounter here. Otherwise, what merit would there be in comparing their architecture to the palatial edifices of Europe? In terms of global trade with England, France, the Netherlands, and Spain, how significant are their commercial activities? When juxtaposed with our cities in terms of strength, wealth, resplendent attire, opulent furnishings, and the transformations of urban landscapes, their cities seem rather unremarkable, do they not? How could the mere handful of small sailing vessels docked in their ports possibly contend with our vast fleets of merchant ships and formidable navy? The trade volume of their vast empire does not even match that of the entire city of London. A single British, French, or Dutch warship equipped with 80 cannons could contend with all of China's vessels. However, their commerce, immense wealth, governmental authority, and military might may still evoke a degree of surprise, particularly since, as I have mentioned, they adhere to polytheism, which renders these circumstances rather astonishing in our eyes. This indeed serves them well, presenting an appearance of strength and grandeur. Nonetheless, there is little to boast about, as the same critique I apply to their navy is equally relevant to their army. Should one attempt to besiege a fortress-like city in Flanders or deploy a well-trained offensive army, even if this empire could muster its entire armed force of 2 million, it would accomplish little more than to starve itself and drive the nation into bankruptcy. To withstand all of China's cavalry, one merely requires a cadre of elite French cavalry or a contingent of German cavalry clad in half armor, even if they possess 1 million infantry. As long as they cannot encircle our forces, their numerical superiority, over 20 times ours, will not suffice to repel our infantry's assault. Furthermore, I can assert without exaggeration that, with proper command, 30,000 British or German infantry, supported by 10,000 cavalry, could decisively defeat the entirety of China's military. Moreover, in terms of our techniques for both assaulting and defending cities, as well as the overall fortifications of our urban centers, the circumstances are remarkably similar. Under the onslaught of European forces, no fortified city in China has been able to withstand a siege for even a month. Conversely, the entirety of the Chinese army would find it impossible to capture a city like Dunkirk, provided that its inhabitants do not suffer from a lack of provisions, even if besieged for a decade. Certainly, they possess firearms, yet the quality of these weapons is subpar, resulting in numerous misfires. Furthermore, the explosive power of their gunpowder is insufficient. Their military discipline is lax, leading to attacks that lack ingenuity and retreats that result in disarray. Thus, I find myself compelled to admit that upon returning to my homeland, I am perpetually astonished when I hear people speak of the immense strength, prosperity, and the resplendent facets of the Chinese people as well as matters of trade. From my own observations, they appear to be a group of filthy and ignorant individuals, lacking organization. Were it not for the almost unimaginable distance from Moscow, and if the Russian Empire were not equally ineffective, backward, and poorly managed, the Chinese populace could very well have been swiftly conquered, easily expelled from their land by the Tsar of the Russian Empire. Now, as the Tsar's power grows daily, had he chosen to advance here instead of attacking the belligerent Swedes, and if, as some claim, he had indeed enhanced his tactical capabilities, then provided that no European power was envious or obstructive, he might have ascended to the throne of China, rather than being defeated by the king of Sweden at Narva, where the former's forces were 6 times greater than the latter's. Their trade, navigation, and agriculture, much like their ostentatious displays and actual national strength, are, when compared to European nations, rather superficial. Furthermore, they exhibit a profound backwardness in academia, knowledge, and scientific technology. Although they possess rudimentary instruments such as astrolabes or seismographs, and boast a scant understanding of mathematics, they erroneously believe themselves to be more knowledgeable than anyone else in the world. Their ignorance regarding the fundamental laws of motion is nearly absolute, and the general populace's folly has reached an absurd level. For instance, when a solar eclipse occurs, they perceive it as a great dragon attacking the sun to seize it, prompting the entire nation to sound drums and gongs in a frenzied attempt to scare the beast away. This scenario is akin to driving a swarm of bees back into their hive. I find myself diverging from the main narrative for the only time in recounting my travels. This matter bears no relevance to my plans. It is merely that my adventurous life, characterized by wandering, is unique, and the myriad transformations I have witnessed may seldom be replicated by future generations. Thus, I feel compelled to document this experience. I shall endeavor to mention the extraordinary places I traverse, the arid regions, and the densely populated areas, but I shall only refer to those that are pertinent to my tale, as my connection to them necessitates such an arrangement. Based on my rough estimations, I find myself in the heart of China, approximately at 30 degrees north latitude, as we have returned to Nanjing. To speak candidly, I harbor a profound desire to behold the city of Beijing. I have encountered numerous descriptions of this metropolis, and Father Simon persistently implores me daily to embark on a visit. At long last, the other missionary, who journeyed from Macau to join him, has arrived, and the date of their departure has been established. It was at this juncture that we deliberated whether to proceed with the journey or not. I entrusted my partner with the authority to make the final decision, and he ultimately resolved that we should go. Thus, we began preparing for this expedition. The timing of our departure was remarkably fortuitous, as we found ourselves not needing to inquire about the route ahead. We were granted permission to follow in the retinue of a Qing dynasty official, a provincial governor of considerable stature, who exuded an air of superiority, surrounded by a throng of attendants. Along the way, the common folk were compelled to provide him with provisions, often leaving them impoverished due to their obligation to cater to the needs of these passing bureaucrats and their entourage. We traveled alongside his luggage, and during our journey, I particularly noticed that the locals, under the pretext of our association with that high-ranking official from the Qing dynasty, generously provided us and our horses with ample provisions. However, we were required to pay for everything we received, according to the local market price, with the steward of that official collecting the fees from us in a timely manner. Thus, while traveling in the company of the official's entourage granted us many conveniences, it did not bestow any significant favor upon us. Rather, it served to enrich him. As there were also over 30 additional individuals traveling with us under the protection of his retainers, the local populace offered him all their food without charge, and in turn, he charged us for the provisions. We took 25 days to complete our journey to Beijing, traversing areas of unparalleled population density. Yet, in my eyes, the state of agriculture there appeared disheartening. Despite claims of the industriousness of the people, the agricultural landscape was desolate, the economy lagged, and life was wretched. I deemed their plight as tragic in comparison to our own homeland. Those unfortunate commoners were oblivious to the world beyond their borders and, naturally, would not harbor such thoughts. The self-esteem of the common people is exceedingly strong, with their poverty being the only force capable of surpassing it, which, in certain respects, amplifies their tragic condition. This is merely my personal reflection. I cannot help but entertain the thought that the yet uncivilized indigenous peoples of the Americas live far more contentedly than some of the extremely impoverished among these common folk. Being devoid of wealth, they harbor no desires. However, it must be said that, on the whole, many of these individuals are merely wretched and lowly, yet they exhibit an arrogance and disdain for others that is beyond description. They revel in the possession of numerous servants whenever circumstances permit. This is both profoundly sorrowful and subject to the scorn of the world, save for themselves. I must confess that during my subsequent travels across the vast, desolate expanses of the desert and the Tatar regions, referring here to the vast areas of Eastern Europe to Asia once dominated by the Mongols, I found a sense of pleasure that surpassed that of this place. Here, the roads are well constructed, and the protective measures are commendable, making it quite convenient for travelers. Nevertheless, witnessing such ignorance and extreme folly coupled with their haughty demeanor and rudeness truly unsettles me to the core. My friend, Father Simon, and I often find it rather amusing when faced with the absurdity of these impoverished individuals who cling so desperately to their pride. For instance, 30 miles from the city of Nanjing, as we passed a house, which a certain Father Simon referred to as that of a country gentleman. The owner graciously accompanied us on horseback for approximately 2 miles. He adopted a rather Don Quixote-like manner of riding, embodying a style that was both impoverished and ostentatiously grand. His attire was reminiscent of the timid yet boastful characters found in Italian improvisational comedy, in other words, fitting for a jester. He donned a shirt of the most abominable filth, with oversized, flapping sleeves adorned with tassels, and nearly every seam was split. Beneath this soiled white garment, he wore a waistcoat of taffeta, greasy as if it belonged to a butcher, a testament to his status as a most distinguished gentleman of leisure. He was mounted upon a wretchedly emaciated beast, barely able to keep to the path, while 2 servants trailed behind him, guiding the horse. With a whip in hand, he struck the horse's head in time with the servants' urgings. Thus, he proceeded alongside us, flanked by 11 or 12 attendants, making his way to his estate located a mile or 2 ahead. We ambled along at a leisurely pace. Yet this gentlemanly figure urged his steed forward with an air of urgency, leaving us far behind. After resting for but an hour in a village, we continued our journey. And as we passed by the grand residence of this notable figure, we glimpsed him indulging in a lavish feast within a small courtyard. This courtyard rivaled a garden in its splendor, and he was easily visible. It became apparent that the more we observed him, the more he reveled in his own self-importance. He sat beneath a tree reminiscent of a small palm, sheltering himself from the southward sun, yet a large umbrella was still unfurled, rendering the spot rather pleasant. The rotund figure languidly reclined in an oversized armchair, attended by 2 maids who presented him with succulent meats. Additionally, he was accompanied by 2 more maids. I surmised that it was rare for a European gentleman to accept such servitude. In other words, one maid was feeding this gentleman with a spoon, while the other held a plate in one hand and delicately wiped away the remnants clinging to his beard and the taffeta vest. This corpulent glutton deemed such mundane tasks beneath his esteemed dignity. In truth, even emperors prefer to handle these matters themselves rather than allow outsiders to intervene, as relying on others often leads to dissatisfaction and incessant troubles. At that moment, I contemplated the immense toll that such vanity exacts upon individuals. For a discerning mind recognizes that failing to manage such arrogance can result in considerable complications. We gazed at him with cold indifference, causing him to feel an unwarranted sense of pride, believing that we envied his extravagant lifestyle. Yet, in our eyes, he appeared utterly pitiable and laughable. Subsequently, we turned away and continued on our path, engrossed in our own affairs. However, Father Simon, filled with curiosity, wished to linger a moment longer to discern the sumptuous dishes being consumed by this provincial dignitary. His honor was fortunate enough to sample a morsel. To my mind, it was nothing more than a porridge made from rice, enhanced by a generous clove of garlic and a small pouch of green peppers, along with a local herb reminiscent of ginger, albeit with a fragrant aroma and a flavor akin to mustard. All of these ingredients were combined and simmered together, accompanied by a small piece of lean mutton, creating what was deemed a delicacy for our esteemed lord. A few servants stood a short distance away, and we surmised that they would partake in the remnants of their master's meal once he had satisfied his hunger. As for the high-ranking official who accompanied us under his protection, whenever he made an appearance, he was surrounded by his subordinates, their grandeur rivaling that of an emperor. Thus, I could only stand at a distance to catch a glimpse of him. However, I have observed this. In his entourage, there is not a single commendable steed to be found, and in my humble opinion, Even the pack horses employed for transport in England are far superior to this collection. Of course, rendering an accurate judgment is no simple task, as the horses are adorned with various coverings, harnesses, and ornaments, making it exceedingly difficult to discern anything beyond their heads and hooves when they are in motion. Presently, my spirits are light and buoyant. The difficulties and troubles I previously mentioned have long since dissipated. With the burdensome concerns now absent, my journey has become immensely pleasurable. Furthermore, no ill-fated incidents have befallen us, save for one occasion when, while fording a river, my horse inadvertently stumbled, leading to my dismount. So they say, implying I fell from the saddle. Although the water was not particularly deep, I nonetheless found myself completely drenched. I recount this incident because it resulted in my notebook suffering misfortune. Within its pages were inscribed various geographical names and personal names that ought to have been recorded. Regrettably, I neglected to tend to that notebook subsequently, causing the pages to become moldy and rendering the inscriptions nearly illegible. Consequently, many places I visited during this journey have since slipped my memory, which is indeed a significant loss for me. At last, we have arrived in Beijing. At that moment, I was accompanied only by a young attendant, sent by my captain nephew to serve me, who proved to be a diligent and trustworthy individual. My partner, aside from his relative companion, had no other followers. As for the elderly Portuguese navigator, eager to behold the palace, we graciously invited him to join us, assuming all his expenses. He was proficient in Mandarin, spoke fluent French, and possessed a smattering of English, thus serving as our interpreter. Frankly, this old man was indispensable to us wherever we went. Having stayed in Beijing for less than a week, he approached me with a cheerful demeanor and said, "Good day, English gentlemen. I have some delightful news to share." Delighted? I inquired, what could that possibly be? I was at a loss for anything that might bring me joy or sorrow in this place. Indeed. The old man replied in his halting English, "It will bring you joy, and me sorrow." I asked in astonishment, "Why would it sadden you?" He answered, "You have traveled 25 days to bring me here, only to leave me behind as you return. How shall I make my way back to my port? Without horse, without ship, without a single coin?" He referred to money in this manner, adopting a Latin pronunciation, often employing such seemingly nonsensical Latin, which made us all chuckle. In summary, he informed us of a substantial travel consortium composed of Polish and Russian merchants currently engaged in preparations to embark on a land journey to Russia within the next 4 to 5 weeks. He anticipated that we would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to accompany them, leaving him to return alone. I must admit, this unexpected and fortuitous news left me utterly astonished, rendering me speechless for quite some time. Eventually, I mustered the courage to inquire, "How did you come by this information? Are you certain of its accuracy?" "Indeed," he replied. "This morning, I encountered an old acquaintance on the street. This Armenian is one of their members. He arrived from Astrakhan, a city in southwestern Russia located at the delta of the Volga River, intending to proceed to Tokyo Bay, where I initially met him, but has since changed his plans, resolutely opting to join the travel group to Moscow and thereafter navigate downstream along the Volga to Astrakhan." "Very well, my friend," I responded, "do not fret. We shall not abandon you to return alone. If this is my means of returning to England, then since you still intend to journey to Macau, it is neither your fault nor anyone else's." Thus, we deliberated on the subsequent course of action, and I inquired with my partner regarding his thoughts on the old navigator's information and whether his business could align with this circumstance. He informed me that regardless of my actions, he would follow through without fail, having arranged his business in Bengal well in advance and entrusted his assets to trustworthy individuals. We journeyed here without incident. Should we procure some Chinese silk and silk products to bring back, he could confidently and boldly take the route to England, subsequently boarding an East India Company vessel back to Bengal. After we solidified this plan, we further resolved that if our Portuguese navigator was willing to accompany us, we would cover all his expenses along the way. Whether he chose to proceed to Moscow or return to England would be entirely at his discretion. In truth, our gesture could hardly be deemed exceedingly generous. Upon reflection of his contributions, we felt compelled to adequately reward him. Not only had he navigated us safely across the seas, but he had also assisted us in establishing business on land, bringing in that Japanese merchant, which significantly enriched our coffers by hundreds, if not thousands, of pounds. Thus, we deliberated on this matter, both parties eager to express their gratitude, believing this course of action to be merely just. Moreover, we sincerely hoped for his companionship during our travels, as he was, in every circumstance, the most suitable person for the situation. Consequently, we agreed that each of us would provide him with a certain amount of gold coins, upon my calculation, totaling approximately 175 pounds, along with covering all his expenses during the journey, except for the horse that would carry the cargo. After we settled this arrangement, we invited him to discuss our intentions. I informed him that he had previously expressed a desire for us to allow him to return alone. However, I must now convey that we have resolved he no longer needs to go back, as we have firmly decided to embark on our journey to Europe alongside the caravan and have chosen him to be our companion. The purpose of our invitation is to seek his thoughts on this matter. He shook his head, expressing that the journey was too lengthy and he lacked the necessary funds for travel. Even upon arrival, he would struggle to sustain himself. We acknowledged his concerns, stating that we had indeed considered such circumstances. It is precisely for this reason that we have resolved to assist him, demonstrating our appreciation for his prior efforts on our behalf and affirming the harmonious rapport we share. I then informed him of our decision to provide him with cash upon arrival, allowing him the freedom to spend it as he pleases, just as we would with our own funds, should he choose to accompany us. All expenses incurred during our travels, whether to Russia or to Britain, would be covered by us, though we cannot guarantee his safety or the absence of unforeseen events. His only financial obligation would pertain to the shipping costs of his own belongings. Overjoyed, he accepted our proposal, expressing his willingness to traverse the globe with us. Thus, we commenced preparations for our voyage with great urgency. Naturally, the other merchants found themselves in a similar predicament. They too had extensive preparations to undertake, and ultimately, it took not merely 5 weeks, but rather over 4 months to finalize all arrangements. In the early days of February in the Gregorian calendar, we embarked from Beijing. Prior to our departure, my partner and the seasoned navigator made a hasty journey to the port we initially arrived at to manage a consignment of goods left there. Meanwhile, I accompanied a Chinese merchant with whom I had established a rapport during my time in Nanjing, who was also in Beijing for personal matters, to Nanjing, where we procured over 200 diverse pieces of exquisite silk and 90 pieces of brocade, some of which were intricately embroidered with gold. Upon my partner's return, I transported this entire consignment back to Beijing. In addition, we acquired a substantial quantity of raw silk and various other commodities, the total value of which amounted to approximately 3,500 pounds. Furthermore, we obtained tea leaves and fine cloth, along with 3 camels laden with cloves and nutmeg. Excluding the camels we rode, the cargo alone required 18 camels to bear its weight. Additionally, we utilized 2 or 3 spare horses and 2 more for carrying provisions. In total, our entourage comprised 26 camels and horses. Our caravan was formidable, consisting, as I recollect, of over 120 individuals and 300 to 400 camels. Moreover, we were well armed to handle any unforeseen circumstances, as the desert caravans in this region often faced attacks from bandits, akin to the assaults endured by caravans in the Near East from marauding Arabs. However, overall, these bandits posed a lesser threat than the Arabs and were not as ferocious or barbaric in their conduct. The entire expedition comprises individuals from various ethnic backgrounds, among whom approximately 60 are merchants or residents of Moscow. Notably, a portion of the group consists of the inhabitants of Kovna, a region located along the northern Baltic coast, north of Lithuania, encompassing present-day Estonia and Latvia. Particularly heartening is the presence of 5 Englishmen, who appear to be seasoned in the realm of commerce, possessing considerable wealth. After a day's journey, all the merchants and gentlemen were convened by a group of 5 guides, excluding the servants, who referred to this assembly as a conference. Each participant was required to contribute a specified sum of money, pooled together to procure essential fodder along the way, as some locations lacked availability. This fund was also intended for the guides and to purchase horses. Subsequently, according to their collective judgment, they organized the trading caravan, appointing certain individuals as leaders for the purpose of rallying us during any potential assaults and issuing commands. They established a rotating system to ensure that each member would have the opportunity to lead. It soon became evident during our journey that such an orderly arrangement was not merely superfluous, but indeed necessary. Along the route within China, one could observe a densely populated area teeming with artisans engaged in the crafting of porcelain, diligently mixing clay and pounding mud. As I journeyed along, our Portuguese navigator often regaled us with tales and anecdotes to alleviate our boredom. One day, he approached me with a smile and urged me to behold the most precious treasure within the entire country. He suggested that after I had recounted the unfortunate events in China, it was only fitting that I should hear about this remarkable aspect of China, as it involved something one could not find anywhere else in the world. My curiosity piqued. I eagerly awaited his revelation, which ultimately turned out to be the residence of a person of considerable stature, entirely constructed from Chinese porcelain. "Oh," I responded. "Do they not use materials produced in their own country for building? Is it not all made in China?" "No," he replied. "What I mean is that this house is entirely made of Chinese porcelain, akin to what you English and we Portuguese refer to as China." "Ah," I remarked. "Such a phenomenon is indeed conceivable. How large is it? Could we pack it into a crate and have camels transport it? If that were possible, I would certainly purchase it." "Transport it by camel?" the old navigator exclaimed, raising his hands in astonishment. "Well, it accommodates a family of 30. This revelation intrigued me, compelling me to witness it for myself. However, upon arrival, I found it to be rather unremarkable. It was simply a wooden house, or as we English would describe it, constructed of planks and plaster. Yet, the plaster was indeed made of porcelain. Specifically, it was crafted from the very clay used in porcelain production. Outside, the plaster has been glazed and, after being scorched by the searing sun, it appears bright, immaculate, and aesthetically pleasing, adorned with blue patterns reminiscent of those found on English porcelain. This layer of plaster is remarkably durable, akin to that which has been subjected to intense firing. As for the interior of the house, the walls are not clad in wainscoting but rather in resilient decorative tiles, closely resembling the small tiles we refer to as porcelain surface decorations in England. These tiles are exquisitely smooth, featuring intricate designs in a vibrant array of colors, including gold, with each pattern composed of numerous tiles. The craftsmanship in their assembly is of the highest caliber, and the mortar used to join the tiles is mixed from the same fresh earth, making it difficult to discern the seams between them. The floor of the room is constructed similarly, exhibiting a hardness that rivals the ceramic floor tiles found in certain regions of England. Although as hard as polished stone, it has neither been kiln-fired nor glazed. Only a few areas, such as the washrooms and the chambers between them, exhibit slight variations, appearing to be laid with the same type of facing tiles. Throughout the house, the ceilings and the plaster applied in various locations are made from a similar earth material. And finally, the roof is covered with the same substance, albeit in a rich, glossy black hue. This truly is a house that can be aptly described as a Chinese porcelain dwelling. Had I not been compelled to journey with the others, I would have undoubtedly lingered for several more days to thoroughly appreciate its distinctive features. They informed me that within the garden there are several fountains and fish ponds, the bases and surrounding areas of which are adorned with the same exquisite tiles. Furthermore, along the pathways of the garden stand rows of finely crafted statues, all sculpted from the renowned kaolin and subsequently fired in a kiln. This is indeed a marvel of China, and we can wholly concede their superiority in this regard. However, I am certain that their claims are exaggerated, having heard some accounts regarding pottery production, which are simply incredible. I find it unnecessary to elaborate further as it is evident that such statements cannot be true. They also particularly recounted an incident involving a craftsman who purportedly crafted a boat complete with rigging, mast, and sails, all fashioned from clay, and astonishingly, this vessel could accommodate 50 individuals. Were they to assert that this craftsman launched the boat and sailed it to Japan, I would surely have something to say. Yet, I am well aware of the reality. One might succinctly conclude, regrettably, that individual is merely boasting. Thus, I smiled and refrained from commenting. Due to my visit to that remarkable house, I fell behind the entire caravan by 2 hours, and as a consequence, the leader of the day imposed a fine on me equivalent to 3 shillings. He further remarked that now we had traveled 3 days within the confines, and should we venture outside for another 3 days, I would certainly incur a penalty amounting to 4 times that sum, along with a request to apologize to everyone at the next meeting. I promised to behave appropriately in the future. It was only later that I realized the necessity of adhering to collective action regulations for the safety of us all. 2 days later, we traversed the Great Wall of China, a formidable defensive structure designed to deter invaders, gracefully winding through the rugged mountains. It is an extraordinary feat of engineering, though certain sections seem redundant, as the steep cliffs render them nearly impassable, making it exceedingly difficult for foes to breach. In locations where ascent is possible, no wall can effectively impede them. A merchant informed us that the wall stretches approximately 1,000 miles. However, if one were to disregard the meandering segments, the straight line distance from one end to the other is 500 miles. The wall's height is about 4 inches, with some areas maintaining a similar thickness. Our caravan was quite lengthy as we approached the checkpoint, and I stood still for about an hour without disrupting the order of our group. I surveyed my surroundings, observing all within my line of sight. Our guide spoke highly of the Great Wall, declaring it one of the wonders of the world, and at that moment, he was eager to hear my thoughts. I remarked that it serves as an excellent means of defending against invaders, yet he misconstrued my words as praise. However, the elder navigator burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, Englishman, your speech is quite flowery." "Flowery?" I inquired. "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, your words appear white from one perspective and black from another. Such a statement may sound rather optimistic, yet when viewed from a different angle, it can seem quite pessimistic. The meaning you convey suggests that this city wall effectively withstands the archers. However, to my ears, your words imply that the wall is only capable of repelling archers and serves no other purpose. I comprehend your intent, dear Englishman. Yet the Chinese gentleman interprets your words through his own lens. So I inquired, Sir, do you truly believe that this wall can withstand our well-prepared artillery? Or rather, can our engineers, equipped with 2 tunnels, dismantle this great wall within 10 days, allowing our grand forces to advance? Or perhaps they could obliterate it entirely, leaving no trace behind. I understand this, he replied. The Chinese guide was eager to learn the content of my remarks. I decided to inform the chief navigator to wait a few days for the revelation, as we would soon be departing from their borders, and he would shortly part ways with us. Subsequently, upon discerning the essence of my words, he fell silent on the journey, and during our time together, we no longer heard him extolling the might and greatness of China. The grand yet incongruous structure is known as the Great Wall, reminiscent of the famed wall built by the Picts in Northumberland, constructed by the Romans. Upon traversing the Great Wall, we discovered a sparsely populated region where the inhabitants predominantly resided within fortified towns, their stone walls a necessary defense against marauding invaders. These intruders, often arriving in bands, posed a constant threat, rendering the local populace vulnerable if they dwelled in open spaces devoid of protection. At that moment, I comprehended the necessity of our formation into a caravan during our arduous journey, particularly as we observed several marauders lurking nearby. However, upon gaining a clearer view of them, I was astonished to realize how a formidable empire such as China could be subjugated by such inconsequential individuals. They were a disorganized rabble, lacking in discipline and tactical knowledge. Mounted on emaciated, pitiful steeds, their untrained state rendered them nearly ineffective. This was evident from the first moment we encountered them, as we had already entered the desolate expanses of China. Following the consent of our guide that day, our group of approximately 16 was permitted to hunt, which in reality amounted to pursuing wild sheep. Nevertheless, it could still be considered hunting, for the swiftness and wild nature of these creatures were unlike anything we had previously encountered. They could not sustain long-distance runs, allowing us to engage in a chase that proved entertaining, as they typically appeared in groups of 30 or 40, galloping together much like domestic sheep. In pursuit of this extraordinary quarry, we unexpectedly encountered approximately 40 individuals whose intentions remained unclear. We could not ascertain whether they were hunting sheep like us or seeking other game. However, upon noticing our presence, one among them sounded a horn-like instrument with a resounding blast, a barbaric tone I had never before encountered and one I fervently hoped never to hear again. We surmised they were summoning nearby comrades, which indeed proved to be the case. Within a mere 10 minutes, a group of 40 to 50 emerged about a kilometer away. By this time, we had readied ourselves for confrontation. Among the Scottish merchants who had arrived from Moscow, one stood with us, and upon hearing the horn, he declared that we had no choice but to charge towards them without delay. He organized us into a line and inquired if we were resolute in our decision. We affirmed our readiness and determination to follow him into battle. Thus, we surged forward. They were haphazardly clustered together, lacking any semblance of formation, resembling a mere assembly of idlers gazing at us. Yet, upon our advance, they loosed their arrows. Fortunately, none struck us. Their misjudgment of distance meant that although the arrows flew towards us with considerable effort, they fell short, landing not far in front. Had we been a mere 20 meters closer, some of us would surely have been injured, if not killed. We halted abruptly, responding to their wooden arrows with lead projectiles. Despite the considerable distance, we commenced firing. After a flurry of shots, we brandished our swords and knives, charging towards them with remarkable speed. This was the arrangement of our valiant Scottish leader, who, despite being a mere merchant, exhibited extraordinary capability and courage in this moment. He remained remarkably composed. I had never encountered anyone so agile and possessing such commanding presence. As we closed in on them, we unleashed fire from our pistols. Followed by the swift draw of blades, they were thrown into disarray and fled in panic. The sole resistance we faced came from 3 of their number on our right, who, with bows slung across their backs and curved sabers in hand, gestured for others to join them. Our intrepid leader, refusing to allow anyone to accompany him, galloped towards them, drawing near enough to down one adversary with his firearm, then dispatching another with his pistol, while the third fled in terror. Thus, we brought the skirmish to a close. However, misfortune soon followed. The flock we could have captured had all escaped. We suffered no casualties. Yet, on the opposing side, at least 5 fell, with many more injured. It was abundantly clear that upon hearing our gunfire, the subsequent group dared not make a move against us and scattered in retreat. During this period, we found ourselves on Chinese soil, where the bandits had not yet become particularly audacious. However, after 5 days, we entered a vast and desolate desert, where we traversed for 3 days and nights, relying on large leather bags for our water supply. At night, we set up camp, much like I had heard people do in the Arabian desert. I inquired with our guide about the ownership of this territory, and they informed me that it resembled a border zone, also known as a no-man's land, which is part of the bandit-infested region. Although this area is considered to belong to China, it has never received any attention or protection from those who could shield it from marauding thieves. Consequently, despite the fact that we still had several large deserts to cross, this particular desert was regarded as the most perilous of our entire journey. As we navigated through this arid expanse, we initially felt a sense of trepidation, having spotted small groups of bandits multiple times. Yet, they appeared preoccupied with their own affairs and did not seem inclined to target us. Thus, we encountered them as if facing phantoms. They exchanged no words with us, nor did we with them, allowing them to pass without incident. However, on one occasion, a group of individuals approached us closely and halted, fixating their gaze upon us, leaving us uncertain as to whether they were contemplating an attack. As we passed them at a distance, we stationed 40 men as a rear guard, ever prepared to counter their potential aggressions, allowing the caravan to advance approximately half a mile ahead. After a while, surprisingly, they turned and departed, yet as they retreated, they shot 5 arrows at us, injuring one of our horses, rendering it incapable of further movement. Regrettably, we had to abandon this poor creature. We truly required a skilled veterinarian, as they might still launch arrows our way, although those projectiles fell short of our position. At that moment, we encountered no further arrows nor any signs of pursuers. Subsequently, we journeyed for nearly a month, still within the territory of the Chinese emperor, yet the path became increasingly arduous compared to the initial stretch, with most routes winding through villages. Due to the invasions by the Tartars, some of these villages resembled fortresses. On one occasion, we arrived at such a small town, situated 2.5 days' journey from Now City, where I sought to purchase a camel, for along that route, there were many camels for sale, as well as the horses I had previously mentioned, since numerous desert caravans traverse this path, often requiring livestock. I had made an arrangement with someone who agreed to lead the camels for me. We could have simply allowed him to bring them over, yet I foolishly insisted on accompanying him. His location was approximately 2 miles from the village, where they had stationed individuals to tend to the camels and horses. Eager to expand our horizons, the old navigator and I followed a Chinese man to this site. It was a low-lying marshland, surrounded by stone walls constructed without mortar or plaster between the stones. A small detachment of Chinese soldiers stood guard at the entrance. After purchasing a camel and settling on a price, I prepared to depart, while the Chinese man who had accompanied me led the camel away. At that moment, 5 mounted Tatar men approached us. The man was seized by a passerby, who wrested the camel from him. 3 others advanced towards us, perhaps noticing our lack of weapons. Although I was wearing a sword, it would be futile against 3 adversaries. The first of the approaching men halted upon seeing my drawn sword, for they were, after all, cowards. However, the second man charged at me from my left and struck me on the head, causing me to lose consciousness. Upon regaining my senses, I found myself in a state of bewilderment, unaware of the circumstances or my whereabouts, having been rendered insensible by their blow. Meanwhile, my old navigator remained unscathed, armed with a pistol. I was completely oblivious to this fact, as were the Tatar men. Had they known, I surmised they would not have attacked, for cowards exhibit the greatest bravado in the absence of danger. Upon witnessing my collapse, the elderly man furiously charged at the assailant who had struck me. He seized the man's arm with one hand, forcefully yanking him down, while the other hand discharged a gunshot, striking the assailant in the head and instantly claiming his life. Subsequently, he lunged at the individual obstructing our path. Before the latter could react, the elderly man unsheathed his curved blade, a weapon he often carried, and swung it with vigor. However, the strike failed to connect with its intended target, instead grazing the side of the horse's head, severing one of its ears and slicing away a substantial portion of flesh from its face. The poor creature, inflicted with such agony, nearly succumbed to madness, and its rider lost all control. Although still mounted, the horse bolted away with great speed, evading the elderly man's attempts to strike. After a brief sprint, the horse reared on its hind legs, unseating its rider, who then fell beneath its weight. During this tumultuous episode, the Chinese man who had lost his camel returned. Although unarmed, upon seeing the Tatar sprawled on the ground with the horse atop him, he rushed forward, seized the bizarre weapon nearby, resembling an axe yet distinctly different, and forcefully struck the Tatar's skull, shattering it. Yet the elderly man still had to contend with a third Tatar. Initially apprehensive that this individual might engage in combat, he hoped for a hasty retreat. To his surprise, the Tatar neither fled nor approached to fight, remaining motionless in place. The old man also paused, beginning to load bullets into his handgun. Upon sighting the firearm, the Tartar fled hastily, leading to my navigator's resounding triumph. Thereafter, I came to refer to him as the valiant savior in times of distress. Now, I have somewhat recovered. Initially, upon regaining consciousness, I mistakenly believed I had indulged in a delightful slumber. However, as I previously stated, I was utterly disoriented, unable to comprehend my whereabouts or how I found myself lying here, nor could I grasp the events that had transpired. Yet, after a brief moment, clarity returned, and I became aware of a throbbing pain, though I could not pinpoint its source. Consequently, I patted my head with my hand, only to find it stained with blood. It was then that I realized the pain was emanating from my head, and I subsequently recalled the occurrences that had just unfolded.